Nan Yi consumed the medicinal broth, savoring its warmth as it coursed through his body, transforming into a soothing flow that spread to every limb and sinew. He could genuinely feel his condition shift from a state of extreme frailty to one of mere fatigue and weakness, a remarkable and immediate effect. One could only say that in this world, despite the exorbitant cost of medicine, one truly gets what one pays for. Though it was merely a single bowl, it functioned like a miraculous remedy in traditional Chinese medicine, significantly replenishing his vitality. Song Zhong did not indulge in excessive pleasantries after collecting the empty bowl. He took his leave. As Nan Yi observed Song Zhong's retreating figure, he did not feel particularly conflicted, but did experience a slight headache. The gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. Regardless of whether Song Zhong intended for the original body to owe him a favor, considering that he had temporarily set aside his studies to personally escort the original body to the medical clinic and had even covered the cost of the medicine, Nan Yi felt obliged to accept this kindness on behalf of the original body. However, as someone from Blue Star, Nan Yi understood all too well that only by elevating his own worth could he more easily earn money and repay debts. In his current circumstances, the most reliable path to advancement lay in securing the top rank in the annual examination and obtaining a recommendation letter from Nanshan Academy. Fortunately, since Song Zhong has not sought to leverage this favor or imply that I should receive leniency in the examination, it suggests he merely wishes to cultivate a good relationship with me, to foster closeness and camaraderie. Moreover, although he presented it as a medical expense, it was essentially a gesture of goodwill. He likely does not expect me to repay this favor immediately. In truth, Nan Yi was not particularly invested in the annual examination at Nanshan Academy. His interest lay more in the peculiar and enigmatic phenomena of this world than in the mundane rigors of study and testing. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that the original body was exceedingly impoverished. Hailing from a destitute mountain village, his family struggled to make ends meet, relying on the frugal efforts of his parents and siblings to scrape together the basic expenses necessary for his education in the county. Upon inheriting the identity of Nan Yi, his foremost challenge was the lack of funds. If he did not seize the opportunity presented by the annual examination to make a small leap towards success, he believed it would be impossible to endure the daily existence of subsisting on meager rations. Thus, even for the sake of avoiding a life of destitution, Nan Yi was compelled to devise a strategy to secure the top rank in the examination and find ways to earn money. Both pursuits were indispensable. While his body remained weak and he found it difficult to rise from the bed, Nan Yi focused intently on planning his next steps. This world, akin to the tales of strange stories from a Chinese studio, concealed supernatural phenomena beneath the veneer of a dynasty's governance. Furthermore, the Dali dynasty, in which the original body resided, bore resemblance to the ancient dynasties of Blue Star, yet seemed to be teetering on the brink of capitalist emergence, vibrant and full of life. For ordinary individuals, the most reliable avenue for social advancement remained education. In fact, as a standout student at Nanshan Academy, the original body would have had the opportunity to serve as a retainer or advisor to any of the wealthy landlords in Nanshan County, or even to marry into one of their families, thus transcending the limitations of his humble origins. However, with the prospect of potentially competing for a chance to further his education at the county's academy, the original body was understandably reluctant to settle for a mere role as a lowly retainer or son-in-law to a local magnate. As for Nan Yi, who had traversed from another world, he had little regard for the landlords and merchants of the county. He believed that even if he approached the enigmatic aspects of this world with caution, he should prioritize his studies to improve his standing. The annual examination, while not held every 3 years like the imperial examinations, was nonetheless organized by the county government, with all academies participating in a yearly assessment. The examination comprised 4 subjects: governance assessment, policy discussion, literary composition, and classical texts. Among these, governance assessment was akin to the civil service exams of Nan Yi's previous life. Evaluating comprehensive abilities in political scenarios, policy discussion resembled argumentative essays. Focusing on critical thinking and policy analysis, literary composition was similar to task writing, assessing both literary flair and broader perspective, while classical texts involved fill-in-the-blank questions on literary knowledge. In summary, due to the complexity of the annual examination, students would engage in intensive preparation under the guidance of instructors, attempting to predict and speculate on potential exam questions. Regrettably, due to the unforeseen consequences of the original Buddhist awakening of the Dongzhen talent, Nan Yi was compelled to rest for several days, leaving him at a disadvantage in the final preparations. Yet, serendipitously, in his previous life, just before being diagnosed with cancer and retreating for convalescence, he had been part of a team known for their adeptness in examinations. Thanks to the original Buddhist diligent studies, he possessed a solid foundation of knowledge and understanding. The primary limitation on his examination performance lay in his perspective. Without the means to access contemporary news and trends of the Dali dynasty, the original body often found himself in the dark regarding current affairs. Thus, for Nan Yi and the majority of ordinary students at Nanshan Academy, the discussions funded by the Academy to analyze official reports in the lead-up to the examination were of paramount importance. However, with the wealth of experience from his previous life, although most of it could not be directly applied, his broader perspective was undoubtedly superior to that of the average individual in this world. Therefore, Nan Yi remained confident in his ability to contend for the top rank in this year's examination. Time passed, and soon, another figure approached the sick room. Nan Yi turned his head to see the physician from the clinic, surnamed Su and named Luo, clad in a blue robe. Having finished attending to patients in the main hall, Su Luo came to the back room, gently inquiring, "Young master, do you still feel any discomfort?" As he spoke, Su Luo extended his hand to examine Nan Yi's left wrist. Upon seeing Su Luo, Nan Yi instinctively squinted slightly, then lowered his gaze to his wrist, replying, "Thank you, Physician Su, for your concern. I'm feeling much better now. I believe I will be able to rise shortly. If you're worried about the medical expenses, you may come to my clinic to assist me with my accounts after the examination." Su Luo offered sincerely, seemingly aware of Nan Yi's predicament. A warm feeling surged within Nan Yi, and he made an effort to mask his surprise, naturally lifting his gaze from his wrist to meet Su Luo's eyes. "Thank you, Physician Su, for your kindness," Nan Yi replied with genuine modesty, hesitating momentarily before adding, "After the examination, I will reassess the situation and consider your offer." "Very well, the choice is yours," Su Luo responded, a gentle smile lingering in his eyes. "However, your health is paramount. You must take care not to neglect it for the sake of minor concerns." "Indeed, I will take your advice to heart. Thank you for your reminder, Physician Su. I shall be more mindful moving forward," Nan Yi replied, nodding earnestly. Nan Yi kept his lips pressed together in silence, merely nodding in agreement. Yet, even after Su Luo had departed, Nan Yi remained tense, refraining from any behavior that would contradict his current state. Leaning against the headboard, he appeared to lament his financial struggles, letting out a silent sigh. However, through this sighing motion, he secretly exhaled, gradually easing the tension in his heart and allowing his muscles to relax. Just moments earlier, when he had glanced at Su Luo approaching the sick room, the Dongzhen talent had activated. After adjusting the constraints of his Dongzhen ability, it would only retain information that did not exceed the yellow tier and that Nan Yi could comprehend. In other words, the physician Su Luo was not merely an ordinary individual, but a practitioner of at least mid-level yellow tier, with unknown capabilities. Upon realizing this, Nan Yi instinctively heightened his alertness. Su Luo's seemingly benevolent words failed to move him. Nonetheless, despite his reservations, Nan Yi could not help but feel a flicker of warmth, nearly swayed by Su Luo's kindness. It is a form of seduction. Startled, Nan Yi endeavored to project an image of a shy and reserved scholar, deflecting the conversation with a promise to consider it later, neither outright accepting nor rejecting the offer. To be frank, he had no certainty as to whether his behavior might raise Su Luo's suspicions. The only thing he was sure of was this. Given their lack of prior acquaintance, Su Luo's sudden display of goodwill was far from simple benevolence. While Nan Yi harbored some suspicions, he dared not dwell on them and chose to set the matter aside for the time being. Regardless, it was prudent to conceal the fact of his awakened talent and maintain the guise of an ordinary person. This approach could only serve him well. In an environment where the customs and trends of the cultivation world remained uncertain, Nan Yi resolved to treat his situation like a game of werewolf, hiding his identity and biding his time. He would rather focus on excelling in the examinations and establishing a firm footing in this world than hastily delve into the enigmatic matters related to the cultivation realm. Moreover, Nan Yi had just revisited the memories of the original body. According to the original Buddhist recollection, physician Su Luo was said to be 46 this year. Yet, under the effects of Dongzhen, it was evident that Su Luo was only 33 years old. Perhaps Su Luo had claimed a false age to instill confidence in his patients regarding his expertise. However, Nan Yi instinctively leaned towards a more sinister interpretation, believing that Su Luo's pretense of age was not without ulterior motives. After all, one must always be vigilant. With a faint sigh, Nan Yi closed his eyes and feigned sleep, enduring the passage of time until his strength returned. Once he felt sufficiently rejuvenated, he rose from his sickbed, straightened his bedding, and made his way from the back courtyard to the clinic's main hall. At that moment, Su Luo was engrossed in reviewing the accounts. Noticing this, Nan Yi softly called out, "Physician Su, I shall take my leave now." With that, Nan Yi exited the clinic. After his departure, Su Luo continued to peruse the ledger. However, after flipping through a few pages, he suddenly came across a sheet that was mostly blank amidst the otherwise filled pages of the account book. Su Luo picked up the pen and inscribed in the blank space, "Nanshan Academy, student Nan Yi, doubts regarding the attainment of enlightenment." Above this line of text, there were several names previously inscribed, each annotated with their respective enlightenment achievements. However, these names had long been crossed out by Su Luo with a single stroke, rendered null and void. Chapter 2. The plagiarist of the legend of the Condor heroes. Nan Yi exited the medical hall, walking along the bustling street. The throngs of passers-by, shoulder to shoulder, painted a vivid picture of a vibrant marketplace, leaving Nan Yi momentarily dazed. Indeed, he had traversed into a realm, a dynasty vastly different from his previous life. Here, he might embark on an entirely new existence, or perhaps his fate would resemble that of a mere blade of grass. Unaware of when he might become an innocent victim of circumstance, his stomach growled. Having been brought to the medical hall at noon and enduring a lengthy ordeal, it was now nearly 5 o'clock, the time for dinner. Had he retained his former identity, he would have sought out a few eateries, hoping to procure some leftover scraps from diners or perhaps some coarse rice mixed with chaff, all to glean a modicum of sustenance. However, as Nan Yi, he was disinclined to consume such remnants, gathered from countless patrons. After weighing the few coins in his pocket, Nan Yi ultimately resolved to indulge in a bowl of noodles. He could not neglect his own hunger. Money could be earned again or borrowed if necessary, but one's health was the foundation of all endeavors. He arrived at a bustling noodle shop, ordering a generous bowl of noodles and taking a seat at a table. The establishment, named Nanzhou Noodle House, priced small bowls at 5 won and large bowls at 8 won. Reflecting on the cost of various goods, he could simplistically equate 1 won in this world to 1 coin in his past life. At present, Nan Yi's entire fortune amounted to a mere 338 won. Alongside a debt of 1,000 when owed to Song Zhong for medicinal expenses. Today was the 10th of December, with the imperial examination scheduled for the 25th, and the new year commencing on the 1st of January. surviving until the new year on just over 300 when seemed an insurmountable challenge for Nan Yi. Thus, regardless of the urgency to repay Song Zhong, he must first contemplate the means of earning a livelihood. At this moment, the noodles were served at the table. While savoring the dish, Nan Yi pondered the avenues for making money. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. The productivity of this world was notably high. With various goods reaching a mature state, there seemed to be no legitimate means to swiftly earn money through unorthodox techniques from Blue Star that required no capital. Without the intention of relying on his talent to gamble, it appeared that, for the time being, he could only resort to selling his intellect. For instance, the original owner had occasionally made a few coins by writing letters and couplets for others. However, as Nan Yi's gaze fell upon a bookstore diagonally across from the noodle shop, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could try submitting articles to newspapers and write some storybooks to earn a fee. In this scenario, as long as he could craft a decent narrative, he would not have to worry about making money. Moreover, in his previous life, he was an avid reader, having perused numerous novels and possessing a certain degree of writing skill. Seizing the fading daylight, he quickly settled the bill and made his way to the bookstore. The owner was preparing to close for a meal when he noticed Nan Yi approaching in haste, prompting him to pause his actions and inquire, "Young sir, are you here to purchase a book or a newspaper?" Without the need for pleasantries, Nan Yi replied directly, "May I ask how one might submit a manuscript for a story?" The bookstore owner regarded Nan Yi with a hint of skepticism, noting his youthful appearance yet scholarly attire. He said, "If you are indeed intent on submitting, you may present your manuscript for my review. Should I find the story captivating, or if you can persuade me, I will recommend your manuscript to the publishing house, where the decision of acceptance will lie with them." "I understand," Nan Yi responded. "I shall return tomorrow with my manuscript for your appraisal." After Nan Yi spoke, he glanced at the Nantian Min Bao on the bookshelf in the store. Rather than relying on popular novels of this world for inspiration and then crafting his own original work, Nan Yi preferred to adapt and enhance the literary creations from his past life. After all, imitation is the foremost driving force behind the continual evolution of novels. As for the pursuits of a scholar, can that truly be labeled as mere imitation? It is merely a case of heroes sharing similar insights. In any case, the narrative novels of this world were somewhat familiar to him from the memories of his previous existence, predominantly tales of the supernatural or romantic court dramas, akin to strange stories from a Chinese studio or The Plum in the Golden Vase. He had not perused many such novels, and without the advantage of a literary enhancement, he found it difficult to emulate them. Conversely, he had read several of the revered Master Jin's martial arts novels in his youth, as well as watched the corresponding television adaptations, and had even contemplated writing fan fiction inspired by Master Jin's works in his past life. Although he could not replicate them word for word, he retained sufficient knowledge of the main themes to allow for creative modifications. Moreover, he could not simply resort to direct imitation. Nan Yi distinctly remembered that his talent came with a peculiar, unspoken prohibition against deceitful misrepresentation. Pure imitation should not violate this decree. However, if someone were to inquire whether these novels were his original creations, Nan Yi mused that he could not justifiably claim them as such. Therefore, he must engage in transformative adaptation. Only by building upon the original works with significant modifications could he confidently assert that he had invested genuine effort into his writing. Furthermore, having stood upon the shoulders of giants, it would be a lack of ambition to merely replicate without striving for further refinement. The specific literary works in question are The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes. Nan Yi intends to amalgamate these two narratives into a singular masterpiece, tentatively titled The Condor Heroes. The tale commences at Nujiazhuang, leading to the martial arts contest set 18 years later between the descendants of Gua and Yang. However, the protagonist will no longer be solely Guijing, but rather a dual narrative featuring both Guijing and Yang Kong. Yang Kong will traverse the path of his son, Yang Gua, rendering the latter devoid of options. This aligns with a contemporary adage from Nan Yi's previous life. In any case, it is Yang Gua. It is best to be Yang Kong. Returning to the narrative, the initial plotline surrounding Guijing requires minimal alteration, The transformation begins with Yang. How shall it be changed? By introducing a maternal figure for Yang. It is said that the Western poison, Ouyang Feng, has an illegitimate daughter who is also his nominal niece, named Ouyang Ku. She is the young master of the White Camel Mountain Manor, having trained diligently in martial arts from a young age, yet remains oblivious to worldly affairs. As Ouyang Ku matures and experiences her first menstruation, she requires a maid to impart the necessary knowledge. Consequently, Ouyang Feng, having been offered a substantial sum by Wanyan Honglai, takes Ouyang Ku to the Zhao royal residence. Ouyang Feng departs to attend to confidential matters for Wanyan Honglai, leaving Ouyang Ku within the confines of the Zhao royal estate. Unexpectedly, she encounters a youthful and handsome prince who captures her heart. Simultaneously, Yang Kong, captivated by Ouyang Ku's formidable skills and striking beauty, finds himself enamored. The two, recognizing their mutual attraction, engage in a dialogue wherein one requests instruction in martial arts, while the other insists on the necessity of first acknowledging a master. Yang Kong proclaims, "My previous master was an insufferable Taoist, whom I despised and often cursed in my heart. Therefore, I am willing to take you as my mentor. But I cannot call you master." Ouyang Ku ponders for a moment before responding, "Then you may address me as your aunt." Thus, the master and disciple commence their training within the confines of the royal residence, one eager to teach and the other keen to learn. Chapter 3. The world is imperfect, and so are humans. They possessed a dwelling in the county, rendering it unnecessary to stay in the dormitory. Upon the appearance of Nan Yi, many individuals exhibited peculiar expressions, instinctively retreating as if wishing to avoid proximity to him, so as not to incur the misfortune of his affliction. However, Song Zhong approached with a composed demeanor. Expressing concern, "Brother Nan, do you require my notes from today for your perusal and transcription? I appreciate Brother Song's thoughtfulness. However, the physician has advised me to rest thoroughly for several days, and I must refrain from exerting my mind or worrying. Thus, I shall not rush to copy the notes." Nan Yi promptly declined. In truth, it was his original self, Nan Yi, who needed to restore his spirit, should he have survived by some stroke of luck. The Nan Yi who had crossed over retained a lucid consciousness, and although he was somewhat hindered by the original's frail foundation, possibly experiencing mild hypoglycemia, he was far from being in a state of mental depletion requiring rest. At this moment, for Nan Yi, preparing for the upcoming examination was important, yet not urgent. Conversely, acquiring funds was not particularly significant, but it was indeed pressing. With more than half a month remaining until the new year, the original self had left behind a mere 300 coins, barely sufficient for sustenance, let alone allowing Nan Yi to endure undue hardship. Therefore, the transcription of notes and understanding current affairs would have to be postponed. "Then please do rest well," Song Zhong remarked, believing Nan Yi was genuinely exhausted and mentally drained. And he quickly took his leave, wishing not to prolong Nan Yi's burden. Observing the sparse accommodations, a single bed, a table, and a wardrobe, with no chair in sight, Nan Yi felt a sense of weariness, despite having anticipated this. The arduous study within such a frigid environment was indeed disheartening. He closed the door and pushed open the window. As dusk approached, a subtle melancholy enveloped Nan Yi while he gazed at the sun hanging in the sky. The laws governing this realm, especially those pertaining to the celestial bodies, starkly contrasted with those of his former world, Blue Star. Here, 12 moons adorned the heavens, while the sun reigned eternally at the zenith, never to set. In simpler terms, regardless of day or night, the sun remained suspended in the sky. However, at night, as the moon illuminated the darkness, a haze gradually enveloped the heavens, creating an atmosphere where both the sun and moon shone, yet the night appeared dim and overcast. In the folklore of this world, the gray mist of the night sky was regarded as an ominous omen, prompting the populace to remain indoors and avoid venturing out. Yet, in Nan Yi's eyes, he held the phrase close to his heart, sensing it bore a connection to the cultivation practices of this realm. Though he had no intention of delving deeper at that moment, his purpose for opening the window was not for any other reason but to harness the light. Lacking the means to purchase an oil lamp, he sought to write by the scant illumination available at night. After all, in this world, both the sun and moon shone brightly at night. Despite the pervasive gray mist rendering the atmosphere dim, the light filtering through before midnight was just sufficient for illumination. Thus, the idiom describing the hardships of study here was not studying by the cold window, but rather reading by the light of heaven. Seated upon his bed, Nan Yi retrieved several sheets of paper originally prepared for note-taking during his studies and began to write, utilizing the celestial light as his guide. However, he was not transcribing the text of the legend of the Condor heroes. Instead, he was crafting a revised plot outline. He prioritized drafting the outline before proceeding to the text. Regardless of his urgency to earn money, Nan Yi remained patient and resolute in his approach. After all, when it comes to formal writing, one must consult the ancient history of the Great Li dynasty to adeptly repackage the novel's backdrop. Therefore, it is imperative to establish the outline beforehand. Subsequently, the narrative of the Divine Eagle will be intricately woven into the legend of the Eagle Shooter. Crafting a dual male protagonist tale, primarily focusing on the seamless intersection of the two plot lines. One day, Mei Xiaofeng, in a frenzy from her intense training, escapes from the royal mansion's cellar, only to encounter Ouyang Ku. One is the discarded disciple of the Eastern heretic, while the other is the illegitimate daughter of the Western poison. A disagreement ensues, leading to a fierce confrontation. However, due to Mei Xiaofeng's errant practice of the Nan Yi manual, her moves become peculiar, and after several exchanges, she successfully strikes Ouyang Ku's acupoint, rendering him immobile. Moreover, a dragon knight, under the command of Qiu Chuji, is dispatched to find Yang Kong. Upon witnessing the white-clad woman incapacitated, he falls prey to a moment of folly and harbors nefarious intentions. Yang Kong, in turn, leaves the mansion in search of Ouyang Ku, but encounters women such as Mu Nianzi and Cheng Yaojiao along the way, inadvertently becoming entangled in their affections, which need not be elaborated upon. One fateful day, he meets a girl named Li Macho, who has escaped from the ancient tomb sect and refers to herself as a fool. Spending ample time together, Li Macho gradually develops feelings for Yang Kong. Alas, while her affections are sincere, Yang Kang's heart remains steadfastly devoted to his aunt. On another occasion at an inn, Wu Santong pursues Li Macho, prompting Yang Kong to intervene and rescue her. The chivalrous young hero Guijing, seated nearby, also comes to her aid, and together they confront Wu Santong. Shortly thereafter, Huang Rong and Lu Guining arrive on horseback, joining forces to repel Wu Santong. Consequently, Yang Kong forges a friendship with Guijing, Huang Rong, and Lu Guining. Months later, at the Beggars Sect Hero Conference, Yang Kong attends merely for the excitement, only to unexpectedly reunite with his aunt, Ouyang Ku. The two embrace, tears flowing freely, vowing never to part again. Unexpectedly, Yang Tiexin, accompanied by Qiu Chuji, not only unveiled Yang Kang's lineage but also accused him of engaging in an incestuous relationship with Ouyang Ku, a union deemed intolerable by society. This revelation left Yang Kong utterly despondent. Meanwhile, a quarrel erupted between Long Qishir and Zhao Zhijing, and the betrayal of Ouyang Ku was overheard by Huang Rong. Coincidentally, Huang Rong and Ouyang Ku were embroiled in a debate over the superiority of East poison and West evil. In a moment of impatience, Huang Rong inadvertently revealed the treachery that befell Ouyang Ku at the hands of Long Qishir. Struck as if by lightning, Ouyang Ku left his disciples once more to pursue Long Qishir. Unbeknownst to Yang Kong, he overheard Lu Guining and Guijing planning to duel over Huang Rong, and in a fit of frustration, he defeated both men, proclaiming that Huang Rong was his and that they should not lay claim to her. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Rong was approaching to discuss Ouyang Ku's departure when she overheard Yang Kang's flippant remarks, igniting a mix of shame and anger within her. In a fit of rage, she unsheathed her sword. Yang Kong, oblivious and weary from battle, was caught off guard and suffered a grievous wound to his left arm from Huang Rong's strike. Enraged and astonished, he learned of Ouyang Ku's departure. Despite his fatigue, he stifled his anger, disregarding his grievances with Huang Rong, hastily bandaged his wound and set off once more in pursuit of Ouyang-ku. After completing the first narrative arc in the Valley of No Love, Yang Kong trained with the Divine Condor at the Sword Mound, preparing to seek revenge on Huang Rong. However, in the face of national calamity, Yang Kong ultimately set aside his vendetta and even rescued Huang Rong's daughter. Thus, the entire narrative began to converge towards the latter arcs of the Divine Condor. The only aspect left to amend was the seemingly foolish wait of 16 years before Yang Kong leapt from the cliff. Nan Yi believed that the esteemed author, Jin Lao Yezi, set this duration to allow little Guoxiang to grow into adulthood, and even if he did not intend to elevate Guoxiang, he had never contemplated the survival of the little dragon maiden. Perhaps the venerable Lord Jin could no longer withstand the pressure from readers and ultimately tore apart the established narrative, allowing Yang Guo to leap from the cliff and reunite with Xiao Longnu. However, now the scenario has shifted to Yang Kong taking the plunge. Devoid of the intention to support Guoxiang, and with a grand gesture, he hastily alters the passage of 16 years to 10. He prepares to borrow a few lines from 10 years of life and death, both hazy and indistinct. Without contemplation, it is difficult to forget. Before letting Yang Kong jump and encounter Ouyang-ku. "Oh, Kur, do you know how I have spent these 10 years? Chapter 4. A harmonious blend of novel and comic in the realm of Blue Star. There exists a cyclical theory of dynasties. Since the Qin dynasty, it has been a rarity for a dynasty to endure for several centuries. The transition of dynasties is a commonplace occurrence. Yet in this world, perhaps due to the celestial beings remaining in the shadows, the Dali dynasty has remarkably persisted for nearly 10,000 years, still unbroken to this day. Fortunately, there are indeed conflicts between different dynasties. Nan Yi has sought a border that is a point of contention among military strategists during times of war, which can serve as a backdrop for the narrative. After crafting a comprehensive outline, inspiration surged forth, and with fervent strokes of the brush, he penned a 10,000-word manuscript overnight, all while battling the drowsiness brought on by the qi supplementation and spirit-nourishing powder. He continued until the dawn was completely shrouded by gray mist. Had it not been for the obscured daylight, Nan Yi might have continued writing indefinitely. However, once he set down his pen, he found himself in a moment of dazed stillness, letting out a long sigh, and with a self-deprecating smile, he mused, "Truly, the experience of traversing into another realm is no mere illusion." What he had just written was not only a narrative, but also an emotional catharsis. Logically speaking, upon consuming the qi supplementation and spirit-nourishing powder, Nan Yi should have succumbed to the sleepiness induced by the medicinal concoction. Yet, unexpectedly thrust into a bizarre and mystical world, Nan Yi, engulfed in confusion and anxiety, stubbornly resisted the effects of the potion, choosing instead to endure the drowsiness and transcribe the novels familiar from his past life. When the voluminous manuscript was finally completed, Nan Yi's tumultuous thoughts settled, and he calmly accepted the reality of his transcendence. Now he focused solely on the present. With a deep sigh, Nan Yi relinquished his resistance to sleep, lying down fully clothed and drifting into a profound slumber. However, the following morning, despite having only slept for the latter half of the night, Nan Yi awoke early once more. Perhaps it was due to the biological clock of his original self, but primarily, hunger stirred him from his dreams. He glanced down, his left hand resting on his belly, acutely aware of the emptiness within, causing a pang of anxiety. Consuming merely 2 meals a day had already made it challenging to feel satiated, and considering he had stayed up late to write, his energy was further depleted. In this world, regardless of wealth, individuals commonly ate only 2 substantial meals, typically around 8 or 9 in the morning and 5 or 6 in the evening. However, the affluent enjoyed their 2 main meals because they indulged in snacks and tea during midday, whereas the impoverished, like the original Nan Yi, barely managed to sustain themselves on just 2 meals. Nan Yi longed to restore the habit of 3 meals a day, but with empty pockets. Even the thought seemed a luxury. Whether a mere coin could thwart a hero, he did not know. Yet he was acutely aware that his lack of funds was driving him to the brink of madness. He turned his gaze towards the fruits of his labor from the previous night. He yearned to submit it for publication in exchange for remuneration. Yet, after a restful sleep, his mind was clear, and he realized that he had been somewhat distracted yesterday, simplifying the complexities of his thoughts. After all, the manuscript was a transformation of a martial arts novel from the world of Blue Star, which, in contrast to the prevalent genres of strange tales and romantic court intrigues in this realm, was decidedly unconventional. Nan Yi harbored no certainty regarding whether his work would pass the review or resonate with the tastes of this world. Even if it were approved, there was no guarantee that payment would be received promptly. To seek stability, one must exert every effort and employ all potential methods to enhance the chances of manuscript approval, achieving success through ingenuity. With this thought in mind, Nan Yi, suppressing his hunger, retrieved several sheets of blank paper and commenced illustrating to complement his written work. In the Blue Star realm, the martial arts novels of the Venerable Jin have captivated the entire xianxia cultural sphere. Yet their acclaim is not solely due to the literary merit of the novels. Their widespread recognition is significantly bolstered by adaptations into television dramas. It can be said that the illustrious Jin, in collaboration with numerous screenwriters over the decades, has meticulously refined and iterated upon these stories, ultimately solidifying their status as monumental works in the genre. While Nan Yi could not produce a television series himself, having watched one allowed him to vividly and effectively illustrate his manuscript, thereby enhancing its narrative imagery and creating a captivating initial impact. Conveniently, the instrument he employed was not a traditional brush, but a pen known as an ink pen, reminiscent of a pencil from his previous life. Once he adapted to its feel, he could sketch and illustrate his manuscript with ease. After completing several illustrations, Nan Yi gathered his manuscript and exited the South Mountain study. He casually sought a breakfast stall, spending 4 coins on 2 steamed buns and another 4 on a bowl of thick rice porridge. In total, he spent 8 coins, which he deemed the acceptable minimum for his meals. Should his manuscript fail to gain approval, he feared he might genuinely have to contemplate resorting to dishonest means at the gambling house to earn a living. Sighing, he handed his breakfast coins to the stall owner and made his way to the bookstore he had visited the previous day, named Beiheiju. In a region where the character Nan is prevalent in Dali Chujun, such a name stood out remarkably. The shopkeeper, "I have brought the manuscript for your perusal." The bookstore owner was just opening the door. Upon seeing Nan Yi again, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Young gentleman, why do you arrive precisely at the moment I am opening the door rather than when I am closing it?" Removing the lock and placing it inside, the owner took the manuscript from Nan Yi while glancing at his countenance, murmuring, "Young gentleman, you haven't penned this overnight, have you?" Nan Yi merely smiled, remaining silent. Initially, the owner seemed somewhat indifferent, but as he turned the pages and encountered the sketches accompanying the text, he was immediately taken aback. He looked at Nan Yi in astonishment, then straightened up, reading intently. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the bookstore owner, having finished the manuscript, even pondered for a moment before speaking. "May I inquire how you are addressed, young sir?" "I am surnamed Nan," he replied, mindful of the restrictions imposed by his talent, revealing only his surname without a given name. The owner adjusted his tone. "To be frank, Nan, this work excels in its fluidity of prose, concise diction, and meticulous narrative. However, as it draws heavily from the ancient history of Yinjun, it lacks a sense of authenticity when applied to Chujun overall. It can only be deemed conventional." Nan Yi nodded in agreement. After all, he was writing from memory, not directly transcribing the esteemed Mr. Jin's original text, and as long as his writing did not falter, it sufficed. Being in the southern part of Dali's Chujun while narrating events from over 1,000 years ago in the northern Yinjun, the lack of immersion was quite understandable. Yet, wishing to elevate his praise, he awaited the owner's commendation. Indeed, the bookstore owner soon sighed. "I did not expect, young Nan, that your artistic skills are so remarkable. With just a few strokes, you encapsulated the essence of the story. The vivid imagery leaps from the pages, immersing the reader in an almost tangible experience. The interplay of words and illustrations creates a rich tapestry, gleaming with brilliance." The bookstore owner's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only does Nan Lang possess a distinctive artistic style, but his philosophies on painting are also uniquely his own, leading me to nearly underestimate his talent. Nan Yi, wishing to remain modest, shyly remarked, "The proprietor is overly complimentary. I merely feared my submission might fall short. Thus I chose to create illustrations as a mere gimmick." The technique of sketching itself is not particularly extraordinary. However, whether in ancient xianxia or in this world, the emphasis has always been on spirit rather than realism. Consequently, the meticulous realism of his sketches appears somewhat unusual at first glance. What truly moved the owner was the format. In this world, the art of printing has only recently flourished, and the combined format of illustrated text akin to comic books has yet to emerge. Nan Yi's fusion of illustrations and text ingeniously birthed a form of sequential art, naturally capturing attention. "I am Xia, with a given name Beiha. You may call me Uncle Xia," he introduced himself warmly. The bookstore owner reciprocated with his introduction, fostering a sense of familiarity before stepping out from behind the counter. In my humble opinion, Nan Lang's combination of illustrations and text may be somewhat overzealous. Yet, the exuberance is delightful and striking. Xia Beiha retrieved the door lock, preparing to close up and accompany Nan Yi to the bookstore. The owner, being a businessman, places great value on topics that attract attention. The more compelling the gimmick Nan Yi presents, the more captivating it becomes, and this excitement resonates with Xia Beiha. "I assure you, this work of Nan Lang will soon be published. At that time, I will exert every effort to promote it widely, ensuring that Nan Lang gains fame at a young age." Xia Beiha's calculations were astute. However, the commercial success of Nan Yi's work, judged solely by the manuscript, remains uncertain. However, with the allure of illustrated texts, appearing both literary and pictorial, it is certain to capture attention initially. Once the opening sells well, future sales will depend on the promotional efforts and the quality of the narrative. In the eyes of Xia Beiha, although Nan Yi's story may not align with mainstream themes, the quality of the manuscript is, in fact, commendable. Chapter 5. The Conspiracy of the Booksellers. Xia Beiha closed the bookstore and led Nan Yi to the Book Guild, an association of booksellers. In this world, there seems to be a profound emphasis on rules and organizations, with each profession having its corresponding guild. Upon arriving at the Book Guild, Nan Yi looked up to find a quaint courtyard, enclosed by whitewashed walls and draped with verdant vines. A sign reading Nantian Book Guild hung above the entrance. Within the courtyard, peculiar grasses and exotic vines flourished against the walls, winding around the stones and eaves. Even at year's end, the greenery remained vibrant, exuding a refreshing fragrance. A clear pond sparkled nearby, with a gentle stream flowing around a pavilion, imparting a serene and elegant ambience. Regrettably, the owner of the courtyard was a portly man, with a round face and large ears, who wore a blue robe that appeared rather snug, contrasting sharply with the tranquil setting and lacking in grace. Upon noticing Xia Beiha's presence, the rotund man, introducing himself as Fei, expressed his apologies for not greeting him properly. As he emerged from the building, he recognized Xia Beiha standing at the entrance and greeted him with a broad smile. He invited both Nan Yi and Xia Beiha into the courtyard, leading them to the pavilion. Inside, there was a stone table surrounded by 4 stone benches, providing a place to rest. "Allow me to introduce," Xia Beiha began. "This is Fei Jin, the steward of Nantian Book Guild in our county. This young gentleman is Nan Yi, a talented writer and artist, who has come today to submit his manuscript for publication." Oh, to receive such high praise from the esteemed Beiha is undoubtedly a testament to the quality of the work. While he uttered these words, Fei Jin could not resist the urge to examine the manuscript closely. However, upon closer inspection, an expression of astonishment quickly emerged on his round face. As an editor in the publishing industry, Fei Jin was acutely aware of the significance of illustrated narratives, a genre that signifies the evolution of printed works following the advent of the printing press. This innovative concept, currently in vogue, is poised to set trends in the literary world. At that moment, the quality of Nan Yi's story became irrelevant. As long as it was not the incoherent scribblings of a child, it was bound to gain recognition. After a cursory glance at the subsequent content, noting the commendable prose. Fei Jin set the manuscript aside and proclaimed, "Young Master Nan, this is indeed an excellent piece. I shall send a letter to the county city today, instructing the publishing house to print this in the Nanshan Minbao. The Nanshan Minbao is a publication directly managed by the Nantian Bookshop, with its content subject to the judgment of the county management, beyond the purview of the local editors." However, upon hearing Fei Jin's words, Xie Beihe chuckled. "Not quite, not quite. Your vision is too limited. My purpose in coming here today is not to submit to the Nanshan Minbao." Nan Yi, who had remained silent and allowed Xie Beihe to handle the submission, was taken aback by this revelation. If not for submission, then what was the purpose? Sensing Nan Yi's confusion, Xie Beihe smiled and explained, "Submitting for publication in the county city will require a long wait. I perceive that your work possesses a substantial narrative depth, resembling a lengthy tale. Therefore, why not publish it directly as a new periodical, enabling prompt distribution and sales?" Realization dawned upon Nan Yi. Xie Beihe had discerned the potential for his manuscript to achieve great acclaim and had decided to bypass the Nanshan Minbao to establish a new publication. Alternatively, it could be serialized in a newspaper format before being published as a book. However, the issue lies in my financial constraints. I am unable to afford the publication costs, South E awkwardly admitted. Yet, Xie Beihe waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not worry, I shall cover the expenses." After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "I understand that you are currently facing financial difficulties, so let me advance you 10 yuan as a prepayment for your manuscript. Additionally, I will allocate 40 yuan for the printing costs. Please have the steward arrange for the printing to be completed promptly." Xie Beihe turned to South E with sincerity, stating, "Once the new newspaper is sold, the profits derived from your writings will be split in a 3-to-7 ratio, with my share being 3 and yours 7. In the future, when your name becomes renowned in Chu County, we may adjust the ratio to 1-to-9. Do you have any objections to this proposed distribution?" Upon hearing this, South E was overjoyed and, of course, had no objections. The prospect of a 3-to-7 split was far superior to the 50-50 arrangement he had encountered in his previous life. However, he was puzzled by how Xie uncle would profit from such an arrangement. "If you are allocating 70 or even 90% of the profits to me, I truly do not understand your motivation for assisting me." South Yi expressed his bewilderment. Xie Beihe, upon hearing South Yi's question, broke into a smile and raised a finger, solemnly stating, "I have but one condition. I will oversee the layout of the new newspaper. During the serialization, I shall take at most 30%. However, once your piece is completed, I will take charge of all subsequent arrangements for the publication." South E understood the implications. While he was writing a book, Xie Beihe was focused on the newspaper. Once the serialization concluded, or if there were delays in updates, the newspaper could continue to thrive, potentially generating revenue through advertisements. Thus, Xie Beihe displayed remarkable generosity, foregoing the royalties from Nan Yi's novel. Instead, he sought to establish an innovative platform based on Nan Yi's work to generate profits. Furthermore, when it came to the division of royalties, Nan Yi's compensation was calculated based on the manuscript's allocated space in the publication. If it merely occupied 70% of the page, the division would be termed a 3-7 split, yet in reality, it was closer to a 50-50 arrangement, not significantly different from previous experiences. However, Nan Yi expressed his confusion, inquiring whether illustrations could indeed be printed. In truth, his intention behind creating sketches was primarily to impress Xie Beihe, hoping that this would elevate the latter's perception of the manuscript. He had not contemplated that the printing techniques of this world might allow for illustrations to be printed alongside the text. Fei Jin chuckled and remarked that since manuscripts could be replicated in print, illustrations could naturally be included as well. All that was required was to send the draft to the county's printing house, although the layout would necessitate some consideration. Nan Yi suddenly recalled having occasionally glimpsed newspapers where the printed characters bore a striking resemblance to handwritten ones, rather than being produced via woodblock or movable type. In other words, the principles of printing in this world might differ fundamentally from those he had known in his previous life. After clarifying Nan Yi's doubts, Fei Jin set aside his formal demeanor and, approaching Xie Beihe, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Brother Xie, you hold Nan Xiaolang Jun in such high regard?" Xie Beihe, with a confident demeanor and stroking his half-long beard, replied with a smile, "The prospects of this endeavor may surpass even my expectations." "Then, Brother Xie, how do you suggest I invest?" Fei Jin, with eager anticipation, added, "Do not deceive me with tales of improbability. Since you have come to discuss this matter, it is clear you intend to bring me in as a partner, rather than merely offering me a share of the printing fees." Xie Beihe no longer indulged in idle conversation and directly stated, "In the small county of Nanshan, one person, namely myself, can easily consume it all, leaving no share for you, Master Fei." However, as the book industry steward, Master Fei held connections beyond Nanshan County, throughout the various counties of Chujun. Hence, for matters of distribution outside the county, they would still have to rely on Master Fei. Upon hearing this, Fei Jin immediately slammed the table and declared loudly, "Rest assured, Brother Xie, I shall take full responsibility for this matter." In the realm of the book industry, Fei Jin could only rely on his fixed salary and the commission from the printing in Nanshan County. The Nantian Mibao, as a business of the publishing industry, bore no relation to Fei Jin regardless of its sales performance. However, should the new newspaper achieve success and gain a reputation, any profits from his involvement would indeed be his share. The distinction between public and private matters needed no further elaboration. Nan Yi, observing from the side, could hardly contain his excitement as he witnessed the two engaged in fervent discussions regarding the publication and distribution of the new newspaper. Suddenly, he felt that when it came to making money, these two seemed even more proactive than himself. Of course, they were indeed different. Whether in writing or painting, Nan Yi belonged to the category of content providers, earning only a fee for his contributions, which ceased once the work was completed. However, Xie Beihe suddenly turned to Nan Yi and asked, "Young Master Nan, since the new newspaper originates from you, why not bestow it with a name?" After a moment of contemplation and recalling the elder Jin's wisdom, Nan Yi slowly replied, "In my opinion, it could be named Mingbao, signifying the dawn of tomorrow and symbolizing future trends." Chapter 6, The Contract of the Great Separation of the Twin Dragons Mingbao? Xie Beihe pondered this name and found no objection. "Very well, let it be called Mingbao. Now, I would also appreciate you sharing the book title and pen name." The pen name could be Yi Ming, deriving from the character Yi, which signifies the art of strategy. Regarding the title of the book, Nan Yi hesitated slightly. According to the subsequent plot, I had initially designated the title as The Tale of the Divine Eagle Heroes. Xie Beihe frowned. After some contemplation, he gently remarked, "Nan Lang, you are writing about the affairs of martial artists in the Jianghu for the first time. The term hero carries significant weight, and I fear you might not do it justice. As for the Divine Eagle, what makes it so special?" Nan Yi chuckled awkwardly. Not intending to elaborate on the notion of the great chivalry is to serve the nation and its people at this moment. In this world, names hold considerable significance, and many terms should not be used frivolously, judging solely from the perspective of a newcomer and a new work. The Tale of the Divine Eagle Heroes is certainly not the optimal choice for a title. After a brief contemplation, he proposed, "What about the legend of the twin dragons of Dali? In this realm, dragons and phoenixes are not particularly revered. In folklore, they are hardly distinguishable from other fearsome beasts." Nan Yi surmised that perhaps dragons and phoenixes did indeed exist in this world and were not friendly towards humanity in ancient times. Xie Beihe pondered. Though he found it somewhat peculiar to use twin dragons to refer to the dual male protagonists, it was reasonable within the context of a martial arts novel, where martial artists are often as ferocious and formidable as savage beasts. "I believe this title is quite acceptable. Does Director Fei have any advice?" Seeing Fei Jin shake his head, Xie Beihe continued, "If there are no objections, then I request Director Fei to initiate the contract." "Very well." Subsequently, Fei Jin produced a silver dollar from his pocket and placed it atop the contract. Nan Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the silver dollar. One silver dollar is equivalent to 100 copper coins, as determined by official standards, and it can be exchanged for copper at the money exchange. However, should one wish to exchange copper for silver, Such transactions are not entertained by the money exchange. Fei Jin opened the ink box and then clasped his hands together. Addressing the contract with solemnity, Supreme Young God of the Ultimate Mystery, may you witness this, along with the Lingfeng Moon Sovereign of the Profound Calm. On the 11th day of the 12th month in the 3rd year of the Heavenly Enlightenment, I, Fei Jin, hereby establish this agreement. Upon concluding his words, Fei Jin lightly dipped his right thumb into the ink and pressed his fingerprint upon the 3 copies of the contract. At that moment, Nan Yi's ears perked up, keenly catching 2 words, Young God and Moon Sovereign. Subsequently, he seemed to delve into his own memories, recalling some common knowledge. Setting aside the meanings of Young God and Moon Sovereign, Fei Jin's actions were a customary practice in Dali for signing contracts, known as establishing a contract with coin. During the signing, one would take any large coin as a witness. Among them, the Rui Tongbao, or gold coin, is the preferred choice. The Jixiang Tongbao, or silver coin, follows in rank, while the Pingan Tongbao, or copper coin, is deemed the least significant. Once Xiabeya completed his part of the contract, Nan Yi followed suit, reciting, Supreme Young God of the Ultimate Mystery, may you witness this, along with the Lingfeng Moon Sovereign of the Profound Calm. On the 11th day of the 12th month in the 3rd year of the Heavenly Enlightenment, I, Nan Yi, hereby establish this agreement. He blinked and turned his gaze inward. The Lingfeng Moon Sovereign, also known as the Soul Master of the Moon, is referred to in this world as the Second Moon Soul Master. As Nan Yi glanced over at Fei Jin and Xiabeya, he was convinced that both were mere mortals. Thus, could it be that even ordinary people, by adhering to the traditional customs of this world, could invoke a certain degree of mystical power? Or was the key element the silver coin? A sense of bewilderment washed over Nan Yi. However, considering his lack of familiarity with the cultivation world of this realm, he did not dwell on the notion that common currency could indeed serve as a magical artifact, only feeling a fleeting sense of contemplation. In this world, the enigmatic powers of the divine seem to have intertwined seamlessly with the mundane existence of mortals, yet remain inconspicuous, shrouded in secrecy and hidden forces. He recalled the ancient text from his previous life, the I Ching, which states, the way is the union of yin and yang, utilized by the common folk unknowingly. Thus, it is likely that the mortal dynasties of this realm are but puppets, with the true divine machinations lurking in the shadows. Xiabeya was bidding farewell to Fei Jin, requesting his diligent attention to the first issue of the Ming Bao, urging its completion within the current month to make a splash just before the new year. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility, Fei Jin pledged, thumping his chest for emphasis. Nan Yi nodded in agreement, following closely behind Xiabeya as they took their leave. However, upon exiting the small courtyard, they encountered a curled-up black cat lying at the entrance. Startled by their approach, the cat sprang up and dashed away. Nan Yi caught a fleeting glimpse of the feline, though he could not discern its features. Its sleek fur suggested it was not a stray, but rather a pet from a nearby household. Well, I appreciate Uncle Stez's concern. As the printing of the newspaper required transport to the county city for completion, the 3 agreed on a weekly publication format for the Ming Bao. Rising early that morning, Nan Yi left the house before the scholars arrived for their lessons. Upon seeing Nan Yi arrive late, the instructor, Zhu Xian, wore a displeased expression. Song Zhong had informed him of the physician's advice for Nan Yi to rest in the following days. Yet, Nan Yi had wandered outside early, seemingly disregarding the notion of recuperation. He approached instructor Zhu Xian and bowed respectfully, apologizing. I was preoccupied with trivial matters this morning and regrettably failed to request leave. I hope you will forgive me, Master Zhu. Upon observing Nan Yi's attitude of contrition, Zhu Xian's expression softened slightly. Your academic pursuits are fundamentally your own responsibility. Past examinations are but reflections of your past performance. As long as you are aware of this within yourself, it suffices. Students are well aware and would never dare to neglect their studies. However, the physician has advised that you require several days of rest. Even though you must not become complacent, it would be unwise to engage in discussions with others during these few days. It is best to merely attend and listen. Zhu Xian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Nan Yi then entered the room and took his seat. Chapter 7. A glimpse into the revolutionary trends of this world. The midday recess lasted but half an hour, and soon the class resumed. Instructor Zhu Xian sauntered to the podium. Holding a government gazette, what I am about to discuss can be deemed the focal point of this year's current affairs and is likely to be a crucial topic in the upcoming examinations. Just a few days ago, on the 1st of December, His Majesty issued a decree mandating all prefectures to adopt the steam technology from the Northern Qin dynasty, thereby modernizing our equipment. Although our Chu prefecture is situated at the southernmost tip of the Great Li dynasty, we shall undoubtedly embrace this emerging technology of steam by next year at the latest. I invite everyone to express their thoughts freely and engage in a lively discussion regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, Nan Yi was taken aback. He had previously believed that the Great Li dynasty was only in the nascent stages of capitalism, yet he discovered that the Northern Qin dynasty had already developed steam technology, with the Great Li dynasty only now preparing to adopt it. Once Chu Xian completed his exposition on the current affairs, the students were allowed to discuss among themselves. The first to rise and speak was Song Zhong, who began to analyze the context surrounding the emperor's decree. The reigning emperor of the Great Li dynasty has been on the throne for less than 3 years, and his prestige remains somewhat tenuous. Moreover, his ascension was facilitated by a minor branch of the royal family, which has not endeared him to the elder members of the imperial clan. However, devoid of loyal confidence in the court and lacking support from the royal family, the emperor is determined to posthumously elevate his birth mother's title. Since half a year ago, when the emperor rekindled the idea of revisiting his mother's title, the court of the Great Li has become particularly lively. In my humble opinion, this new policy seems to indicate the emperor's intention to open the national strategy in exchange for the support of the 9 departments, especially the departments of commerce and industry, in order to suppress the royal elders and posthumously honor his mother as Empress Dowager. In the eyes of Nan Yi, the political structure of the Great Li teeters between a feudal system and a constitutional monarchy. The emperor's authority is not projected beyond the capital, resulting in a notably open atmosphere in the Great Li. Citizens may discuss the private affairs of local officials with some degree of caution, yet they freely express their views on national matters and policies without reservation. After Song Zhong concluded his remarks and took his seat, another individual stood to speak. Brother Song makes a valid point, yet such disputes in the court, before the dust is settled, may not fall within the scope of this year's examinations. I believe that this year's examination in Chujun may focus on the transformation within the artisan industries. As the saying goes, the myriad forms of nature reveal their roots. When tools and objects are renewed, the industries must inevitably evolve. Subsequently, more individuals rose to contribute their thoughts, asserting that the prolonged peace in the Great Li has led to a rapid population increase, resulting in employment challenges that could become a hidden peril. It is imperative to introduce steam technology and establish factories to accommodate the burgeoning populace. Observing the contributions from my fellow students, it is evident to me that while they appear to engage in open discussion, they harbor reservations, merely tossing out topics for a brief exchange of personal opinions. It can be said that the gathering of scholars only serves to cast pebbles, with none revealing the treasures hidden within their hearts. Nevertheless, amidst the myriad of topics that unfurl one's thoughts, there remains the potential for enlightenment and realization of personal shortcomings, which is far superior to the solitary endeavor of crafting one's own path in isolation. Of course, the one who conceals his talents most astutely is undoubtedly Nan Yi. He seizes upon the physician's suggestion of resting quietly as an excuse to listen without contributing, refraining even from casting a single stone. In truth, Nan Yi is not devoid of the desire to engage in lofty discourse and offer insights into governance. However, he is apprehensive that his innate talent for, meaning to perceive the truth, is ill-suited for deception. As a time traveler, he believes it prudent to withhold his brilliance for a few days. Subjectively, he feels a sense of unfamiliarity toward the political systems and traditional customs of this world, without several days of attentive listening to acclimate himself to the prevailing ideologies. He risks inadvertently voicing opinions that may be deemed shocking or outrageous. Whether such statements would elevate him in the eyes of others remains uncertain. However, Nan Yi harbors doubts that if he were to act too ostentatiously in this enigmatic realm, even without revealing his identity as a time traveler, he might unwittingly attract unwanted attention. In fact, were it not for his dire financial straits and his aversion to subsisting on the remnants of others, he would not be so anxious to pursue writing novels for profit. Fortunately, as a scholar, it is not entirely outlandish for him to suddenly take up writing. Nor does it seem overly jarring. Given his financial constraints, Nan Yi is keen to find a means of earning before the forthcoming examinations, especially since the physician Su Luo has invited him to settle accounts at the security clinic after the exams, which he is reluctant to attend. Thus, it would be preferable for him to discover a lucrative opportunity before the examinations. Time flows slowly as the students engage in their exchanges and discussions. After the afternoon classes concluded, Nan Yi beckoned Song Zhong to follow him, steering clear of their classmates, and they ventured to a somewhat secluded corner of the street outside the dormitory. Nan Yi rummaged through his pocket, producing 3 copper coins which he pressed into Song Zhong's hand. "Brother Song, I am immensely grateful for your kindness in covering the medical expenses yesterday. Today, I return you 3 coins, and after the year-end examinations, I shall repay the remaining 7. Song Zhong was taken aback. He certainly did not believe that Nan Yi had left himself without even a morsel for sustenance, directly repaying him in full. However, he was genuinely puzzled. How could Nan Yi, who had been financially constrained just a day prior, suddenly possess such funds? Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Brother Nan, you haven't been gambling, have you?" In the realm of Dali, where entertainment options were scarce, gambling often ensnared individuals with its allure. Among scholars, any association with gambling was regarded with disdain, akin to the stigma surrounding narcotics and the Blue Star. Nan Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. I went to Beiheiju and requested an advance on my manuscript fees from the bookstore owner. After the year-end examinations, I planned to submit some stories." He refrained from mentioning that he had already delivered the opening chapter and that the publication was imminent. However, only partially revealing the truth does not constitute a falsehood. Thus it would not breach the precept. Song Zhong surmised that Nan Yi had encountered a benevolent individual who, under the pretense of manuscript submissions, had effectively borrowed money from the owner of Beiheiju, subsequently returning him the funds he had lent for medical expenses. His expression shifted slightly. "I see. Then I shall wish you the best for your novels to achieve great success." In truth, the 10 coins that Xie Beihe had advanced to Nan Yi was more than sufficient to settle his debts. However, to repay the entirety of the sum in just one day would be somewhat extraordinary given Nan Yi's circumstances. Moreover, Song Zhong's advance payment for the medical expenses was intended to cultivate a sense of indebtedness in Nan Yi, facilitating a closer relationship. Should Nan Yi repay too swiftly, presenting himself as utterly unwilling to owe even the slightest favor, it might inadvertently cast a negative light on Song Zhong. Therefore, Nan Yi calculated his approach, initially returning only 3 copper coins to Song Zhong. This amount was neither excessive nor insufficient, precisely enough to diminish the weight of the original debt of gratitude. As long as he repaid promptly, what began as a life-saving favor would transform into a mere ordinary courtesy. In this manner, Nan Yi could still appreciate Song Zhong's kindness without being overly burdened by obligations. During the upcoming examination, he would be able to perform to his fullest potential, striving for the top position at the Nanshan Academy without any encumbrance. For him, 10 copper coins, while not insignificant, were of little concern and could be regarded as an investment in goodwill. As long as Nan Yi acknowledged his debt of gratitude, even if he ultimately secured the top spot, Song Zhong would not be at a loss. For Song Zhong perceived that Nan Yi's character was strong and cherished past relationships. A single act of kindness could yield substantial returns in the future. Conversely, if there were no debts of gratitude and Nan Yi failed to attain first place, such a convoluted endeavor would seem rather tedious to Song Zhong. Fortunately, Nan Yi's decision to repay only 3 coins indicated his reluctance to incur a significant debt while still expressing a willingness to accept Song Zhong's kindness, fostering friendship. Recently, strange occurrences had been transpiring at the Song residence, which had, to some extent, affected Song Zhong's state of mind. This was also the reason behind Song Zhong's voluntary offer to escort Nan Yi to the medical clinic yesterday, a gesture of goodwill aimed at ingratiating himself. After such prolonged rivalry, it was time for him to contemplate how to cultivate a rapport with Nan Yi should he find himself unable to prevail. After all, it was said that the two were evenly matched. One hails from a county town, enjoying a life free from want, having been educated from a young age. The other, however, is a villager from the mountains, relying solely on innate talent for his studies, occasionally seeking odd jobs to earn a living. Although they might seem evenly matched, a distinction has already emerged between them. Chapter 8. The mysterious shadows in the homes of the common folk. For several days, Nan Yi attentively listened and reviewed the texts left behind by his predecessor, gradually familiarizing himself with the prevailing thoughts of this world in preparation for engaging in discussion. On the morning of December 14th, after breakfast, Nan Yi, along with the majority of students including Song Zhong, had taken their seats in the classroom, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their instructor, Zhu Xian. Suddenly, a man clad in a blue-gray linen garment, seemingly a servant, burst into the courtyard of the school, startling everyone into turning their heads. The man rushed to the classroom door, his expression fraught with anxiety, yet he restrained himself from entering, merely scanning the area from the threshold. As Nan Yi pondered the identity of this servant, he noticed Song Zhong's face abruptly change, prompting him to hastily rise and approach the door. As he exited the classroom, he lowered his voice to ask, "What brings you here? Has something happened at home?" The servant whispered urgently, but even Nan Yi, seated closest to the door, could not discern what was being said. However, Song Zhong staggered slightly at the words, nearly losing his balance. The servant rushed to steady him, yet Song Zhong grasped the servant's collar, seemingly intent on demanding further clarification. Perhaps mindful of their surroundings, Song Zhong's lips moved a few times before he quickly sealed them again. After a brief exchange, both Song Zhong and the servant hurriedly exited the courtyard of the school. Nan Yi, filled with concern, did not shift his gaze, merely observing the departing figures of Song Zhong and the servant. As Song Zhong stepped out of the courtyard, he nearly stepped on a black cat while turning to the right. Cursing his bad luck, he proceeded towards the Song residence. The startled cat swiftly evaded him, darting from the right side of the entrance to the left. In a mere moment, it vanished from sight, reappearing outside the opposite wall of the courtyard. Yet, Nan Yi happened to witness this scene. Habitually employing his ability, he noticed a faint line of text that flickered on the servant of Song Zhong. Just as he hesitated to activate his talent, he caught sight of the black cat darting away. His brow furrowed slightly. The cat seemed oddly familiar. A few days prior, upon exiting the small courtyard of the South Sky bookstore in Nanshan County, he had also encountered a black cat. However, he could not definitively ascertain whether the two cats were one and the same. The black cat moved too swiftly for even the passive analysis of his talent to keep pace, preventing him from discerning its features. Yet, judging by the sheen of its fur, both instances suggested that the black cat was not feral. Consequently, Nan Yi remained vigilant. In a world rife with the bizarre, he was acutely aware. Any semblance of peculiarity warranted his attention. Of course, aside from the seemingly familiar black cat, his primary concern remained the elusive spirit mark on the servant of the Song family. Reflecting on the recent contract he had established, Nan Yi surmised that the mark indicated a subtle influence. This implied that the servant had indeed been lightly affected by a spirit, and the faintness of the influence suggested that it was not directly aimed at the servant. However, it is highly likely that the enigmatic spirit resides within the Song residence. South Yi, intrigued by this notion, hesitated on whether to accompany Song Zhong to the Song manor. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he lacked the protagonist's halo, the prowess of divine combat, and the support of any system. Thus, he deemed it wise to prioritize his own well-being and refrain from frivolously joining the commotion. Resolute in his decision to cherish life and remain steadfast, Southey resolved that unless he could ascertain the precise circumstances of the cultivation world or find a legitimate avenue to engage with it, he was disinclined to approach the supernatural events directly. He found it hard to believe that in the nearly 10,000-year history of the Great Li dynasty, The common folk would be subject to indiscriminate bloodshed by malevolent spirits. Yet, a shadow of doubt flickered in his heart. He was not particularly concerned about being inadvertently caught in a chaotic event, but rather feared becoming ensnared by targeted supernatural occurrences. Having only traversed into this realm for 4 days, aside from the ambiguous intentions of the enigmatic physician, Su Luo, the connection of Song Zheng's household to the supernatural left South Yi with the unsettling impression that the realm of the divine was perhaps not as distant from ordinary citizens as he had hoped. Moreover, it seemed that the original body's awakening of innate abilities was also intertwined with the supernatural. A young girl, timidly clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn, approached the original body and asked, "Big brother, would you like to buy some candied hawthorn?" Beneath the dim light, the original body, captivated by the girl's pitifully large eyes, softened and reluctantly fished out 2 coins to purchase the treat. The following day, upon awakening, the original body had indeed awakened the talent, but tragically perished upon glancing at the sun as he stepped outside. South Yi, having inherited the original body's memories, found himself deeply concerned with the circumstances surrounding the awakening of its innate abilities. The original self felt a pang of pity for the little girl selling candied hawthorns in the evening. However, Nan Yi found her exceedingly suspicious. Yet, he chose not to delve into the matter, burying it deep within his heart. It was only upon discovering that trouble had befallen Song Zheng's family that he reflected on the strange and mysterious nature of the world. And it was then that the image of the little girl resurfaced in his mind, stirring a slight unease within him. Nonetheless, the original self's demise was primarily attributed to bad luck, having awakened the talent, which involuntarily deciphered the sun's secrets, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Yet, perhaps it was unjust to place the blame on the little girl. She likely did not intend to cause me harm. When the venerable instructor, Zhu Xian, with his white beard and eyebrows, leisurely arrived at the academy, Nan Yi promptly asked for leave on behalf of Song Zheng. Noticing Song Zheng's hurried departure, Zhu Xian furrowed his brow. He turned to Nan Yi and said, "Nan Yi, during the lunch break, visit the Song residence to assess the situation. If there is indeed a significant issue at the Song household, inform Song Zheng that family matters take precedence and allow him to take a few more days off." Nan Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. He had forgotten that just a few days prior, it was Song Zheng who had accompanied him to the medical clinic and had covered the cost of his medicine. In the eyes of the instructor, he owed Song Zheng a favor. While it did not necessitate sacrificing himself for him, it was only natural to run an errand and convey a message. Thus, it was inevitable that he would need to pay a visit to the Song residence. When noon arrived and the other students took their respite, Nan Yi rose to leave, making his way to the Song household. However, as he briskly exited the small courtyard of the academy, he intentionally cast a glance and, indeed, caught sight of a fleeting shadow. What, after all, was the nature of that cat? Chapter 9. The morning ritual at the Song residence. Upon arriving outside the Song residence, Nan Yi noticed the couplets had been replaced with white paper strips, immediately surmising that someone within had passed away. Observing the neighboring households maintaining their usual demeanor, he speculated that the affairs of the Song family might be peculiar, yet not terrifying. At least, it would not be a situation from which one could not escape. After employing his technique to observe for a moment, he discerned the essence of the supernatural presence, and his heart settled slightly. He then approached the entrance of the Song residence, announced his identity, and requested someone to summon Song Zheng. Before long, Song Zheng emerged, his eyes swollen and red, clearly having wept recently. "My grandmother has departed from this world today. It is inappropriate for me to entertain guests. I hope Brother Nan can understand this. I would be grateful if you could excuse my absence for 3 days due to the morning rituals. However, since you are here, it would be fitting for you to come inside to offer your condolences." Song Zheng intended to lead Nan Yi into the residence. Having already discerned the nature of the supernatural presence, Nan Yi did not refuse and followed Song Zheng inside, casting his gaze around. Before reaching the spirit altar, he caught sight of a newly dug pit in the backyard, which had been excavated that very morning. Nan Yi halted in his tracks. The pit appeared jarringly out of place, and within his vision, There lingered an unusual spiritual glow. Raising his hand to point at the large pit, he inquired solemnly, "Brother Song, may I ask what has transpired in the Song residence today? My grandmother was elderly, and I only learned this morning that she had passed away in her room. There is nothing else to report," Song Zhong replied, reluctant to elaborate further. In a grave tone, Nan Yi spoke, "I shall take my leave after offering my condolences. But you and your family must remain in the Song residence for an extended period. If there is indeed something amiss, deceiving me is inconsequential. What I fear is your own self-deception." Nan Yi nodded gently. Even before arriving at the entrance of the Song residence, he had already observed the same supernatural mark manifesting on Song Zhong. However, unlike the morning, this time, Nan Yi no longer remained a passive observer. He decisively activated the proactive effects of his talent. The passive ability of excels in safety and secrecy, evading detection. Nevertheless, the collection and analysis of information require a certain amount of time, which may not be timely and is often limited in scope. Conversely, when activated, it resembles a discerning technique that allows for direct insight and understanding of the essence of matters. Following the eerie spirit mark on Song Zhong's body, he conducted a reverse analysis, uncovering not only the name of the lurking spirit in the Song residence, known as the Water Sprinkler Lady, but also discovering that it was in an extremely weakened state, akin to a novice foe, having just escaped its seal that very morning. Initially, Nan Yi had hesitated over whether to intervene in the affairs of the Song family. However, upon realizing that the Water Sprinkler Lady had barely managed to escape her seal and was in a notably frail condition, he no longer wavered. Even if it meant revealing some secrets before Song Zhong, he resolved to stand up for him, avenging his grandmother and exterminating the eerie spirit. In doing so, he would not only settle the debt of gratitude owed to Song Zhong, but also turn the tables, making Song Zhong indebted to him, regardless of who owed whom. It would not hinder their intention to foster a closer relationship. Yet, if given the choice, Nan Yi would prefer not to owe anyone. Today's circumstances presented a fortuitous opportunity for him to assist a friend, to plunge the metaphorical knife into the spirit. Nan Yi's demeanor was composed, and his expression tranquil, as he entrusted the decision-making power to Song Zhong. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhong felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He had initially wished to keep the strange occurrences at home under wraps. However, seeing Nan Yi's calm and assured manner, which suggested extraordinary capabilities, he felt compelled to reveal everything without reservation. It turned out that the Song residence had recently been plagued with unrest. Recently, Grandma Song has been recounting peculiar sounds during the late hours of the night, often casting suspicious glances and inquiring if others have heard them as well. Within the Song residence, apart from the elderly matriarch, no one else has reported hearing any strange noises at night. Song Zhong's father, Song Yushu, dismissed the old lady's concerns as mere figments of her imagination due to her advanced age, and thus summoned an additional maid to attend to her in the evenings as she drifted off to sleep. However, last night, the old matriarch suddenly awakened, declaring that she had discerned the source of the sound. It was the sound of someone spraying water from their mouth, a rhythmic puff, 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 emanating from the courtyard. She instructed two maids to assist her to the window, where she poked a small hole through the paper to peer outside. To her astonishment, she beheld a hunchbacked old woman, short of stature, with hair as white as a broom, coiling a 2-foot-long bun atop her head, meandering through the courtyard while spraying water from her mouth, watering the flowers here and scattering grass there. The old matriarch exclaimed to her maids, "See, I was not mistaken. There truly are strange sounds in the dead of night." The two maids were equally astonished. Yet, upon hearing voices from within the house, the hunchbacked woman abruptly approached the window, directing a stream of water towards it. The water burst through the paper, splattering the faces of the old matriarch and the two maids, causing all three to collapse to the floor. It was not until morning that the rest of the Song family sensed something amiss and hurriedly broke down the door, only to find the trio seemingly lifeless beside the window. Song Yushu felt for a pulse and discovered that one of the maids still bore warmth. He promptly ordered her to be propped up and given water to revive her. Before long, The maid regained consciousness and recounted the events of the previous night. Filled with grief and fury, Song Yushu inquired further about the hunchbacked woman's hiding place and commanded his household servants to excavate the courtyard thoroughly. As they dug 3 feet deep, they unearthed white hair. Continuing their excavation, they stumbled upon a lifeless body. That of the hunchbacked old woman seen by the maid the previous night. Filled with resentment, Song Yushu commanded that the old woman's remains be smashed. Upon shattering her bones, it was discovered that her flesh was filled with nothing but clear water, which momentarily quelled his fear and restored a semblance of calm. Subsequently, Song Yushu summoned the local constabulary to remove the shattered corpse of the hunchbacked woman. He then arranged for the bathing and preparation of the late matriarch's body. Adhering to the proper mourning rituals, including the rites of mourning, weeping, and condolences. When Nan Yi arrived, Song Zhong had just concluded the mourning rites. His eyes still swollen and reddened. Upon hearing Song Zhong recount the events, Nan Yi's expression turned peculiar as he sighed. "Brother Song, you are mistaken. Can one awaken a comatose individual by pouring water on them? Moreover, how could a maid, who had fainted for an entire night, possibly know the whereabouts of the hunchbacked woman?" Nan Yi had much to say regarding the first question. If the original body, Nan Yi, appeared to be unconscious, yet his consciousness had dissipated, then Song Zhong and the others should have promptly taken him to a physician rather than attempting other means to rouse him. Had they done so, Nan Yi, who had traversed through time, might never have encountered Su Luo, and thus would not need to worry about being haunted by her thoughts. After contemplating Nan Yi's inquiry, Song Zhong was momentarily taken aback. After considerable reflection, he suddenly slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming with vexation, "So that is it. The maid must possess some peculiar trait." It appeared that the enigmatic old woman had, to some degree, distorted their perceptions, leading the members of the Song household to overlook the abnormality of the situation and proceed with the customary funeral arrangements. However, this cognitive interference was not particularly potent, as Nan Yi's few words were sufficient to awaken Song Zhong's awareness in time. Chapter 10. A treacherous betrayal among friends. Song Zhong, having shaken off distractions, realized that the surviving maid from the previous night was suspicious, and his anger flared. "What a wretched thief! I shall have her killed at once." "Hold on," Nan Yi interjected. "Others may be bewitched by this thief. If you act rashly, they will likely hesitate." He quickly restrained Song Zhong, suggesting instead, "Take me to the kitchen first. Fetch me a knife. When I meet her later and ascertain her connection to the thief, I shall take action." Song Zhong was taken aback, never expecting that someone of Nan Yi's scholarly stature would wish to take matters into his own hands rather than dispatch a servant. However, Nan Yi mused within himself. Although I am uncertain whether this world subscribes to the notion of leveling up against monsters, it is a rare opportunity to encounter a novice creature in such a weakened state, posing minimal threat. I must seize the chance to confront it directly. As he observed Song Zhong's continued astonishment, Nan Yi urged him once more. Given the bizarre circumstances of the day, Song Zhong was in disarray. But seeing Nan Yi's resolute determination, he ceased to ponder further and promptly led Nan Yi to the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Nan Yi retrieved a sharp knife, concealing it within his right sleeve to prevent prying eyes from noticing. He then followed Song Zhong back to the courtyard, where a makeshift mourning tent had been erected, and a considerable number of people had gathered. Without needing direction from Song Zhong, Nan Yi swiftly scanned the crowd and pinpointed the maid who had narrowly escaped death. This was the same maid he had observed from a distance outside Song Manor, acquiring insights about the enigmatic spirit through passive analysis. It was precisely because he had discerned the spirit's severely diminished state and minimal threat that he felt emboldened to confront the supernatural entity directly. At this moment, as he encountered the extraordinary existence of the spirit for the first time, Nan Yi was filled with questions. For instance, it seemed that these spirits operated according to certain rules. But what of the cultivators? However, time is on his side, and Nan Yi is not in haste to seek answers to the doubts concerning his cultivation. At this moment, he is solely interested in discovering whether there exists a method to eliminate the water spirit lady. Thus, activate. The previously inscrutable content springs forth from the depths of Nan Yi's heart. Under the influence of, he realizes that there is no means for complete annihilation. Only suppression is possible. Yet, that is sufficient. With a sense of calm settling within him, Nan Yi's gaze sharpens. The water spirit lady seems to sense his scrutiny and turns to face him. Unperturbed by the onlookers in the courtyard, Nan Yi lunges directly at the water spirit lady. The maidservant possessed by the water spirit lady pales at once, opening her mouth to unleash a torrent of water upon Nan Yi. However, he remains composed, swiftly extending his right hand to pierce her throat before she can unleash her assault. This swift strike not only prevents the water spirit lady from spouting water, but also destabilizes her, forcing her to retreat. Nan Yi, too, stumbles forward, caught in the momentum of his own action. At this moment, the onlookers have yet to react, their expressions a medley of shock, fear, and anger. Among them, the irate figure of Song Yushu, father of Song Zhong, is incensed not only by Nan Yi's blatant disregard for decorum, but also by his audacity to commit violence within the Song residence, entirely dismissing him. Yet, in the next instant, as Song Yushu prepares to command the servants to apprehend Nan Yi, his expression freezes in disbelief. 4. After Nan Yi had sliced open the maidservant's abdomen and withdrawn the dagger, what spewed forth was not blood, but clear water. The water, crystalline and seemingly cool, instantly chilled the hearts of all present in the Song household. Those who had harbored fury, like Song Yushu, felt as though a bucket of icy water had been thrown upon them, extinguishing their rage in an instant. The individuals who had originally been engulfed in fear, their spirits shaken by Nan Yi's audacious actions, found themselves further gripped by terror and an inexplicable anxiety. Yet, before this dread could permeate the atmosphere, Nan Yi suddenly bellowed, "Everyone, retreat to the front yard." The water-spraying matron had not perished, even though Nan Yi appeared to have inflicted severe harm upon her deceptive form. It did not equate to a true injury against the spirit, as long as there were souls nearby harboring negative emotions. The water-spraying matron could not be genuinely harmed by mere mortals. However, despite being an ordinary human at that moment, Nan Yi had awakened the talent, granting him knowledge of the method to subdue the water-spraying matron. The area within a 50-foot radius merely constituted the size of the Song family's courtyard. By ensuring that others retreated to the front yard, the absence of people would inherently eradicate any negative sentiments. Were the water-spraying matron in her prime, the situation would have been far more complex. However, Nan Yi observed that she was currently in a state of reconstructing her deceptive form, exceedingly weakened, incapable of utilizing her ability. Thus, he boldly stepped forth as a mere mortal. While he could not inflict true harm upon the water-spraying matron, he could forcibly suppress and seal her. Given her unfavorable condition, she could only create simple disturbances, slightly affecting the thoughts of those present, yet failing to distort their perceptions to a significant degree. With no concern for the Song family's members being swayed by the water-spraying matron to turn against him, Nan Yi remained undaunted. Upon witnessing the water-spraying matron's belly wound spray water, the Song family members promptly awakened to the realization that Nan Yi was indeed one of their own. Hearing Nan Yi's commanding shout, Song Zhong and Song Yushu quickly urged the others to retreat to the front yard. As the number of people within a 50-foot radius dwindled, the maidservant possessed by the water-spraying old woman began to undergo a transformation, increasingly resembling the hunchbacked, white-haired crone from the previous night. By the time only Nan Yi remained, the once beautiful maid had entirely assumed the original appearance of the water-spraying old woman. Perhaps it was due to a hint of negative emotions emanating from her. Nan Yi pondered. He decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he would retreat and assess the situation. Moving backwards, his gaze remained fixed on the corpse of the water-spraying old woman. Indeed, once he had vacated the 50-foot perimeter, the vision of Dongzhen flickered momentarily. He seized the old woman's feet and dragged the corpse to the pit he had excavated earlier that morning in the backyard. After scanning the area to confirm there were no anomalies, Nan Yi kicked the corpse into the pit. He then picked up a shovel and began to refill the hole with the earth he had unearthed and piled nearby, compressing it firmly. Once the task was complete, Nan Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, he had successfully achieved his first kill in this realm, a moment worth commemorating. Just as he was reflecting on this, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar surge of warmth flowing into his body from an unknown source. Chapter 11. A shift in the situation's spiritual essence. The purest essence of all beings and spirits. It can be refined to enhance one's magical power and advance one's path, or it can nurture innate talents to strengthen divine abilities. A sudden epiphany struck Nan Yi. After he successfully subdued the water-spraying old woman, a portion of her spiritual essence, in accordance with the laws of this world, had spontaneously transferred to him. This was the feedback of subduing the enigmatic spirit. Moreover, spiritual essence, akin to experience points in a previous life game, could be utilized for character upgrades, thereby advancing one's path. It could also be allocated for skill enhancements, nurturing and elevating the ranks of innate divine abilities. Certainly, it is also permissible to set it aside for future use. At present, Nan Yi possesses no cultivation methods and is uncertain how to refine his spiritual energy. After some contemplation, he decided to invest his newly acquired spiritual essence into the talent and conduct a brief experiment. However, the water spraying which proved to be a novice creature, her strength feeble, and the spiritual essence feedback after suppression was scant, far from sufficient to elevate the talent. Nan Yi chuckled at himself, realizing he had overestimated the situation. Skill allocation is by no means a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. Such a meager amount of spiritual essence held no significant value for future use. Yet, despite Nan Yi's dismissal, the members of the Song family remained hesitant, reluctant to venture into the rear courtyard. It was Song's father who first regained his composure, taking the lead to re-enter the rear courtyard and approach Nan Yi. Song Zhong hurriedly followed Song Yushu, arriving before Nan Yi to introduce him. Father, this is my classmate from the study. His surname is Nan, given name Yi. Nan Yi took the initiative to greetings, Uncle Song. At this moment, Song Yushu felt somewhat disoriented, unsure of how to appropriately address Nan Yi. He recognized that Nan Yi was no ordinary individual. Yet he also understood that Nan Yi was ultimately a classmate of Song Zhong's. An excessive formality would seem out of place. Uncle Song, the specifics of the matter are, to be honest, somewhat unclear to me. Nan Yi carefully chose his words, continuing, however, I previously heard from Brother Song that your esteemed household learned of the grave location from the fainted maid this morning, which led me to realize something was amiss. Knowing that you must have been ensnared by the witch's deception. This witch is undoubtedly of a supernatural nature, far from an ordinary person. Although I am not well versed in the matters of the supernatural, the thief woman disguised as a maid does not seem formidable. I dared to take action, attempting to resolve the situation, lest you follow the unfortunate fate of the old lady and suffer as well. Song Yushu anxiously inquired, so, has this thief woman been dealt with or not? Nan Yi displayed an expression of helplessness, responding, Uncle Song, I too find myself bewildered by the supernatural. However, as a mere mortal, it is undoubtedly impossible for me to eradicate the thief woman entirely. Yet, as it stands, it seems that the matter has been temporarily resolved, and for the time being, there is no cause for concern. Alas, to completely eliminate the underlying threat, we may need to seek out true extraordinary individuals. Since the realm of the supernatural is not merely the fabrications of fiction, it stands to reason that some of these remarkable individuals must indeed exist. However, such beings are elusive, and I wonder how one might ever locate them. Song Yushu sighed. Regarding the supernatural, the Great Li dynasty has not issued an official stance, neither affirming nor denying its existence. The prevailing sentiments can be summarized in 4 phrases: inexplicable, unfathomable, unspeakable, and remote. Essentially, it conveys that the supernatural is akin to the fanciful tales spun by mortals, mysterious and perplexing. One cannot easily comprehend their logic or feel compelled to investigate their authenticity. Indeed, should one encounter the supernatural, it may be wise to remain silent. Perhaps those most inclined to discuss the supernatural are the very ones most likely to encounter it. Under the Great Li dynasty's official narrative, the populace remains somewhat perplexed regarding the actual existence of the supernatural. It can be said that, unless one personally encounters such matters, most individuals are inclined to regard the fantastical and bizarre as mere fabrications concocted by writers of supernatural tales. This residence is a property I acquired during my tenure as an official in Nanshan County. At the time, I was astonished that such a vast and unoccupied estate could be purchased so easily within the county. However, in retrospect, it seems that the house may harbor some unsavory secrets. Now that my esteemed nephew has dispatched the wicked woman, the Song residence should enjoy at least a few years of tranquility. Nonetheless, this place is ultimately ill-fated and unsuitable for prolonged habitation, compelling me to contemplate its sale. In light of this, Song Yushu addressed Song Zhong, saying, "Zhong, excel in this year's imperial examination. Once you have completed it, we shall relocate to Nantai as a family next year." Song Yushu holds an official position in Nanshan County. However, this official role is somewhat reminiscent of the previous identity of Nan Yi. Furthermore, due to the stringent regulations prevailing in various professions in this world, the interdependence of these rules renders the role of officials, especially that of minor officials like Song Yushu, devoid of substantial benefits, resembling more of a professional identity. Thus, in the Great Li dynasty, officials, particularly those of lesser rank, may find it challenging to ascend the ranks, yet transferring within the same level is not overly difficult. Perhaps due to Nan Yi's presence, Song Zhong sheepishly remarked, "Father, I fear I may not fare well in this year's examination." Unperturbed, Song Yushu replied, "Failing to secure the top spot in the examination merely means you cannot enter Wuxiang Academy. However, Nantai boasts more than one academy. At worst, we can pay to enroll you in another." The Great Li Court is structured into 9 ministries, namely the Ministries of Civil Affairs, Military Affairs, Commerce, Agriculture, People, Criminal Justice, Rights, and Personnel. Each ministry corresponds to its own academy. The Ministry of Education corresponds to the Wuxiang Academy, which stands as the foremost institution of learning, akin to the Ministry of Education in the Blue Star's xianxia, establishing academies in various cities and schools in every county to promote education. Other academies resemble vocational schools from the previous life of Nan Yi, operating branches solely in the county cities to impart knowledge pertinent to governmental affairs. As the leader of the academies, Wuxiang Academy faces the fiercest competition. Only those who achieve first place in the county examinations may receive a letter of recommendation to further their studies at the Wuxiang Academy in the county city, with tuition fees waived. However, as long as one's examination results are satisfactory, those of modest means may still gain admission to other academies by paying the requisite fees, thus not entirely closing the door to scholarly pursuits. Song Yushu turned to Nan Yi and earnestly remarked, "Esteemed nephew, should my son fortuitously secure the top rank in the examinations, you too may gain entry to another academy. In such a case, my family shall cover all associated tuition expenses." Furthermore, Zhong hastened to fetch a silver dollar to express our gratitude to nephew Nan. "Today, we owe our escape from peril to your discerning eye that unraveled the scheming of that villainous woman." Upon hearing this, Song Zhong promptly went to retrieve the money, while Nan Yi hastily declined the offer. Yet, unable to resist the overwhelming kindness, he ultimately accepted the token of appreciation. Once Nan Yi departed, Song Yushu immediately summoned Song Zhong to the study, inquiring closely, "Zhong, have you previously learned anything about your classmate?" "Oh, what prompts this question?" "For days ago, our brother Nan inexplicably fainted and collapsed. I personally escorted him to the medical clinic and even covered $10 for his medicine to replenish his vitality, hoping to cultivate a benevolent connection. However, in recent days, Brother Nan has transformed his pride into confidence, displaying a calm and composed demeanor, no longer exhibiting sensitivity or suspicion. Although he has been somewhat taciturn in recent days, his demeanor exudes a gentle humility, reminiscent of a true gentleman. Moreover, he seems to have borrowed some money from the recluse of Beha under the pretext of advancing his manuscript fee, and has deliberately repaid 3 yuan to the child for medicinal expenses, indicating a lingering sense of gratitude, yet a desire not to be overly indebted. The most astonishing occurrence transpired today, as brother Nan not only saw through the cunning machinations of the thief but also exhibited no fear whatsoever. He took the initiative to ask the child to lead him to the kitchen, where he concealed a sharp knife within his sleeve and boldly confronted the thief in the backyard. The more Song Zhong spoke, the greater his confusion grew. He found it perplexing that, despite Nan Yi owing 10 yuan for medicine at that time, he appeared the next day as if he were immensely wealthy, exuding confidence that seemed to erase any minor flaws in his character. Song Zhong pondered this conundrum. Upon hearing his account, Song Yushu furrowed his brow. The recluse of Beha? Manuscript submission? As an official in Nanshan County, although Song Yushu held a modest position, he was well acquainted with various rumors. Recently, aside from the annual examinations, the most talked about news from Nanshan County was the impending establishment of a new newspaper by Beha, which boldly claimed it would open the eyes of all the literary figures in the county. Upon learning of Nan Yi's connection to Beha and his involvement in manuscript exchanges, Song Yushu nodded thoughtfully. Zhong'er, it seems your classmate may not have borrowed money from the shopkeeper, but is indeed advancing his manuscript fee. He informed Song Zhong of Beha's new newspaper endeavor, reflecting, as the saying goes, a wealth of knowledge brings forth elegance. It appears your classmate possesses considerable talent, destined for remarkable achievements in the future. The ancients have said, without talent, one shall never possess wealth. Loyal child, you must learn from him in the days to come. The child understands. Although Song Zhong responded, a flicker of doubt lingered in the depths of his gaze. The manuscript fees might elucidate the source of Nan Yi's confidence. Yet in terms of temperament, before Song Zhong could ponder further, Song Yushu suddenly intensified his tone, interrupting his thoughts with a solemn declaration, "Loyal child, you must remember, Nan Yi is exceptionally gifted and immensely talented, with a future boundless in potential. As for confronting the bandit, being a villager by origin, he is accustomed to slaughtering chickens and ducks, and thus knows how to wield a knife. That bandit is no human, she merely possesses a human guise. When Nan Yi faces the bandit, he need not hold back or hesitate." Song Zhong was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Song Yushu's serious expression and suddenly came to a realization, slowly nodding in agreement. Whether Nan Yi's disposition had changed was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Song Zhong was currently a classmate of Nan Yi, and in the future, could very well become a friend. Once this year's examinations concluded, he could accompany Nan Yi to the county seat of Nantian City next year. In truth, as long as he was within the appropriate age range, Song Zhong could remain at the Nanshan Academy, awaiting the opportunity to retake the examinations next year. However, in Song Yushu's view, rather than repeating a year to vie for the top spot in the upcoming examinations, it was far more beneficial to maintain a good relationship with Nan Yi, to engage more often and grow closer. This is a universal wisdom recognized across countless realms, referred to on Blue Star as clinging to the strong. A person's life undoubtedly relies on personal endeavor, yet one must also consider the support of benefactors. In Song Yushu's eyes, Nan Yi's extraordinary performance foretold a future as a distinguished figure. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. As for Nan Yi, his decisive and unhesitating action in slaying the apparition within the Song residence stemmed from his perception in the realm of Dongzhen, where the water-spraying figure appeared less like a living being and more akin to a hollow plastic doll filled solely with clear water. His ruthless attack on this water-filled doll was executed without a trace of doubt, although this act revealed certain unusual aspects of himself. Nan Yi harbored no concerns that this incident would spread widely, according to the customs of the Greatly, where supernatural matters are best left unsaid. The Song father and son were not foolish. Neither the audacious act of Nan Yi nor his peculiarities would be subject to undue gossip. The household servants of the Song family would also remain tight-lipped under the supervision of Song Yushu. Therefore, rather than worrying whether the incident with the water-spraying figure would provoke a ripple, what truly occupied Nan Yi's thoughts was the black cat he had encountered that morning. His suspicions, once aroused, were not easily quelled. This was primarily due to the cat's exceptionally sleek and lustrous fur, which suggested it was no ordinary stray. Yet it had been spotted both in the bookshop's courtyard and outside the study, undeniably peculiar. Nan Yi indulged in the darkest of speculations. There was a 60% chance it was connected to the medical officer Su Luo. As for the remaining 40%, it might pertain to an unknown entity lurking in the shadows. He retracted his right hand slightly, for within his sleeve lay the very dagger he had used to dispatch the water-spraying figure, perhaps due to the naturalness with which he concealed the blade during his time at the Song residence. The onlookers had paid no heed to its whereabouts. Feeling a sense of obligation to the Song family, and wishing to avoid unnecessary explanations, he hesitated briefly, but seeing no one took notice, he casually pocketed the dagger. Primarily, Nan Yi intended to conceal this blade as one of his trump cards, hoping it would evade the attention of the enigmatic forces behind the Black Cat. Consequently, despite receiving a silver dollar from the Song family as a token of gratitude, Nan Yi felt it inappropriate to use the money to procure another weapon in the market. Fortunately, having recently aided the Song family in dispelling a malevolent presence, he felt a sense of obligation rather than guilt. Considering it a valuable opportunity to learn from the adventurous souls who rummage through the unknown. Returning to the matter at hand, the encounter with the water-spraying hag, albeit a novice creature in a deplorable state, afforded Nan Yi a glimpse into the realm of supernatural phenomena. The unknown had always been his greatest source of trepidation. Previously, he harbored an intense fear of the supernatural and practitioners of the arcane, who seemed devoid of reason and possessed traits such as immunity to physical assaults, placing them beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. However, it now appeared that while the spectral entities were impervious to harm from mortals, their ethereal forms could indeed be injured by mundane weapons. From this deduction, it followed that even the most rudimentary practitioners of the arcane should also be susceptible to harm from ordinary tools. Far removed from the exaggerated claims of certain literary works of his past life, which suggested that mere cultivation could render one invincible among mortals. Thus, within the depths of Nan Yi's heart, while he still regarded the potentially malicious physician Su Luo with a degree of apprehension, he felt less inclined to excessive worry. In the worst-case scenario, he thought, it would come down to a life-and-death struggle to see who would prevail first. Nan Yi responded, "Brother Song, my grandmother has passed away, and I went to pay my respects. Additionally, I encountered some disturbances at the Song residence, which caused me to linger longer than intended." Zhu Xian did not question him further about the specifics of the disturbances, but simply sighed. Life and death are unpredictable. Encountering such matters is indeed beyond our foresight. I hope he can adjust himself soon and not jeopardize the upcoming imperial examination. Zhu Xian leisurely turned and walked toward the classroom, suddenly inquiring, "Has Song Zhong mentioned how many days he will observe filial mourning?" 3 days of mourning, came the reply. Chapter 13. The new journal's publication and student discussions. Filial mourning is both a virtue and a custom. For centuries, the minimum period of mourning has traditionally been 3 years. However, with the rise of the Wuxiang Academy and the rapid evolution of the Great Li Kingdom, the expectation of mourning for 3 to 5 years has faced considerable criticism. In contemporary times, the Great Li Court has mandated that mourners observe a period of only 3 months, advocating that it is more responsible and reasonable to complete one's affairs before entering into mourning. In the current public sentiment of the Great Li, those who mourn for 3 years are often viewed as seeking to enhance their reputation rather than adhering to true virtue. Thus, Song Zhong's 3 days of mourning is deemed sufficient. The subsequent developments of this matter remain uncertain. Yet it is likely that this year's examination topics may touch upon such issues. Feel free to express your thoughts on the pros and cons of lifting the maritime ban, Zhu Xian declared, settling into his seat on the podium, allowing the students to engage in spirited discussion. Some argued that the sea is rich in resources. If the maritime ban were lifted and civilian vessels allowed to venture into the ocean, it could significantly enrich the current market in the Great Li Kingdom. Furthermore, should islands like Yingzhou, abundant in minerals, be discovered, it would effectively bolster our nation's strength. Conversely, others contended that the sea is perilous. Even naval expeditions often yield poor results, and civilian vessels venturing into the ocean are akin to lighting a haystack, likely to end in futility. In essence, such discussions serve as a means for students to predict and prepare for examination topics, allowing them to organize their thoughts in advance. As for whether the final outcome can be accurately predicted, it largely depends on the keen perception of the lecturers at the county academies. Nan Yi pondered in silence. However, his thoughts momentarily drifted away from maritime restrictions and instead focused on urbanization. The term urbanization in a literal sense does not possess the sophistication usually associated with it. It merely refers to the congregation of populations within a defined area, such as a county, rather than dispersing into the remote wilderness or mountains. Compared to the ancient civilization of Blue Star, the urbanization process of the Great Li dynasty was notably advanced, with a significant concentration of the populace in various county territories rather than in rural villages. According to Nan Yi's understanding, the wilds were rife with ferocious beasts, prompting families with means to coalesce within county towns. At the very least, they would cluster around the vicinity of the county town, forming settlements. Maritime restrictions followed a similar rationale. The perilous creatures of the sea made it prudent to prohibit civilians from venturing too far into the depths of the ocean. Yet, Nan Yi now contemplated that while these beasts indeed posed a threat, it was not the ferocious creatures that truly endangered ordinary mortals. The pre-examination review, seemingly monotonous, passed swiftly. Nan Yi immersed himself in his studies, rarely stepping beyond the gates of the Nan Mountain Academy, save for mealtimes. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had slipped by, and it was now December 21st. Only 4 days remained until the annual examination. However, this day also marked the inaugural publication of the Ming Daily and the official debut of the Chronicles of the Twin Dragons of the Great Li. While Nan Yi devoted himself to revising the classics, he remained oblivious to the developments of the new newspaper. Aware of the impending examination, Xiaobei had deliberately refrained from disturbing him with news. Nevertheless, some students, who had only recently enrolled in the academy and were less invested in the examination, often residing in their own homes, occasionally took note of external happenings. At this moment, the class had yet to commence, and with the instructor Zhu Xian yet to arrive. Some early students engaged in casual conversation in small clusters. Amid their chatter, one remarked, "Speaking of which, we must visit Beihaju at noon to see what sort of new newspaper they have launched, to boldly boast as they do. Have you heard about their new publication? My father received an invitation to the inauguration ceremony. In our household, it was my elder brother who received the invitation. When their messenger delivered the invitation, they asserted with great confidence that the newspaper's content would be truly eye-opening. I wonder if they are merely indulging in hyperbole. What do you think is going through the mind of this Beihaju? How audacious to start a newspaper in the county. If it were in the prefectural city, that would be more understandable. But in the county, where is the wealth of content sufficient for publishing? What were they thinking? In my opinion, they are simply crafting sensational claims to pique our curiosity and entice us to purchase their paper. Eye-opening indeed? I do not mean to belittle them. But even if their initial issues are meticulously prepared, over time, they will likely struggle to maintain that momentum." The group engaged in this idle chatter contained both the curious and the dismissive. However, Nan Yi remained silent, merely listening without offering any commentary or clarification. These classmates, distracted by him, began to discuss the latest happenings in Nanshan County, perhaps due to their youthful naivety as newcomers to the academy. Still having 2 more years of study ahead, or perhaps they were aware of their unlikelihood of ranking in the top 10, thus lacking fervor for their preparations. As long as instructor Zhu Xian had not yet arrived, their demeanor appeared somewhat indifferent and lacking in focus. Under such circumstances, it would not be appropriate for Nan Yi to interject and reveal, "I am acquainted with the new newspaper you are discussing. It features my recent novel." He harbored doubts. Should he truly express such sentiments, he would undoubtedly incite animosity among his peers. Perhaps it was best to remain solitary, engrossed in his reading. Nan Yi chose to maintain a low profile, continuing to keep his silence. However, unexpectedly, a classmate named Zhou Qing rushed in from outside, bearing a wry smile. "Esteemed colleagues," he announced, "I have news to share. Teacher Zhu has just procured the latest edition of the newspaper from Beihiju, and he has become so captivated by its contents that he has momentarily lost all inclination to conduct the class. Therefore, I was sent to inform you that this morning will be devoted to independent study. Feel free to proceed as you wish." A collective murmur of disbelief arose among the students. They had only recently been deliberating whether to purchase the new newspaper during the lunch break, and now it seemed their instructor had already succumbed to its allure. Some, unwilling to take this at face value, challenged, "Zhou, surely you jest? Is it true that teacher Zhu has been entranced by a mere newspaper?" Zhou Qing, displeased by their skepticism, retorted, "Do you think such matters are trifles that I would fabricate? Forgive us, Zhou, it is not a matter of distrust, it is simply that." Upon first hearing such a claim, it is indeed difficult to believe. Someone else quickly interjected to ease the tension and inquired, "Pray tell, what is it about the newspaper that could so enrapture teacher Zhu, rendering him unable to teach? Since you have come directly from Beihiju, did you catch a glimpse of its contents?" Zhou Qing sighed in frustration. "Alas, I did not. Today's inaugural issue is being offered at a special price of merely 1 coin, and the demand is immense. When I arrived, I found myself in a queue. And just as I was nearing the front, teacher Zhu appeared. Most of those in line were his students, who graciously yielded their places to him. Consequently, he entered the shop ahead of me and purchased the newspaper without delay. At first, this seemed inconsequential, not affecting my place in line. However, to my astonishment, after perusing the newspaper, teacher Zhu became utterly spellbound, unable to move from where he stood. As he was engrossed in reading the newspaper, he did not forget to pull me out of the line, urging me to rush to the study hall to inform everyone that this morning's class would be replaced by self-study. Zhou Qing appeared quite helpless. He had already positioned himself at the front of the long queue, on the verge of acquiring the latest newspaper. However, it was precisely because he was so far ahead that he caught the attention of the instructor, Zhu Xian, who ordered him to run an errand. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, the other students were taken aback. It is true that Zhu Xian had a penchant for reading newspapers, but the contents were rather limited. One could easily peruse through it in a matter of moments. What was it about the newspaper that could captivate one's thoughts so profoundly, warranting repeated contemplation? I had indeed heard that Beihiju held great confidence in the new newspaper, boldly claiming it would broaden one's horizons. Yet, such exaggeration seemed rather excessive. The momentary silence among the astonished crowd quickly transformed into lively discussion. I remained skeptical about the allure of the new newspaper's content, unless I could see it for myself. Since Zhu Xian had suggested taking a more relaxed approach this morning, why not procure a copy of the new newspaper? Many students, now piqued by curiosity, began to stir at the suggestion. However, with the imminent examination looming, some hesitated, only to be met with a light-hearted laugh. Missing half a day's review would hardly have a significant impact. Besides, could one truly contend for the top position with Nan Yi under such circumstances? Chapter 14. The newspaper seller, Jun Bishink. The crowd instinctively glanced towards Nan Yi, who was seated at his desk, deeply engrossed in his studies, completely detached from the idle chatter around him. Witnessing this, the group of conversing students felt an inexplicable sense of disinterest. When someone excels beyond you and is even more diligent, how does one engage in this endeavor at all? Naturally, the answer lies in simply enjoying oneself. Zhou Qing, invigorated, inquired, "Are you all going? If not, I shall venture forth alone." "Of course, we shall go together," a chorus of voices echoed. Amidst the lively chatter, a group of students departed the classroom, heading towards the Northern River residence. In the blink of an eye, the classroom stood empty, save for Nan Yi, who was joined only by a few well-off students aspiring to secure a place among the top 10 in the upcoming examinations, seeking entry into other academies. Nan Yi, accustomed to raising his hand, suddenly remembered that he was not wearing his spectacles and instead opted to touch his nose. He had been reading, albeit not with utmost seriousness, while lending an ear to the discussions around him. As a party involved in the new report, he found it inappropriate to partake in the conversation. However, to his surprise, the group of classmates regarded him as a scholar of sorts. Yet, Nan Yi was indifferent to their assumptions. After the examinations, he would transfer to Nanyancheng in the county, likely severing ties with these peers. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head slightly as he resumed his reading. Before long, Song Zhong arrived at the study, positioning himself beside Nan Yi. Nan Yi felt a tinge of surprise. It was quite normal for Song Zhong to deduce that he was the author of the Legend of the Twin Dragons of Duel, given his connection with Ming Bao. After all, he had inadvertently revealed this when he previously mentioned the money for medicine to Song Zhong. Accepting the Ming Bao, he casually inquired, "The new report is limited to one purchase. How did you acquire 2 copies?" Having previously eavesdropped on Xia Bei's promotional strategies while in the courtyard of the bookshop, Nan Yi was somewhat informed about the tactics, such as the special price of 1 coin and the 1 copy limit. With a slight smile, Song Zhong replied, "I told Beiha. The extra copy is specially for you," and he simply handed it over. Sensing Song Zhong's intention to cultivate a closer relationship, Nan Yi engaged in conversation accordingly. "Coincidentally, I just overheard a discussion among students, and it suddenly dawned on me that today marks the inaugural publication of the Ming Bao. Curious about the sales situation at Beihiju, I inquired, Brother Song, having come from Beihiju. Could you share how the sales of the newspaper are faring today?" Song Zhong, aware that the majority of the articles in the Ming Bao are penned by Nan Yi, had set out early. However, his early arrival proved futile, as Beihiju did not open its doors at such an hour. He found himself waiting outside, listening to others speculate about the contents of the new publication. Most of these individuals were enticed by the special price of the first issue. Typically, newspapers are priced starting from 10 won, with some reaching as high as 20 or 30 won. Even scholarly families tend to select their publications with discernment. Thus, a line formed like a dragon. By 8 o'clock, Xia Beihe appeared outside Beihiju, accompanied by the county magistrate of Nanshan. The magistrate, by xianxia, displayed a blend of astonishment and delight, having come specifically to deliver a speech for the launch of the Ming Bao. He remarked, "Many are curious about the new Ming Bao created by the scholar of Beihiju, wondering what content it dares to present that could so widely broaden our horizons. To be candid, I too was once curious. It was not until last night when the scholar personally delivered a sample issue that my questions were finally resolved. First and foremost, it must be stated that the Ming Bao will primarily focus on publishing fictional narratives for the time being, without delving into current events, thus not classified as a news periodical. However, in the realm of fiction, it introduces unique innovations and establishes its own genre, indeed worthy of the phrase broadening horizons. The official boldly asserts that within 6 months, this newspaper will undoubtedly captivate the Chu region, and within a year, it may even aspire to reach the entirety of the Great Li. As for the specifics of its innovations and the genre it represents, that is something for you all to discover by perusing the newspaper." By xianxia, shifting his tone, created an air of suspense, but ultimately, he expressed his heartfelt wishes for the Ming Bao to achieve remarkable sales and swiftly gain renown in the Chu region. After reviewing a sample edition, Bai xianxia not only held a favorable view of the Ming Bao, but also felt a genuine sense of joy. Although he would not reap any financial benefits from the Ming Bao, the emergence of a newspaper capable of captivating the Chu region under his jurisdiction, potentially leading the literary trends of the Great Li, would nonetheless count as a significant achievement in his administration. Thus, his speech at the launch ceremony was sincere and heartfelt, offering genuine praise. Upon hearing Bai xianxia's enthusiastic endorsement, many who initially felt disappointed that the Ming Bao was not affiliated with the Times grew curious instead. How could a mere novel, no matter how innovative, possibly influence societal trends? Remarkably, it indeed could. Following the conclusion of Bai xianxia's address, Xia Beihe officially commenced the sale of the Ming Bao. He set up tables and chairs at the entrance of the bookstore, selling newspapers right outside, exchanging copies for payment in a swift manner. Consequently, although the queue was long, it moved quickly. As people glanced at the newspaper, initially intending to get a general sense of its layout, their eyes were irresistibly drawn to the illustrated prints. Illustrations? In a newspaper? Some, still in a daze, realized, oh. It turns out illustrations accompany the narrative. Swift in reaction, yet unable to restrain himself, he could not help but thump his thigh and stamp his foot inwardly cursing. How audacious! Can it truly be played this way? The term trend refers to the direction of the wind and the flow of tides, where there is a gathering of responses and a multitude of followers. The combination of illustrations and text may appear simple, yet in the current literary arena of Duel, it embodies an entirely novel concept. And novel signifies that one can confidently report to the magistrate of Nan Yi, "This topic I can replicate." As long as one is swift enough in imitation, there exists the prospect of surpassing others, thereby achieving a pioneering position in this new literary realm and delightfully sharing in the rewards. After delivering his address, Magistrate xianxia of Nanshan did not depart far. Instead, he convened with Song Yushu and several officials in the elegant room on the second floor of a nearby tavern, affording them a splendid view of the street scene outside Beihaju. This was a deliberate choice made by Xianxia when arranging the banquet to express gratitude for the magistrate's speech. Indeed, the idea of pairing illustrations with text is truly brilliant. Once the literati of Nanshan County adopt this trend, it will surely flourish throughout Shujun, enabling me to gain merit that will catch the attention of the county magistrate. Chapter 15. Earnest instruction upon hearing Song Zhong's account of the newsstand at Beihaju. Nan Yi unfurled the Ming Bao. On the front page, apart from the publication header and the prominent title of the Legend of the Twin Dragons of Duel, as well as the main content and illustrations of the story, a small section of the layout featured a preface penned by Xianxia. This preface served as an introduction not only to the Legend of the Twin Dragons of Duel, but also to the Ming Bao, expressing sentiments regarding its inception. Throughout history, the flourishing of the literary world has invariably commenced with innovation. It has been a long time since I have heard of any innovators emerging from the Duel literary scene, which I have often lamented. Today, the great departure of the Twin Dragons integrates both images and text, employing innovative printing techniques that herald a fresh era and pave the way for the future trends in literature. Thus, Beihai boldly established a new newspaper, envisioning the literary scene of the coming century, commencing with Ming Bao. Nan Yi, skimming through the preface, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Observing this, Song Zhong inquired with curiosity, "Why do you find it amusing, Brother Nan?" "I laugh," Nan Yi replied, "for I am uncertain whether to laugh at myself or at others." This only deepened Song Zhong's confusion. Nan Yi continued, "Initially, I intended to finance my writing endeavors through essays. However, unexpectedly, the illustrations I casually created have taken precedence." In truth, when Nan Yi first began drawing illustrations, his aim was merely to persuade Beihai and secure an advance on his manuscript fees while awaiting the publication of his novel. He never anticipated that the art of printing in this era would encompass illustrations as well, although it required sending them to the county seat for the production of printing plates. This serendipitous turn of events sparked Beihai's desire to establish a new newspaper. Perceiving the subtlety in Nan Yi's tone, Song Zhong offered a sheepish smile. It is likely due to the novel format of the illustrated text that captures attention more readily. He had hurriedly come to the study after picking up the newspaper and had not yet examined it closely. Nonetheless, he had been captivated by the lifelike illustrations at first glance. Nan Yi remained noncommittal, not overly concerned. After all, while he had invested some effort in the adaptation, it could never compare to his original creations, which he cherished as his own, even if the great departure of the Twin Dragons did not receive widespread acclaim. Failing to gain popularity solely based on its narrative, Nan Yi remained unperturbed. As long as the manuscript generates profit and continues to yield income over time, he is indifferent to whether the appeal of the piece arises from the narrative or the illustrations. Nan Yi turned to the fourth page of the Ming Bao and discovered that Beihai was not entirely neglectful of the story within the novel. On that page, Beihai had included an interactive section featuring 2 illustrations for the upcoming issue and posing questions related to the book, inviting readers to engage and speculate. He boldly declared that each issue would reward the first 3 readers to respond with a mysterious prize. Nan Yi nodded slightly. As long as Beihai showed genuine interest in the novel, he could comfortably assume the role of a hands-off author, merely providing timely updates and ensuring a steady supply of content, awaiting his share of the profits. As for the marketing and promotional efforts for the Legend of the Twin Dragons, those responsibilities lay entirely with Beihai. Being an outsider in this realm, He felt no need to inquire further. After a cursory glance, Nan Yi folded the Ming Pao and prepared to continue his studies in preparation for the upcoming examinations. After all, there was no need for him to scrutinize his own writing. Yet, concurrently, Song Zhang could not help but murmur to himself, Brother Nan's piece seems rather intriguing. While it may not possess the unique finesse of the illustrations, it is certainly commendable. However, when afternoon arrived and he witnessed the instructor, Zhu Xian, leisurely approaching the podium with a copy of the Ming Pao in hand, Nan Yi was taken aback. He pondered in confusion. Wait, Teacher Zhu, what are you doing? Why are you holding the Ming Pao? With the examinations approaching, you should be focused on guiding us through potential questions. How could you be so careless as to bring the Ming Pao to the podium? Nan Yi was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Not wanting to reveal his identity, he could only watch in bewilderment as Zhu Xian took the Ming Pao to the stage. This morning, the innovative report from the North River residents commenced its sale. It is likely that you are all aware of this matter, perhaps even seizing the opportunity to purchase the inaugural issue at a special price. I ventured out to acquire the newspaper this morning, expecting it to be an ordinary publication. However, to my astonishment, I was captivated at first glance, to the extent that I delayed my studies for half a day, dedicating myself to the exploration of its contents. You may perceive my words as exaggerated, perhaps considering them a trivial matter, believing the appeal of this newspaper lies merely in its illustrations accompanying the text, and that even if it influences the future literary trends, it is of little consequence. Yet, I must assert, this notion is profoundly misguided. The depth of its content is intricate and far from simplistic. Should this report manage to publish consistently for half a year, you may very well encounter its subtleties in this year's examination topics. Zhu Xian sighed with a sense of nostalgia. Upon hearing Zhu Xian extol the merits of the Ming Bao so highly, the students were left in a state of astonishment, while Nan Yi found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind Zhu Xian's statements. Fortunately, Zhu Xian soon elaborated. Firstly, the format of illustrations accompanying the text adheres to the art of printing and is bound to revolutionize the literary world, setting the precedent for future trends. A manifestation of the principle that the way adapts with time. This point, I trust, you all can grasp. However, I wish to emphasize that in today's world, is it solely the art of printing that embodies the concept of the way adapting with time? Without delving into distant examples, the advent of steam technology is imminent, and the transformation of various industries lies before us. When that time arrives, how many principles shall shift along with it? Have you ever contemplated these questions? Zhu Xian sighed deeply. This morning, I spoke of pragmatic actions. How many of you remain in the study halls, diligently pursuing your studies? I am aware that many of you feel that your paths have come to a standstill, and your desire for knowledge has waned. Are you aware that the Tao changes with time, and that we are on the verge of a significant transformation that has not occurred in a millennium? The coming century will undoubtedly witness a grand departure from the current state of affairs, heralding a renewal of principles. If you wish to navigate life without regrets, it is imperative to ground yourselves in the understanding that the Tao changes with time, and to explore and grasp the novel truths that arise. For instance, the illustrations and captions in the Ming Pao embody a fresh ideology and innovative form, aligning with the recent proliferation of printing techniques to open new avenues and revitalize the literary world. If this Yiming is among you, even if his examination results are lackluster, do you believe his future would be irrevocably hindered? While the conversation flowed smoothly, the sudden remark from Zhu Xian nearly caused Nan Yi to betray his composure. He realized that Zhu Xian intended to uplift the students before the upcoming examinations, encouraging them not to become complacent. However, Nan Yi feared that if his identity as Yiming were to be revealed, the initially positive motivational impact could swiftly transform into a devastating blow, inflicting profound harm on the tender psyches of his fellow students. Chapter 16. The Irritable Emperor and His Transgressions. Moreover, the artistry of Yiming is not to be underestimated. Zhu Xian held up the Ming Pao, glancing at the illustrations within. Yet, what I wish to convey is that what appears simple is, in truth, quite complex. In terms of technique, Yiming has similarly imbued his work with originality, establishing a distinctive style. Conventional methods of painting ultimately revert to traditional inkwash techniques. However, inkwash painting does not seamlessly integrate with printing processes, making it challenging to achieve the desired effects. This may perhaps explain why. Despite the widespread adoption of printing techniques for several years, a novel form of illustrated text had yet to emerge. I shall refer to the Yiming painting method as the direct depiction technique. This technique, seemingly straightforward, conceals a considerable depth of knowledge. After pondering and researching for half a day, I have only discerned its underlying structure and shadows, yet I sense that there are still critical insights that elude my understanding. Should anyone wish to emulate this style, they would likely need to purchase several issues of the Ming newspaper and engage in extensive imitation and study to proficiently achieve a realistic representation in accordance with the art of printing. Upon hearing this, Nan Yi silently acknowledged the brilliance of Zhu Xian, who, as a seasoned lecturer, possesses a sharp eye, rich experience in predicting examination topics, and a profound understanding of sketching techniques. Zhu Xian has nearly grasped the essence of sketching, save for the nuances of perspective. However, in Blue Star, even if one comprehends the correct techniques and follows instructional guides from the beginning, it typically requires at least 6 months of diligent practice for an ordinary person to attain any degree of proficiency. In this realm, scholars lack access to professional sketching tutorials, and relying solely on their contemplation of Nan Yi's illustrations, which blend sketching, quick drawing, and freehand techniques, they remain unaware of the extensive time required for mastery. Most importantly, do you believe that this direct depiction technique is solely applicable for illustrating characters and narratives? Zhu Xian refrained from further analyzing Nan Yi's artistic methods, instead shifting the conversation to state, as I mentioned earlier, had this newspaper been published 6 months earlier, perhaps this year's examination would have featured relevant topics. Why do I assert this? It is not merely because the past shifts with time, but rather due to its essence of avoiding the abstract and embracing the concrete. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment washed over the assembled scholars, swiftly followed by murmurs of discontent. Given the temperament of the reigning Emperor Li, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to pose a question involving artistry on the examination papers. After all, the political examination, akin to the civil service assessments of the Blue Star's summer, was a newly instituted component of the imperial examinations, mandated by Emperor Li in the inaugural year of the Tianqi era. Furthermore, the term geometric crimes, recently mentioned by Zhu Xian, referred to the most extensive case of demotion and dismissal in the history of the Great Li dynasty, which also occurred in that same year. This world placed immense value on rules and regulations. Not only did various industries and departments impose multifaceted constraints upon one another, but even within the court, the powers of the emperor and the scholars were inextricably intertwined. In a fit of indignation, Emperor Li took decisive action, personally reviewing the accounts from the 9 ministries, beginning with the Ministry of Commerce's financial department. After inquiring about the average income and tax revenue of the citizens of Great Li, he then sought information regarding the average tax contributions from the residents of Li capital. Typically, the financial department's records only compiled aggregate economic data from various regions, neglecting per capita statistics. The lack of corresponding data regarding average tax contributions rendered them unable to provide an immediate response, which constituted a dereliction of duty. Upon integrating the population data from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to calculate the per capita tax contributions for both Great Li and Li capital, the emperor posed a soul-searching question. In the esteemed capital, teeming with dignitaries and affluent merchants, why did the average tax contributions not surpass those of the entire realm of Great Li? The director of the financial department, Su Guang, remained at a loss for words, marking a second failure in duty. Consequently, all officials, both high and low, within the Li capital financial department were summarily dismissed. The emperor summoned officials from various provinces to swiftly compile the financial records for the first year of the Tianqi era, instructing them to work diligently and ensure accuracy. He promised that those who excelled would be promoted and retained in the capital. The task was clear. They needed to calculate the annual household data, crop yield statistics, and other pertinent figures. Any inconsistencies, contradictions, or excessively predictable data would result in immediate demotion. While the agricultural and civil affairs departments did not suffer the same fate as the finance department, they ultimately lost more than half of their personnel. The emperor's strategy was straightforward. Faced with the bureaucratic constraints imposed by the officials, who wielded rules to limit his authority, he chose to scrutinize their performance directly. Rules? The greatest rule in the world is simply this: in your position, govern your affairs. I do not concern myself with your integrity. I only ask whether you have fulfilled your duties. If you cannot even manage your responsibilities, how dare you occupy a high position? Depart at once. It can be said that the emperor struck at the very core of the officials' weaknesses. Under his relentless inquiries, many officials from the three departments faced demotion. The majority of the records were derived from local accounts, and local officials often neglected their duties, rarely updating the records with due diligence, particularly regarding household and land information. They would merely recycle previous data with slight modifications to pass off as adequate. The high-ranking officials in the capital turned a blind eye. As long as the records were not identical to previous years, they would not delve deeper. After all, this was the established norm. Yet, the emperor declared, "If you believe this to be the norm, I can easily send you to meet the emperors of the past. Here, we will only discuss the matters at hand. There is no such thing as the way it has always been." The current emperor of Li can be regarded as the foremost pioneer in breaking away from tradition and embracing reform. If he were to adhere to established customs, it would be impossible for him to posthumously bestow the title of Empress Dowager upon his biological mother. After all, the previous emperor of Li met an untimely demise, and due to the absence of heirs in the royal line, the current emperor ascended the throne as a cousin, thus representing a transition from a lesser branch to the greater lineage. According to tradition, he would have had to adopt a position within the royal bloodline, acknowledging the late emperor's mother as Empress Dowager and continuing the royal lineage to garner the support of the royal elders. However, the emperor of Li was unwilling to adopt such a course. Having claimed the throne, he asserted his authority as the sovereign of the Li dynasty. How could one sit upon the throne without wielding imperial power, with the royal elders withholding their support and the ministers disregarding his commands? He found himself at odds with the court, challenging officials on their adherence to protocol. Gradually, through this method of reforming the bureaucratic ranks within the confines of tradition, the current emperor of Li was able to assert his imperial authority, stabilize his reign, and implement decrees that led to a remarkable doubling of tax revenues and a flourishing treasury since the first year of the xianxia era, resulting in the prosperity of the populace. Furthermore, he introduced a series of ambitious reforms aimed at ushering in an era of great governance. Undoubtedly, the common people have shown unwavering support for the current emperor of Li. Yet, during the imperial examinations and annual assessments, the series of mathematical problems within the political examination have left many students in despair, causing them to hesitate in their support. Recently, it has been rumored that in the future, portraiture and illustrations may even find their way into examination papers, transforming into subjects for annual assessments, which has truly left some younger students utterly bewildered. Among them, the youngest, Zhou Qing, could not help but murmur, "O Divine One, may the Empress not catch sight of the Ming Bell." Chapter 17. Signs of Unusual Martial Winds. Since the inaugural sale of Ming Bao on the 21st, only 3 days remained until the examination on the 25th. These 3 days passed swiftly, and soon it was the evening of the 24th. Today, Nan Yi even made a special trip to his stir-fry restaurant to indulge in several delectable dishes. After receiving a silver dollar as a token of gratitude from the Song family, he found himself temporarily unburdened by financial concerns. However, he wished to avoid exhibiting excessive disparity from his original self, so he refrained from overly extravagant indulgences in his meals, having previously settled for simple fare at roadside stalls. Nan Yi planned to wrap the sharp blade obtained from the Song family in coarse cloth to serve as a sheath. With the sheath in place, after the examination, he could bind the blade to his leg or conceal it within his boot. As for tomorrow's examination, while he regarded it with seriousness, he did not feel anxious. For him, the examination represented a significant opportunity to escape the status of a lowly commoner. a chance to leap into the realm of the affluent and the city of Chu, rather than remain confined within the small pond of Nanshan County. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, Nan Yi was confident that he possessed alternative means and avenues to alter his household registration and entirely sever ties with his village's lowly status. Thus, he remained untroubled. In fact, he not only felt at ease, but also found himself lost in thought, the realm of cultivation. Hidden behind the facade of the mortal dynasty must surely involve some degree of interaction between cultivators and common folk. As long as he navigated the upper echelons of society, he should be able to access the legitimate pathways to engage with the world of cultivation. Therefore, he resolved to take steady steps, beginning with establishing himself within the ranks of the examination system and gradually unraveling the mysteries of cultivation. The sole uncontrollable factor lies solely in the intentions of the physician Su Luo. To Nan Yi, the greatest peril since his arrival in this realm is his uncertainty regarding whether Su Luo's previous enchantments were driven by ulterior motives. Should he ascertain that Su Luo would not pose a threat to him henceforth, or should he eliminate Su Luo entirely, he would find himself on a secure path, free from concerns. However, Nan Yi overlooked a critical point. The essence of a hidden danger is that it pertains to situations of which one is unaware or uncertain. In contrast, Su Luo, lurking in the shadows, can merely be regarded as an overt risk under Nan Yi's cautious watch. Unbeknownst to him, his true peril lies within the narrative of the dual dragons of Dali. This world is rife with enigmatic forces, and many matters are far more intricate than Nan Yi perceives. Prior to transcribing the dual dragons of Dali, Nan Yi, constrained by financial limitations, hesitated to invest in research on the trending literary genres in Dali, relying solely on memory and dismissing tales of the bizarre and courtly romance. He concluded that the realm possessed legendary narratives concerning martial artists, drawing inspiration from his past aspirations to write martial arts fan fiction. He resolved to extend his influence over the esteemed Mr. Jin's martial arts novel. However, in neglecting to conduct thorough research on the contemporary market for martial artist literature, Nan Yi overlooked a significant aspect. Mr. Jin's martial arts novels, even in the realm of Blue Star, are classified as new-style martial arts rather than the most traditional, devoid of personal embellishments. Their essence starkly contrasts with the existing martial legends in Dali. Song Zhong lay upon the couch, finding it difficult to succumb to slumber. Regardless of his examination results, it is determined that next year, Song Zhong will transfer to Nantian City, no longer remaining at Nanshan Academy for a repeat year. His mindset has become remarkably tranquil, and he feels no anxiety. Logically, he should not be losing sleep over this matter. However, he recently perused the legend of the Twin Dragons of Dali. Knowing it was authored by Nan Yi, Song Zhong did not merely focus on the illustration techniques like others. Instead, he meticulously examined the narrative. Upon closer inspection, he inexplicably found the book rather peculiar, yet he could not articulate what exactly felt strange. So he kept it in his mind. In truth, even the venerable Jin was perplexed during the serialization. Thus, the scholars of Nanshan County generally paid little heed to the plot, concentrating instead on the artistry of the illustrations. In contrast, Song Zhong took a keen interest in the storyline. Initially, he engaged with it to foster a connection with Nan Yi, but as time went on, he sought to unravel the source of his inexplicable feeling of strangeness. He mentally revisited the narrative. There are indeed individuals of extraordinary intellect in this world, proficient in literature, martial arts, painting, music, chess, mathematics, strategy, as well as medicine, divination, astrology, and various esoteric arts, all of which they master with exceptional skill. It is merely that you are unable to witness their talents. Reflecting on the words spoken by Chu San in the book, Song Zhong's thoughts abruptly stalled. Martial arts? What constitutes martial arts? Is it the study of combat skills? Could it be that Nan Yi's intention in this work is to delve into martial techniques and fight scenes? It appears that the myriad tales of martial heroes circulating in Dali predominantly focus on human relationships, chronicling the vendettas and passions of the martial world. In the work The Tale of the Twin Dragons of Dali, authored by Nan Yi, martial arts and martial principles are elevated to a remarkable height. even ascending to the realm of scholarly pursuit, presenting a stark contrast to the narrative style of the legend of the martial heroes of Dali. Yet, in the following moment, Dongzhen recalled the illustrations crafted by Nan Yi. When illustrating the stories, Nan Yi did not confine himself to the format of a traditional comic book. At times, he employed a storyboard-like approach, showcasing visual tension akin to that of a comic strip, reflecting on the illustrations depicting characters engaged in martial skill contests. Dongzhen found himself wavering in his initial resistance. Although he still believed that Nan Yi's juxtaposition of martial arts with literary talent somewhat exaggerated the status of martial artists, he acknowledged that any craft pursued to its depths could indeed be considered a form of scholarship. As Dongzhen dispelled the doubts in his heart and his thoughts became clear, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 18. The Messenger of Black Pine. The essence of ink. At the moment Dongzhen drifted into sleep, among the students of the Nanshan Academy, one individual remained awake, igniting an oil lamp and bending over his desk. This person was none other than Shou Qing, the youngest scholar at the academy. However, Shou Qing was not preoccupied with last-minute studying for an impending examination. He was, in fact, engrossed in manipulating the illustrations for a novel featured in Mingbao. Spreading the newspaper across the desk, he carefully retrieved an ink brush and gingerly opened the cap. "Come forth, drop by drop," Shou Qing murmured, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, his lips barely parting. As he whispered, a single drop of ink materialized at the tip of his brush. To his astonishment, this drop transformed into a tiny figure, no larger than a fly. The diminutive figure peered out, gazing at the illustration from Mingbao before it, and with a pained expression, remarked, "Brother Qing, the imperial examination is tomorrow. Why do you not rest early and instead fuss over this illustration? Do not fear. Diligence will not betray the earnest. As long as you persist in learning daily, you will inevitably master it. When that time comes, you can teach me, and I shall assist others in illustrating, thereby earning a fee for my artwork." Shou Qing is quite astute. He is undeterred by the complexity of the direct drawing technique, as it is not he who must learn it. He simply awaits the moment when you have mastered it to pass it on to him, allowing him to become self-taught. In this scenario, the greater the difficulty of the direct drawing method, the slower others will be to learn, thus granting him an advantage. He can readily engage in creating illustrations for others before they catch up. Dian, do not be daunted. Understand that the direct drawing method will become the trend of the future, capable of yielding substantial profits. Just think, once you have learned it, I can take on illustration work for others, earning abundant income. In the future, I will be able to provide you with a coin daily. Shou Qing coaxed the little one, fervently painting a picture of a bright future. Upon hearing of the delightful prospect of daily coins, the little one was captivated, nearly drooling ink. "All right, then I shall continue to strive." He revived his spirits, "But Qing Gu, you must first prepare today's coin." "Of course," Shou Qing replied, producing a small coin and placing it on the newspaper. He had already purchased several copies of the Ming Pao to ensure that Dian could learn the direct drawing technique. Following the special price of the inaugural issue on the 21st, the Ming Pao returned to its regular price of 10 coins. Having already spent money on the newspapers, Shou Qing was naturally not lacking in funds to provide for Dian. As Dian gazed at the coin, he imagined it in the form of a copper piece, instantly stirring his appetite. Following the surge of appetite, he transformed once more into a droplet of ink, alighting upon the illustration in the Ming Pao, voraciously consuming its ink. Before long, the area occupied by the illustration on the Ming Pao had reverted to a blank sheet of paper. It turned out that this little being was an ink spirit, also known as the Messenger of Black Pine, belonging to a particularly rare class of mystical entities. It possessed the remarkable ability to absorb ink and thereby acquire the knowledge concealed within it. Furthermore, it could regurgitate ink for others, imparting that knowledge in the process. For scholars, the ink spirit's extraordinary powers rendered it a veritable tool for learning. Those who have historically forged connections with the ink spirit have invariably cherished it as a treasure. However, the ink spirit's circumstances had become rather challenging. In times past, it fed upon the manuscripts of humans, which exuded a unique charm, allowing the ink spirit to effortlessly grasp the underlying knowledge. Now, it found itself laboriously consuming the ink from the illustrations on newspaper pages, eventually remanifesting itself in its diminutive form, retching a couple of times. Then, it hurried to the copper coins, eagerly nibbling at them as if they were pastries. Xianxia, suppressing his impatience, awaited the completion of the ink spirit's meal before inquiring. Dian, have you learned? Dian, comfortably sprawled across the newspaper, was entirely absorbed in the flavor of the copper coins. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's question, it shook its head, delving into the new knowledge swirling in its mind. Zhou Qing, having anticipated this, was not particularly disheartened. He consoled himself internally, it matters not. Even if Dian learns slowly, it will surely outpace others. Once Dian masters this, I can directly create illustrations for profit. There is great potential ahead. After a moment of self-encouragement, Zhou Qing lifted the newspaper, flipping it over, and said, "Come on, Dian, put in some more effort." There are illustrations on the reverse side as well. With a despondent expression, Dian sobbed, "Woe is me, the printing ink tastes terrible. Earning money is arduous. And even the most basic sustenance is a challenge in these times. Yet, Dian, do not lose heart. If you master the technique of direct sketching early on, you shall soon find fortune and enjoy a life where copper coins serve as your nourishment. In due time, after enduring hardship, sweet rewards shall await you." How delightful that would be. Zhou Qing, with gentle words and tender persuasion, sought to console Dian. Money, money, money. With vacant eyes, Dian murmured for a moment before rallying, declaring loudly, "I want to eat money." With that, he dove headfirst into the illustrations on the reverse side of the newspaper. In another corner of Nanshan County, within the security medical clinic, the physician Su Luo was also perusing the Ming Bao. A black cat leaped onto his lap, meowing softly. As Su Luo stroked the cat's back with his left hand, he pondered to himself, is it true that writing novels to earn manuscript fees negates the need for additional labor to make ends meet? Turning the page with his right hand, he gazed upon the uniquely styled illustrations in the newspaper. Such artistry was indeed rare. Could it be that Nan Yi's achievements were somehow linked to the realm of painting? However, none of the hexagrams and the 8 trigrams bore any indication that painting techniques or styles could influence the attainment of Tao. Su Luo was left perplexed. Nevertheless, despite the ambiguity, he was certain of one thing. Nan Yi was undoubtedly extraordinary. Whether he had attained a spiritual fruit of enlightenment, awakening latent talents, or had been possessed by another, returning through a borrowed vessel. Either scenario placed Nan Yi at the threshold of spiritual cultivation, having achieved the fruit of the path yet lacking the protective techniques to sustain it. This form of half-step cultivation is the most susceptible to being seized, harvested for its Tao fruit, and transformed into potent elixirs by unfortunate souls. However, Su Luo conceals himself in Nanshan County to evade his enemies. Furthermore, the county town is imbued with the prohibition of dragon energy. And Su Luo prefers not to forcibly abduct anyone and create a commotion. His intention was to wait until Nan Yi came to his clinic for a part-time job, luring him outside the city to gather herbs. Yet, unexpectedly, Nan Yi turned and sought the company of Bei He Ju, earning a stipend from Xia Bei He. Consequently, after the annual examination, Nan Yi would no longer need to assist at the clinic. Nevertheless, Su Luo is patient. He does not urgently desire the Tao fruit that Nan Yi has attained, merely wishing to casually harvest it. He has ample time to await the day Nan Yi exits the city. Chapter 19. The annual examination concludes on the morning of December 25th. Thick clouds obscured the sun, casting a half-clear, half-overcast sky. A group of students, having finished their breakfast, gathered early outside the academy, awaiting their turn. Within the academy's courtyard, 2 rows of armed guards stood resolutely, their swords resting against their shoulders, casting cold, indifferent glances. These guards, clad in glimmering iron armor, emanated an oppressive and solemn aura. Instructor Zhu Skin called out names at the entrance of the academy. Those summoned stepped forward one by one into the courtyard, passing between the rows of guards. At the classroom door, a male and female clerk conducted body searches to ensure no cheat sheets were concealed before permitting entry. Nan Yi observed this scene and felt that while the Duel annual examinations measures against cheating were not as extreme as strip searches, the menacing glare of the armed guards indeed created a chilling atmosphere. Whether those with intentions to cheat would be deterred, Nan Yi could not ascertain. However, Nan Yi felt that for an ordinary student, merely managing to perform adequately during the examination after such an ordeal would be commendable. Perhaps, due to the limited number of recruitment slots, there exists an implicit assessment of character as well. Pondering this, he cast a glance across the courtyard at the martial arts graduates and then casually surveyed his fellow classmates. Suddenly, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qing, or more precisely, on the pen held in Zhou Qing's hand. Due to the pat-down inspection, which prohibited the concealment of items within clothing, all writing instruments, such as ink brushes, had to be held in hand. To his surprise, Nan Yi perceived a flicker of brilliance on the ink brush in Zhou Qing's grasp. He focused for several breaths, and the brilliance unfolded before him. A sense of astonishment washed over him. Could it be that Zhou Qing intended to resort to cheating with the ink? However, upon further reflection, he recalled the ninja examinations from Naruto. With a quiet click of his tongue, he chose to keep the ink's peculiarities to himself, not wishing to stir any trouble. When Zhu Xian called his name, Nan Yi proceeded into the courtyard, passed through the soldiers, underwent the inspection, and entered the classroom. Inside, 3 proctors dispatched from the prefecture were resting with their eyes closed. After taking his seat in order, Nan Yi too closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the distribution of the examination papers. The first subject was political examination, comprising various situational questions akin to administrative assessment. The examination duration was 1 hour, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Armed with the knowledge inherited from his original self and the skills honed during his past life as a diligent student in a small town, Nan Yi not only completed the exam successfully, but also had a bit of time left to check for any oversights. After finishing the first subject, the students were required to rest in their seats for 15 minutes, prohibited from standing or requesting to use the restroom. At 11:30, the strategic theory examination commenced. Upon receiving the examination paper, Nan Yi discovered that this year's topic on policy discourse revolved around the maritime prohibition policy, allowing candidates to choose whether to advocate for its abolition or its maintenance, and to defend their stance. Given that the Nanshan Academy had successfully predicted the questions in advance and had previously engaged in discussions regarding the maritime prohibition policy, Nan Yi pondered briefly before taking up his pen to write on the necessity of maintaining the maritime prohibition policy. Unlike the great Ming dynasty of the past, the Dali dynasty does not contend with the menace of pirate incursions. Its maritime prohibition policy is genuinely intended for the welfare of the populace, aimed at averting potential dangers. Furthermore, Dali only prohibits private vessels from venturing into the high seas and does not dismiss maritime exploration. Thus, the assertion that the prohibition would stifle maritime exploration is unfounded. If the prohibition were to be lifted, merchants, driven by profit, might recklessly venture out with small boats in search of navigational charts, thus inadvertently causing numerous tragedies of ruin and loss. Of course, in a political essay, the essence lies in one's awareness. Regardless of how eloquently one articulates their argument, a lack of political insight will inevitably lead to deductions and scores. If the Emperor of Li truly intended to relax the maritime prohibition, he would have acquiesced to the petitions presented by the populace upon their arrival in the capital, rather than deferring the matter with vague promises to deliberate later, which ultimately culminated in this year's examination topic. However, merely supporting the maritime prohibition would be a conventional stance. To craft an exceptional essay, one must strike at the core issue. Why do some seek to lift the maritime prohibition? By discerning the motivations and foundational arguments of those advocating for its relaxation, and by offering alternative solutions that address the needs of the populace, one can effectively undermine the support for the lifting of the prohibition and erode its foundation. Nan Yi adeptly approached the problem from an unconventional angle, his pen gliding effortlessly as he completed his response with equal success. At 1:30 in the afternoon, after submitting their papers, the students enjoyed a longer break compared to the morning, lasting a full half hour from 1:30 to 2:30, during which they could also request to use the restroom. However, Restroom visits were accompanied by a vigilant guard, never straying from their side. Nan Yi chose not to use the facilities. Instead, he rested his head on the desk, nurturing his spirit. The 4 subjects of the annual examination were to be completed within a single day, and even Nan Yi felt a slight weariness. The other ordinary students were not without their own exhaustion. Fortunately, at 2:30, the third examination subject, classical texts, primarily consisted of fill-in-the-blank questions, emphasizing the principle of knowing what one knows and acknowledging what one does not. Occasionally, there were some short answer questions that assessed the candidate's ability to integrate different classical texts, which were not overly taxing on the mind. Drawing upon his own knowledge, Nan Yi answered the questions at a measured pace, confident that he would not make significant errors. At 4:30, there was another half-hour break. This time, a designated person delivered boxed meals for the students and the invigilators to share. After they finished eating, the attendant collected the utensils and provided oil lamps for each table, filling them to ensure adequate lighting for the evening, as the classrooms were situated deep within the buildings, away from the windows. As dusk descended and the haze began to rise, it became increasingly difficult for natural light to penetrate the space. At 5:30, Nan Yi unfolded the final examination paper for literary composition, first inscribing his name and dormitory on the edge of the paper before turning his attention to the prompt. The essence of the question was, with technological innovations and the evolution of various industries, the greatly community is bound to undergo unprecedented changes in the future. Candidates were instructed to envision the state of the greatly a century hence, contemplating its societal landscape, and to compose an essay based on this premise, with no restrictions on format or style, requiring a minimum of 1,000 words. After reflecting on the prompt, many found themselves furrowing their brows. In this year's examination, many confidently wager on the topics, asserting that the essay prompt on literary composition must pertain to the introduction of STEAM technology. Although the question does not explicitly state it, the themes of technological innovation and future prospects inherently suggest an exploration of the changes wrought by the introduction of STEAM technology. Yet, the prompt specifically requests an extrapolation of changes a century hence, rather than a mere decade. Were the task to delineate the transformations occurring within a decade post-introduction of STEAM technology, most students would readily articulate several points. Some, with insider knowledge, might even replicate the recent developments of the Northern Qin dynasty. However, when tasked with envisioning a century into the future, few students have contemplated this in advance. After a moment of hesitation, most students prepare to develop their arguments around a single focal point, whether it be the evolution of transportation, the transformation of wartime logistics, the burgeoning labor force, or the widespread adoption of scientific education. Given the constraints of examination time, the students, in their haste, refrain from delving too deeply into the subject matter. Chapter 20, Camel Xianxia Duel, Social Landscape, a century later? Upon reading the prompt, Nan Yi could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. He sensed something amiss. When discussing social landscapes, as a time traveler, Nan Yi vividly recalls the profound changes in societal fabric resulting from the Industrial Revolution and the subsequent enhancement of productivity. While others may be limited to responding based on the changes observed in the Northern Qin dynasty, Nan Yi is equipped to draw comparisons and analyses from the development of his previous world, Blue Star. Thus, it can be said that Nan Yi possesses a considerable advantage in crafting his literary composition response. However, upon completing the reading of the prompt, Nan Yi's initial reaction is that the question harbors a trap. The emperor has decreed the swift introduction of STEAM technology across the provinces. Normally, one would expect a panegyric, extolling its virtues and emphasizing the necessity of such an introduction. Yet, the governor of the county posed a question that not only failed to explicitly acknowledge the positive transformations that the introduction of STEAM technology could herald, but also directly demanded a projection of events a century hence. It is essential to understand that when the temporal scale extends to a century, one must adopt a macro perspective to comprehensively examine the issues at hand, eschewing simplistic considerations of beneficial or detrimental impacts. This implies that this year's examination topic on literary compositions in Chu County, ostensibly intended to extol the virtues of STEAM technology, paradoxically suggests that the more one praises it, the less favorably it will be received by the governor. Nan Yi discerned this subtlety. Perhaps the emperor aspired to introduce steam technology to swiftly alleviate the employment pressures arising from population growth. However, the governor of Chu County may not share this enthusiasm. On one hand, one could argue that the governor possesses a long-term vision, harboring reservations about the changes that the introduction of steam technology would entail a century later, and thus does not embrace unbridled optimism. On the other hand, it is conceivable that the governor fears that local aristocratic families might leverage the introduction of steam technology to further expand their influence and monopolize livelihoods. Of course, this is a more nuanced interpretation. If one were to adopt a more straightforward perspective, it could be understood that the emperor embodies the reformist faction, while the governor of Chu County represents the conservative faction. Resting his right elbow on the table, Nan Yi instinctively lifted his hand to support his chin, falling into contemplation. The crux of answering lies in awareness. Yet presently, the emperor and the governor are at odds. What course of action should be taken? Soon, an answer crystallized in Nan Yi's mind. The current national framework straddles the divide between a feudal system and a constitutional monarchy. Each county governor resembles a king of a fiefdom, obligated only to remit a certain amount of tax to the court annually. This signifies that within Chu County, the governor's decree holds greater sway than that of the emperor. After a moment of reflection, Nan Yi resolved that, given the context of the Chu County examination, he must resolutely support the governor. Moreover, he resolved to take an unconventional approach, commencing from the perspective of the lower strata to subtly depict the visage of future society. Regardless of the circumstances, he believed he could at least secure a position among the top 10 in the annual examination. Thus, Nan Yi decided to place a modest wager. Even if he were to lose and find himself unable to evade the tuition fees for admission into the Wuxiang Academy, he remained undeterred. The original self lacked financial means, hence the necessity to strive for the top prize in the examination. Without concern for tuition, he could freely express his innermost thoughts, while simultaneously seeking the favor of a county magistrate. Thus, he resolutely chose Luoxiang. For a century, the nation flourished and its people prospered, with abundant resources. Yet, alas, as industries expanded, prices soared, the wealthy grew ever wealthier, while the poor remained perpetually impoverished. In the jurisdiction of the county, there existed a hunchbacked villager named Luoxiang. Though his family was impoverished, he possessed a thirst for knowledge. With the college expanding its enrollment, he managed to gain admission. Upon completing his studies, he remained in the county city, earning a living as a steam-powered rickshaw driver, ferrying passengers daily. He toiled diligently, living frugally, often wearing the same tattered clothes for years without replacing them. To save money, he shared a rental in the outskirts of the city, rising early and working late, and even refrained from courting women to conserve his finances. After a decade of hard work, he finally amassed enough for a down payment on a house, and borrowed additional funds from a moneylender to acquire the necessary purchase documents from a builder. Just as Luoxiang felt a glimmer of hope for his future, the builder absconded with the funds. Not only did he lose his prospective home, but he also found himself obligated to repay a 30-year loan to the moneylender. When he inquired about halting the loan repayments, the moneylender threatened to blacklist him, rendering him unable to secure legitimate employment thereafter. This devastating blow only exacerbated his hunchback. Nevertheless, life must go on. At this juncture, the daughter of the rickshaw company's manager, who harbored feelings for Luoxiang, devised a scheme against him. On the day when the gathering took place, Luoxiang, in an attempt to drown his sorrows, became inebriated at the table. Upon awakening the next morning, he found himself sharing a bed with Hulu. Luoxiang, possessing a simple and honest disposition, had inadvertently taken Hulu's virginity and felt reluctant to abandon her. He contemplated to himself, although Hulu's appearance was somewhat coarse and her temperament rather willful, her family was affluent. Marrying her could potentially spare him 30 years of toil and provide him the means to purchase a home. After much deliberation, he ultimately consented to marry Hulu. However, Hulu's father was enraged, disparaging Luoxiang for his rural origins, and refused to sanction the union. In her frustration, Hulu eloped with Luoxiang. Following their elopement, Hulu was cut off financially by her father, leaving her with only a small amount of personal savings. With great difficulty, she managed to acquire a vehicle for Luo Xiang, enabling him to work as an independent driver affiliated with a ride-hailing service, while continuing to transport passengers daily. Although they owned a car, they were still dependent on the ride-hailing service for passenger permits, which meant that a portion of their earnings was deducted by the company. Thus, despite Hulu's insatiable desires in their intimate life, which nearly drained Luo Xiang's resources, their lives gradually fell into a semblance of order, bringing them a glimmer of hope. However, their fortunes were short-lived. During her pregnancy, Hulu indulged excessively, avoiding physical activity, which resulted in a notably large fetus and a difficult labor that required urgent medical intervention. Luo Xiang rushed Hulu to a clinic for emergency care, but the physician insisted that he pay the consultation fee upfront, citing new medical policies that mandated such payments. Initially, Luo Xiang considered withdrawing from Hulu's personal savings to cover the expenses and arrange a funeral. To his dismay, he discovered that her savings were held in a local bank, which informed him that Hulu had not deposited money but had instead invested in financial products that had failed, leaving them with nothing to withdraw. In a state of utter despair, Luo Xiang had no choice but to sell his car to afford a funeral for Hulu. This ordeal left him devoid of any desire to live, engulfed in profound hopelessness. Yet, during their elopement, his roommate, Xiao Fu, who had shared their rented space, offered him companionship in adversity, rekindling a flicker of purpose in Luo Xiang's life. Xiao Fu, too, hailed from humble origins. Due to his family's preference for male offspring, he was sold to the Long family in the county town as a concubine for a fool, eventually seizing an opportunity to escape. Lacking the necessary travel permits, Xiao Fu could not venture beyond the county and was forced to remain as an undocumented inhabitant, working as a waiter in a modest tavern. Luo Xiang and Xiao Fu made a pact. Once their circumstances improved, they would marry. However, driven by an urgent desire to earn money, Luo Xiang fell victim to a deceitful scheme. The meager savings he had painstakingly accumulated were swindled by a conman named Pang. In a moment of despair, news reached Luo Xiang that Xiao Fu, while serving drinks in a private room of the tavern, had encountered the head of the Long family, the very man who had purchased her, the fool's father. Unable to endure the humiliation, Xiao Fu, in a fit of rage, chose to leap to her death. When the local authorities arrived to investigate, the formidable influence of the Long family led to Xiao Fu's demise being dismissed as an unfortunate accident. Determined to seek justice for Xiao Fu, Luo Xiang resolved to petition the county magistrate. However, the Long family, having learned of his intentions, dispatched individuals to monitor him. Not only did Luo Xiang fail to gain an audience with the magistrate, but he was also brutally assaulted by the Long family's henchmen, leaving him with a crippled leg. This devastating blow plunged Luo Xiang into the depths of despair, extinguishing any remaining hope for a future. He defaulted on his loan from the pawnshop, ceased renting any accommodation, and ultimately relocated to Sana Square, resigning himself to the life of a homeless wanderer. Occasionally, he took on day labor at Sana Square, supplementing his income with petty thefts, thus leading a life of aimless drift. Having ceased to save money, Luo Xiang found himself without any spare change, and he sought the company of prostitutes repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, he encountered a woman afflicted with a terminal sexually transmitted disease who deliberately engaged in selling herself, leading Luo Xiang to contract the illness as well. Sealing his grim fate in his twilight years, he abandoned treatment and continued his self-indulgent ways, ultimately passing away one day in silence. Chapter 21. The novel abruptly concludes upon finishing the final word. Nan Yi set down his pen and let out a soft sigh. Although his work was largely derived from a reimagining of Camel xianxia, it was not entirely original. Nonetheless, Nan Yi felt compelled to infuse his emotions into the text. This empathetic engagement inevitably weighed heavily on his spirit, inducing a sense of oppression. The reason Nan Yi chose to draw inspiration from Camel xianxia was primarily to capture the attention of the county magistrate with an unexpected approach. Simultaneously, he harbored a cautionary intent in his writing. Indeed, while technological advancements have undoubtedly enhanced productivity, the tangible benefits for the common people remain scant. Should this narrative reach the magistrate's attention, it might prompt him to contemplate the genuine hardships faced by the lower classes when formulating policies aimed at improving public welfare. If this were to occur, Nan Yi would feel a sense of fulfillment, believing he had contributed positively in some measure. Reflecting on this, Nan Yi managed to dispel the oppressive thoughts inspired by camel xianxia, a faint smile gracing his lips. Observing Nan Yi's calm demeanor, a proctor who periodically roamed the classroom grew curious and approached him with intent. Nan Yi's ears twitched slightly, sensing someone had arrived, and stood beside him. Yet, he remained with his eyes closed, undisturbed by the presence. He felt no need to feign an appearance of restraint. The proctor, Rufen, observing this, silently admired the student's composure, though he did not dwell on it further, choosing instead to lower his gaze to Nan Yi's examination paper. Upon his first glance, he was taken aback to discover it was a novel. With a second glance, Rufen's attention became fixated. Having served as a proctor for 10 years, he had encountered numerous compositions in the Wenfu examination. Although the guidelines permitted freedom in format and genre, it was exceedingly rare for students to respond with a novel. Given the limited examination time, crafting a compelling narrative within an hour while adhering to the prompt posed a significant challenge. Yet, here was Nan Yi, daring to write a novel for his Wenfu essay? Rufen mused internally. This student is indeed audacious. I wonder if his narrative possesses genuine substance or if it is merely superficial. Driven by curiosity, he continued to read on. He found that Nan Yi unfolded the story from the perspective of the lower-class citizens a century hence, prompting an internal commendation for the student's boldness. It is essential to note that while the analytical essay could directly hypothesize changes over a century, a novel must convincingly portray societal conditions to be deemed satisfactory. Not only did Nan Yi choose the novel form, but he also opted for the perspective of the underprivileged, attempting to illustrate the grand through the small. What audacity! Rufen's gaze remained fixed, and before he realized it, he was engrossed in the unfolding tale. Old Mo, time to collect the papers, called out the other two proctors as the clock struck 7:30 in the evening. Noticing Rufen's deep concentration, Rufen uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Yet his gaze remained fixated upon Nan Yi's examination paper. The other two individuals, observing this, chose not to comment further and began to collect their own papers. Once all the examinees had submitted their work, they were taken aback to find that Rufen was still scrutinizing Nan Yi's paper. One of them exclaimed, "Old Mo, are you still looking?" Rufen made an effort to turn his head away and forced himself to speak. "Quickly take it away, seal it in a bag." Although the other two examiners were also filled with curiosity, they prioritized collecting the papers, picking up Nan Yi's script and mixing it with the others before placing them all in a bag. Subsequently, the examinees were allowed to exit in an orderly fashion. After all the candidates had left the classroom, one of the invigilators jested, "Old Mo, what remarkable essay have you been so enthralled by?" Upon learning that Nan Yi had written a novel, the other two became somewhat intrigued as well. Yet, without having seen it firsthand, they could not share Rufen's fervent curiosity. One continued to jest, "I must ask, Old Mo, with your demeanor, do you even remember the names of those students?" While Rufen indeed could not recall the name, he was certain that upon mentioning it was a novel, he could effortlessly identify the author. Despite feeling a tinge of regret, Rufen's mind remained sharp and clear. Shall I consult a local instructor about this? Perhaps he could invite that student to write the story again and send it to you? One of the others, eyes glimmering, seemed to consider the notion of seeing it for himself. No need to complicate matters. Once the papers are graded, I shall inquire with the educational supervisor, Rufen replied, shaking his head, wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglements with the examinees that might provoke gossip. Thus, the three companions ceased their chatter and diligently gathered all the examination papers for the 4 subjects. Under the escort of the Wuhan guards, they hastened through the night towards the county office. Such a procession, akin to theirs, was scattered throughout the various counties and districts of Dali on this night. On the 25th day of the 12th month in the 3rd year of the Tianqi era, the night was as tranquil as water, and the bright moon resembled frost. marking the conclusion of the yearly examination. As Nan Yi exited the small courtyard of the academy, a throng of classmates immediately surrounded him, inquiring about the nature of his essay. Not only were the two proctors curious, but Nan Yi's fellow students were equally intrigued. With modesty, Nan Yi replied that it was likely the peculiarity of his thoughts and the uniqueness of his perspective that momentarily stunned the examiners, deeming it insignificant. After speaking, Nan Yi walked outside alongside Dongzhen. Observing this, the others quelled their curiosity to pursue further inquiries. As they departed the crowd, Nan Yi cast a casual glance at Zhou Qing. The spark of inspiration remained, for the ink essence still resided within Zhou Qing's ink brush. Dongzhen discerned that Nan Yi was merely seeking solace away from the throng, thus he followed without question. After a few steps, Dongzhen inquired with a smile, "Did you pen a novel, Brother Nan?" In the presence of Dongzhen, Nan Yi felt no need for excessive concealment. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it is a novel. I wrote a tale about impoverished villagers a century hence in the county town, employing an unconventional approach to break the topic while adhering to its essence. Perhaps fortune favored me, aligning with the proctor's preferences, breaking with the unusual and adhering to the conventional." Dongzhen pondered for a moment before sighing, "Brother Nan, your talent is truly remarkable. Even your casual remarks resonate with wisdom." Upon hearing this, a sudden tension gripped Nan Yi's heart. As he gazed at the dim sky surrounding him, a vague sensation of being observed crept into his mind. Chapter 22. As the year-end approaches, Nan Yi casually surveyed his surroundings. Within the unique perspective granted by his talent, he discerned no flickering spiritual lights. This indicated that when he switched to the vision, there were no extraordinary beings or objects nearby. However, after this experience, and in the face of Dongzhen's praise, Nan Yi's enthusiasm waned, and he found himself devoid of the mood for mutual flattery. "Flattery, flattery," he insisted, waving his hand repeatedly, his eyes flickering as he continued. "Do not hold it against me for concealing my talents in class." Although he understood that Dongzhen's remarks were merely spontaneous exclamations, an inexplicable instinct compelled him to patch up his persona, feigning that his current performance was different from usual due to his previous reticence. Dongzhen, however, did not delve into the complexities of Nan Yi's thoughts. He simply chuckled at the comment, not taking it to heart. Many conceal their talents, some do so genuinely, while others are inherently unskilled. "Haha, urging me for updates is futile. I must go prompt Beihiju and 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then, feigning a yawn, he took a deep breath and closed his eyelids. Yet, even with his eyes shut, Nan Yi's mind raced with thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he mused that the faint sensation of being watched might stem from the black cat that occasionally appeared around him. Even in the absence of evidence, and despite the seemingly uneventful surroundings, Nan Yi chose to trust his instincts, undoubtedly stemming from a sense of caution that leans towards better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it, and coupled with his innate ability to perceive the truth. It possesses a characteristic of passive efficacy. It is essential to understand that the premise of passive analysis is the passive collection of surrounding information. Even though Nan Yi must lock onto a target to activate the corresponding information panel, this passive gathering of information inadvertently enhances his intuitive perception. He inwardly lamented, "Although the annual examination has concluded, the year is not yet over, and the matters I face may not be resolved so easily." The following morning, a group of students once again gathered in the study hall. Although the annual examination had ended, there remained a formal farewell class to signify the conclusion of this year's studies, requiring students to express their preliminary intentions for the coming year. Whether to continue studying in the academy, abandon their education, or decide to pursue advanced studies at the County City Academy should they rank within the top 10. When it was Nan Yi's turn, he first stated that as long as he ranked in the top 10, he would pursue advanced studies in the County City Academy. And then added, "Teacher Zhu, I have another matter to trouble you with. Once the examination results are released, I wish to change my name, and I may need your assistance in this regard." Of course, Zhu Xian readily responded, stroking his beard in agreement. "As long as your examination results place you first, I will personally intervene to assist you in changing your household registration name at the Civil Affairs Office. The household registration name is akin to an identification card. Without it, one is considered stateless, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate life locally. Even securing odd jobs becomes a challenge. Like the original identity of Nan Yi, the reason he was able to enroll in the academy was due to the frugal efforts of his family, who painstakingly saved money. It was only 2.5 years ago that they came to Nanshan County, spending 5,000 won to obtain a household registration, barely securing a place among the local populace. At present, Nan Yi wishes to change his name from the humble Nan Yi to Nan Yi, requiring a modification of his household registration at the Civil Affairs Office. In truth, changing one's name is not inherently difficult. However, once the household registration is altered, the Civil Affairs Office of the county must report the matter to the Civil Affairs Supervisor in the prefecture, making them reluctant to process such requests without the intervention of someone of status within the county. Zhu Xian, a lecturer at the Nanshan Academy, has taught for many years and has cultivated many students, thus possessing sufficient standing. Yet, if Nan Yi does not perform well in the upcoming county examination, it would be quite challenging to solicit his assistance. In light of this, Nan Yi can only lament the stagnation of governance in these peaceful times, where those in the know are well aware of the situation. Moreover, closely associated with the household registration is another item known as the travel permit. Without the travel permit, ordinary citizens cannot venture beyond the county, restricted to activities within Nanshan County. Should Nan Yi secure the top position in this year's county examination, a recommendation letter from the Nanshan Academy would effectively serve as a travel permit. However, since the entire Chujun region conducts unified grading, the results will not be available promptly. Furthermore, with the year-end approaching, the examination results will only be officially announced on January 11th of the following year. Given that classes at the academy have concluded, Nan Yi now heads to Beiheiju. Uncle Xie, how are the sales of the Mingbao currently? Upon arriving at Beiheiju, Nan Yi inquired while surveying the layout of the shop. The bookshelf displaying the Mingbao is positioned from the street outside to the entrance of the bookstore, allowing for easy access to purchase and settle accounts at the counter. The arrival of Nan Lang prompts a question about his confidence in the upcoming examination. Upon seeing Nan Yi, Xie Beihe promptly rises from behind the counter. The sales of the Mingbao have been remarkably encouraging. The initial batch of 1,000 copies sold out on the same day, and the second batch is nearly gone as well. Without considering the cost of the printing plate, printing 1,000 copies incurs a cost of 10 copper coins. Adding the cost of the printing plate, which is 30 copper coins, Xie Beihe's previous investment of 40 coins for printing is just sufficient to cover the modeling and production of 1,000 newspapers. From the second batch onward, even with a price set at 10 won, if Beihe sells directly, each copy would yield a profit of 9 won. Subsequent sales would result in pure profit. Although the market surplus for a single issue of the newspaper within Nanshan County is limited, there remains a vast market in other counties. Even if these counties cannot afford direct sales like Nanshan County, requiring discounts for wholesale to local booksellers, the profit remains quite substantial. Such profitability astounds Nan Yi upon a moment's calculation. It is no wonder that Xie Beihe, recognizing the remarkable potential of Nan Yi's illustrative talent, decisively chose to embark on the journey of establishing the Mingbao. Shall I advance you some manuscript fees, Nan Lang? In truth, the Mingbao has not yet begun to yield genuine profits. It has merely covered the costs of the printing plates for the first 2 issues. However, as long as the amount is not exorbitant, Xie Beihe does not mind prepaying some fees to Nan Yi. Chapter 23. Nan Yi's intent lies beyond the pen. Previously, Nan Yi received a silver dollar from the Song residents and presently finds himself in no need of funds. He is not in a hurry to request an advance on the manuscript fees, shaking his head in response. No need. I can settle the accounts when I visit the county city after the new year. I understand that my visit today is primarily to discuss the future of the Mingbao with you, Uncle Xie. Xie Beihe's expression turned serious as he engaged in a quiet discussion with Nan Yi. Currently, the Mingbao has firmly established its presence in Nanshan County. Apart from the regular publication of subsequent content, The only remaining task is to expand into surrounding counties. In this regard, on one hand, it involves the efforts of the book business clerks, leveraging personal connections to engage with book merchants and clerks in neighboring counties. On the other hand, Xia Beihe is diligently working on promoting goods in the county town. During yesterday's year-end examination, although the three proctors remained in the classroom and did not interact with outsiders, their accompanying clerks were responsible for coordinating arrangements for the candidates' dinners and would move about outside. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Beihe discreetly delivered several copies of the Ming Bao to these clerks and slipped them some money, requesting that they present the Ming Bao to the proctors at an opportune moment. The crux of the matter lies in what will become of the Ming Bao once Nan Yi travels to the county town and enrolls in Nantian Academy. Xia Beihe had already contemplated this and stated, "I have reached an agreement with Clerk Fei. The printing will continue to be handled in Nanshan County. We will gradually establish a sales network, thereby expanding the Ming Bao's reputation." Aware of Xia Beihe's concerns about potential forced acquisition of the Ming Bao after their arrival in the county town, Nan Yi nodded in understanding. "Should I send my manuscripts to you, Uncle Xia?" he asked, somewhat bewildered. Xia Jianan, the top scorer of the year-end examination at Nanshan Academy 2 years ago, was someone Nan Yi recognized, albeit not well, as he had only recently begun his studies there. With Xia Beihe having already devised a plan for the future, Nan Yi decided to refrain from further involvement. Nonetheless, he merely needs to provide the manuscript of the novel punctually and with quality assurance. At that moment, a guest arrived. "Boss, I would like to purchase a copy of the Ming Bao," the visitor announced, and upon noticing Nan Yi, he expressed mild surprise. "Nan Yi, you are here as well?" This individual was none other than Zhou Qing, Nan Yi's classmate, who had the audacity to bring ink to participate in the annual examination. In Zhou Qing's eyes, Nan Yi had always been perceived as a bookworm, engrossed solely in his studies. Despite his commendable knowledge, he had few acquaintances. Upon unexpectedly witnessing Nan Yi engaged in lively conversation with Xia Beihe, Zhou Qing paused momentarily, feeling a hint of astonishment. "Nan Yi, you were here too?" Nan Yi responded with a gentle smile. "I was just chatting with Uncle Xia, who was introducing me to his nephew studying at Nantian Academy." Sensing the profound confidence in Nan Yi's words regarding his determination to secure the top position in the annual examination, a flicker of envy passed through Zhou Qing's eyes. "I would like to extend my early congratulations to you, Nan Yi, for this year's triumph in the annual examination." After speaking, Zhou Qing hurriedly fished out 10 coins from his pocket and handed them to Xia Beihe. Subsequently, he deftly retrieved a copy of the Ming Bao and left in haste, not wishing to linger in Nan Yi's company any longer. As for Nan Yi, he observed Zhou Qing's departing figure, maintaining his smile, yet deep in thought. Zhou Qing had paid and rushed directly to the bookshelf, hardly pausing to examine the newspaper before promptly picking it up and turning to leave. It appeared that Zhou Qing had frequented Beihe's establishment for the Ming Bao on numerous occasions, becoming quite familiar with the routine. Reflecting on this, Nan Yi inquired curiously, "Uncle Xia, does this young gentleman often come to purchase the Ming Bao?" "Yes, young sir. He comes almost every day to buy a copy." Xia Beihe felt a tinge of curiosity. "He seemed to be emulating your illustration skills, Nan Lang, yet he appeared to be purchasing with unusual fervor. While it is true that others also bought multiple copies, either for family members or to replace those that had become soiled or wrinkled, none purchased daily." Xia Beihe recalled Zhou Qing, and upon reflection, he too felt perplexed. "Thus, for your forthcoming manuscripts, Nan Lang, you might consider creating illustrations employing varied techniques, enticing them to pursue their purchases, and in a manner, collecting some tuition fees. This would benefit me." Nan Yi nodded in agreement, then took his leave, striding out of Beihe's residence in pursuit of Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing walked at a leisurely pace, and before long, Nan Yi caught up with him. "Brother Zhou, please pause. I wish to discuss a matter with you and seek your counsel." Zhou Qing regarded him with suspicion, surveying Nan Yi with keen eyes before responding. "What is it? Are you currently studying the illustration techniques of the Ming Bao?" "Indeed. Unlike you, Brother Nan, who is poised to excel in this year's imperial examination, I must diligently practice my drawing skills now, especially if next year's examination requires adeptness in direct representation. Is that so? Nan Yi gazed intently into Zhou Qing's eyes. Zhou Qing frowned, reluctant to delve deeper into the conversation. However, considering that Nan Yi's circumstances were even more modest than his own, he felt no shame in sharing. To be candid, Brother Nan, this method is not only the future trend, but also exceedingly challenging to master. I thought it prudent to learn it early, so I could later illustrate for others and earn some fees for my artwork. After all, earning a living is nothing to be ashamed of. Although Zhou Qing's family was better off than Nan Yi's, they were still merely a humble household, far from being affluent or influential. Zhou Qing, being quite attentive to evidently profitable ventures, listened intently. Although he suspected that Nan Yi might be jesting and attempting to amuse him, he nonetheless inquired, "What does Brother Nan wish to exchange?" Nan Yi revealed his intention. "I seek to trade for the pen you utilized during yesterday's examination, precisely as it is, without any alterations." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing initially felt puzzled, but soon his expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. "Your interest lies not in the pen itself, but in the ink within." Somewhat irked, Zhou Qing instinctively raised his hand to gesture towards Nan Yi. Yet, Nan Yi responded with a smile, suggesting, "Why don't you invite me in? We can discuss this further at your residence." Following Zhou Qing into the Zhou household, Nan Yi arrived at Zhou Qing's private quarters. Zhou Qing offered him a chair and then seated himself at the desk, seizing a brush while solemnly asking, "What do you know?" "The essence of the ink is the emissary of the black pine," Nan Yi answered with unwavering calm, revealing the true identity of the ink's essence. Zhou Qing, upon hearing this, dispensed with the superficial pleasantries typical among classmates and retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Humph, you indeed possess knowledge. However, since you are aware that I will inevitably master the technique of direct depiction, you must understand that I could never part with even a drop of it." At that moment, Zhou Qing even considered Nan Yi's request to be absurd, as it suggested sacrificing a sesame seed to obtain a watermelon. Yet, Nan Yi remained composed. Smiling as he urged, "Brother Zhou, why not let the essence of the ink reveal itself? What do you intend?" Zhou Qing questioned, suddenly on guard. For Nan Yi, the objective was to have the ink essence return to its rightful place. To rely on deceit and trickery may yield temporary gains, yet such gains are ultimately fleeting. Thus, he opted for candor, seeking a mutually beneficial arrangement that promises a threefold victory. With a smile gracing the corners of his eyes, then he turned to Zhou Qing and softly inquired, "Could it be that you, Brother Zhou, are reluctant to let me finish my words? As the adage goes, one should never strike a smiling face." Nan Yi wore an amiable expression, leaving Zhou Qing in a quandary, unwilling to display overt displeasure lest he appear unduly petty. However, observing Nan Yi's calm demeanor, Zhou Qing found himself momentarily taken aback, pondering the source of Nan Yi's confidence in persuading him in the ink spirit, whom he affectionately referred to as Dian Dian. With a deep breath, Zhou Qing slowly replied, "Since you are already aware, there is no need to hide Dian Dian any longer." After speaking, he reached for the ink brush on his desk, uncapping it, and called out, "Dian Dian, please come forth for a discussion." The ink spirit, which referred to itself as Dian Mo, emerged in the form of a tiny figure, curiously gazing at Nan Yi. Though it had been concealed within the brush, it could hear the dialogue between the two, regardless of its physical presence. Yet, upon hearing that the matter pertained to itself, Dian Dian felt it appropriate to satisfy its curiosity and witness the encounter firsthand. Having overheard part of the conversation, it initially assumed that Nan Yi was merely a merchant who had fortuitously discovered its existence, intent on coercively acquiring it from Zhou Qing. To its surprise, the young scholar, who had invited it to listen, was also a youthful intellect. Moreover, a glance at Nan Yi sent a shiver of astonishment through Dian Dian. Being an ink spirit often associated with scholars, Dian Dian possessed an innate ability, though not supernatural, to perceive the aura and talents of others. For instance, Zhou Qing. With just a glance, one could perceive an abundance of spirit within him, suggesting he might achieve greatness in the future. However, when it came to Nan Yi, Dots turned her gaze towards Nan Yi, yet could not discern any trace of spirit emanating from him. This was not to imply that Nan Yi lacked any innate talent. Rather, The brilliance of his intellect was so overwhelming, radiating outward, that it completely obscured the essence of his spirit. Being merely a small sprite, inexperienced and unworldly, Dots found herself momentarily bewildered, unable to ascertain the literary stature that Nan Yi's talent should be associated with. Logically, one would assume that with such formidable talent, Nan Yi would have already gained considerable notoriety. Yet, curiously, his talent appeared somewhat ethereal and elusive, lacking a tangible foundation, which was indeed perplexing. How strange, Dots mused, as she cast several more furtive glances at Nan Yi. However, the diminutive figure of Mo Jing was so small, akin to a fly, that unless one paid close attention, it would be nearly impossible to notice what he was observing. Nan Yi continued, "This little sprite is named Dots, is she not? I presume Brother Zhou has allowed Dots to consume quite a bit of ink over the past few days. May I inquire how much you have learned in the realm of direct drawing techniques? Rest assured, whatever I can master is of no concern to you." Shou Qing retorted with a disdainful snort. Nan Yi merely smiled and replied, "If Brother Zhou truly could grasp it swiftly, I would not have come here at all. Alas, in this age of printing, where works are mass-produced, the essence that resides in an author's manuscript is lost. Even if Dots were to learn at a pace quicker than the average person, the difference would hardly be significant. According to my estimation, it would take an average person nearly a year to attain a skillful level. Those with a foundation in drawing might require about 6 months, while Dian would likely need at least 3 months." Zhou Qing's expression darkened. In the case of others, he could easily dismiss them if they were unable to articulate a valid argument. However, with Nan Yi presenting a knowing demeanor, Zhou Qing found it challenging to assert that Nan Yi was merely speaking nonsense. Moreover, upon hearing that Dian would need 3 months to learn, Zhou Qing felt a twinge of doubt. He had initially presumed that even if Dian learned slowly, a month would suffice. A month comprises 30 days, which translates to a mere 301 or 3 copper coins, a sum Zhou Qing could readily afford. But if it stretched to 3 or 4 months? Zhou Qing furrowed his brow and remarked, "These are merely your speculations and cannot be taken seriously. Furthermore, according to your calculations, the methods you previously mentioned to expedite my learning would also be nonsensical, wouldn't they?" "I certainly have a method," Nan Yi replied. "As long as I obtain the appropriate manuscript, I can have Dian learn it and then teach you, Brother Zhou." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing was initially taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. However, he misinterpreted Nan Yi's meaning, assuming he intended to leverage his acquaintance with Xie Beihe to procure the manuscript. Consequently, Zhou Qing scoffed. "If we are discussing manuscripts, I too can approach Beihe and request to purchase the manuscript of Yiming." Nan Yi chuckled, "Not at all. My intention is not to retrieve the manuscript from Uncle Xie, but rather to present a few manuscripts myself." Zhou Qing, initially perplexed, soon raised an eyebrow as an unsettling suspicion crept into his mind. Indeed, in the next moment, Nan Yi remarked with a smile, "I humbly refer to myself as Yiming. If you desire manuscripts, I can simply create a few here on the spot." Zhou Qing's face alternated between shades of green and red, inexplicably feeling as though he were the subject of Nan Yi's mockery. He suppressed his rising anger and retorted, "Then I have no reason to relinquish Dian to you." "To relinquish Dian is indeed unnecessary," Zhou Qing stated emphatically, his tone laden with resentment. Nan Yi's eyes twinkled with amusement as he replied, unhurriedly, "You believe it is unnecessary because you think that by yielding Dian to save 3 months' time, you would be unable to rely on Dian for swiftly acquiring other knowledge. Akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed, am I correct?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qing affirmed, "Indeed. Forsaking the essence for the trivial is not the path of the wise." The amusement in Nan Yi's gaze deepened. His purpose in discussing painting techniques with Zhou Qing was to observe and analyze his thoughts. If Zhou Qing held Dian dear as a sibling, inseparable and cherished, no amount of eloquence from Nan Yi would persuade him to part with Dian. Moreover, persuading Zhou Qing would merely serve as an appetizer. The main course lay with Dian, who must ultimately wish to accompany Nan Yi. However, one must eat a meal one bite at a time. Nan Yi needed to first find a way to convince Zhou Qing. Only Zhou Qing himself could assess the value of every detail. And only then could Nan Yi hope to entice him with benefits. When Zhou Qing heard this, his curiosity regarding Nan Yi's confidence was piqued, and Nan Yi, sensing the intrigue, felt assured in his judgment. After exchanging a few more words, Nan Yi became increasingly convinced that Zhou Qing, by nature, was somewhat indifferent. Although he possessed emotions, he prioritized tangible benefits. As he had anticipated, the little one, Duel, was likely being exploited by Zhou Qing, who, through the use of the ink-eating technique, imparted a considerable amount of knowledge to him. Nan Yi cast a glance at the somewhat naive Duel before turning his attention back to Zhou Qing, continuing, "Firstly, you underestimate the cost of time. Time is indeed a cost. If you rely on Duel and only master the technique of direct drawing after 3 months, even without considering the expenses of purchasing materials, the time available to earn some modest fees from illustration would only amount to 2 or 3 months. However, if you were to learn this technique in the coming days, not only would you have ample time, approximately 6 months, but also, the true means of earning would not be merely to illustrate for others. In my opinion, if you genuinely wish to profit, it would be wiser to establish a drawing class, guiding others hand in hand in mastering the technique of direct drawing. It is imperative to recognize that the sooner one aligns with the trend of direct drawing, the sooner one can seize the advantageous position and enjoy the dividends that follow, such as the method of teaching I just mentioned. Conversely, as more individuals become adept at this skill, it will merely become a matter of following the crowd, unable to secure a prominent position or partake in the lucrative benefits. Ironically, in an effort to avoid being left behind, one would be compelled to learn. By that time, within Nanshan County, you, Zhou Qing, would find yourself a distinguished guest among numerous illustrious families. The advantages of this position, I trust, require no further elaboration from me." Nan Yi eloquently expounded at length, and though some of his vocabulary was somewhat peculiar, it was not difficult to comprehend. As Zhou Qing listened, he was rendered speechless, utterly taken aback. Both had mastered the art of direct drawing in advance, while Zhou Qing contemplated using his skills to earn a modest income. Nan Yi effortlessly presented a method for substantial profit. In that moment, Zhou Qing felt a twinge of inferiority. He had never anticipated that Nan Yi possessed not only remarkable knowledge, but also a far superior acumen for generating wealth. However, Zhou Qing's gaze sharpened, and he soon regained his composure. Although he was deeply tempted by the prospects Nan Yi described, he firmly believed that as long as Dongzhen was by his side, he possessed the ability to rapidly enhance his knowledge. It is said that teaching a person to fish is preferable to merely giving them fish. For Zhou Qing, Dongzhen represented that fish. Yet, mastering the art of direct drawing early on, establishing a class to impart knowledge, and seizing the high ground of trends also seemed to be a form of fishing. Zhou Qing pondered this inwardly, instinctively weighing the merits of both paths. Eventually, he exhaled audibly and declared with conviction, "I admit that what you have said, Nan, has indeed stirred my interest. However, no matter how you frame it, I shall never relinquish Dongzhen to you. Therefore, I kindly ask you to abandon this notion." Meeting Zhou Qing's gaze, Nan Yi sighed. "I understand that you, Zhou, possess a far-reaching vision and are not easily swayed by greed. Yet, my purpose here is not to forcibly take what you cherish, but rather to enlighten you, as I believe you are unaware of the errors you carry." Zhou Qing furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He felt somewhat exasperated by Nan Yi's teasing. However, understanding that Nan Yi was not one to engage in frivolous antics, Zhou Qing reluctantly restrained his impatience, waiting for Nan Yi to elaborate further. He was eager to discern where his own misstep lay. Yet, after declaring Zhou Qing at fault, Nan Yi did not hastily provide an explanation. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Dongzhen. "I have come here today to win hearts through virtue, seeking a righteous resolution between you, Brother Zhou, and Dongzhen, both of whom deserve consideration. After all, Dongzhen, as a spirit with innate wisdom, possesses the right to determine her own fate. Therefore, whether you choose to remain by Brother Zhou's side or to follow me and change your allegiance is entirely your decision. I shall never impose my will upon you." Nan Yi's intention today was to win Dongzhen's loyalty. Hence, he deliberately emphasized her autonomy in his discourse. At this moment, Zhou Qing's expression shifted subtly. Feeling both humiliated and angry, realizing that he had fallen into Nan Yi's trap, as his words had inadvertently objectified Dian. Nonetheless, Zhou Qing maintained his composure, for he had faith in Dian. Given her innocence, she would not easily succumb to Nan Yi's psychological maneuvers. Moreover, Dian might not even realize that Nan Yi's earlier remarks were intended to highlight the objectification evident in Zhou Qing's words. Dian felt somewhat bewildered, yet curious. If Nan Yi were to adopt a merchant's demeanor, intending to purchase the ink spirit from Zhou Qing with a hefty sum, she would undoubtedly ignore him. If he were to boast of his talents, attempting to persuade the ink spirit to willingly switch allegiances, she would also be disinclined to engage with him. This was not to say that Dian followed Zhou Qing out of loyalty. In truth, she enjoyed the freedom to come and go as she pleased. If Zhou Qing were to provoke her ire, she could very well depart without a word. In Dian's eyes, his relationship with Zhou Qing was more akin to that of longtime friends. Simultaneously, Dian had effectively invested in Zhou Qing, anticipating that Zhou would one day achieve fame and reciprocate. Although Nan Yi was undeniably talented, and by associating with him, Dian could swiftly benefit from that brilliance. He remained indifferent to any self-aggrandizing claims Nan Yi might make to entice him. Dian understood that if he readily placed his trust in Nan Yi, he would not garner the latter's respect. Furthermore, despite Zhou Qing's current inferiority compared to the immensely gifted Nan Yi, he possessed an innate spark that suggested he might one day flourish, warranting optimistic expectations for the future. As a creature of extraordinary nature, Dian was unconcerned about longevity and did not particularly covet the nurturing of talent, setting him apart from those who seek to ingratiate themselves. In a moment of curiosity mixed with bewilderment, both Dian and Zhou Qing found themselves intrigued by the audacity with which Nan Yi proclaimed his intentions to simultaneously persuade them both. Under their scrutiny, Nan Yi declared with conviction, "The essence of ink is to consume it. To absorb the ink of others, to glean wisdom from literature, is the righteous path. However, to impart ink to others and transfer knowledge is to stray into a misguided way, verging on the nefarious." Zhou Qing furrowed his brow and met Nan Yi's gaze, only to find it profound and shadowy, as if peering into the depths of one's soul. Initially filled with indignation, he found himself inexplicably beset by a sense of unease under Nan Yi's penetrating stare. "Brother Zhou, as a scholar, do you truly believe that relying on Dian's reverse application of divine powers for learning is the righteous path?" Zhou Qing's face flushed crimson. Yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for a response to this inquiry. Nan Yi continued, "During the examination, did you rely on a bit of cheating, or was it truly your own ability?" To this, Zhou Qing boldly retorted, his face flushed, "I did not cheat. I completed the questions myself. I merely asked for a little assistance from Dongzhen to check and remind me, which hardly constitutes cheating." "Very well, let us assume you did not cheat." Nan Yi replied with a smile, choosing not to engage in further debate with Zhou Qing. He then remarked, however, "Putting aside whether it is right to utilize Dongzhen's abilities for learning, I must pose a single question. Zhou, do you not think that since this is a misuse of powers, it would inevitably impact Dongzhen?" Zhou Qing could not tolerate the nonchalant smile on Nan Yi's face. Yet, upon hearing Nan Yi's counter-question, he was taken aback, all his emotions dissipating, leaving behind an inexplicable sense of dread. He felt as though he were halfway across a bridge only to discover it had collapsed, rendering him utterly bewildered. Turning to Dongzhen, he hesitated. "Dongzhen, what does Nan Yi mean?" At that moment, Dongzhen was equally perplexed. On one hand, Nan Yi encouraged her to contemplate whom she should follow, while on the other, his lengthy discourse left her little mind struggling to keep pace. Hearing Zhou Qing's inquiry, Dongzhen blankly replied, "What I mean is, I've given everything to you, and now I have nothing left." "Nothing left?" Zhou Qing's heart sank, a wave of fear washing over him. He instinctively glanced at Dongzhen, who, still dazed from Nan Yi's words, met Zhou Qing's gaze with a perplexed expression, though he understood that Dongzhen was currently bewildered by Nan Yi's discourse. His own mood was exceedingly heavy, for, Compared to their initial encounter, Dongzhen had indeed lost much of her whimsical spirit. This implies that what Nan Yi has said is likely true. In other words, relying on the seemingly convenient shortcuts provided by Dongzhen's abilities is not a sustainable strategy. One cannot continue to learn without limits. At this moment, Zhou Qing's emotions were complex, filled with concern for Dongzhen's situation. Yet unable to refrain from weighing the pros and cons seizing the moment, Nan Yi continued, "In any case, I reiterate my point. Whether Dongzhen chooses to accompany me is not something I will impose. However, I hope Brother Zhou understands this. First, one should not overly depend on Dongzhen's seemingly easy path. Second, Dongzhen is your friend, not a pet or a servant. His choices regarding his future should be made by him, not dictated by either of us." Zhou Qing gazed at Nan Yi, his expression intricate. "Brother Nan, your eloquence is indeed remarkable." Zhou Qi was typically composed and unflappable. After their conversation, he realized that his very nature was the foundation of Nan Yi's confidence today. If Zhou Qing were to prioritize emotions over practicality, then Nan Yi could not have confidently swayed his heart, thus avoiding any fruitless endeavor. Yet, recognizing that Zhou Qing was not a man of mere sentiment, Nan Yi guided the conversation, candidly informing Zhou Qi, while Mo Jing is indeed extraordinary, it is not an endless source of fortune. For Zhou Qing, Mo Jing Dongzhen was merely a temporary means of sustenance, not significantly superior to the alternative solutions Nan Yi proposed. Zhou Qing felt a flicker of anger. He was embarrassed and flustered, as if Nan Yi had completely seen through him, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Qing found it difficult to become truly angry. He remained calm internally, aware that if he were to truly contest the matter, he could not stand on firm ground. Regarding Dongzhen, it is evident that Zhou Qing harbors a certain fondness for her. Yet, upon introspection, he ponders whether he would feel remorse if he ceased to utilize Dongzhen's remarkable abilities. Over time, could he resist temptation and remain steadfast? Zhou Qing finds himself uncertain of the answer, or perhaps he prefers to remain oblivious to it. Thus, with a sense of injustice and indignation, he refrains from criticizing Nan Yi. The calm within him prevents him from succumbing to embarrassment and diminishing his own stature. Zhou Qing gazes at Dongzhen, noticing her transformation from confusion to a state of inner turmoil. It is apparent that Nan Yi's display has captivated her, at least to the extent that she does not reject him. Rationally speaking, aligning with Nan Yi seems the more advantageous choice for Dongzhen in the short term. However, the bond she shares with Zhou Qing, cultivated over many days, cannot be easily swayed by mere words from Nan Yi. Hence, Dongzhen finds herself in a quandary. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Qing suddenly grasps a critical realization. Dongzhen's conflict stems from her consideration for him. Meanwhile, as he relies on her extraordinary talents to accelerate his learning, he has never contemplated whether such reliance is beneficial or detrimental for Dongzhen. This thought evokes a twinge of shame within him. Nevertheless, he takes a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "May I inquire, Brother Nan, if Dongzhen were to accompany you, could you guarantee that you would refrain from misusing her abilities for the rapid acquisition of new knowledge?" Zhou Qing directs his gaze toward Nan Yi, having mentally prepared himself to entrust Dongzhen to him, contingent upon Nan Yi proving himself worthy of such trust. It is rather contradictory for Nan Yi to persuade Zhou Qing to abandon the notion of utilizing the ink spirit in a reverse manner, only to find himself contemplating the same approach. Zhou Qing's gaze was penetrating, as if he were scrutinizing Nan Yi. With a serious tone, Nan Yi stated, "Let us not dwell on the subsequent matter of allowing the ink spirit to learn the intricacies of direct painting from my manuscript. I cannot entirely assure you that I will never employ the ink spirit in the future. However, I can guarantee that I will not misuse it or rely on it excessively. My purpose for the ink spirit has never been to acquire new knowledge, but rather to alleviate my burdens." "Alleviate burdens?" Zhou Qing inquired, his expression one of confusion. Nan Yi turned to Zhou Qing and softly explained, "This is the true path of companionship with the ink spirit. Through the consumption of ink, we cultivate the spirit into a reliable confidant, rather than exploiting it for selfish gains. After all, in the pursuit of knowledge, what matters is not only the knowledge itself, but also the journey taken to attain it. If one cannot learn without the ink spirit, then what value does a wealth of knowledge hold? After listening to Nan Yi's words, Zhou Qing was momentarily speechless. He had always held himself in high regard, believing that any shortcomings compared to others stemmed merely from his youth and lack of experience, leading to occasional oversights in his considerations. He thought that with diligence, his insights and strategies would certainly merit commendation. Yet at this moment, Zhou Qing felt a sense of doubt. Setting aside the idea of conducting classes, Nan Yi's current vision for the ink spirit left Zhou Qing feeling embarrassed. He realized that, apart from relying on the ink spirit's abilities and incessantly seeking its assistance, he had never contemplated its future development. Suddenly, Zhou Qing came to a profound realization. Perhaps his shortcomings compared to Nan Yi did not lie in intellect, but rather in perspective. If one's vision is confined to personal gain, no amount of cleverness can elevate one above mere triviality. Only by adapting to circumstances, considering the entirety, and seeking mutual benefit can one truly be deemed wise, capable of outmaneuvering others with strategic foresight. Zhou Qing felt a sense of inadequacy. Nan Yi is 2 years my senior. Whatever he can achieve, I may not yet be able to, but I certainly shall in the future. It is said that a true gentleman should aspire to such heights. I shall take him as a model, learn from him, and continuously motivate myself to surpass him in due time. Having completed his self-reflection, Zhou Qing turned his gaze toward Dian. Noticing her inner turmoil and hesitation, he spoke up. Dian, you need not concern yourself with my feelings. As a friend, I genuinely wish for your greater development. Previously, I was ignorant, preoccupied with the allure of convenience, failing to recognize the drawbacks of misusing such advantages. Now that I am aware, I must learn to let go. I cannot keep you by my side solely for selfish reasons. Zhou Qing lowered his gaze slightly. If Nan Yi were of dubious character, he would be reluctant to relinquish Dian. However, since Nan Yi appeared trustworthy, Zhou Qing was eager to facilitate a three-way win. Nan Yi would alleviate Dian's burdens, freeing her time for novel updates. Dian, by following Nan Yi, would enjoy a broader space for growth, and Zhou Qing would, as Nan Yi suggested, commence teaching to gain momentum, seeking new opportunities. Dian hesitated, beginning to speak, but there are no buts. Zhou Qing firmly interrupted her. Do you still doubt me? Do you believe that without your assistance, I would truly be incapable of studying and learning? Moreover, you should feel happy for me. If I were to follow what Brother Nan has suggested and learn his technique of direct sketching after establishing a class, I would not only be free from financial worries, but also become a distinguished guest in the grand houses of the county, gaining the support of numerous noble patrons. With a promising future ahead, ripe with potential. After Zhou Qing concluded his words, Nan Yi aptly interjected, Dian, this is not a matter of life and death. As long as Brother Zhou excels in his studies and gains admission to Nantian Academy, there will be ample opportunities for us to meet again. This statement proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Compared to humans, spirits and fantastical beings generally possess a simpler mindset, characterized by an innocent nature and a lack of cunning, placing greater emphasis on emotions. Yet, regardless of their simplicity, these beings are sentient, each with their own desires and intentions. Nan Yi's exceptional talent inherently holds a profound allure for Dian. I am willing to accompany you, but you must first fulfill your promise and provide the manuscript, so I can teach Brother Qing, she declared. Setting aside emotional influences, Dian found herself leaning towards Nan Yi. However, she still harbored thoughts about the conditions Nan Yi had previously mentioned. Wishing to exert her remaining influence to assist Zhou Qing one last time. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Qing pressed his lips together, ultimately refraining from speaking. Although there was a fleeting moment when his pride flared up, and he considered asserting that it would be acceptable not to teach, Zhou Qing was an astute individual. An intelligent person understands the importance of restraining momentary impulses and making rational choices. Consequently, he could not refuse Nan Yi's technique of direct sketching. Thus, Nan Yi began to illustrate on the desk in Zhou Qing's room, fully committed to teaching with sincerity. As he simultaneously applied ink and shared the various techniques and essential points of the direct sketching method. While sketching, I amalgamated 3 distinct techniques. Thus, the mere act of imitative learning, amidst the myriad complexities, often left one at a loss. I personally refer to these three techniques as quick sketching, detailed drawing, and narrative illustration. However, you may simply remember them as outlining, precise drawing, and rapidly delineating foundational lines. I employ shadows, perspective, and structural proportions to achieve realism in my precise drawings, and then present the narrative through a series of illustrated panels. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing was secretly astonished by the plethora of methods, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Why had Nan Yi, with such remarkable artistic prowess, not engaged in writing or painting before? Moreover, was this unique style truly a product of Nan Yi's self-taught genius? He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Might I ask, from which master did you learn such esteemed techniques, and how long did it take for you to attain such skill?" Due to the innate restrictions of his talent, Nan Yi was compelled to refrain from uttering falsehoods. Yet, he had formulated a plan in his mind long before, and thus he replied, "Given my family as circumstances, I previously lacked the means to seek a mentor. Nevertheless, I have always harbored an interest in painting. I diligently studied and interpreted the works of others on my own, gradually honing my skills in realism with a penchant for narrative artistry. Hence, I engaged in painting for my own amusement during my leisure. Practicing intermittently for 2.5 years, and through contemplation, I amalgamated various techniques to achieve my current level of artistry. I had not wished to become overly distracted. I merely intended to focus on my studies to prepare for the upcoming examinations. However, circumstances have changed. Even if I were to secure the top position in the examinations and thus be exempt from tuition fees, I must still prepare for living expenses after moving to the county city. Therefore, I have begun to write novels and create illustrations." After Nan Yi finished speaking, he thought to himself, "Fortunately, I are one. All that has been said is the unvarnished truth, devoid of any pretense." Zhou Qing, unable to discern the subtleties in Nan Yi's words, felt even more admiration after listening to him. "I never expected that after 3 years in the county academy, Brother Nan, despite possessing the remarkable talent to earn wealth swiftly through painting, remains content in poverty, solely dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and striving to excel in the annual examination for a chance to enter the county city." However, Brother Nan's approach is indeed astute. As a commoner, no matter how much one earns, if confined to the confines of Nanshan County for a lifetime, it amounts to little. Only by excelling in the annual examination and leaping into the vast world under the jurisdiction of the county can one hope to rise and bring honor to one's family. At the same time, Zhou Qing resolved, a true gentleman ought to emulate such an example, striving to catch up and eventually surpass Nan Yi. Even after mastering the art of direct painting and establishing his own classes to gain fame in Nanshan County, he must never succumb to complacency or neglect his studies. By the latest, in 2 years, he too must excel in the annual examination, achieving a place on the honor roll and entering the county city. Yet, Nan Yi remained unaware of Zhou Qing's thoughts. After completing his sketch and providing an explanation, he allowed the ink dotting technique to be passed on to Zhou Qing. Upon returning to his quarters, Nan Yi did not hastily delve into the mysteries of the ink dotting technique. Instead, he stood by the window, gazing at the sun still high in the evening sky, lost in contemplation for a long while. This encapsulates the sentiment. Zhou Qing sacrifices his affection for a new master, dotting ink from the heart, bidding farewell to old acquaintances. Everything eventually returns to the light of day, while both parents remain timid in their feelings. Nan Yi, nearing his hometown, felt a greater sense of trepidation. His original self, Nan Yi, hailed from Nanshur village in Nanshan County, in the Dali dynasty, whose urbanization surpasses even the exaggerated tales of the past. The villagers occupy a position that is, among the lower classes, the most dismal. This status signifies extreme poverty, devoid of officially registered lands or surplus grain, rendering them utterly incapable of paying taxes. What then becomes of those who cannot fulfill their tax obligations? In Dali, should one refuse to sell oneself into servitude to the wealthy landlords, the only recourse is tax evasion, fleeing from the county seat to hide in the remote and impoverished hills, thus severing ties with civilized society. In these rural hinterlands, cultivating one's own land and growing grain, despite the absence of miraculous seeds previously available for farming, may not yield particularly high crop yields, yet it suffices to sustain one's needs without the burden of taxes. The sole peril lies in proximity to dense forests and the distance from civilized society. Without the protection of the militia, one becomes vulnerable to ferocious wild beasts. Fortunately, the desperation of the villagers often rivals that of the beasts. As long as they do not encounter a horde of beasts, ordinary wild animals may find themselves at a disadvantage against skilled hunters. Furthermore, the Dali authorities tacitly allow the existence of these rural areas, neither pursuing tax evasion nor offering protection. Thus, villages like Nan Yi exist in abundance throughout Dali, not as rare occurrences. However, the villagers do not genuinely wish to remain in their current station. Given the opportunity, they would prefer to reside within the county or even the county seat. Fortunately, the original character, Nan Yi, was exceptionally bright and a promising scholar. Bearing the hopes of his entire family, he devoted himself to his studies with diligence and determination, aspiring to triumph in the forthcoming examination. Little did he know that a mere fortnight before the examination, the original Nan Yi perished, and he was transformed into Nan Yi. Having traversed into this realm, Nan Yi had previously refrained from diverting his attention to the familial matters of his original self. Aside from writing novels solely for the sake of sustenance, his mind was wholly consumed by preparations for the impending imperial examination. Casting aside thoughts of his original parents and siblings, he must now confront the reality of his original family. Although Nan Yi currently possesses wealth, as evidenced by a single silver dollar bestowed upon him by the Song residents, it is sufficient to relocate his entire family to Nanshan County, not to mention the steady income from his writing. Whether it be providing a life of comfort for his original parents or utilizing connections to secure employment for his original younger brother, Nan Yi, who had shouldered the family's burdens, neither presents a challenge. Yet, what truly vexes Nan Yi is determining the appropriate disposition towards his original family. Frankly speaking, as a transmigrator, it is impossible for Nan Yi to harbor genuine feelings for the family of his original self. However, he is not devoid of compassion. Having assumed the body of his original self and granted a second chance at life, he cannot forsake his family. Thus, he will acknowledge the existence of his original family. Nevertheless, Nan Yi is troubled by the uncertainty of whether they will recognize him. After much contemplation, he can only sigh inwardly, hoping that his original family remains oblivious to the change that has transpired within the shell of their kin. Despite this wish, Nan Yi is acutely aware of the improbability of such ignorance. Reality is not a novel. The transformation of one's character cannot escape the notice of those nearby, even if they are unaware of the concept of transmigration. It would be impossible not to suspect that a sudden shift in temperament may indicate the presence of some malevolent force. Therefore, Nan Yi has never indulged the illusion that those around him would be blind to the change in his disposition. The original self was rather introverted and reclusive, lacking friends within the academy. Therefore, even if some classmates might notice a hint of peculiarity, Nan Yi remained unconcerned. As long as his words and actions did not deviate too drastically or appear overtly strange, the subtle changes would likely go unnoticed by his peers, who, adhering to the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, would seldom delve deeper into the matter. After a few days of acclimatization, they would hardly give it another thought. After all, though they were classmates, they were merely familiar strangers. Even Song Zhong, who was poised to compete with Nan Yi for the top score in the year-end examination, showed no interest in the matter, and thus, others would certainly refrain from prying. However, whether the original self's family would accept the transformation of the person within the shell proved to be a more complex question. Nan Yi could only take it one step at a time, reassuring himself with the adage that there would always be a way when one reaches the mountain. In any case, he could fulfill the responsibilities that belonged to the original Nan Yi, ensuring he did not fall short of obligations towards the Nan family in worldly matters. Yet, the concept of emotions, seemingly light and ephemeral, weighed heavily upon him at this moment, leaving Nan Yi at a loss. Deep down, he still harbored a sense of nostalgia for his life on Blue Star, and having yet to fully accept and integrate into this new world. He found it even more daunting to connect with a family that felt even more alien than the world itself. An orphan, undeserving of love. Nan Yi instinctively resisted familial bonds and affection, having lived without parents on Blue Star. Nevertheless, regardless of the world, the curiosity and fondness for wondrous beings remained a common thread. Nan Yi shook his head, casting aside the inexplicable melancholy that arose at the thought of meeting his original family's kin, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. A small head peeked out, gazing at Nan Yi with curiosity. In his eyes, Nan Yi's talents appeared both ethereal and substantial, seemingly vibrant yet shrouded in mystery, an intriguing paradox. Meanwhile, Dots blinked in curiosity, finding the spectacle increasingly peculiar and compelling. Unaware of Dot's underlying thoughts, Nan Yi cheerfully greeted, "Like Brother Zhou, may I call you Dots?" "Of course. You may call me Dots or Momo, whichever you prefer," Dots replied, curling his transformed form into a compact ball, then rolling forward like a drop of ink. Inching closer to Nan Yi, he tilted his head and inquired, "Then what shall I call you?" "One brother?" "Brother Zhou is Qing Ge, and you are Yi Ge." "Which seems fitting enough." Nan Yi chuckled softly. "Although I am currently called Nan Yi, it won't be long before I change my name to Nan Yi, which refers to the character in the famous literary work." "Ah, so it will be Yi Ge?" Dots frowned slightly, pondering that such a title felt rather odd. Unexpectedly, Dots blinked and exclaimed, "How about I call you Master instead?" Though the term Master is not exclusively reserved for officials or heads of families, it is nonetheless a title of respect. Nan Yi, taken aback by Dot's choice of address, perceived it as an indication of reverence. Yet, in his view, it felt less intimate than being called by Brother Zhou's moniker, creating a sense of distance. "Am I appearing quite aged?" He mused aloud, prompting Dots to silently reflect, "Your visage does not appear elderly. It is merely the lack of youthful exuberance that gives off an air of maturity, suggesting you are not like a typical young man." However, Dots was merely innocent, not foolish. He did not directly assert that Nan Yi appeared mature. Rather, he remarked that the talent emanating from the master was profound, comparable to that of any sage or literary giant, truly deserving of the title master. As he spoke, Dots spread his hands wide in an exaggerated gesture, attempting to illustrate the richness of Nan Yi's talent. Yet, he was so small that even with his hands outstretched, they were not as thick as Nan Yi's thumb. After observing Dot's animated expressions for quite some time, Nan Yi remained unable to comprehend just how substantial his talents seemed in Dot's eyes. Consequently, he paid little heed to this so-called talent. Furthermore, given Nan Yi's disposition, which eschewed discussions of emotions or sentimental appeals, he readily accepted the title of master. Indifferent to how Dots chose to address him, he flashed a smile at Dots and said, "Rest assured, Dots, in the future, I shall be a great literary figure, and you shall be my little literary prodigy. Whenever I sell a book, your contribution to my writing and updates will be indispensable." Delighted by this, Dots was completely oblivious to any notion of becoming a mere ghostwriter and instead joyfully exclaimed, "I still want to earn money, little coins." Dots was a spirit of ink, consuming ink and drawing energy as sustenance for his growth. However, to him, ink was akin to plain water for humans, lacking flavor. Instead, he found joy in consuming treasures, extracting elements that offered a unique taste, particularly when it came to money. After all, wealth is synonymous with talent. Nan Yi casually placed 10 copper coins on the table for Dots to indulge in. Alongside this, he inquired, "By the way, Dots, are you familiar with the concept of rank and hierarchy? Beneath, one can observe the order of ranks, although it is self-evident what the term rank signifies." Upon receiving the attention of Mo Jing, Nan Yi felt compelled to inquire about the total number of ranks in this world. The Indian, gently rubbing her belly, replied, "I know, the 6th grade spiritual rank, the 10,000 forms established. Among these ranks, the lower 3 are the Xin rank, Huang rank, and Fan rank. As for me, a little spirit like the Indian, I belong to the diminutive Huang rank." Noticing that the Indian had halted after a couple of sentences, Nan Yi eagerly pressed on. "What about the upper 3 ranks?" Surprised by the question, the Indian tilted her head in confusion and replied, "I don't know. I'm just a little spirit. The divine knowledge bestowed upon me during my awakening did not cover the upper 3 ranks. Nan Yi was somewhat astonished. It was one thing for such knowledge not to be common knowledge among all in this world, but for even spirits to be largely unaware was unexpected. Suppressing his curiosity, he continued, "Is there any distinction between the Xian rank and the Huang rank? How are the two typically classified?" "I'm not entirely certain," Dongzhen hesitated, "but generally speaking, the Huang rank represents a level of some supernatural qualities, still residing within the mortal realm, whereas the Xian rank is deemed to possess vast supernatural powers, having transcended the ordinary world, being merely a lower-tier Huang rank spirit. Dongzhen occupied the very bottom tier of the mystical realm and was not particularly knowledgeable about the intricacies of supernatural cultivation. If the Huang rank is merely characterized by some extraordinary attributes while still being within the mortal world, then Huang rank cultivators should not be exceedingly formidable, right? That should be the case, Dongzhen remarked, suddenly alerting herself. "Wait a moment, my lord, you don't intend to provoke cultivators, do you?" Dongzhen felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Nan Yi might recklessly seek out a cultivator to meet his demise. However, Nan Yi maintained a calm demeanor and reassured. "Dongzhen, do not fret. I have no intention of provoking others, let alone a cultivator. My concern lies in the possibility that a cultivator may take an interest in me. As the saying goes, preparation leads to success, while lack of foresight results in failure. I must be adequately prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." Nan Yi briefly recounted the matter of the physician Su Luo to Dongzhen, who was left feeling helpless. Although he could attempt to persuade Nan Yi to remain composed and avoid provoking cultivators, there was little he could say if it were Nan Yi who had caught the attention of a cultivator. Thus, Dongzhen could only silently observe the various precautions taken by Nan Yi without voicing his opinions. Since their departure from the security medical clinic, Nan Yi had not encountered Su Luo again in the past half-month. Yet, he remained vigilant regarding Su Luo's potential intentions. In the recent weeks, Nan Yi occasionally caught glimpses of a shadow resembling a black cat. Had these sightings been limited to the vicinity of the dormitory, he might have dismissed them. However, the first time he spotted the black cat was outside the small courtyard of the bookkeeper Fei Jing. Seeing the same black cat in different locations instantaneously heightened Nan Yi's alertness and led him to suspect Su Luo. Thus, earlier that morning, under the guise of browsing food stalls, Nan Yi deliberately approached the medical clinic from a distance. To his surprise, he discovered that the security medical clinic had already closed its doors. Inquiring with a vendor, he learned that Su Luo had shut the clinic the previous day, coinciding with the examination day, claiming to have gone out to gather herbs. Nan Yi vividly recalled that on December 10th, Su Luo had suggested to him that if he found himself in need of funds after the year-end examinations, he could assist at the medical clinic to earn some pocket money. At that moment, Su Luo had even subtly employed his persuasive abilities, causing Nan Yi to feel an involuntary warmth upon hearing those words. However, now that Nan Yi no longer needed to consider taking on odd jobs for extra income, Su Luo had closed the clinic and vanished without a trace. Regrettably, Nanshi village lay beyond the county's borders, nestled in the wilderness, rendering it impossible for anyone to deliver a message on his behalf. Even if he sought out a courier service, the task was too minor. Under normal circumstances, they would decline such a small job. If Nan Yi were to place a substantial order, it would be more practical for the guards to escort him back directly. Thus, if possible, Nan Yi preferred to confront the matter head-on. Ultimately, the crux of the issue was that while Nan Yi could evade for a time, he could not hide indefinitely, unless he intended to remain in the county, living in a state of cowardice for the rest of his life. Mere evasion was futile. In a sense, Su Luo had employed an overt strategy, presuming that Nan Yi could never confine himself to the county for eternity. Consequently, Su Luo paid little heed to his previous suggestion that Nan Yi could assist at the clinic after his examinations. Upon noticing that Nan Yi had received his manuscript fees and would no longer be inclined to help at the clinic, he chose to leave the city in advance to await Nan Yi. The endeavor of securing a courier's protection proved exceedingly arduous. The so-called overt strategy entails acting in accordance with the prevailing circumstances, taking advantage of the situation as it arises. While it may not be devoid of solutions, it certainly leaves no room for vulnerabilities. Even if Nan Yi was fully aware that Su Luo had left the city early or had intentionally set a trap for him, he could only face the situation directly and strive to resolve the issue. Nan Yi contemplated numerous approaches. The most effective approach, without a doubt, would be to seek assistance from other cultivators. In doing so, one would not have to fear Su Luo excessively. Unfortunately, Nan Yi, at present, is merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any connections to hidden cultivators. To be precise, apart from Su Luo, he has not encountered any other cultivators in Nanshan County for the past half-month. Even when he chanced upon the martial officers at the county office, none exhibited any discernible cultivation prowess. In the absence of potential cultivators to aid him, Nan Yi could only place his hopes on the martial artists. Thus, he contemplated whether enlisting the services of bodyguards for transport would be a viable option. He was unaware of Su Luo's specific abilities, yet the latter's gentle demeanor and warm smile did not inspire terror. After all, Su Luo had shown no inclination to forcibly abduct him within the city, and his initial attempt to exert a bewitching influence at the medical clinic had proven unsuccessful. Having perused countless xianxia novels in his past life, Nan Yi subconsciously believed that cultivators resided in a lofty realm, far removed from the mundane world. Thus, he naturally regarded Su Luo with a degree of disdain. Nan Yi mused that as long as he could rally a few bodyguards, it should be sufficient to deter Su Luo. Furthermore, if Su Luo harbored no malicious intent, then his own doubts were merely a product of his imagination, resulting in an unnecessary scare. Reflecting on this, Nan Yi suddenly found himself smiling self-deprecatingly. Prior to his transmigration, a new genre had emerged in the online literature sphere, known as the Diwa style, which depicted stories of side characters who engaged in self-delusion, ultimately leading to their own self-deception and self-strategy. Nan Yi was pondering. If Su Luo harbored no malice and was merely frightening himself, it would indeed become a farce. Alas, it turns out that the villainous supporting character is none other than me. With this thought, the weight on Nan Yi's heart lightened somewhat. After completing the manuscript, he handed it over to Dian, who eagerly consumed the inked words with fervor. Subsequently, he instructed Dian to meticulously rewrite the manuscript verbatim. Dian, condensing into a droplet of ink, rolled across the white paper, and as it did so, it produced a manuscript identical to Nan Yi's original composition. This back-and-forth process revealed that the manuscript itself remained unchanged. The primary aim was for Dian to gradually familiarize itself with Nan Yi's writing style. For the time being, Nan Yi did not intend for Dian to ghostwrite directly. Instead, he would first provide the material, namely, the content of the manuscript, until Dian thoroughly grasped his literary style, after which he would dictate for Dian to officially take up the pen on his behalf. In his heart, Nan Yi recalled the ChatGPT of his previous life and secretly bestowed upon Dian the playful moniker of ChatGPT. The next morning, with his belongings packed and a sharp dagger concealed within his boot, Nan Yi hurried to Beiheiju, where he presented the newly crafted manuscript to Xiabeha. Xiabeha took the manuscript but did not immediately examine the new illustrations. Instead, he leafed through the text. However, in the legend of the twin dragons of Dali, to enhance the reader's immersion, Nan Yi had naturally transformed the Jiang 7 oddities into the Chujun 7 oddities. Xiabeha, not being a martial artist, was unaware of the specific training methods employed by martial practitioners in this world. However, he could discern that, in comparison to traditional martial arts novels, the 7 peculiar figures of Chujun, crafted by Nan Yi, not only showcased innovative character portrayals, but also exhibited a remarkable variety in their techniques. Xiabeya felt a surge of confidence. His investment in the establishment of the Mingbao stemmed from his belief that Nan Yi's adept illustration skills were ideally suited for serialized printing. Regardless of the novel's quality, it would undoubtedly attract numerous literati eager to purchase the newspaper and emulate his artistic techniques. Yet, should the legend of the twin dragons of Dali prove to possess substantial quality, it would undeniably represent an even more worthwhile investment. Upon observing the originality in Nan Yi's techniques, Xiabeha was convinced that even this singular highlight would be sufficient to sustain the long-term sales of Mingbao. In other words, his decisive move to launch the new newspaper was indeed a stroke of genius, promising considerable financial prospects. With a smile gracing his face, Xiabeha praised Nan Yi after perusing the new manuscript. Nan Yi, preoccupied with his own thoughts, refrained from engaging in lengthy conversation with Xiabeha, humbly expressing that he still had ample room for improvement and would continue to strive for excellence. Subsequently, he took his leave from Xiabeha and hastened to the Shunfeng Escort Agency in Nanshan County. The layout of the Shunfeng Escort Agency was quite similar to that of the Bowen Medical Clinic, with a front hall for receiving ordinary guests and a small courtyard at the back designated for other purposes. As soon as Nan Yi entered the front hall of the escort agency, a staff member approached him with enthusiasm and inquired, "Esteemed sir, are you here to entrust a delivery or to collect one?" "Entrusting a delivery. Urgent." Upon hearing it was an urgent delivery, the staff member's enthusiasm intensified. "Please, esteemed sir, proceed inside. I shall summon the head escort to assist you." The escort agency, in essence, functioned as a logistics company in the Blue Star realm. However, due to the excellent social order in the xianxia society of Blue Star, which placed a greater emphasis on the speed of logistics, it evolved into a courier service. In the realm of Dali, embarking on a journey often entails certain risks. Thus, the emphasis on both financial and personal safety has led to the establishment of escort agencies, akin to bodyguards. A steward guided Nan Yi into the courtyard, leading him to a stone table where several robust men were engaged in rigorous physical training. The steward cast a glance around, spotted someone, and beckoned. "Captain Lin, a young gentleman wishes to commission an urgent escort. Are you willing to take the job?" Captain Lin, who had been practicing his stances, sprang up at the call and approached with purposeful strides. Once seated, he inquired in a grave tone, "Young sir, is this escort for a person or goods? To which county do you intend to travel?" "It is not for goods, but rather for my personal protection. I am heading to Nanshi Village, located just outside of Nanshan County." "Nanshi Village?" Captain Lin mused. "Ah, yes. It lies to the northwest of the county town. I am aware of its location, but are you truly intent on going to Nanshi Village?" Upon seeing Nan Yi nod affirmatively, Captain Lin's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Villagers typically lacked the means to afford such services, and during his 7 years with the Shunfeng Escort Agency, he had never before taken on a villager's request. Uncertain of the appropriate escort fee, he hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "I regret to inform you, young sir, that our operations are primarily confined to county towns. We do not cater to rural areas, and thus, I fear we cannot accept your request." Noticing Captain Lin's indecisive demeanor, which suggested room for negotiation, Nan Yi inquired, "Captain Lin, the distance to Nanshi Village is not significant and is far more convenient than traveling to other county towns. Why, then, can you not accommodate my request?" The slow escort, characterized by a lack of time constraints and solely the transportation of goods, is a unique practice. Different counties' escorts, though bound by the same guild regulations, may occasionally take on minor slow escort jobs at other escort agencies. Having previously familiarized himself with the guild's fee structure, he was aware that in the case of urgent escorts, a small team tasked with transporting goods to a neighboring county would command a fee of 25 yuan. However, at present, Nan Yi still possessed the silver dollars provided by the Song family, which he could comfortably afford. Observing Nan Yi's generous demeanor, the head escort, Lin, felt a flicker of interest in his brightening eyes. Yet, after 7 years in the escorting trade, Lin valued security over profit. In this line of work, there is a saying that one should favor familiar routes over unfamiliar ones, thus minimizing the risk associated with untraveled paths. After a long moment of contemplation, Lin was prepared to decline the offer. However, Nan Yi, keenly observing Lin's expression, sensed his hesitation. With a swift motion, he reached into his bosom and produced the silver dollar gifted by the Song family. He pinched it between his fingers and waved it before Lin's eyes. "I can offer this silver dollar for your escort services to Southstone Village, and in return, you may collect 75 copper coins." One silver dollar is equivalent to 100 copper coins, and while a single silver dollar can be exchanged for 100 copper coins at a money exchange, the reverse is not true. Copper coins cannot be traded for silver dollars. Hence, in the black market, one could easily exchange a silver dollar for over 110 copper coins. Moreover, it is exceedingly rare for common folk, even in the black market, to acquire silver dollars. For instance, although Lin possessed a considerable amount of savings, he had never physically held a silver dollar. The sight of the gleaming silver dollar before him rendered him unable to suppress a gulp. After persuading himself, Lin Biaotu smiled at Nan Yi and said, "Since the young lord has such confidence in my Shunfeng escort agency and extends a sincere invitation, how could I possibly betray this trust?" Rising to his feet, he declared with fervor, "Rest assured, my lord, we shall ensure your safe passage to Nanshi village." With that, Lin Biaotu summoned his team of escorts. In the realm of escorting, there exists a distinction between large and small teams. Generally, a small team, including the escort leader, comprises 5 individuals. However, at Nan Yi's request, Lin Biaotu called upon 2 additional familiar escorts, bringing the total to 7, and prepared a gentle brown horse for Nan Yi. Observing the 7 sturdy men surrounding him, Nan Yi felt a measure of reassurance. Though wary of Su Luo, he reasoned that since Su Luo concealed himself among the common folk, he was likely a wandering practitioner or even a rogue sorcerer, and thus did not perceive Su Luo's skills as particularly formidable. After all, the last time Su Luo had attempted to exert his seductive abilities, he had failed to enchant Nan Yi, instead leaving him with a sense of suspicion. As a traveler from another realm, how could I possibly feel any fondness for a stranger in the medical profession? Nonetheless, regardless of the myriad possibilities, even if Su Luo's enchantment had not been executed with genuine intent, Nan Yi could only assume that Su Luo's abilities were indeed limited. Thus, he resolved to enlist the aid of several escorts to confront Su Luo directly. Should Su Luo truly possess remarkable skills but choose to lurk among the commoners, Nan Yi would have no choice but to accept his fate. Consequently, the group of 8 led their horses out of the escort agency, and once they had departed from the county town, they mounted their steeds and set off toward Nanshi village in the northwest. After walking a short distance, 2 younger bodyguards, noticing that Nan Yi was a scholar, inquired, "My lord, as we find escorting rather dull, might we request you to recount a tale from this newspaper for a brief moment?" The leading bodyguard held a copy of the Ming Bao, and upon seeing it, Nan Yi was momentarily speechless. Lin, the head bodyguard, who was walking ahead, turned around and admonished Ling Ping, "Hu Chong, what are you 2 doing? Stop grinning like fools and straighten up." After a moment's contemplation, Nan Yi interjected, "It is of no consequence. We are still within the borders of Nanshan County, so there is no need for excessive alarm. Once we have crossed the county line, we may heighten our vigilance." Lin's reprimand was merely a customary measure, as he feared Nan Yi might perceive their escorting as a lackadaisical endeavor, potentially tarnishing the reputation of the Shunfeng escort agency. However, since Nan Yi himself was unperturbed, Lin chose to remain silent. Ling Ping remarked, "Yesterday, the 2 of us were at a tea house, where we overheard scholars at the next table discussing it. Unfortunately, those scholars were unwilling to elaborate, merely indicating that it was a story from the Ming Bao. This morning, we purchased a copy, intending to seek assistance from someone literate. But in our haste to accompany you on this urgent escort, we thought perhaps you could share a few insights." "Curious," Nan Yi asked. "What did you think of the piece after hearing it?" As the author, he felt a surge of delight upon realizing their interest. After all, he had invested considerable effort in revising his novel, and if it were solely the illustrations that captivated readers while the narrative itself garnered no attention, it would inevitably lead to disappointment and a sense of unfulfillment. As Nan Yi observed Ling Ping and Hu Chong engage in animated discussions about the novel's action scenes, he felt a quiet joy as they gradually distanced themselves from the county town. Upon exiting the county, the roads gradually became desolate, ultimately transforming into barren wilderness. A few riders advanced on horseback, occasionally encountering wild beasts that had not succumbed to hibernation. However, the horses were swift, and the riders, united in their company, were not easily pursued by the ferocious creatures. As they neared Nan Yi village, the absence of an ambush by Su Luo provided a degree of reassurance to Nan Yi. It appeared that Su Luo's prowess was not so formidable as to completely disregard the capabilities of martial practitioners. While lost in thought, Nan Yi suddenly called out to Lin Biao, who rode at the forefront of the group. "Lin Biao, would you be willing to take on another escort?" Lin Biao reduced his speed to ride alongside Nan Yi. "In my opinion, setting out at night poses certain dangers. It would be wiser to rest for the night and depart in the morning, allowing the horses a moment to recuperate." Upon hearing this, Lin Biao frowned, his initial reaction being to suspect that Nan Yi was merely attempting to save money by delaying his request until now. Yet, as a bodyguard, he would not openly chastise a client for being stingy. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Biao remarked, "You ought to have mentioned this sooner. We did not bring an abundance of horses this morning, and should we have excess baggage, it would be cumbersome to manage." "I beg your pardon, Lin Biao." Nan Yi replied with an apologetic expression. "However, in due course, we could share a mount, which should not pose a significant issue. I will persuade my family to minimize our belongings and sell our surplus provisions at a low price to the villagers. The rural folk possess little beyond their stored grain, making relocation quite convenient. Yet, the crux of the matter does not lie therein. Had Nan Yi informed this matter in advance, Lin Biao would have either prudently declined the escort or, with a righteous demeanor, insisted on a higher fee. However, Nan Yi, wishing to avoid additional costs, deliberately chose to wait until now to disclose the information. Lin Biao, in turn, found himself in deep contemplation. In the realm of escorting, the essence lies either in delivering goods or safeguarding individuals. When it comes to the latter, speed is of paramount importance, as a swift journey can circumvent numerous potential dangers. Although the two shared a mount, which would not impede their progress entirely, it would inevitably slow them down somewhat. Furthermore, Nan Yi's demeanor suggested the presence of adversaries lurking nearby, prompting Lin Biao to ponder the nature of these foes and whether they would pose a significant threat. Yet, as the journey unfolded smoothly, it instilled a sense of optimism in Nan Yi and a degree of complacency in Lin Biao. He reasoned that Nan Yi, a mere scholar, likely attracted the ire of petty ruffians due to an unexpected windfall. Given that these rogues had not emerged from the shadows to ambush Nan Yi outside the county, it seemed they were sufficiently intimidated. The wilderness, fraught with peril, would not typically compel ordinary enemies to traverse mountains and valleys merely to lay a trap in Nan Yi village. Thus, Lin Biao gradually nodded, declaring that he would indeed accept the escort but insisted on a higher fee. Moreover, he advised Nan Yi to clarify matters with his family this evening, ensuring a prompt departure at dawn without unnecessary baggage that might hinder their horses' speed. Nan Yi pressed his lips together and replied, "Very well. I shall add 10 more coins, making it a total of 35 copper coins." Upon hearing this, the other escorts broke into smiles, clearly satisfied with the arrangement. At this moment, as they conversed, they had already ridden into Nan Yi village, the rhythmic sound of hooves drawing the attention of several households peering curiously through their windows. Nan Yi paid no heed to the curious gazes, leading everyone to the humble abode of his original self, a small courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence, where he halted his horse. Within the yard stood several thatched cottages. The parents of the original self peered out from inside, and upon seeing Nan Yi at the forefront, they emerged from the cottage, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and astonishment. Nan Yi's father hurriedly opened the gate while inquiring with a puzzled tone. Nan Yi fell momentarily silent. In such modest circumstances, the original self had diligently pursued his studies, driven by the hope of liberating his hard-working parents and siblings from their rural existence, aspiring to become a citizen of the city. Yet, joy turned to sorrow. After awakening his talents, he found himself ensnared by misfortune. Nan Yi sighed inwardly, acknowledging that he could never truly repay the filial duties owed to the original self. Consequently, he resolved to act decisively, preventing the original self's parents from perceiving any peculiarities in his demeanor, and first establishing the arrangement to take them to the county town. Nan Yi's words carried substantial weight, leaving his father and mother momentarily speechless. The elderly couple instinctively exchanged glances, and upon recognizing each other's reactions, they realized that they were not merely imagining things. Indeed, their eldest son had promised to bring them to the county town. In an instant, the news that their hardships were finally coming to an end overwhelmed them, and they could not contain their joy, shedding tears of happiness. Dawa, well done. Nani's father raised his hand, instinctively wishing to pat Nani on the shoulder. Although he felt somewhat perplexed by Nani's announcement of an immediate departure to the county town the following day, he refrained from voicing any objections. Deep down, he had already accepted that Nani, with his exceptional prospects, was the true head of the family. Do not worry, Irwa should not venture too far. I will accompany a few escorts into the mountains to search for him, Nani remarked, feeling a slight sense of relief within. After a few years, he would depart for the county town, not lingering with the original family's relatives for too long. As long as he could bring the original family's relatives into the county and arrange for their well-being, it would be considered a fulfillment of his duty to the original owner. Yet, just as Nan Yi felt a sense of relief, a clear and gentle male voice softly resonated in the ears of those present. Young Master Nan, now that you have reminisced about the past, do not think of taking your leave. This melodious voice belonged to the physician Su Luo. It became evident that Su Luo had long been in Nanshi village, deliberately waiting for Nan Yi to finish his reunion with his parents before making his presence known. As Nan Yi's expression shifted subtly, several bodyguards had already drawn their weapons, exclaiming, "Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself." The leader of the bodyguards, Lin, inwardly mused, "This silver is indeed hard to come by. This young master has certainly attracted enemies." However, the collective strength of the 7 martial bodyguards not only provided Nan Yi with a sense of security against Su Luo's potential attack, but also bolstered Lin's confidence. As Su Luo chuckled lightly, he remarked, "Young Master Nan, you are indeed cautious of me, having specially requested several bodyguards for protection. Alas, rather than considering me a sorcerer, it seems you are the one possessing such qualities in my eyes." Finally recognizing the voice of the physician who had come to the village for charitable medical consultations the previous day, Nan Yi's father, still bewildered by the situation, murmured, "What on earth is happening? Dawa, have you made an enemy of Physician Su?" In the next moment, the bodyguards cried out in shock, "Damn it. We have been ambushed with anesthetics. Such behavior is the mark of a despicable coward." The once vigilant bodyguards, who had been on high alert with their weapons drawn, suddenly felt their limbs grow weak and their bodies drained of strength. Though still managing to stand, he could no longer wield a sword. As he loosened his grip, the weapons fell to the ground with a resounding clatter. Nan Yi feigned the effects of an anesthetic, appearing weak as he leaned against the wooden railing. In his heart, he silently urged himself, "There is still a chance, there is still a chance." However, the unfolding events were not in accordance with his wishes. Even at this moment, Su Luo had yet to appear before him. Instead, a cacophony of monkeys erupted from the forest beyond the village. A sudden weight settled in Nan Yi's heart as he realized a troubling possibility. Su Luo's seductive abilities might not be aimed solely at humans. A horde of monkeys had inexplicably surrounded Nanshi village. From the outskirts of the village, the monkeys' chattering mingled with the villagers' cries, creating a dissonant symphony of chaos. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Su Luo remarked with a languid tone, "Individuals like you, who have attained the Tao fruit yet have not embarked upon the path of cultivation, are precisely what martial men refer to as the so-called rogue sorcerers of the Jianghu. As a simple herbalist, I merely wish to harvest the Tao fruits you have cultivated for the purpose of alchemy." Nan Yi surmised that Su Luo's references to the Tao fruit and sorcerer likely pertained to those who had awakened innate talents through fortuitous circumstances. Yet at this moment, he was far more eager to ascertain Su Luo's precise location. However, amidst the rampant monkeys, Su Luo showed no intention of revealing himself. Suddenly, a group of small but robust long-armed monkeys surged into Nanshi village, lightly striking the villagers. Those villagers who had received Su Luo's benevolent treatment just the day before promptly collapsed, not merely unconscious, but lifeless. Nan Yi observed with clarity. The few farmers residing near his home would immediately succumb to death upon even the slightest touch from a monkey. Now, Several monkeys were racing towards the small courtyard where Nan Yi stood, baring their teeth and brimming with excitement. In that moment, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Nan Yi could distinctly perceive the terror etched upon the faces of his parents, as mere mortals faced with the swift movements of the monkey horde. They had scarcely any time to react, perhaps not even enough to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Their instinctive fear of the bizarre and unknown surged forth, overwhelming them. Yet, caught in this illusion of time slowing, Nan Yi might have managed to draw a sharp knife from his boot to intercept the leading long-armed monkeys. However, he remained motionless against the wooden fence, refraining from action. For the true threat lay not in a mere handful of long-armed monkeys, but in the entire assembly of them. Had the bodyguards not inhaled the anesthetic, Nan Yi might have attempted to protect the lives of his biological parents. Yet, in the present predicament, not only was the safety of his parents in jeopardy, but even the bodyguards might find themselves unable to escape the impending doom. A sense of despair enveloped Nan Yi, compelling him to hold his breath, searching for an opportunity, either to seize a horse and dash out of the village or to confront Su Luo in a desperate bid for survival. However, Su Luo afforded him no chance whatsoever. The monkeys surged forward, first scattering the 8 horses in fright, before leaping over Nan Yi and charging into the courtyard. Right before his eyes, they lightly struck his parents. Nan Yi's pupils constricted sharply. Though he was a time traveler, devoid of any genuine affection for his biological parents, witnessing their demise did not drive him to the brink of madness. Instead, he felt akin to a mere jester in this tragic spectacle. The behavior of the monkey troop seemed to silently convey to Nan Yi, "Do not attempt any furtive actions. Every movement of yours is distinctly visible to me." A heavy sensation settled in Nan Yi's heart as he realized that Su Luo might possess the so-called divine perception often depicted in immortal novels, allowing him to observe comprehensively. In Su Luo's eyes, he harbored no secrets. Soon, the villagers perished, leaving only Nan Yi and the 7 bodyguards, perhaps spared due to Su Luo's prior interventions, who were not instantly slain by the monkeys, but rather lifted from the ground. 2 long-armed monkeys carried Nan Yi, one in front and the other behind, towards the central clearing of Nanshi village. Su Luo, who had only been heard and never seen, stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. At his feet lay the corpse of a young hunter, and before him sprawled an unusual pattern crafted from flesh and blood. At a glance, Nan Yi appeared to regard the hunter's body, but in truth, he was scrutinizing the grotesque design formed by the blood and flesh. Designation: Spirit Offering Array. Category: Ritual. Description: A ceremonial array utilized by the Eternal Bright Flame sect for sacrificial prayers, effective in offering others, refining spiritual essence, and bestowing blessings. The ritual's secret incantation is. Before Nan Yi could examine it further, the 2 long-armed monkeys set his feet down upon the ground, and with a sudden force from behind, they secured his arms while allowing him to stand. Su Luo turned to Nan Yi with a smile and remarked, "Young Nan, to ensure that we eradicate any lingering threats, I have taken the liberty of bringing your brother out of the mountains. You need not hold your breath. As a medical officer, I am not blind to your breathlessness," Su Luo remarked, casually waving his hand, thereby dissipating the anesthetic particles suspended in the air. Nan Yi cast a glance at the formation on the ground. His innate ability allowed him to discern only the rudimentary origins of the array. Yet, as he confronted the intricacies of the ritualistic incantation, firmly ensnared by the long-armed ape, Nan Yi clenched his teeth and resolutely activated his ability, attempting to unravel the information concealed within the array. Simultaneously, he ceased holding his breath and began to vociferously berate. "Su Luo, you madman who slaughters villages. So many lives lost at your hands, and you dare to call yourself a medical officer." Nan Yi experienced a throbbing headache, not from Su Luo's words, but rather from the impact of the array's information as he endeavored to decipher it. Enduring the pain, he continued his tirade. "It is said that a healer possesses a compassionate heart, yet you regard human life as mere chaff. Where is your sense of benevolence? Heaven and earth are unfeeling, treating all creatures as mere fodder. I emulate heaven and earth, following the ways of nature. Why should I not? With his head pounding unbearably, Nan Yi shouted passionately, "Nonsense! The indifference of heaven and earth implies equality, not the reckless disregard for human life as you display." Su Luo dismissed Nan Yi's words with disdain. However, he furrowed his brow slightly as he observed Lin Biao and others, who had also been brought forth by the long-armed monkeys. While Nan Yi interrogated Su Luo, the escorting masters did not remain silent, hurling a barrage of profanities at Su Luo. Growing increasingly irked by their vitriol, Su Luo waved his hand, and several long-armed monkeys emerged, swiftly piercing the throats of the escorting masters. With that, Su Luo prepared to activate the granting spirit array. Seeing the situation, the cunning Nan Yi, intending to buy some time, immediately asked with a voice full of resentment, "Su Luo, if you are so indifferent to human life that you can commit such a heinous act as slaughtering an entire village, why did you not simply seize me directly in the county town?" This inquiry served both to delay and to express the genuine confusion in Nan Yi's heart. He had indeed considered the possibility that Su Luo might strike against him in Nanshi village. However, if Su Luo was audacious enough to act without restraint and carry out such a massacre, it would stand to reason that he could have done so right in the county town. After all, if Su Luo were a lawless demonic cultivator, there would be no reason for him to adhere to the law within the town. The martial guards in the county were merely ordinary mortals, posing no real threat to Su Luo. It was precisely because Nan Yi had not encountered any assaults in the county town, only sensing a vague feeling of being watched, that he mistakenly believed Su Luo's abilities to be rather modest, assuming Su Luo was merely an ordinary rogue sorcerer. Little did he anticipate that, once outside the county, Su Luo would act without any scruples and initiate a massacre. Nevertheless, aside from his disregard for human life, Su Luo's character was indeed commendable. Of course, Su Luo, recognizing that Nan Yi was intentionally stalling for time, would not allow him to continue his inquiries indefinitely. He changed the subject and smiled. "What are you expecting, Nan Lang?" "What are you expecting, Nan Lang?" Su Luo jested lightly, no longer wasting time, and from his pocket, he retrieved a gold coin inscribed with the characters Rui Tong Bao. Tossing it gently to the ground, where it landed precisely in the center of the spiritual array diagram, he began to recite aloud. The Tao divides into yin and yang, transforming into light and darkness. Its light shall decay, yet it shines brilliantly. Its darkness shall fall, shrouded in oblivion. The grand world is enigmatic, and all beings are but illusions. As he chanted, flames of inexplicable origin erupted fiercely from the corpses of the 7 bodyguards and the villagers of Nanshi village, roaring to consume them entirely, purging all impurities, leaving only the profound essence. At that moment, just as Su Luo momentarily paused, Nan Yi, tightly bound by 2 long-armed monkeys, suddenly burst forth in a powerful chant, "Oh, great and luminous fire." Su Luo was taken aback, staring incredulously at Nan Yi. Undeterred, Nan Yi continued to proclaim loudly, "Oh, great and luminous fire, born from the primordial chaos, its knowledge is vast, capable of dividing the cosmos, its intention is subtle, able to transcend the void. On the distant shore, the unique and eternal, the unique and eternal, the unique and eternal," Nan Yi thundered, "only I possess the eternal." Su Luo's expression mirrored that of one who had encountered a ghost, filled with astonishment and confusion, entirely stripped of the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited. He could not fathom how Nan Yi knew the second line of the Eternal Luminous Fire sect slogan. This phrase served both as a rallying cry and as the key to seizing control of the spirit bestowal ceremony. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luo disregarded everything else, even neglecting to command the long-armed monkeys to attack Nan Yi, and hurriedly began to chant the slogan himself. He was determined to contest with Nan Yi for dominion over the spirit bestowal ceremony. From the instant Nan Yi intervened in the ceremony, he had become one with it. Ordinary attacks could not harm his life. However, Su Luo remained composed despite the astonishment, though he was unaware of how Nan Yi had acquired the secrets of the divine decree. He found it hard to believe that Nan Yi could possess greater understanding of the doctrines of the eternal flame church than he did. Moments earlier, Nan Yi had invoked his innate talent, delving into the profound truths of the ritual, actively interpreting the sacred spirit ceremony. Following the ritual's connections, Nan Yi quickly discerned that the other end of the sacred spirit ceremony was an orb of fire, the sole source of eternal flame burning in the boundless void. The flickering flames seemed to twist the fabric of space, resembling countless writhing tendrils eager to leap forth. Before Nan Yi could attempt to analyze or comprehend this phenomenon, the spark-like tendrils, akin to a cat drawn by the scent of blood, surged towards him with fervor. The Tao divides into yin and yang, transforming into light and darkness. That light, though vibrant, shall decay, while that darkness, shrouded in oblivion, shall plunge into the void. The universe is an enigma filled with the delusions of existence. Glorious is the eternal flame, originating from the primordial chaos, its wisdom boundless, capable of partitioning the cosmos, its intent elusive, able to transcend the vast emptiness. Resting upon the shores of eternity, it was as if the voices of countless souls melded into a harmonious chorus, flooding Nan Yi's consciousness with an overwhelming resonance, unveiling myriad truths and doctrines of the eternal flame church. At that moment, a splitting pain surged through Nan Yi's head, as if his mind were turned to mush, being violently stirred. If Nan Yi failed to grasp the influx of information surging into his mind, he might meet a fate akin to that of his former self, who had gazed upon the sun and succumbed to madness, perishing from the shattering of consciousness. Yet, fortunate was he, unlike his predecessor, a mere scholar devoid of extraordinary insights. Nan Yi gradually began to comprehend it all. The object of the sacrificial prayers offered by Su Luo is a sacred entity known as Ming Zun. Nan Yi is uncertain how others interpret the principles of Ming Zun, yet to him, the path of Ming Zun bears a striking resemblance to the entropy increase law of the blue star. Beneath the grand principle, both order and chaos coexist. However, order is destined to devolve into disorder, ultimately leading to chaos. All that sentient beings undertake in this world is both laughable and pitiable. Only by following the magnificent eternal flame and practicing its boundless great path can one seize the order of others to nourish oneself, thus transcending the mundane and ultimately achieving divinity. Is it possible that the so-called Ming Zun is, in fact, the Lord of Entropy? Nan Yi mused. He recognized that his interpretation of the path of Ming Zun might diverge somewhat in style, yet the essence remains largely unaltered. This entity, presumably of celestial origin, indeed stands upon the foundation of the entropy increase law, propagating its doctrines and enlightening all beings in heaven and earth. Its teachings can be deemed truth. Alas, whether its doctrine has been misinterpreted remains uncertain, leading it to a lower realm, ensnared in demonic practices, resulting in its sect being branded as a cult. Nonetheless, it is precisely due to the Eternal Flame sect being labeled as a cult that its sacrificial rituals are conducted. In the Eternal Flame sect, the so-called sacrificial rites transform mortals into kindling, refining them into spiritual essence, which is then distributed to the practitioners of the demonic path by the officiant. According to Nan Yi's understanding, the essence of the sacrificial rites lies in the notion that while the overarching trend of entropy increase is inescapable, order within a limited scope may be redistributed. This entails allowing others to experience an increase in entropy, thereby facilitating a decrease in one's own entropy, an embodiment of the principle of benefiting from the surplus while sacrificing the insufficient. For the practitioners of demonic cultivation, mortals are merely kindling, readily consumed to forge spiritual essence. However, for the upper echelons of the Eternal Flame sect, not only are mortals viewed as fuel, but these lower-tier demonic cultivators are also regarded as resources to be fattened before consumption. Thus, the spiritual bestowal ritual passed down by the higher authorities of the Eternal Flame sect, rooted in demonic teachings, contains a hidden loophole. This loophole is not particularly secretive within the sect. Anyone with a modicum of status is likely aware of it. Yet, Su Luo never imagined that one day he would find himself vying for this loophole alongside the very mortals he once considered prey. The loophole in the spiritual bestowal ritual is, in essence, quite straightforward. To quote Nan Yi from a past life, it involves the absence of a core authority binding and recognition through divine consciousness on the spiritual bestowal ritual. Within the confines of the ritual, Anyone who opens their mind and connects with the spiritual bestowal device, while reciting the second line of the Eternal Flame Sect's motto, can directly engage with the ritual. However, this engagement is essentially a contest of both parties' understanding of the path of the luminary. Only those who comprehend the principles more profoundly than the ritual's host can successfully seize control of the spiritual bestowal device. Originally, this loophole was a safeguard for the higher-ups of the Eternal Flame sect, preventing devoted adherents from whimsically offering them as sacrifices. In theory, utilizing the spiritual bestowal array to sacrifice outsiders, or even mortals, should pose no issues. Yet, this time, Su Luo happened upon Nan Yi, and fortuitously, Nan Yi truly grasped the path of the luminary. While it cannot be claimed that he surpasses the higher authorities of the Eternal Flame sect, when it comes to the law of entropy, Nan Yi shows no signs of trepidation in the face of Su Luo. The two minds converge in a fateful encounter within the spiritual bestowal array. With unwavering confidence, Su Luo charged towards Nan Yi. However, upon their initial contact, Su Luo's consciousness crumbled instantly, easily crushed by Nan Yi's overwhelming prowess. What? The reverse sacrifice, so difficult to accept. This is impossible, Su Luo exclaimed in shock, his face a tapestry of astonishment and suspicion. He could scarcely believe that Nan Yi's comprehension of the way of the bright sovereign surpassed his own. Yet, the outcome of their confrontation was undeniable. Su Luo's consciousness, akin to a mere pebble, was effortlessly expelled from the sacred offering ceremony by Nan Yi. In a state of panic, his mind in disarray, Su Luo muttered to himself, "A naturally born holy son?" Faced with someone who understood the way of the bright sovereign better than he did, Su Luo's instinctive reaction was to suspect that Nan Yi was the chosen son of the Eternal Bright Flame sect. Yet, Nan Yi could not possibly be the holy son. He was a damned individual. In a fit of anxiety, Su Luo bit down on his tongue and instinctively waved his right hand. The original offensive technique he had cultivated had been destroyed during his flight from his pursuers. Lacking any means of attack, Su Luo instinctively manifested his magical energy, transforming it into a long whip that struck fiercely at Nan Yi's chest. However, in that fleeting moment, Su Luo realized the futility of his actions. This was merely a senseless outburst. For from the moment he intervened in the sacred offering ceremony, Nan Yi had become one with the ceremony itself. Moreover, it was clear that Nan Yi had completely seized control of it. As the magical whip descended, it seemed to land a devastating blow, yet Nan Yi merely swayed slightly, his feet planted firmly like nails in the ground, remaining utterly immobile. Everything had come to an end. Su Luo regarded Nan Yi, suppressing his expression to appear less disordered, while inwardly reflecting, after a day spent gathering herbs. "I never anticipated that I would become someone else's remedy." Su Luo sighed and said to Nan Yi, "Remember to nurture the Tao fruit and cultivate your innate divine abilities." He had already surmised the nature of Nan Yi's gifts. In the next moment, the eternal flame, which had consumed countless mortals, ignited once more from Su Luo's being, treating all equally. After a brief pause, Nan Yi swept away Su Luo's consciousness and effortlessly seized control of the sacrificial ritual. With a sudden surge, his thoughts soared upwards, granting him a divine perspective over the entire Nanshi village. To his dismay, he observed that the villagers had vanished, leaving behind a horde of monkeys playfully toying with the remnants of their clothes, reduced to ash. Gritting his teeth, Nan Yi, although aware that the monkeys were manipulated by Su Luo's malevolent influence, could not bear to witness these creatures desecrating the vestiges of human lives. Fueled by his indignation, he included the monkeys in the sacrificial offering. The monkeys shrieked in terror, their cries echoing as they were transformed into flaming torches, losing control of their limbs and collapsing to the ground in anguish. It appeared that the eternal flame did not consume its victims with great haste, but rather burned at a measured pace. It was no wonder Su Luo preferred to slay first before conducting the sacrifices. The cries of despair were simply too loud. After all, as long as the individuals had just perished, the quantity of spiritual essence extracted would be comparable. Thus, it was more prudent to kill before burning, seeking tranquility amidst the chaos. Yet, amidst the cacophony of wails, Nan Yi seemed impervious to the sounds around him, his heart heavy with turmoil and resentment. Despite lacking any emotional ties to the original family's kin, witnessing the death of his predecessor's parents before his eyes filled him with profound remorse. Had he not been blindly optimistic, assuming that a few bodyguards would suffice against Su Luo, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Had he been a touch more prudent, and had he estimated Su Luo's formidable abilities and ruthless nature tenfold, perhaps the demise of his original parents could have been averted. Nan Yi seethes with resentment. He despises his own arrogance in applying the logic of a mundane world devoid of magic to this realm. He loathes his misguided confidence. Believing himself thoroughly prepared, yet underestimating the bizarre nature of this world's supernatural forces. His hatred is profound, an endless lament that he cannot shake off. In a fit of frustration, Nan Yi instinctively gazes around, yearning to behold something animate, hoping to alleviate the bitter remorse that gnaws at his heart. Yet, as he surveys his surroundings, he is met only with desolation. Consequently, the taut strings of his heart snap, akin to a riverbank collapsing, unleashing a torrent of self-reproach that overwhelms him, tormenting his conscience. He is consumed by rage, his mind a tempest. He is restless, desperate for an outlet. In this moment, he yearns only to witness Su Luo's agony, to find solace in the thought that by ending Su Luo's life, he might avenge his original self. Yet, Su Luo remains composed, bravely facing his fate without uttering a sound. Gazing at the serene smile devoid of concern on Su Luo's face, Nan Yi feels as though Su Luo is mocking him with the words, "Ignorant child." In a fit of anger, Nan Yi pounds his chest, nearly letting out a howl to vent his frustration. But just as he parts his lips, he presses them tightly together again, questioning himself. Is it truly come to this? How did it reach this point? Must it be this way? After a series of introspective inquiries, he momentarily suppresses his ire with doubt. He begins to ponder, but did Su Luo act with intent? If so, what could be his motive? Is it merely to vex me, to cloud my thoughts? Might it be that Su Luo, reluctant to lose face, chose silence? Nan Yi pondered, suddenly realizing he had nearly fulfilled Su Luo's intent. In his final moments, Su Luo's emotions were likely complex. He offered a reminder to Nan Yi, stemming from the empathy that often accompanies impending death, yet simultaneously sought to provoke him. Should Nan Yi succumb to anger, disrupting his composure, he might falter in his control over the spirit offering ritual, thereby losing the divine perspective from which to oversee Ningxia village. As the presiding master of the ritual, and indeed as a cultivator, one must perpetually maintain clarity and tranquility of mind, striving to avert emotional disturbances. Otherwise, when faced with the myriad of supernatural forces in this world, one is bound to be blinded, unwittingly straying from the path. In this moment, Nan Yi felt genuine remorse and anger. However, as a traveler from another realm, his resentment lacked the depth to fracture his very soul. He murmured to himself, I am sorry to all of you. Yet I have survived. I shall accompany you in death, carrying forth your essence, living on, eternally. Hailing from Blue Star, Nan Yi observed this world with a detached gaze, mentally joining the others in their demise, fading from existence. Meanwhile, the one who remained, composed and resolute, was the Nan Yi who had traversed into this enigmatic realm, granted a second chance at life. Prior to this, deep within his heart, he harbored a trace of pride and a measure of estrangement regarding his new life in this unfamiliar world. Originating from the civilized society of xianxia on Blue Star, he had always regarded his ancient existence here with a critical eye, devoid of toilet paper, lacking an assortment of snacks, and utterly bereft of mobile phones and the internet. In the vast realm of the Greatly, the common folk are devoid of indulgences and entertainment, living a life that is rather mundane. Even if he were to transcribe martial arts novels or showcase the artistic talents of a former life, he could effortlessly captivate the scholars of Greatly. Even if he were to demonstrate his skills, achieving top honors in the imperial examinations would be as simple as reaching into a bag. Yet, such accomplishments did not bring any sense of fulfillment to Nan Yi. Instead, he felt an overwhelming loneliness, an indistinct, chilling solitude that accompanies one who has fallen into a foreign world, forced to coexist with the ancient natives. However, now bloodshed and death. Fear and guilt have shattered the pride and solitude that resided within Nan Yi. He came to the realization that he, too, could perish, that he, too, could feel fear. He is merely a man, no different from the inhabitants of this world, utterly insignificant. In contrast, the celestial beings, such as the Mingzun, appear overwhelmingly grand. He has achieved enlightenment. Between life and death, only power holds true significance. Nan Yi has slain the self that hailed from the blue planet, the self that was so self-important. In this world, he aims to forge a new identity and embrace the essence of true power. Thus, with a perspective akin to that of a deity, Nan Yi gradually regains his composure. His heart is clear as ice. All traces of anger and guilt have been swept away from his mind. To be precise, he has felt anger, yet there is no need for such wrath. He has experienced guilt, yet there is no reason to dwell in it. After all, he is human, not divine. Perfection is unattainable, and mistakes are inevitable. As an ordinary man, his life and future are destined to encounter numerous trials and tribulations. Can he bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime? With a transcendent perspective, Nan Yi gazes upon his own mortal form. In this life, I shall pursue two aspirations. The first is longevity, the will to survive. Regardless, I have no desire to meet my demise. Furthermore, I seek invincibility and strive to grow stronger. My fate should not be subject to the whims of others. He murmured to himself, addressing both his own spirit and that of his predecessor. From this day forth, he shall no longer dwell on the past of his former self, as the memories of his parents, siblings, and old friends have all transformed into ethereal essences, leaving no entanglements for the future. However, starting today, he will assume the burden of the entire village's fate and endeavor to live longer and grow stronger in this world. With this thought, Nan Yi relinquished the hatred within his heart and finally gazed upon the vast spiritual essence hovering above Nanshire village, accumulated through the refinement of the divine spirit ritual. As he experienced the second awakening of dual talents, a sensation of warmth and comfort enveloped him, although it was merely a fleeting thought. When Nan Yi engaged with the spiritual essence, it felt as if he were immersed in an exhilarating reality. He harnessed the immense spiritual energy cultivated from Su Luo and numerous villagers and escorts, following the steps derived from the Tao of truth to bestow spirituality upon himself. Thus, the colossal spiritual essence, unseen by mortal eyes, began to swirl and coalesce into a vortex, cascading down towards Nan Yi's corporeal form. In this realm, those endowed with spiritual roots may encounter opportunities for awakening extraordinary talents when they connect with substantial spiritual energy. Nan Yi's predecessor had awakened the Tao of truth talent after consuming a mysterious candied hawthorn. Yet now, Nan Yi discovered that he was on the verge of another awakening. Beyond the Tao of truth, a talent corresponding to his own blue star soul was beginning to unfold. Memories of his past life suddenly flitted through his mind. Ultimately, the scene freezes on Nan Yi undergoing examination in the hospital, having just learned of his cancer diagnosis. In the next moment, the imagery shatters, seemingly transforming into an ethereal concept, merging into the divine instruments of the gifting ceremony, and emanating a glimmer of white light within Nan Yi's consciousness. The innate divine ability, complete healing, awakens. In an instant, Nan Yi comprehends that this divine gift pertains to self-healing capabilities. However, before he can ponder further, he realizes that the spiritual essence consumed for the awakening of his ability pales in comparison to the vast reservoir of spiritual energy he possesses. Following the awakening of complete healing, the remaining abundant spiritual essence, devoid of external direction, appears to spontaneously accumulate within Nan Yi's being. After all, spiritual essence is akin to experience points, which can be stored for future use. Yet, Nan Yi recalls Su Luo's final words, "Remember to nourish your Tao fruit, nurturing your divine gift." Although Su Luo faced death with remarkable composure, refusing to utter even a single lamentation to ease Nan Yi's emotions. Almost as if he intended to frustrate him, Nan Yi's impression of Su Luo remains relatively favorable, a person who readily answers queries and successfully buys him enough time. He believes Su Luo's last piece of advice was not a trap. Thus, The suggestion to prioritize upgrading his divine ability seems to stem from goodwill, perhaps even benevolence. Contemplating this, Nan Yi hesitates slightly. However, his hesitation is not about whether to allocate points. Nan Yi has never been one to deliberately suppress his level. Even if Su Luo had not offered advice before his demise, he would most likely have chosen to directly allocate points rather than allowing his spiritual essence to languish unused. The prospect of a second awakening, granting a second innate ability, took Nan Yi by surprise. Should he enhance or, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to channel the remaining spiritual energy towards. He mused to himself, while self-healing is indeed advantageous, merely enduring relentless assaults is not a viable strategy. In the face of the seemingly peaceful yet insidiously chaotic Dali dynasty, plagued by malevolent cultivators, Nan Yi concluded that acquiring information was of paramount importance. His recent success in turning the tables on Su Luo was largely due to the advantage of information, although discovering the back door to the spirit offering ceremony was significant. The method had nearly led him to follow the unfortunate path of his original self. Nevertheless, Nan Yi firmly believed to know oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility. With his resolve solidified, the white light corresponding to began to converge within his sea of consciousness, transforming into luminous white orbs. In contrast, the golden orbs linked to radiated brilliantly, voraciously absorbing the remaining vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Before long, a moment of enlightenment surged within Nan Yi. After devouring the residual spiritual energy, he would be blessed with divine insight from the esteemed sage, causing to ascend 3 levels in one seamless motion, achieving the rank of low-grade xianxia. Name of the ability: Type: Innate ability. Rank: Low-grade xianxia. Description: The method allows one to perceive the void and comprehend the mechanisms of reality. When activated, it can swiftly analyze information not exceeding the xianxia. When passively effective, it can quietly decipher information up to low-grade xianxia without detection. Calamity 1. Should a true practitioner act immorally, their name becomes tainted and cannot be falsely spoken of. Intentional deception towards others will result in the sealing of their abilities, with the duration of recovery contingent upon the severity of the deceit. Disaster 2. Fortune and misfortune are self-invoked. During the period of ability sealing, every 12 hours, fortune is halved. After introspection, Nan Yi's eyes immediately brightened. The true insight talent advanced from the low yellow tier to the low mysterious tier, a transformation that could be described as worlds apart in effectiveness. It can be said that the mysterious tier's true insight talent finally qualifies as genuine information, no longer appearing as a mere trinket, as Nan Yi had previously only encountered yellow tier phenomena before delving into the arcane practices of the supernatural realm. He felt immense joy and turned his attention to his newly awakened talent. Name: Complete Healing. Type: Talent. Tier: Low Yellow. Description: The way of humanity entails sacrificing the insufficient to nourish the abundant, seizing destiny to restore oneself. Upon activation, it restores one's condition to normal, swiftly dispelling abnormalities not exceeding the low yellow tier, effectively alleviating issues within that range. Disaster I. The aspiration for perfection must not be forsaken. Once activated, this ability continuously consumes mana and spirit to eliminate abnormalities, ceasing only when the body's state has returned to normal. Any transgression will lead to the ability's failure. Disaster 2. To strive with all one's might, facing dire consequences without regret. When mana and spirit are insufficient, one's lifespan is consumed to convert into spirit. Should one's lifespan be nearly exhausted, they will transform into a living corpse, losing their mind, craving human flesh, and thirsting for blood. Nan Yi felt a mix of joy and helplessness upon viewing this. Once again, the truth remains: without cost, all talents and abilities seem splendid. Yet, the peculiar reality of this world is that every talent comes with a price, rendering them somewhat cumbersome and awkward. The full recovery talent, under normal circumstances, is indeed quite formidable, akin to a state of perfect health, rendering one impervious to ambushes. However, when confronted with higher-tier anomalies, it may paradoxically lead to a slow form of self-destruction. Fortunately, through the comparative analysis of the advanced effects of the talent, Nan Yi has come to realize that tier rank is paramount in the realm of talent and abilities. The concept of tier rank resembles the mystique of rule effects. Higher tier capabilities inherently suppress those of lower tiers. In such scenarios, when cultivators engage in combat and a conflict of rules arises, the effects of lower tier abilities become feeble, especially when weighed against their cost, rendering them rather ineffective. Only by enhancing lower tier abilities can they gradually shed their ineffectiveness. Presently, aside from full recovery, Nan Yi also possesses. As long as he confirms that he has not been afflicted by any high-tier anomalies, he can confidently invoke full recovery, free from undue hesitation or second-guessing. With this perspective, prioritizing the enhancement of the talent allows him to act with assurance, fully aware of both himself and his adversaries, a truly strategic approach. Nan Yi attempted to activate full recovery. He felt an immediate surge of vitality as fatigue dissipated, and various minor injuries healed completely, leaving him in an extraordinarily invigorated state. The results were nothing short of miraculous. Astonishing in their immediacy. Filled with wonder, Nan Yi turned his thoughts inward, beginning to introspect. 0038 Inventory of Gains. Name: Nan Yi. Type: Living Being. Description: From the Great Li Dynasty, Chu County, Nan Mountain County, Nan Stone Village. Student of the Wuxiang Academy, Nan Mountain Study House. Age: 16 years and 5 months. Lifespan: approximately 108 years. Talent: Insight xianxia, Complete Healing xianxia. Status: Eternal Flame Mark, incomplete. As the panel unfolded, revealing an increase in lifespan of nearly 9 years, Nan Yi nodded gently. However, upon noticing the last item, the Eternal Flame Mark, a sudden stillness gripped his heart. He understood that a mark was a sign bestowed by a higher existence. Previously, in collaboration with Xie Beihe and Fei Jin for the Ming Pao, he had signed a contract under the witness of the February Soul Division, thereby acquiring the Soul Division mark. Yet the Eternal Flame Mark, with his insight talent acting instinctively, two realizations dawned upon Nan Yi. His reverse sacrifice of Su Luo, from the perspective of the Eternal Flame sect, could also be deemed a sacrifice. Naturally, upon the completion of this offering and the commencement of bestowal, an Eternal Flame Mark would manifest, thereby augmenting the likelihood of being observed by the Ming Zun for the transmission of teachings. However, he had seized the role of the presiding figure for the bestowal ceremony from Su Luo, rather than independently conducting a complete ceremony. Thus, the resulting Eternal Flame Mark was incomplete, theoretically preventing Nan Yi from becoming conspicuous in the eyes of the Ming Zun. Most crucially, this mark corresponded to the gaze of a higher existence, rather than being an anomaly, and thus fell outside the purview of Nan Yi's complete healing talent. Realizing this, he could only lament the inadequacy of his unupgraded complete healing talent, which indeed felt somewhat superfluous, while reluctantly accepting the situation. He reassured himself, looking on the bright side. This incomplete mark would not significantly impact him. Upon completing his recitation, Nan Yi opened his eyes to behold the desolation surrounding him, the sole survivor of Nanshi village. The faint joy that had initially blossomed within him due to his second awakening of the complete healing talent, along with the advancement of the insight talent, swiftly dissipated. He had narrowly escaped death and, ultimately, remained alive. Yet, his family, the 7 bodyguards, and all the villagers of Nanshi had transformed into spirits within the spirit bestowal array, merging into Nan Yi's being. A heavy weight settled in his heart. After standing in silence for a moment, he let out a quiet sigh, momentarily setting aside his melancholic emotions, and began to tidy the scene. The first item to address was the golden coin used by Su Luo to activate the spirit bestowal ceremony, valued at 100 silver coins. Name: Rui Tongbao. Type: Magical artifact. Description: Currency forged collaboratively by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Commerce, imbued with the Rui array. Once the insight talent reached the profound tier, situations where even the currency array could not be deciphered would no longer arise. Gazing at the Rui array, then at the silver and copper coins, Nan Yi reflected, The currency of Dali is indeed a genuine hierarchy of values. The golden coin, Rui Tongbao, is accompanied by the Rui array. The silver coin, Jishang Tongbao, is endowed with the auspiciousness array, while the copper coin, Pingan Tongbao, serves as the core magical prohibition of auspiciousness, augmented by the effect of gathering the willpower of the populace. In simple terms, the Pingan Tongbao can be regarded as an incomplete attracting fortune and avoiding disaster array, lacking a supply of spiritual energy. However, as long as the copper coins remain in circulation among the populace, they can gather the spiritual essence dispersed in daily life, transforming the collective will of the people into spiritual energy, thereby slightly manifesting the effect of attracting fortune and avoiding disaster. This design not only reduces the cost of minting copper coins but fundamentally prevents their accumulation by wealthy families, ensuring their circulation among the common folk, a truly ingenious arrangement. It is no wonder that the money houses only conduct transactions of gold against silver and gold against copper. While silver against copper is a matter of gold and silver coins possessing inherent value. In contrast, copper coins must remain in circulation among the masses and cannot be hoarded by affluent families. One wonders what the specific exchange rate might be on the black market for copper to silver and silver to copper. Nan Yi, having secured the gold coins, hurried back to the spot where Su Luo had previously stood, where he discovered 5 silver coins and 10 copper coins among Su Luo's belongings. In total, this amounted to 1 gold, 5 silver, and 10 copper coins, equating to a sum of 10,510 yuan. The value of 1 yuan in Dali, equivalent to 1 copper coin, roughly corresponds to 100 yuan in xianxia. In other words, by inheriting Su Luo's legacy, Nan Yi instantaneously became a millionaire in xianxia. Reflecting on this, Nan Yi could not help but exclaim how lucrative it is to be a physician. Even considering Su Luo's background as a spiritual practitioner who had amassed wealth through various means, an ordinary physician would certainly not find themselves destitute. After all, the chi-replenishing and spirit-nurturing powder that Su Luo initially provided to Nan Yi was priced at 10 yuan per packet, which is indeed a substantial profit. Of course, given the considerable risks associated with gathering medicinal herbs, which necessitates venturing far from the county town into the wilderness, it is understandable that ordinary people may be unable to afford treatment or medicine. Nan Yi seized Su Luo's inheritance, extracted a flint to ignite a fire, and set Su Luo's garments ablaze. "Rest in peace, Physician Su. I shall carry your wealth and live well," he declared. Afterward, Nan Yi proceeded to gather the belongings of the deceased's family and several bodyguards. Though bodyguards accept their fate, Nan Yi felt a pang of guilt and reluctance, believing he had misjudged Su Luo's capabilities, which ultimately endangered the lives of the bodyguards. Considering he had acquired Su Luo's legacy, he decided to provide some compensation to the families of the bodyguards as a form of reparation. As for the other villagers' clothing, he collected a heap and incinerated it in one go. Standing beside the pyre, he gazed intently as the flames flickered. It seemed to him that what was burning was not mere garments, but a bundle of withered grass. The common folk are like chaff, he mused. Yet his resolve to grow stronger solidified. Only through strength could he seize control of his own fate, preventing others from manipulating him so easily. However, he pondered how one might embark upon the path of cultivation in this world. Furrowing his brow, he recalled his previous urgency to decipher the spirit-granting array and seek a means of survival, leaving him no time to utilize his talent to examine Su Luo. Thus, aside from knowing that Su Luo possessed a seemingly animal affinity ability, he was unaware of the specifics of Su Luo's cultivation methods. Otherwise, he could have speculated further by integrating Su Luo's practices. A sense of regret tinged his thoughts. He raised his gaze to the sky, where gray mist lingered, signaling the encroachment of night. Having arrived at Southstone Village later in the day, he had spent time clearing the scene, erecting a grave, and burning clothing, which had indeed led him into the evening. Although his appetite was poor at the moment, he was nonetheless hungry and needed to prepare some food to satiate his hunger. Thus, after a flurry of activity, Nan Yi cooked a pot of brown rice and began to eat it accompanied by pickled vegetables. However, as he was eating, Nan Yi suddenly had an epiphany. Through his innate ability, he discovered an inexplicable state that had manifested within him. Talent, xianxia, full recovery, xianxia. State, eternal flame mark, residual, degree of misfortune domain mark. What is this domain? This mark? Nan Yi swallowed the rice in his mouth and, imploring, began to ponder. The term domain generally refers to the realm of mystical practitioners at the xian level. The mark indicates that he was ensconced within the degree of misfortune domain, subject to targeted actions by the domain's master at any moment. Similar to a seal, a mark is not an anomalous state. It will dissipate once he exits the domain. In other words, Nan Yi was unwittingly enveloped by the domain of an unknown xian-level practitioner. Ordinarily, he would have been oblivious to the fact that he was being observed in secret. However, the passive information-gathering effect of his talent, akin to an enhancement of intuition, prompted Nan Yi to introspectively examine himself. While maintaining a calm demeanor as he consumed the brown rice, Nan Yi silently contemplated. The xian-level practitioner, whose arrival was shrouded in mystery, had chosen not to strike him down with a single blow, but rather to observe him from the shadows. This suggested that the individual was likely not a demonic practitioner, but rather an official cultivator. It seemed reasonable to conclude that the xian-level practitioner had arrived only after sensing the commotion caused by the granting of the spirit ceremony. Then he discovered, to his astonishment, that there were indeed living souls in Nanchur village. Perhaps he decided against revealing himself immediately and intended to observe the situation in secret. As for whether the commotion from the bestowal of spiritual rites would attract attention, Nan Yi pondered, considering that if Su Luo had survived, he would likely have arranged some protective formations around the outskirts of the village to obscure the disturbance. However, after Su Luo was sacrificed in reverse by him, there was no one to conceal the signs of the spiritual bestowal, which could have raised suspicions among the authorities, prompting them to send someone to investigate. It was uncertain when they had arrived, whether they had just come or had been there for a while. Nan Yi contemplated from a different perspective. If he were a practitioner of the xian level and witnessed the scene of a demonic cultivator's crime with surviving mortals, his curiosity would lead him to observe for a moment, but he would hardly be idle enough to watch mortals gather firewood and cook. Thus, it seemed the xian level practitioner had only just arrived. As Nan Yi continued his deductions while feigning ignorance, he finished the last few bites of rice and prepared to pretend to be lost in thought when a rich male voice broke the silence. "Have you finished your meal?" Startled, Nan Yi nearly dropped the wooden bowl, turning in surprise toward the doorway. He was genuinely taken aback. He had initially thought this xian-level practitioner was merely curious and had been covertly observing for a moment. Instead, it appeared that the practitioner was being courteous, intentionally waiting for him to finish his meal. Having witnessed Su Luo's indifference to the lives of mortals, encountering such a polite xian-level practitioner left Nan Yi momentarily stunned. He looked toward the entrance and beheld a man in white standing there, arms crossed over his sword, wearing a friendly expression. Upon meeting Nan Yi's gaze, the white-clad man smiled gently and nodded. Nan Yi, overwhelmed by astonishment, widened his pupils and instinctively leaned back, asking, "Who are you?" "I am the Taoist Jiuechen of the Dui Immortals sect," replied the Taoist in white, his demeanor gentle. "Are you a resident of this village?" Strangely, the Taoist Jiuechen's benign smile, although perfectly ordinary, inexplicably reminded Nan of X Lu. Moreover, gazing at the Taoist's smile, a sense of relaxation surged within him. He blinked, discreetly employing his ability while nodding slightly. Title: Taoist Jiuechen, Xian. Type: Spiritual Cultivation. Rank: Profound Stage. Description: Inner disciple of the Dui Immortals sect. Age: 45 years and 3 months. Lifespan: over 515 years. Method: Ability: Kind-heartedness. Xian merely disclosed his Taoist name, refraining from revealing his full name to Nan. However, Nan's innate talent had ascended to the profound stage, allowing him to glean a basic understanding of Xian's identity, thus discovering that his surname was X and his given name was Xian. Upon realizing this, Nan felt an involuntary jolt. Sharing the same surname as X Lu and possessing similar traits, one being animal affinity and the other kind-heartedness. Was it possible that they were of the same kin? Furthermore, the familiar yet inscrutable rank notation weighed heavily on Ny's heart. This indicated that the Taoist Juech and xianxia ranked above the lower tier of the profound stage. In that moment, Ny was struck by the sense that he was fated for demise. Having killed Lu, he now encountered xian. Yet, Ny quickly came to a realization. If xian wished to end his life, he could have done so with a single strike, rather than displaying such amicability. Thus, Su Xian, hailing from the Duel sect, is likely a righteous cultivator, or at the very least, one who would not slay Nan Yi with a single sword unless driven by vengeance for Su Luo. Earlier, there were reports of malevolent beings wreaking havoc in the village. Su Xian continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, Nan Yi felt an overwhelming urge to confide. He surmised that Su Xian's inherent ability to be kind to others was manifesting, allowing him to effortlessly articulate his thoughts, in contrast to the other yet undiscovered talents of Su Xian. Without hesitation, Nan Yi succumbed to his desire to share. Recalling the events of the afternoon with sorrow and indignation, it was Su Luo, a medical official who visited the village yesterday to provide free consultations. Yet he secretly sabotaged the villagers. Today, he inscribed a blood-red symbol in the village, muttering incomprehensibly, which inexplicably summoned a horde of long-armed monkeys that unleashed a massacre, ultimately reducing everyone to ashes. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. Where is the Su Luo now? And how is it that you managed to escape this calamity unharmed? His tone remained gentle and unchanging, mirroring his demeanor when posing the initial inquiries. The mark of the Duel domain upon Nan Yi had also remained unaltered. I was on the brink of death myself, but then a mishap occurred, prompting even Su Luo to exclaim in shock. Shortly thereafter, peculiar flames erupted from him, consuming only flesh and leaving garments untouched, reducing him to cinders. As for me, I suddenly experienced an awakening of some innate divine ability, intuitively realizing my newfound talent named Full Healing, which possessed the power to eliminate abnormalities and restore one to their original state. At that moment, I attempted to unleash my power, and astonishingly, every injury was restored to its original state, truly miraculous. Nan Yi remarked, countering with a question, Taoist, is this innate ability akin to the supernatural powers found in certain novels or legendary tales? However, in order to clarify why he emerged unscathed, Nan Yi had to mention full recovery, leading Su Xian to mistakenly believe that he had survived the sacrifice through this ability, fortunate to have escaped death. Alongside this, Nan Yi posed a query, aiming to slightly divert Su Xian's attention. After Nan Yi finished speaking, Su Xian, whose expression had remained calm, finally furrowed his brow, beginning to contemplate the specific circumstances. For mortals, awakening an innate ability is already a remarkable opportunity. Yet for cultivators, such powers may merely be minor abilities, overshadowed by the existence of true and grand supernatural powers. Subsequently, Nan Yi wisely held his breath in silence, refraining from further words. After a brief pause, Su Xian, still deep in thought, incredulously inquired, So, Su Luo truly perished in the flames? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Nan Yi exclaimed loudly, feigning the innocence of a naive youth, fervently assuring as if he were on the verge of swearing an oath. Yet, Su Xian remained skeptical. His younger brother, having practiced demonic cultivation for so many years, engaging in countless sacrifices for the sake of harvesting mortal fruits, could it be that he encountered a misstep during the ritual? However, gazing at the living Nan Yi before him, Su Xian found it hard to deny the truth. If Su Luo had not perished, Nan Yi could not possibly still be alive. Thus, could it be that Su Luo, having participated in too many sacrifices, inadvertently caught the attention of the illuminated Lord? Receiving a fleeting glance from him, Su Xian found it difficult to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he ultimately accepted the harsh reality that his younger brother Su Luo had perished, along with the loss of his own target for transformation. With a soft sigh, he remarked, It seems he has truly departed. This gentle exhalation caught Nan Yi's attention, who, though unaware of Su Xian's precise thoughts, discerned a hint of regret and sorrow in his tone. A wave of unease washed over him. As a righteous cultivator, would Su Xian truly seek to vent his frustrations upon him over the death of a potential relative, the demonic cultivator Su Luo? Your innate ability is termed full recovery? Might I test its authenticity by inflicting a minor injury upon myself and subsequently invoking full recovery? Su Xian's demeanor was amicable, as if even conducting a simple examination required Nan Yi's consent. Yet, within Nan Yi's heart, the notion of refusal was utterly absent. With his ability, he continuously self-reflected and immediately recognized that he was influenced by Su Xian's benevolence, compelling him to respond with sincerity. However, despite this acknowledgement, Nan Yi found solace in the situation. He attributed Su Luo's demise to the sacrificial incident, which, given the peculiarities of cultivation in this realm, was not entirely implausible. Yet, since Nan Yi had narrowly survived due to his full recovery ability, Su Xian had every reason to verify its authenticity. At the very least, it was essential to ascertain that Nan Yi genuinely possessed the full recovery talent. Thus, Nan Yi was not taken aback by the prospect of Su Xian testing the veracity of his ability. However, Su Xian chose to inquire rather than act impulsively, a gesture that surprisingly eased Nan Yi's mind. Although still under the influence of Su Xian's mystical powers and left with little choice, it felt as if he were merely going through the motions. The fact that Su Xian was willing to follow this process, even if motivated by the principle of benevolence, strongly suggested that he was most likely not a demon cultivator. After all, the conduct of a demon cultivator would hardly align with the self-restraint demanded by such ethical precepts. Given that Su Xian was not a demon cultivator, it was improbable that he had come seeking vengeance for Su Luo. A sense of relief washed over Nan Yi. Following the principle of benevolence, he extended his left hand without much hesitation, albeit with a hint of trepidation, and said, "Taoist Juechen, please be gentle. Rest assured, it is merely a minor injury. It will not pose any issues," Su Xian replied, flicking his fingers to unleash a surge of spiritual energy, creating a small puncture on Nan Yi's left forearm. To his astonishment, Nan Yi felt no pain at all. He speculated that if Su Xian were to secretly sever his left arm with a sword, he might not even sense it. "Let it be fully healed," Su Xian gently reminded him. Instantly, the flesh began to shift, and the skin regenerated in a most wondrous manner. Yet, a slight heaviness settled in Nan Yi's heart. The spiritual energy Su Xian had infused was equivalent to the mid-tier of the yellow rank. Although full healing could still dispel foreign spiritual energies and completely restore the injury, it was evidently a laborious task, not something that could be accomplished instantaneously. This indicated that Su Xian was using this opportunity to assess the level of Nan Yi's full healing talent. Had Nan Yi previously allocated points to enhance full healing, it would surely have exposed an anomaly. Contemplating this, Nan Yi felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively thought, had Su Luo's earlier suggestion to prioritize nurturing his innate abilities not been well-intentioned? However, he quickly realized that the healing talent was awakened later, something Su Luo was unaware of. In Su Luo's eyes, he had only revealed his talent. And even if he allocated points, they would still enhance. On the contrary, if he were to retain his spiritual essence for future use, perhaps it would have long been detected by Su Xian. As Nan Yi observed the wound slowly healing, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Uncertain whether he could surpass Su Xian's scrutiny, the death of Su Luo could be attributed to a sacrificial accident. His own safety could be justified by claiming healing. This line of reasoning had been concocted by Nan Yi while sorting through the villagers' leftover garments. He had originally intended to report to the county government regarding the sacrificial massacre of Nanshi village by Su Luo. He speculated that the officials in the county were mere mortals, likely only possessing a general understanding of supernatural matters. His narrative seemed adequate for reporting to the county. However, the appearance of Su Xian was utterly unexpected for Nan Yi. Faced with Su Xian, he was uncertain whether his narrative might contain any omissions. Fortunately, Su Xian appeared to harbor little suspicion towards Nan Yi. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Su Luo should have a black cat. Have you seen it?" Nan Yi was momentarily taken aback. "I saw it previously in the county. Did you see it today?" No, I haven't seen it. Perhaps it is still in the county. Su Xian suddenly asked, which county did you reside in before? In what direction is it from here? Nan Yi hurriedly replied, I was in Nanshan County, located to the southeast of here. Good. I shall go to this county. Do you wish to accompany me? Now. Nan Yi instinctively glanced at the sky outside. It was the dead of night, shrouded in thick gray mist. However, he immediately responded, Of course, I am willing. Please, Taoist. Take me with you. Su Xian nodded and said, First, gather your belongings. Upon seeing Nan Yi emerge, Su Xian slightly inclined his head and then casually tossed the ink sword into the air. The sword expanded, initially hovering, and then 2 chair backs emerged. Nan Yi blinked in surprise, and upon closer inspection, he confirmed that they were indeed 2 chair backs. He felt somewhat bewildered and scrutinized the black sword further. Name, Yuan Magnetic Escape Sword, Ink Variant. Category, Magical Artifact. Description, one of the transportation devices mass-produced by the creation Immortal sect in the first year of the Tianqi era. Inscribed with the 2 instruments Yuan Magnetic Array and the Transformative Wish Array. Previously, Nan Yi had not examined it closely, seeing Su Xian cradling the sword. He had assumed Su Xian was a sword cultivator and that the ink sword was a weapon for combat. Now, realizing the truth, he found that the sword was, in fact, a magnetic levitation flying sword designed for carrying passengers. Nan Yi instinctively wanted to make a sarcastic remark, yet upon reflection, he realized there was no real issue. Even if Su Xian possessed other means of flight, it seemed entirely reasonable to simply sit on the flying sword, especially considering that he, a mere mortal, would likely find such a journey on an aerial sword much less daunting. Indeed, the presence of the chair backs might have been a thoughtful gesture from Su Xian, designed to alleviate any anxiety he might feel while riding. Su Xian gracefully floated to the front of the flying sword and sat cross-legged, then maneuvered the sword to hover before Nan Yi. Observing Nan Yi's multitude of bags, he remarked, Place your belongings behind. Just as Nan Yi nodded, several of the bags began to levitate on their own, securing themselves to the sword's hilt. Following Su Xian's example, Nan Yi sat cross-legged in the rear seat of the flying sword. You need only sit comfortably. There is no need for concern. Su Xian greeted softly before mastering the flying sword. Moreover, seemingly considerate of Nan Yi, the sword did not ascend to great heights, and its speed gradually increased rather than soaring abruptly. As the flying sword ascended and sped towards Nanshan County, Nan Yi, somewhat astonished, glanced around, watching the scenery below rapidly recede. This sensation resembled riding a motorcycle. However, there was no fierce wind buffeting him, and it was remarkably smooth, even serene. Nan Yi marveled silently. Yet, the excessive tranquility during the flight soon led his mind to wander. He lamented the loss of the fine steeds that the couriers had ridden into the village. When the crisis struck that afternoon, a total of 8 magnificent horses had not been tethered. As the troop of monkeys approached, the frightened horses bolted. Now, aboard the flying sword, he could only regard them as having been set free. Subsequently, Nan Yi could not suppress his curiosity regarding Su Xian's intentions. Initially, he had presumed Su Xian to be an official cultivator, perhaps from the demon-slaying department or the Night Purification Bureau, drawn by the unusual commotion. However, upon realizing that Su Xian was aware of Su Luo's black cat, Nan Yi suddenly connected the dots. Su Xian must be an enemy of Su Luo, having sensed his whereabouts and come specifically seeking him. Contemplating how Su Xian could perceive Su Luo, and considering their shared surname, Nan Yi secretly speculated that there might be a blood relation between them, suggesting they were kin. What remained uncertain was how this kinship had soured into enmity, whether Su Xian had acted out of righteous indignation to eradicate a familial traitor, pursuing the demonic Su Luo, or if the nature of cultivation in this world dictated that brothers turn against one another, compelling Su Xian to become a treacherous kinslayer. The flying sword darted swiftly, soon reaching the skies above Nanshan County. Upon entering the territory of Nanshan County, Nan Yi distinctly sensed a noticeable diminishment in Su Xian's aura, a certain intangible presence that, at a mere glance, suggested formidable prowess. This decline was likely attributable to the Dragon Chi restriction previously mentioned by Su Luo, which weighed heavily upon the urban region. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Su Xian inquired about Nan Yi's precise location before silently escorting him to the security clinic. He refrained from allowing Nan Yi to dismount, instead guiding him through the clinic until they swiftly located the unconscious black cat in a room. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Yi glanced at it and perceived its essence. Designation: substitute life cat. Classification: spirit creature. Description: a cat that should have perished long ago. Revived by the medical officer Su Luo through a fragment of his own soul, transforming into a spirit creature with the ability to bolster Su Luo's soul after his death, thus facilitating his resurrection. However, it was unfortunate that Su Luo, akin to a dark wizard, encountered Su Xian, a master of sorcery. Su Xian, feeling elated, grasped the unconscious black cat and subsequently asked Nan Yi, "Do you have a residence in this county? I seek a place to set you down. The academy will suffice." Nan Yi replied, providing his location. In an instant, they arrived at the academy courtyard, and Nan Yi's feet touched the ground as he dismounted from the flying sword. Su Xian casually plucked a handful of ink powder from beneath him, shaping it into a black token, which he tossed before Nan Yi, allowing it to hover in the air. Nan Yi obediently reached out to take it. "You possess the complete healing Dao fruit, perfectly aligning with the techniques of my Dui sect. With this token, you may procure a travel permit from the county office to journey to South Heaven City. When the time comes, you shall proceed to Dui Academy, where someone will guide you into the Dao. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." As soon as the words fell, Su Xian soared into the sky on his sword, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Su Xian departed with great urgency, seemingly eager to attend to the matter of the black cat, yet also reluctant to linger under the Dragon Chi law prohibition. With the degree of misfortune in hand, he proceeded to the Degree of Misfortune Academy, where he could seek apprenticeship at the Degree of Misfortune Immortal Sect. Does this not imply a close connection between the Academy and the Immortal Sect? The 9 great academies correspond to the 9 immortal sects. Or perhaps there are not merely 9, as the Imperial exclusive Yuanshi Academy could potentially make it 10 immortal sections. Furthermore, the 9 great academies align with the 9 divisions of the Great Li, and including the royal family, the so-called Great Li dynasty might, in a certain sense, also be the Great Li immortal dynasty. Having glimpsed a fragment of the cultivation world, Nan Yi's thoughts surged like a tide, making it impossible for him to find tranquility, leading to numerous speculations. However, recalling Su Xian's strong aversion to the Dragon Chi law prohibition, Nan Yi felt that there was indeed a distinction between the realms of immortals and mortals. It seems more plausible that the 9 great academies in the royal family correspond to the secular outer sects of the 10 immortal sections. Those of higher cultivation, such as Xian-level cultivators, would distance themselves from the mundane world, entering the inner sects of the immortal sects to acquire true teachings. Conversely, those of lower cultivation, like Huang-level cultivators, might serve in the secular court, acting as both officials and immortals. Naturally, there would also be those ordinary students and minor officials lacking any aptitude for cultivation. Yet it can be firmly established that the primary pathway for mortals in this world to embark on the journey of cultivation lies in enrolling in the branches of the 9 great academies situated in various prefectural cities. In other words, if a mortal fails to diligently study and perform poorly in their examinations during their youth, thereby unable to gain admission to the 9 great academies, they will naturally find themselves barred from the gates of proper cultivation. Unless fortune favors one, not only must one fortuitously awaken their innate talents, but they must also encounter a righteous practitioner who can guide them onto the path of enlightenment. In this moment, Nan Yi's emotions were somewhat intricate. The identity he inherited as Nan Yi was, to be frank, less than ideal. From the outset, he found himself under the scrutiny of Su Luo, an inescapable predicament. Had it not been for his previous life's background in the sciences, coupled with his diligent studies and broad knowledge, which afforded him a rudimentary understanding of the law of entropy and the fortuitous alignment of the path of Ming Zun with this principle, he would surely have met an untimely demise today. However, had he not transmigrated into the role of a scholar, he likely would have never had the opportunity to engage with the realm of cultivation, remain oblivious to the true nature of the imperial officials as celestial beings, and thus never become a righteous practitioner. Reflecting on this, Nan Yi could only sigh at the whims of fate. Nonetheless, after this contemplation, he hesitated regarding whether to seek out the Duel immortal sect. Su Xian, unaware of Nan Yi's examination results, had casually provided him with a Duel token, allowing him to obtain a travel pass from the county office to journey to the capital's Duel Academy, thereby securing a chance to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet, truth be told, Nan Yi was confident about securing the top position in this year's examination, which would enable him to obtain a recommendation letter from his own merit to attend the Wuxiang Academy's Nantian College. If his predictions were accurate, a visit to Nantian College would effectively place him on the threshold of entering the Wuxiang Immortal Gate. Thus, the dilemma remained, to choose Wuxiang or Duel. After some contemplation, Nan Yi resolved to wait until he arrived in the capital to further investigate, attempting to find a student from Nantian College to glean insights into the unique attributes of the Wuxiang Immortal Gates techniques. As for the Duel Immortal sect, although Su Xian remarked that Nan Yi's complete recovery talent was perfectly suited for the Duel technique, the successive encounters with Su Luo and Su Xian have left Nan Yi feeling an aversion towards their gentle smiles, leading to a general disdain for the Duel Immortal sect. Moreover, in this world, can one truly ascertain the righteousness of the righteous cultivators? In the deep of night, Nan Yi stood in the small courtyard of the academy, feeling inexplicably cold. Su Luo, being a practitioner of the demonic sect, indulged in plucking the fruits of mortal paths, which was somewhat understandable. However, Su Xian, who was clearly a righteous cultivator, evoked in Nan Yi a vague sense of unease, as if Su Xian harbored an inexplicable desire towards Su Luo, far from the noble sentiment of upholding justice over kinship. Beneath Su Xian's seemingly courteous and humble facade, there lurked a demeanor that might not be as benevolent as mortals presumed. Yet, within this single day, time felt as though it stretched into a fortnight for Nan Yi. Su Luo was dead. The parents of the original self were deceased. The entire village of Nanshi had perished. Even the 7 bodyguards from the Shunfeng escort agency, who had taken on a commission today, were no more. He felt as if human life was as insignificant as straw. Yet the spirits that had been sacrificed in the wake of these deaths had all returned to him, filling him with a complex array of emotions. Faced with these intricate and unarticulated feelings, Nan Yi ultimately resolved to abandon contemplation. Thus, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Nan Yi awoke with a start. He glanced at the belongings laid upon the table, which belonged to the bodyguards, and paused in a moment of reflection. After a brief wash, he placed some copper coins into the bodyguard's garments, then hoisted the bundle and exited the academy's courtyard. On December 28th, as the year drew to a close, even the vendors selling breakfast had notably diminished in number. Not far from the Shunfeng escort agency, Nan Yi discovered a humble breakfast establishment, where he ordered a bowl of rice porridge and 2 steamed buns. After finishing his meal, he beckoned to the 9-year-old son of the proprietor, who had assisted in clearing the table. "Little brother, do you know Lin, the head of the Shunfeng escort agency?" The young boy, gazing at the empty bowl, chirped in response. "Are you referring to Head Lin or Little Head Lin?" Unfamiliar with the head's full name, Nan Yi could only describe his appearance vaguely. "Oh, I know. That must be Lin Jinan, the head." At the mention of this name, Nan Yi was momentarily taken aback. The boy, upon hearing his mother's acknowledgement, blinked his eyes and looked up at her. The mother, the owner of the establishment, nodded affirmatively. The escort agency was not far off, and delivering a parcel was a trivial task, especially with a coin as compensation for the errand. With his mother's approval, the boy joyfully seized the package from Nan Yi and dashed towards the agency. Standing in the street, Nan Yi cast a glance at the seemingly chaotic Shunfeng escort agency and sighed silently. Lin Jinan, Ling Ping, Hu Chong. Repeating the names of the escort masters in his mind, he suddenly resolved, in this lifetime, whether to emulate or to scoff at the smiling, proud wanderer was inconsequential. After returning the escort's garments, Nan Yi had initially intended to report the massacre in Nanshi village to the county office. However, as the phrase "the smiling, proud wanderer surfaced in his thoughts, a surge of resentment welled up within him, and he muttered under his breath, "Laugh, my foot." Subsequently, Nan Yi fell into a trance. During his reverie, a drop of ink emerged from his ink brush. Dian first cast a worried glance at Nan Yi, then turned her attention to the manuscript he had just completed. After reading it, the concern on her small face deepened. "Master, your heart is in turmoil." This was because she had come to a realization. Nan Yi's emotions were indeed intricate, yet they did not stem from sorrow or guilt. However, after encountering Su Xian, who had shown little doubt or hostility towards him, and even provided him with a talisman for protection, Nan Yi inexplicably felt a wave of frustration. Last night, he could not untangle the source of his unease, and had to set it aside for the time being. But just now, upon learning that the head of the caravan was named Lin Jinan, which led him to associate it with the phrase Xiao Ao Jiang Hu, Nan Yi suddenly gained clarity. The reason for his complex feelings and unexpressed vexation was, in fact, due to the constraints of rules. With numerous regulations and restrictions surrounding him, he felt ensnared like a fly in a spider's web. Although it seemed he could struggle, he was unable to attain even a modicum of freedom. Furthermore, with hidden dangers lurking, he was compelled to tread cautiously, leaving him devoid of any sense of satisfaction, naturally leading to pent-up frustration that yearned for release. After all, no one relishes the role of a subordinate. Yet, while Nan Yi could act with prudence, it did not imply that he relished such a cautious existence. Being a timid subordinate, if given a choice, who wouldn't wish to possess the audacity to act freely? In his previous life, he scorned the mindless tropes of cliché novels. However, upon truly traversing to another realm, he too yearned to embody the carefree protagonist of a light-hearted story, indulging in uninhibited joy rather than being ensnared in a web of schemes and suffering at the hands of others. Alas, reality proved to be quite harsh. After his transposition, he lacked any system or external aid, relying solely on his own efforts, navigating a treacherous path. Ultimately, he still faced setbacks, teetering on the brink of peril. Although it is said that one can attain a complete recovery through the awakening brought forth by calamity, such an experience is undeniably unpleasant, leaving Nan Yi with a persistent sense of frustration and gloom. When the moment was right, Nan Yi realized the crux of his turmoil and chose to vent his emotions through writing, seeking solace from the burdens within. This act may have seemed somewhat impulsive, however. It was only after liberating himself from the pressures imposed by Su Luo that Nan Yi finally embraced a carefree and tranquil existence, allowing for a hint of capriciousness. Thus, he found himself unwilling to maintain a faude and instead opted to empty his mind, using his writing to subtly critique and denounce the state of affairs, particularly those in positions of authority. Logically, this world is bound by rules that govern the divine and protect the mortal, suggesting a harmonious order rather than a chaotic realm. Yet, with celestial beings perched above, the essence of authority is twofold. They embody both the divine and the bureaucratic, serving as the ultimate arbiters of order. As the saying goes, all rules are established by mortals. Every regulation exists to govern mortals. The myriad regulations permeate every aspect of existence, resembling a vast spider-esque web that ensnares the common people. However, after his outburst, Nan Yi could not help but feel a tinge of self-mockery. For he came to a profound realization. He was both a captive within this web and a weaver of its threads. As long as he refused to resign himself to the life of an ordinary mortal, he was destined to become a spinner of silk, a beneficiary of the system, much like he had ascended in the past by stepping over the fallen bodies of others. This is the essence of the adage that speaks of a general success being built upon the remnants of countless lives. Yet, amidst these convoluted and intricate emotions, clarity eluded him. He merely perceived that his sorrow stemmed from the loss of his parents, leaving him engulfed in grief and resentment. After a moment of hesitation, Dian mustered the courage to speak. "Master, the manuscript you produced today is not up to par. Your approach not only excessively exaggerates character development, but may also lead to the novel being deemed a forbidden text in the future." Upon saying this, Dian leapt about the manuscript, highlighting the elements that could result in the novel facing censorship. Such a narrative, laden with personal agendas and overly forceful, hinders contemporary readers' comprehension of the plot, and the satire is far too overt. Unlike in Blue Star, where the Xianxia new dynasty seeks to delineate itself from the old dynasty. Writing historical fiction that casually accuses ancient officials of corruption, bribery, and oppression of the populace does not attract public censure. In this world, the Dali dynasty has endured for millennia, with no concept of an old dynasty. Should officials be portrayed as irredeemable villains, there lies a significant risk. Moreover, the very nature of martial arts novels, with their ideological leanings, can be somewhat perilous. The essence of martial arts fiction lies in its advocacy for individualism and heroism, both openly and covertly opposing the establishment and deriding the ruling class, disregarding the regulations and laws of the court. For instance, the original works of Master Jin predominantly feature settings from the Song dynasty onwards. Why is this the case? Because during the era of the formidable Han and Tang dynasties, the martial spirit was robust, overshadowing other nations and instilling fear in foreign lands. Under such circumstances, Master Jin found it challenging to portray martial heroes thriving among the common folk or in foreign realms. It was only after the decline of the Central Plains dynasty's post-Song that he felt emboldened to assert that martial artists resided not within the court but among the populace. Then, with a bold stroke, Guojing and Huang Rong entered the imperial palace as if it were an unguarded realm. On Mount Hung, Zhuo Lingchan slaughtered appointed officials of the court as though they were mere chickens. In summary, the heroes of the grasslands and the valiant of the rivers and lakes committed murder and theft, acting with impunity, utterly indifferent to the authority of the Central Plains. Each one of them appeared to be a sovereign of their own criminal domain. However, the unfortunate reality was that, aside from the protagonists of various eras, the martial artists of the Central Plains, who claimed to possess many underworld emperors, were rendered utterly ineffectual in the presence of foreign masters. They were not only subjected to relentless beatings by the likes of Xiao Yuanshan, Jamozi, and the King of the Golden Wheel, but even the minions of Prince Hua and the hounds of Princess Zhao Min could effortlessly trample the Chuanzhen sect and the 6 major sects. To be fair, the martial world of the Central Plains was not devoid of skilled fighters. Yet, figures such as Duga Qiubai, the sweeping monk, and Zhang Sanfeng were either mere background characters in the writings of the Venerable Jin or were constrained by the plot from taking action, rendering them virtually non-existent. It is rather blunt to state that the martial world of the Central Plains, as depicted by Jin, fundamentally relied on the support of the protagonists throughout the ages. What is most striking is that these protagonists were either not of Han descent or, if they were, had been educated by foreign influences since childhood, lacking in true Han authenticity and manliness. Of course, the collapse of the power dynamics and worldview cannot be entirely blamed on Jin. It is primarily a reflection of the essence of modern martial arts novels. If one were to replace it with a narrative set in the strong Han and flourishing Tang dynasty, while it would not be devoid of plot, the small skirmishes would fail to evoke a sense of national sentiment. However, as Nan Yi writes under the rule of the Great Li, should he choose to wholly emulate the works of Jin, he might find that the day of his fame coincides with the banning of the dual dragons of Great Li. Due to prior agreements, Nan Yi is currently engaged in writing, first completing his draft before allowing Dian Dian to review and transcribe it anew. Once Dian Dian has thoroughly grasped Nan Yi's stylistic nuances, he will be permitted to serve as a ghostwriter, with Nan Yi merely dictating the narrative. At present, Dian Dian assumes the role of an editor, diligently identifying potential pitfalls within Nan Yi's manuscripts. Your observations are astute, Dian Dian. Indeed, such writing cannot be permitted. Nan Yi chuckled at his own folly, promptly discarding the flawed draft and embarking on a fresh composition. He is not one to abandon his endeavors midway. Even with the fortune bestowed by Su Luo's inheritance, he would not forsake his steady pursuit of the tale of the twin dragons of Duel. However, when it comes to sensitive topics that might be deemed taboo within the narrative, Nan Yi, adopting a responsible approach, will certainly amend and steer clear of them. Before unleashing the grand gesture of chivalry for the nation and its people, he will continue to embody the principles of righteousness, liberty, democracy, and resistance, which form the spiritual essence of martial arts novels. Nonetheless, in the execution of his writing, he must exercise discretion, tempering his expressions to primarily target noble families or foreign lands, while minimizing the emphasis on the imperial court and government. Fortunately, Nan Yi has ingeniously adapted the backdrop of the tale of the twin dragons of Duel, drawing on the historical context of the Three Kingdoms conflicts, particularly the near demise of Yin County in northern Duel. With careful attention, he can avert the risk of his work becoming a banned book. Observing this, Dongzhen felt a sense of validation, realizing that Nan Yi valued his input, which brought him a delightful sense of satisfaction. He quietly watched as Nan Yi revised his text, but soon found himself captivated by the changes unfolding within Nan Yi. In the unique perspective of the Jingyi clan as perceived by Dongzhen, the talent and literary aura emanating from Nan Yi gradually swelled and solidified, albeit at an imperceptibly slow pace. Initially, Dongzhen did not notice this subtle transformation until just recently, when it finally registered in her awareness. This peculiarity intrigued her. Yet it was her first encounter with Nan Yi's ambiguous blend of ethereality and substance, leaving her somewhat perplexed and unable to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Dongzhen instinctively sensed that the solidification of Nan Yi's aura was not a negative development. Thus, she did not dwell on it, merely speculating that once Nan Yi's martial arts novel attained a certain magnitude, his aura might ultimately become fully tangible. She shook her little head and continued observing Nan Yi as he revised his manuscript. Once he completed the rewriting and confirmed there were no significant issues, he handed the manuscript to Dongzhen for copying. However, being but a diminutive creature, akin to a droplet of ink, her method of copying was far from conventional penmanship. Her speed surpassed even that of a face rolling on a keyboard. After finishing, Dongzhen collapsed onto the paper, her head spinning. Nan Yi found this amusing. Recognizing her antics as a bid for a treat, he produced a copper coin to feed her. Dongzhen was somewhat taken aback. For a single copper coin equated to 101 of copper money. Previously, when Zhou Qing had fed him copper coins, he would depict a prosperous future with them. Yet, with Nan Yi, he directly presented a copper coin. Nan Yi chuckled, saying, "You may eat as you please." Having inherited Su Luo's legacy, I possess gold and silver coins as well, so I shall not shortchange you with mere copper coins. Moreover, as you are in a phase of growth, consuming some copper coins will help replenish the vital energy you previously depleted by overusing the ink food divine ability. With a soft sigh, Dongzhen fell silent and began to quietly consume the copper coins. Nan Yi patiently awaited Dongzhen's completion of her meal. In truth, Nan Yi understood how to better placate others or forge closer bonds through sweet words. However, he was disinclined to engage in emotional manipulation, especially in this foreign world. He was even less inclined to form attachments. Although the harrowing experiences in the upheaval of Nanshi village had shattered the deep-seated sense of detachment within him, compelling him to acknowledge the authenticity of this realm, Nan Yi remained resolute in his decision to avoid emotional entanglements. After all, he was an orphan in his previous life, accustomed to solitude, and thus preferred not to involve himself in emotional matters. Nan Yi favored alliances based on mutual benefit, in a relationship where both parties stand to gain. As long as he remained trustworthy and could offer advantages, even exclusive ones to a certain extent, he believed that loyalty would not be easily betrayed. In essence, Nan Yi held no faith in loyalty or affection that arose without reason. He only trusted in relationships grounded in objective, practical interests. After calming his emotions through writing, Nan Yi ventured out towards the county office to report the tragic slaughter of Nanshi village by Su Luo. He soon arrived at the county office, which resembled the administrative center of xianxia, containing various departments and offices. Uncertain of which office to approach regarding the extraordinary incident of the village's massacre, he relied on his initial impression and headed to the Wuhan office, responsible for maintaining public order. As the year-end approached, the number of citizens visiting the county office to voice their grievances was sparse, and even the officials present appeared to be few in number. In the relatively independent courtyard of Wuhan, Nan Yi entered the main hall, bringing up the tragic incident of the massacre in Nanshi village. The on-duty clerk, having only heard part of the tale, promptly interrupted, stating, "This matter is of great significance and beyond my capacity to resolve." Allow me to summon Captain Xing. The clerk then rose and accompanied Nan Yi to the second floor in search of Captain Xing of Wuhan. Upon reaching the office on the second floor, Captain Xing was engaged in a game of cards with several subordinates. Upon noticing Nan Yi's arrival, he casually inquired about the purpose of his visit. Nan Yi reiterated his account, but Captain Xing, only half listening, tossed aside his cards, furrowing his brow as he sensed the gravity of the situation. He surveyed his subordinates, who, with lowered heads, appeared more submissive than loyal subjects, utterly devoid of any semblance of arrogance. A bunch of inept fools, Captain Xing silently cursed. Before addressing Nan Yi with a solemn demeanor, "Young man, this matter is not to be taken lightly. It must be reported to the county magistrate." With that, Captain Xing personally escorted Nan Yi out of Wuhan and directly to seek an audience with County Magistrate by xianxia of Nan Mountain. Though Nan Yi felt somewhat exasperated, he recognized that these individuals were not merely passing the buck. They were genuinely leading him to their superior, and thus he had no choice but to follow. After a brief journey, they arrived at the county government building, where they encountered Magistrate by xianxia. Dressed in a blue robe, by xianxia was of average build, neither stout nor slender, with a square face and arched brows that softened his features, giving him a kindly appearance. Captain Xing approached him and whispered, "Sir Bai, there is a case concerning the massacre in Nanshi village." Bai xianxia was initially taken aback, then pressed further with questions. When did this occur? Who is responsible for the crime? Captain Xing turned his gaze towards Nan Yi, who calmly stated, "Just yesterday, a sorcerer wreaked havoc, slaughtering the villagers as a sacrificial offering, taking the lives of the entire community." Upon hearing the term sorcerer, Bai xianxia furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing he was the highest official in Nan County. With a hint of trepidation, he retorted, "You, a mere scholar, should not speak so frivolously. Is it truly a sorcerer or merely a thief? We must clarify this matter." At this moment, Nan Yi discerned Bai xianxia's facade of authority was brittle. With a hint of disdain, he replied, "The sorcerer in question is none other than Su Luo, the physician from the county's Baoyan Medical Institute. He first summoned a horde of wild monkeys, then conjured strange flames that consumed only the villagers, reducing them to ashes. Such actions are not those of a sorcerer, but rather of a malevolent being." Bai xianxia's countenance paled as he barked, "Do not utter such nonsense. Our Nan County is peaceful. How could such bizarre occurrences transpire?" Captain Xing quietly interjected, "Sir Bai, it is Nanshi village, which lies beyond the county." Upon hearing this, Bai xianxia paused, then exhaled deeply. It was merely a remote mountain village, thus there was no immediate cause for alarm. As the magistrate of the county, Bai xianxia was not entirely ignorant of the supernatural, yet he held no genuine concern for such matters. For what purpose would it serve? As Nan Yi had previously observed, there were no cultivators within the Nan County government, only ordinary mortals. Should a demonic sorcerer commit heinous acts, what could a cadre of mere officials do apart from escalating the case upward? Hence, Bai xianxia was primarily focused on his performance evaluations. If a significant crime were to occur within the county, resulting in numerous fatalities, it would not only be challenging to assuage the populace, but would also undoubtedly tarnish his performance review for the year. However, since it does not fall within the county's jurisdiction, it poses no impact. Bai xianxia sighed, realizing that it was the village of Nanshi that had suffered a calamity, which was indeed unfortunate. "I shall report this matter to the prefectural government, so they can dispatch someone to investigate. If it is indeed Su Luo's doing, we shall find a way to hold him accountable and issue a warrant for his arrest. Nevertheless, as for the county's affairs, let it be communicated that the village of Nanshi has encountered a beastly disaster, urging each village to enhance their security measures and prevent the gathering of wild animals." As Bai xianxia spoke, he turned to Captain Xing, instructing him to make arrangements. Nan Yi, standing nearby, blinked in confusion, momentarily unable to grasp Bai xianxia's thoughts, wondering why he had suddenly shifted to organizing the follow-up actions. However, Nan Yi quickly realized that Bai xianxia must have misunderstood, believing him to be merely a passerby who witnessed the tragic state of Nanshi and came to report. He promptly interjected, interrupting Bai Shunka's instructions to Captain Xing. Lord Bai, I have come today to file a report, not merely to relay information. Bai Shunka responded, puzzled. A report? What does this matter have to do with you? Nan Yi, rendered speechless, replied, I am Nan Yi, a resident of Nanshi village. Bai Shunka was taken aback. You are a survivor from Nanshi village? Such occurrences, where villagers are slaughtered by cultivators, although rare, are not entirely without precedent. Listening to Nan Yi's report, both Bai Shunka and Captain Xing instinctively assumed that there were no survivors from Nanshi, thinking that Nan Yi must have merely passed through the village and noticed the abnormalities, subsequently reporting to the county government. Even though Nan Yi had explicitly named Su Luo as the perpetrator, as if he had witnessed the events firsthand, both men were momentarily unable to shift their thoughts. In the end, Nan Yi turned out to be the very party involved? Bai Shunka's lips moved, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, if it were indeed a sorcerer at work, how could you possibly safeguard your life? Are you not merely spinning tales to deceive me? Nan Yi furrowed his brow in response. Each time he attempted to articulate his thoughts, the county officials would jostle one another, each reluctant to touch this proverbial hot potato. Consequently, until now, Nan Yi had yet to elucidate the circumstances surrounding Nanshi village. He could not help but feel a growing impatience. Previously, despite his irritation, he would have restrained himself for the sake of the county magistrate's dignity. However, now endowed with newfound talents and bearing the decree of Duel, Nan Yi mused. While he did not intend to entirely disregard the magistrate, he no longer felt the need to overly compromise himself. Thus, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm, if mastered by Harbor's doubts. You may dispatch someone to Nanshi village to ascertain the truth of my words. Bai Shunka, taken aback by Nan Yi's retort, exhibited a moment of displeasure. At that juncture, Captain Xing suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, exclaiming, You audacious commoner, daring to display such insolence before the magistrate, showing utter disrespect to your superiors. This is utterly intolerable. However, as he spoke, Captain Xing discreetly winked at Nan Yi, signaling him to exercise caution in his words. Bai Shunka's expression softened slightly as he replied coolly, As a villager of Nanshi, it is understandable that you harbor resentment over this calamity. Yet, as the magistrate, I must clarify that I cannot govern the villages beneath my jurisdiction. After all, each village is self-governing, contributing not a single tax to our county. What concern is it of mine? He continued, Of course, I observe that you appear to be a student. In light of this misfortune, and recognizing that you have lost your means of livelihood, I am willing to take it upon myself to provide you with some financial assistance for your education. However, you must understand that such arcane matters are best kept private to avoid unsettling the populace. Therefore, I kindly urge you, young sir, to speak cautiously. Immerse yourself in your studies and refrain from idle chatter with others. Nan Yi fell into a contemplative silence. His reservations were not directed at Bai Shunka or Captain Xing's actions. After all, it is well acknowledged that county officials are mere mortals and cannot be expected to oversee the affairs of demonic cultivators. However, Bai Shunka's mention of taxation sparked a revelation within Nan Yi. It became clear why the Duel dynasty did not pursue the issue of tax evasion among citizens who retreated to the mountains to establish their own villages. It appears that in regions beyond the county's jurisdiction, villagers are exempt from taxation, yet the government assumes no responsibility for law and order. The tacit agreement between demonic cultivators and the authorities lies in the requirement that these cultivators adhere to the government's regulations and refrain from causing harm within areas where taxes are collected. This exemplifies the delicate coexistence of cultivators and mortals within this worldly ecosystem. I wish to report to the county office due to my ingrained habit from my previous life as a grassroots member of xianxia, informing superiors promptly when faced with unusual occurrences. After all, the Duel dynasty has not officially informed the populace about supernatural matters, and upon suddenly encountering such an anomaly, I was uncertain if I should report it according to the customs of this world. Yet, driven by habit and the necessity of entering the academy to join the sect, I felt it imperative to disclose this matter, thus creating a record pertinent to myself. Additionally, I was curious to witness firsthand the attitude of the Duel government towards supernatural phenomena. It is understandable that mortal officials would choose to remain reticent regarding such matters, seeking to downplay the severity of incidents. However, by xianxia's assertion that each village governs itself and has never paid a single tax, what concern is that to us in Nan Mountain? As Nan Yi suddenly comprehended, the practitioners of this world and the secular dynasties had long established a stable ecology, vastly different not only from the former xianxia, but also from the settings of the xianxia novels he had once read. In other words, it was not within Nan Yi's purview to dictate the actions of the authorities when confronted with supernatural phenomena. After a moment of silence, he moved past this matter and continued. Nanshi village was slaughtered by the demon, Su Luo. However, during the upheaval, I unexpectedly awakened a latent divine ability, which disrupted Su Luo's sacrificial ceremony, throwing him into disarray. Moreover, a Taoist from the Duel sect arrived at Nanshi village. Through a series of fortuitous coincidences, I was fortunate enough to have Su Luo behead, leaving no trace of his remains, thus there is no longer a need to hunt him down. Bai Xinke, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of intricate complexity as he inquired, "The demon has perished? You, my lord, have also acquired divine abilities?" Nan Yi nodded gently. Bai Xinke's demeanor instantly became peculiar, torn between a desire to show greater respect and the realization that he had previously underestimated Nan Yi. He feared that any overt display of reverence now might provoke disdain. Fortunately, Captain Xing was present as well. As a seasoned official, Captain Xing had no concern for appearances. Upon hearing of Nan Yi's awakening of divine abilities, he immediately adopted a respectful tone. "My lord's awakening of divine powers and the extermination of this demon not only avenges our fellow villagers, but also rids the populace of a menace. This is undoubtedly a noble act. May I inquire if my lord would consider taking a position in Wuhan? I am willing to step aside and allow you to assume the role of head of the Nanshan Wuhan, to capture thieves and restore order, thereby securing the welfare of the people of Nanshan." Bai Xinke hastily added, "The demon's downfall brings great relief to the hearts of the people. Having vanquished the malevolent entity, the gentleman has undoubtedly rendered a service to the populace in the southern mountains. I shall compose a letter shortly to the county magistrate, beseeching him to bestow an official title upon you, listing your name in the esteemed Purple Register." The Purple Register is, in fact, the official roster of the esteemed officials of the Great Li. However, upon hearing this, Nan Yi merely offered a polite, fleeting smile. It seems that Bai Xinke and Captain Xing may have harbored ulterior motives, wishing for Nan Yi to remain in the southern mountains, thereby ensuring their own sense of security and facilitating future requests for assistance in dealing with less formidable supernatural beings. Nan Yi harbored a slight suspicion but chose not to dwell on it, disinterested in unraveling the true intentions of Bai Xinke and his companion. Instead, he withdrew the Dueling from his robe. He did not elaborate on whether Su Luo had fallen victim to his own hand or to the Taoist of the Duel Immortal sect, but simply stated, "Yesterday, I encountered a Taoist from the Duel Immortal sect who provided me with a Dueling, instructing me to present it at the county office to obtain a travel pass. In addition, there is a matter concerning my own household registration. I wish to change my name today as well." Initially, Nan Yi had intended to wait for the results of the annual examination before requesting the scholar Zhu Xian to assist him. However, now that he possessed the Dueling as a means of influence, he felt no need to trouble Zhu Xian, thus conserving some social capital. Upon seeing the Dueling, Captain Xing appeared somewhat bewildered and hesitant, while Bai Xinke, who also hailed from one of the 9 great academies, was genuinely astonished, his expression filled with envy. With the Dueling in hand, one could directly enter the Immortals sect and inquire about the path to eternal life. Bai Xinke, a scholar by training but unacquainted with the Tao, found himself overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions at this moment. If the awakening of South Yi's innate abilities and the glimpse into extraordinary paths merely evoked a hint of envy in Bai Xinke, the granting of the Duel order stirred within him a profound jealousy. This signified that South Yi had garnered the esteem of the enigmatic practitioners of the Xianxia. ensuring his future entry into the celestial gates. In contrast, Vaishunka had once lacked the fortune to awaken his own innate powers and, daunted by the peril of risking his life to harness source chi for cultivation, he could only depart the academy with the lament of a mortal, navigating through the ranks of bureaucracy until he ultimately became an ordinary county magistrate in Nanshan County. Had I been favored by a practitioner of the xianxia back then, with one willing to safeguard my path, Vaishunka mused, forcibly suppressing his wistful thoughts and refraining from further contemplation. He could no longer regard South Yi as merely a fortunate individual who had serendipitously awakened his innate abilities, for he understood that the common folk remained oblivious to the arcane realm of cultivation. Rising abruptly, Vaishunka resolved to change his name and procure a travel permit, necessitating a visit to the civil affairs office. Fortunately, as he had no pressing matters at hand, he could personally escort the young master there. With that, he stepped away from his desk, preparing to exit his office. However, Southie suddenly interjected, "There is one more matter. The sorcerer Su Luo, who previously concealed himself within the county and established a security clinic, has now perished. Rather than allowing this clinic to fall into disuse, it should rightfully be transferred to the common folk as recompense for Su Luo's role in the demise of my family." Vaishunka's gaze flickered with uncertainty. "Young master, will you not seek enlightenment in the prefectural city after the new year? It may be more prudent for me to send someone to appraise the clinic and offer you a sum of silver in return." "That is unnecessary," South E replied, shaking his head. "This clinic holds its own significance for me." Today, he arrived at the county office, unabashedly acknowledging the existence of the decree. His paramount demand was to leverage its influence to claim the Bowen Medical Clinic. Vaishunka, upon witnessing Nan Yi's resolute demeanor, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced, stating, "Then let it be as you wish. The clinic shall be registered under your name." As fate would have it, they were to proceed to the civil affairs office, where the household registration could be amended to reflect the new ownership of the clinic. Subsequently, Vaishunka personally guided the way to the civil affairs office, where he reprimanded the indifferent clerks, who seemed more eager for a holiday than to work. He summoned Director Tong of the office. Though she was unaware of Nan Yi's true identity, the presence of Vaishunka and Captain Xing beside her deterred her from deferring the matter until after the new year. Thus, she swiftly dismissed the clerks and took charge herself. Initially, she transferred the land deed of the Bowen Medical Clinic to Nan Yi. Then, she updated the nameplate, changing the registered address from Nanshan Academy to Bowen Medical Clinic in Nanshan County, and altered the name from Nan Yi to Nan Yi. Finally, she issued a travel permit for Nan Yi to journey from Nanshan County to the prefectural city of Nandianqing. This day marked the 28th of December in the third year of the Tianqi era. In just 2 days, the official New Year's holiday would commence. The Civil Affairs Office promptly dispatched personnel, riding swiftly to Nandianqing to report the updated household registration information, which need not be elaborated upon. Once these matters were concluded, and as the afternoon wore on, Vaishunka contemplated extending an invitation to Nan Yi for a feast. This would serve as a commemorative gathering for the bereavement in Nanshire village, and also as an opportunity to foster acquaintance and closeness with Nan Yi. However, Nan Yi politely declined the invitation, citing a lack of appetite and disinterest in dining. He exited the county office, exhaling a deep sigh, silently lamenting within, "I wish to ride the winds and return to the day, yet I fear that the feasts in the ethereal halls of the mortal realm will end, leaving only the chill of solitude above." In this world, where the practice of cultivation coexists with the secular dynasties, Nan Yi often found himself reflecting on the numerous grievances he harbored. However, upon realizing that the academy was indeed a portal to the immortal realm, he understood that he was destined to become a cultivator. From the perspective of a cultivator, the Dali dynasty's ability to maintain overall order and ensure the safety of its tax-paying citizens was commendable. To articulate it in terms familiar to his previous life, it was akin to the rural tax evaders who possessed no civil rights. Their lives and deaths were dictated by fate, disconnected from governmental affairs. Despite his inner turmoil, Nan Yi could only sigh once more. "I wish to ride the winds and return to the day." Yet I fear that the feasts in the ethereal halls of the mortal realm will end, leaving only the chill of solitude above. Having completed his reflections, regardless of the frigid heights, Nan Yi resolved to diligently pursue his cultivation, aspiring to experience the wondrous landscapes unattainable in his former life. Yet, with lofty ambitions, one must remain grounded. Returning to the present, Nan Yi, clutching the copy of the security clinic's land deed, exchanged the clinic's door lock key with a locksmith. Disregarding the curious glances of the surrounding neighbors, he strode directly into the clinic, closed the door, and commenced his search. He hoped to uncover any overlooked items that might serve his cultivation needs. Following the narrative conventions of his previous life, he envisioned a scenario where he might scavenge from the deceased, perhaps discovering treasures intentionally left behind for the protagonist by their enemies. Nan Yi did not harbor extravagant hopes of discovering any magical treasures. At the very least, he wished to find some elixirs. After all, it was quite reasonable for Su Luo, being a medical officer, to possess some concocted pills. With his perception fully activated, he meticulously examined each household. Under the auspices of this heightened vision, one would expect extraordinary items to emit a spiritual glow, making them relatively easy to locate. However, after an exhaustive search, Nan Yi found himself at a loss for words as he surveyed the assortment of items that did radiate with spiritual light. First, there was a collection of copper coins, specifically the Ping and Tongbao talismans, which appeared to be merely loose change that Su Luo had carelessly left in his shop. There were only 18 of them. Next, he discovered a few spirit herbs that Su Luo had transplanted into the courtyard. There were only 3, which was somewhat expected. Yet, most dishearteningly, the elixirs that Nan Yi yearned to find were entirely absent. However, he did stumble upon a small book titled A Guide to Alchemy on Su Luo's writing desk, which resembled an encyclopedia of alchemical knowledge, complete with various commonly used prescriptions and formulas. As he perused its contents, Nan Yi was astonished to realize that the elixirs of this realm were entirely different from those he had envisioned. The elixirs he had imagined were akin to those found in his previous life's fantasy novels, where a single golden pill would grant one mastery over fate, accompanied by an array of miraculous effects, albeit with the drawback of elixir toxicity, preventing repeated consumption. In contrast, in this world, all alchemical items were categorized into 4 grades: spiritual, eerie, magical, and mundane. Surprisingly, the elixirs that bore effects akin to his previous imaginings belonged to the highest tier of spiritual pills and treasures, disregarding the mundane artifacts associated with common skills. The most prevalent alchemical items in the realm of cultivation were, in fact, eerie artifacts and pills, as well as magical talismans and potions. The term eerie referred to effects that were extraordinary, yet accompanied by various costs. The term law refers to something that incurs no cost, yet yields only mediocre effects, and may even possess a temporal nature, gradually becoming ineffective as time elapses. For instance, copper coins, as instruments of law, must circulate among the populace to retain even a modicum of their mystical utility. In the realm of elixirs, the temporal nature of medicinal potions is particularly pronounced, with their efficacy lasting only a brief span, typically a mere 10 days. Even for a master alchemist who meticulously seals the potency of the concoctions, the elixirs barely maintain their effectiveness for around a month. This necessitates that practitioners in this world must consume and create their potions on the spot, rarely stockpiling them for future use. For those cultivators who lack the skill to concoct their own elixirs, it is imperative to schedule appointments with known alchemists in advance, as these masters prepare potions in batches at designated times. Having perused the small manual of alchemy, Nan Yi finally comprehended why Su Luo, upon his demise, possessed only a modicum of gold and silver, devoid of any elixirs, talismans, or magical instruments. It was not due to Su Luo being a solitary practitioner unable to acquire the necessary tools for cultivation, but rather because, in this world, cultivators generally lack reliable items for their practice that they can carry with them over the long term. Ordinary practitioners traversing the realms often rely solely on their innate abilities or strategically laid formations to engage in well-prepared confrontations. Furthermore, Given that mystical arts may entail various prohibitions and costs, confrontations among cultivators frequently devolve into contests of hidden cards and cunning strategies. Reflecting on this, Nan Yi recalled his innate talent, which allows him to access information, alleviating somewhat the frustration of having found little of value in his recent endeavors. He gathered the 18 copper coins from the shop into his own purse and set out once more to seek out Xiabeha. When he arrived at Beihaju, Xiabeha happened to be closing the door. Without much thought, Xia inquired about the purpose of Nan Yi's visit. Nan Yi led Xiabeha outside the Bowen Medical Hall. "Uncle Xia, this medical hall now belongs to me. What do you think about relocating Beihaju here? Has the medical hall become yours?" Xiabeha was taken aback. Wasn't this medical hall owned by an official surnamed Su? The situation was rather intricate, and explaining it in a few words was impossible. However, for the moment, it was indeed true that the Bowen Medical Hall was now under his ownership. Nan Yi promptly produced the deed for Xiabeha to see. "I plan to go to the county city after the new year, but I have some ideas regarding this medical hall and would like to ask Uncle Xia to move Beihaju here to manage it." Xiabeha remained somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the specifics of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, out of habit, he initially declined the offer politely, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer. But managing such a large establishment would indeed be a waste for me, who merely sells books. Even if you were going to the county city, you could rent or lease this place to earn some supplementary income." Nan Yi explained, "Uncle Xia, for me, as long as you manage the Mingbao well, a little rental income is of no concern. Moreover, you need not worry about the space being excessive. I have already envisioned a plan. Once Beihaju relocates, I will convert the front hall into a bookstore. No, more accurately, it will be transformed into a reading room, with some tables and chairs added for readers to sit and enjoy. At that time, selling books will merely be a supplementary activity. As the circulation of the Ming Pao increases, establishing dedicated kiosks for the distribution of the newspaper to less fortunate citizens, allowing them to read it for free, shall enhance the influence of both the Ming Pao and the legend of the Twin Dragons. This is indeed the correct course of action. Furthermore, I shall invite individuals to conduct classes that specifically teach the art of direct painting, gathering the esteemed literati of our county to forge a collaborative vessel. Together, we shall embark on a new journey, amplifying our collective voice. Therefore, rest assured, Uncle Xia, my request for you to relocate your shop here is not a mere impulsive act of camaraderie. Rather, it is a calculated strategy that requires your involvement to manage the finer details, ultimately aiding me in achieving renown." In essence, Nan Yi's plan can be distilled into two main components. First, he aims to engage the literary circles by inviting Zhou Qing to conduct classes, thereby uniting the prominent scholars of Nanshan County in a shared endeavor to promote the art of direct painting, securing a foothold in the emerging genre of painting. Second, he intends to reach out to the common populace by offering free access to the newspaper, facilitating the broader recognition of the legend of the Twin Dragons, preventing it from being confined solely within the scholarly community. After all, martial arts novels, at their core, are popular literature deeply rooted in the lives of the common people. The scholars, focused primarily on the technique of direct painting, often overlook the content of the novels, making it challenging for such works to achieve widespread acclaim. Moreover, Nan Yi is unconcerned that this initiative might lead to an influx of free readers, significantly diminishing revenue. From a market perspective, providing the people of Nanshan County with free access to the newspaper will expedite the novel's ascendance and profitability in other counties within Shu Prefecture, ultimately benefiting Nan Yi. Moreover, South ES actions were not solely motivated by the pursuit of profit. Until yesterday, the legend of the Twin Dragons of Dali had merely been a steady source of income in South Yi's eyes. However, after yesterday, he learned an important fact. The 9 prestigious academies correspond not only to the 9 divisions of Dali, but also to the 9 esteemed sections. In other words, there exists an intricate relationship between the officials and the immortals of the Dali dynasty. Considering that this world places great emphasis on rules and regulations, it becomes evident that these constraints are intended to guide the populace to adhere to the law and follow the prescribed path. Although South Yi has yet to embark on his own journey of cultivation and remains unaware of the specific nuances of this realm, he surmises that an individual's reputation and influence could significantly enhance their cultivation. Otherwise, why would those cultivators expend effort to hold official positions and manage bureaucratic affairs? Thus, South Yi resolved to take this matter seriously, no longer viewing the act of writing as a mere means to earn a modest fee while passively awaiting profits. Instead, he meticulously planned and actively orchestrated a strategy to promote a new artistic direction among scholars, while simultaneously disseminating fresh narratives to the common people, striving to excel in both pursuits. Consequently, South Yi did not hesitate to leverage the authority of the decree to compel the county government to provide the deed to the medical clinic as compensation for the fatalities caused in Shulu Butcher Village. His reasoning was straightforward, although he was still uncertain of the precise utility of reputation and influence. The dynamics of the cultivation community suggested that achieving fame and clout would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Recognizing its value, South Yi adopted a proactive approach, embodying the principle of preparing provisions before the army advances, and resolved to seek fame at the earliest opportunity. The sooner one gains prominence, the more conducive it becomes for fostering exponential growth. On the other hand, rather than striving for fame after arriving in the talent-rich county town, it would be more prudent for Nan Yi to build upon the existing Mingbao industry in Nanshan County and enhance its reputation. However, despite his aspirations for renown, Nan Yi was reluctant to be overly ostentatious. He preferred to first elevate his pen name Yiming before taking a step back and observing the landscape. Thus, he intended to keep himself in the shadows, allowing only Xie Beihe and Zhou Qing to take the spotlight on his behalf. Previously, Nan Yi had suggested the idea of conducting classes to Zhou Qing. Now, refining that plan merely required inviting Zhou Qing to teach in the back courtyard of the clinic, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for Xie Beihe, upon hearing Nan Yi's proposal, he was indeed quite intrigued. Although Nan Yi's primary aim was to promote the legend of the twin dragons of Dali and establish his pen name Yiming, the two were inextricably linked with Mingbao. Once the novel gained traction, the chief editor of Mingbao, Xie Beihe, would naturally reap the benefits as well. However, Xie Beihe soon chuckled wryly and remarked, "Nan Lang, your thoughts are quite vibrant, and you certainly have numerous ideas. Yet, with such grand ambitions, I fear that Mingbao may eventually exceed my control." Confused, Nan Yi responded, "While I do not presume to foresee all future developments, once a momentum is established, the direction should be relatively stable. How could it possibly drift beyond control?" Seeing that Nan Yi did not grasp his meaning, Xie Beihe candidly explained, "It is not that I fear losing control over the subsequent developments, but rather that I lack the influence and merit to match the position I hold. If Mingbao operates on a smaller scale, I can manage it with ease. However, should we follow your grand idea and achieve swift success, it would likely attract the envy of others. At that time, I may not be able to safeguard the foundation of Mingbao." Nan Yi understood. It signified that after a grand display, there would inevitably be those envious enough to emerge and seize the fruits of the Mingpao. Curiously, he inquired, with the book guild safeguarding the rights of publishers, could their foundation be so easily usurped? If various trade associations fail to protect their industry's interests, then the regulations they establish would be rendered utterly meaningless. Regulations may span but a foot, yet human sentiment stretches a mile. Amongst the myriad rules of this world, only human sentiment can rival the heavens' web. Xie Beihe sighed, asserting that with the Book Guild's advocacy, the foundation of Mingpao would not be entirely appropriated. However, being under the governance of others, and given the scale involved, it was inevitable that shares would need to be allocated, requiring careful navigation of relationships. Such matters, in this realm, are considered unspoken rules. Xie Beihe had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. For instance, when he previously signed a contract with Nan Yi, he had intentionally stipulated the terms to ensure that Nan Yi's share of the royalties was guaranteed. Thus, even if someone were to acquire shares of Mingpao later on, as long as the supply of content remained unblemished, it would not hinder Mingpao's subsequent momentum, preventing the misdirection of outsiders from undermining Xie Beihe's entrepreneurial efforts. Nonetheless, if given the choice, he would prefer to remain low-key, amassing wealth gradually, thus avoiding premature attention to Ming Pao's shares. However, upon hearing he mentioned being under the governance of others. Nan Yi raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Uncle Xie. The deed to this medical establishment was obtained forcefully from the county government. As long as you relocate Bei He here, there will be no need for further dealings with the county officials." Bei He was somewhat taken aback. Nan Yi offered no further explanation, merely maintaining a serene smile. Upon perceiving Nan Yi's unabashed confidence, Bei He felt a stirring within, leading to a vague yet intriguing speculation. With a hearty laugh, he exhaled a breath of frustration and, raising an eyebrow with a smile, declared, "In that case, I shall hire workers to expedite the process. Tomorrow, we will ensure the medical clinic is thoroughly cleaned, and the day after, we shall transfer all the necessary books. By the time the new year dawns, we shall be ready to launch the second edition of the Mingbao here." Relocating Bei He Ju to the clinic posed no significant challenge, as it required no extensive renovations. The plan was to sell off the accumulated medicinal materials at discounted prices, dispose of them cheaply, and then transport the bookshelves and cabinets from the bookstore, arranging them simply. This could all be accomplished within 2 days, as the calendar indicated. The year was now 12 months in, and on the 30th of December, it would mark the first day of the new year in the 4th year of the Tianqi era. Given that Ming Bao was currently a bi-weekly publication, previously scheduled for release on the first day of each period, it was fortuitous that the second issue would be published on the very first day of the new year. In summary, with his concerns alleviated, Bei He readily consented to Nan Yi's plans. Nan Yi, having tossed the key to the clinic to Bei He, relinquished any further involvement in the renovation, leaving the details in Bei He's capable hands. He then proceeded to visit Zhou Qing's residence. At Zhou Qing's home, a delicious chicken soup simmered on the stove. The day prior, Nan Yi had persuaded both Dian and Zhou Qing, utilizing Dian's remarkable talent in the art of ink to impart the entirety of the direct drawing technique to Zhou Qing. However, despite acquiring this knowledge, Zhou Qing found himself in a state where, although his mind grasped the concepts, his hands struggled to replicate them. He needed to practice diligently to refine his dexterity before he could truly master the art of direct drawing. After Nan Yi's departure, Zhou Qing devoted the past few days to fervently painting, striving earnestly to master and thoroughly comprehend the technique of direct depiction. Zhou Qing did not perceive anything unusual in his own performance. However, in the eyes of his parents, Zhou's family, their child had suffered a significant setback after the examination. Nevertheless, the child remained resilient, refusing to be defeated by the blow. Instead, he harbored a strong determination within, diligently applying himself to his studies. Zhou's parents were unaware of the existence of the ink essence. To them, Zhou Qing had previously appeared to study hard, but there always seemed to be a slight deficiency in his efforts. Now, they realized that what Zhou Qing had been lacking was a spirit of earnest diligence. Although this dedication was now directed towards painting, which struck Zhou's parents as somewhat peculiar, they recognized that painting also fell within the realm of scholarly pursuits. Unfamiliar with the nuances, they refrained from expressing any discontent. Observing Zhou Qing, who appeared transformed, immersed in his work and neglecting sleep, his mother felt a pang of concern. Feeling helpless to assist, she began to simmer chicken soup well ahead of the new year, hoping to replenish Zhou Qing's energy. Due to the lengthy cooking time required for the soup, dinner at the Zhou household was delayed. Just as the family was about to finish their meal, a knock resonated at the door. The visitor was none other than Nan Yi. When Zhou's father opened the door, Nan Yi felt a wave of embarrassment upon realizing that the Zhou family was still dining. He had not intended to intrude on their dinner. He had deliberately eaten out before coming to find Zhou Qing, unaware that the family's dinner would be served later than usual. When Zhou Qing saw Nan Yi seeking him out, he was somewhat surprised, yet proceeded to briefly introduce Nan Yi's name to his parents. Zhou's father and mother warmly invited Nan Yi to dine with them. After much persuasion, Nan Yi politely declined their kind offer, stating that he had already dined. Once Zhou Qing finished his last few bites of food, The two retreated to Zhou Qing's quarters to converse. In a calm tone, Zhou Qing inquired, "You have come to see me again. What is the matter?" Nan Yi did not respond immediately, but first retrieved a brush from his pocket, allowing it to meander about. As a time traveler, Nan Yi maintained an aloof demeanor prior to the upheaval in Nanshi village. While he did not engage in the reckless pursuits of a typical RPG hero, pillaging and slaying, he also did not consider himself a paragon of virtue bound by the constraints of gentlemanly conduct. If one were to speak of principles, Nan Yi adhered to but a single tenet: to seek profitable alliances that foster mutual benefit. Thus, he saw no wrongdoing in persuading the brush to accompany him. Ultimately, the brush would only join him if Zhou Qing himself consented, for it would only follow after Zhou Qing's approval. However, Nan Yi was not one to indulge in solitary gain. He had no intention of forbidding the brush from seeing Zhou Qing henceforth. As long as the brush could alleviate the pressure of writing and updating for Nan Yi, he would even welcome Zhou Qing to accompany him to the county academy. Yet, given that Zhou Qing was 2 years younger and had only just enrolled in Nanshan Academy this year, it was unlikely he would secure a place among the top 10 in the academy's annual examination. Therefore, Nan Yi could only release the brush to greet Zhou Qing during his visits, thereby allowing Zhou Qing to witness firsthand that he had treated the brush well. As the dot emerged from the inkwell, greeting Zhou Qing, the composed facade he had so deliberately crafted instantly crumbled. He shot a glance of exasperation at Nan Yi, then, with a hint of resignation, smiled gently and nodded at the dot in acknowledgement. However, upon seeing the dot, a fleeting sense of melancholy washed over Zhou Qing. His memory was sharp. He quickly discerned that the had only been with Nan Yi for 2 days and had evidently gained a bit of plumpness, clearly indulging in ample provisions. Fortunately, Zhou Qing possessed a resilient disposition. The momentary pang of sorrow swiftly transformed into a fervent motivation to master the art of straightforward drawing in order to earn money as soon as possible. Nan Yi, perceptive as ever, finally articulated his intentions. "I have secured the lease for the security clinic and plan to convert the front hall into a library, relocating Beiheiju within it to expand the operations of Mingbao. Additionally, I intend to establish a dedicated counter for Mingbao, allowing impoverished citizens to access the newspaper free of charge. As for the original clinic's backyard, I aim to invite local literati and notable figures for tea, and I would like to invite you, Brother Zhou, to conduct classes, imparting your knowledge of straightforward drawing techniques, engaging with these esteemed individuals in collective study." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing looked up in astonishment at Nan Yi. Although Nan Yi had previously mentioned the idea of teaching classes, Zhou Qing, hailing from an ordinary family, had not been acquainted with many literati or prominent figures. In his spare moments over the past couple of days, while practicing straightforward drawing techniques, he had pondered how to leverage teaching to elevate his status. Yet, before he could devise a plan, Nan Yi had proactively come to his aid, forging connections on his behalf. Zhou Qing instinctively began to speak. "Why doesn't Brother Nan take the lead himself? Oh, right. You will be heading to the county city after the new year and won't be staying here for long." To harness the technique of direct depiction for prolonged tea gatherings aimed at fostering communication and uniting individuals, it is indeed imperative for me to share my expertise and exchange methodologies. Zhou Qing effortlessly grasped Nan Yi's intentions, while Nan Yi facilitated connections for him. This endeavor simultaneously served to enhance Nan Yi's reputation within the realm of painting. Reflecting on this, Zhou Qing developed a more intuitive and profound understanding of Nan Yi's strategic maneuvering, which sought a mutually beneficial outcome. Nan Yi merely needed to establish a platform conducive to shared success, allowing everyone to occupy their respective roles and collectively enjoy the benefits. However, as the architect of this platform, Nan Yi would inevitably receive his due share, regardless of how the individuals upon it evolved. Zhou Qing appeared enlightened. Meanwhile, Nan Yi continuously reflected. First-rate enterprises set standards, second-rate enterprises create platforms, third-rate enterprises build brands, and fourth-rate enterprises sell products. He rallied the literati and elites of Nanshan County under the banner of the direct depiction technique. Yet this endeavor merely occupied the third-tier level of branding. Nevertheless, With the recent surge in printing technology, the prospects for direct depiction appeared bright, making it relatively easier to unite the literati in a concerted effort to expand and strengthen their collective influence, thus achieving a semblance of second-tier status. As for the first tier, the various rules adhered to by the common populace, including the lower-tier practitioners, are established by the higher echelons, following the adage of abiding by their laws and walking their paths. In summary, Nan Yi almost effortlessly reached a consensus with Zhou Qing, seizing the moment to proceed without pause for the new year. On New Year's Day, as the second issue of the Ming Report was released, a tea gathering would be held in the backyard of the medical clinic, inviting the literati and elites of the county, with Zhou Qing conducting classes under the guise of skill exchange. Naturally, by this time, the medical establishment could no longer be referred to as such. After deliberation, Nan Yi and Xia Beihe decided against using the signboard of Beihiju, instead opting for a new name, Kai Ming Book House, complemented by two couplets. The first couplet reads, "Within books, the universe is vast, broadening pathways to knowledge." The second, "In the heart, the sun and moon shine bright, illuminating wisdom for the world." Nan Yi transformed the bookstore into a book house, granting readers of modest means the privilege of perusing select books and periodicals free of charge. His intention was to prioritize reputation over profit, facilitating the widespread dissemination of the tale of the twin dragons of Dali among the populace, and fostering a spirited public discourse, even at the expense of some revenue. On the surface, however, he meticulously crafted a narrative of enlightened education and free learning to promote the rebranding to Kai Ming Book House, coinciding with the release of the second issue of Ming Bao. As the final 2 days of the third year of Tianqi unfolded, the bustling activity at Kai Ming Book House reached a fever pitch, employing workers to hasten the preparations. Approaching the year's end, most individuals had relaxed their minds, indulging in leisure, with many dining establishments closing for the season. Yet, the substantial wages offered to the laborers by Xia Beihe became a topic of intrigue. Curiosity abounded as to why, despite the impending release of the second issue of Ming Bao, it was deemed urgent to relocate and even conduct a housewarming ceremony. After all, the new year was a time for visiting friends and family. Surely, the second issue of Ming Bao could not surpass the significance of these social gatherings? Amidst the lively discussions, the New Year's Day of the fourth year of Tianqi swiftly approached. On this day, devoid of the promotional allure of the inaugural special price, the second issue of the Ming Bao had considerably diminished appeal to the common folk. It did not attract the throngs of citizens as it had a mere 10 days prior, when long lines snaked around in eager anticipation. Nevertheless, word had spread that Xia Beihe had arranged various performances to enliven the atmosphere, prompting a substantial number of citizens to arrive early after their breakfast to partake in the free festivities, following a succession of lively performances from several troupes. Amidst the clamor of drums and gongs, the county magistrate Bai Shinka gracefully approached the center of the venue outside the library to unveil the commemorative plaque himself. He pulled aside the silk draping to reveal the prominent inscription, Kai Ming Shu Guan. Bai Shinka declared loudly, "In truth, my initial inclination was to decline this unveiling today, having already delivered a speech just 10 days ago for the launch of the Ming Bao. If this is the precedent, what further commotion shall arise in another 10 days, necessitating another address from me?" However, Mr. Beihe persuaded me otherwise. He stated that this time he would not be opening a bookstore, but rather a library, aimed at benefiting the public by allowing citizens to peruse books and newspapers free of charge within its walls. It is widely acknowledged that the pursuit of knowledge is a stepping stone to advancement. Yet, ordinary families often lack the financial means to provide for their children's education. Even more disheartening is the plight of those who, after years of diligent saving for tuition, discover that their child may not possess the aptitude for academic pursuits. However, from this day forth, Mr. Beihe has assured that as long as the Kai Ming Library stands, the people of Nanshan shall have access to enlightened education and free learning without reservation. This indeed is a blessing for the citizens of Nanshan. I am honored to be here and deeply grateful for the invitation to unveil this plaque. I firmly believe that with the establishment of the enlightened library, within a decade, our Nanshan County shall undoubtedly transform into a bastion of literary culture. Upon hearing Bai Shunka's proclamation, the nearby populace reacted not with joy, but with astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Concurrently, many young gentlemen and ladies from affluent families wore expressions of slight discontent. Had it not been for Nan Yi's desire to avoid ostentatious displays of superiority, and for Xiabeha's prior issuance of invitations that hinted at the forthcoming events, one might fear that some would be unable to restrain themselves from making grandiloquent remarks. Is enlightened education beneficial? Indeed, it is, as long as education is disseminated widely. Many young children from Nanshan's communities will reap its rewards, provided there exists a thirst for knowledge. While I cannot guarantee exceptional academic achievements, at the very least, they will gain literacy skills and be able to secure better-paying jobs. Bai Shunka even audaciously claimed that within 10 years, Nanshan County would evolve into a prominent literary hub. However, such a literary hub is not necessarily favored by the families of established scholars. It cannot be said to constitute an educational monopoly. Were that the case, Nan Yi would have little hope of making a name for himself in the Nanshan Academy. The crux lies in the fact that the Wuxiang Academy in the county town only admits the top scorers from the annual examinations of each county's academies, and other institutions similarly accept only the top 10. Should the number of students increase, the competition for the annual examinations will undoubtedly intensify. In truth, the competitiveness among the county academies has already reached formidable heights. Families like that of Song Zhong, who have deliberately relocated to Nanshan County, are even referred to as examination families. What does this imply? It signifies that such families, in pursuit of their children's success in the annual examinations, may even transfer to less competitive, remote counties, thereby enabling their children to excel in examinations and secure admission to the prestigious 9 academies. Thus, if education were to become widespread among the common populace, the intensity of competition in the annual examinations would undoubtedly escalate to unprecedented heights. Fortunately, the degree of educational attainment between the two groups remains distinct, as long as there are not an overwhelming number of prodigious scholars like Nan Yi. The scions of noble families will generally manage to secure positions within the top 10 of the annual examinations. However, while the top 10 candidates from each county may consider enrollment in several other academies, it is often the case that unless one secures the first place and is still of an age permitted to retake the examination, the remaining 9 may opt to repeat the year. This is because the 9 esteemed academies correspond to the 9 divisions of the Great Li, with the Wuxiang Academy aligned with the literary division. Only the students of Wuxiang Academy, upon completion of their studies, may aspire to serve within the vast bureaucratic landscape of the Great Li. In contrast, students from other academies are confined to competing for positions within specific systems. Ultimately, as the 9 academies serve both as educational institutions and as gateways to the realm of the immortal sects, the competition for ascension through scholarly pursuits is indeed fierce. Naturally, the young nobles harbor an instinctive, albeit slight, aversion to progressive education. Nevertheless, the bait cast by Nan Yi is sufficient to momentarily quell the discomfort of these cultured elites. Following Bai Shunka's speech, which elicited joyful surprise from the gathered populace, He also took to the stage to address the audience. Since the inception of the Ming Bao, I have received numerous letters from friends inquiring about the techniques of painting featured in the newspaper and whether I might introduce them to Yiming for guidance. In response to this, I had previously inquired of Yiming if he would be willing to share his insights on the art of painting with everyone. However, as Yiming is soon to depart from Nanshan County, he expressed his sincere regret for being unable to engage in a discussion with all of you. However, Yiming recommended to me his junior, the talented Master Zhou Qing, who possesses a profound understanding of the art of painting. Master Zhou is most eager to engage in discussions with everyone regarding Yiming's artistic insights. Furthermore, with a medical officer Su Luo willing to relinquish his clinic, I decided to take over the establishment and transform it into an enlightenment bookstore. From this day forth, the front section of the bookstore will feature a dedicated enlightenment display, where books and periodicals may be freely browsed by all. In the rear courtyard, We shall hold tea gatherings at irregular intervals, with Master Zhou sharing his artistic wisdom. In this regard, I extend a warm welcome to all aspiring scholars and artists from Nanshan to partake in these tea gatherings at the Enlightenment Bookstore, where we can savor tea and engage in philosophical discourse, exchanging insights. To speak of formal classes might lack elegance and diminish the stature of literary figures. Yet, by framing it as a tea gathering for the sake of discussion, it sounds far more refined, filled with erudition and devoid of the unrefined. Although the gatherings may appear accessible, those wishing to partake must either possess the requisite pedigree or discreetly offer due benefits, allowing them to join based on their own merits. After all, savoring tea while engaging in discourse naturally implies seated participation. The limited seating in the courtyard serves as a significant constraint. No esteemed scholar would forsake their dignity by standing idly to listen. After delivering his farewell remarks, Xiaobei gestured for the opening of the bookstore's grand doors. As the small bookshop transformed into a bookstore, Xiaobei no longer presided over the establishment personally, but instead employed two assistants. One is tasked with serving tea and attending to guests in the rear courtyard, while the other oversees the front section. At the very least, while reading is complimentary, one must ensure that books are not misappropriated. In this life, my sole aspiration is a name. As the library opened its doors, the literati and notable figures who had received invitations in advance made their way to the rear courtyard. Meanwhile, the common folk hurried towards the enlightened bookshelves within the library, eager to discover which books and periodicals were available for casual perusal. Nan Yi mingled among the onlookers, and when he noticed the crowd beginning to surge into the library, he decided it was time to withdraw. For him, the establishment of the Enlightened Library was primarily to generate buzz for the tale of the twin dragons of Duel, hoping to elevate it into prominence soon. Yet, within the limits of his capabilities, he found it quite gratifying to contribute, however modestly, to the education of the public. Observing the smiles on the faces of those around him, a sense of contentment welled up within Nan Yi. Nevertheless, he wished to remain inconspicuous and prepared to leave. However, as he turned, he unexpectedly spotted instructor Zhu Xian not far behind, taking refuge from the sun under the eaves of a shop that had closed for the new year, and he gestured for him to come over. Nan Yi felt a twinge of surprise, uncertain when Zhu Xian had noticed him, seemingly waiting intentionally for him. Yet, he approached, bowing respectfully as he greeted, "Instructor Zhu, may the new year bring you peace and prosperity." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhu Xian inquired, "Nan Yi, are you the renowned Yi Ming of the Mingbao?" Taken aback for a moment, Nan Yi nonetheless nodded affirmatively without hesitation. He had not widely publicized this identity, nor had he deliberately concealed it. With a discerning mind, one could easily discern the truth. Initially, Zhu Xian had not considered that Nan Yi was Yi Ming, but Nan Yi had previously mentioned to Zhu Xian his desire to change his name from Nan Yi to Nan Yi. Today, upon encountering Nan Yi outside the library and hearing that Yi Ming had a junior named Zhou Qing, combined with the contents of a letter he received earlier that morning, Zhu Xian's mind began to speculate. He called Nan Yi over to inquire, and indeed, Yi Ming was none other than Nan Yi. After 3 years of mentorship, Zhu Xian had failed to discern such remarkable artistic talent within him. It seemed his own vision was rather limited. Nan Yi, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "Master Zhu, you overstate my abilities. It was merely that I had been engrossed in my studies, neglecting to showcase my artistic skills. It was only recently, as I prepared to journey to the county city for further education and gather some funds, that I dared to reveal my humble attempts. By the way, regarding my name change, I had the pleasure of meeting County Magistrate Bai a few days ago. He is a warm-hearted man who has already assisted me in altering my household registration name, so there is no need to trouble you further, Master Zhu." "Oh, your name has already been changed?" Zhu Xian, suppressing his surprise, casually adjusted his form of address and continued, "May I inquire, Nan Yi, from whom did you learn such remarkable painting skills?" At this moment, Zhu Xian's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed intently at Nan Yi. Nan Yi pondered his words carefully before responding. "It is perhaps not accurate to say I learned from anyone. I have studied painting by referencing the works of many artists. but it has been a blend of self-study and trial and error over the years, which has led me to develop my current artistic style and skills. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian felt a surge of joy within. He had surmised that Nan Yi's artistic prowess was not derived from any formal mentorship. For one to possess such unique and unconventional talent, it was improbable that they would remain obscure while imparting their skills to Nan Yi. However, amidst the joy, Zhu Xian unexpectedly spoke up, feeling a sudden embarrassment. "Nan Yi, if you have no formal apprenticeship, may I, in future discussions, claim a nominal association as your half-master?" Nan Yi was initially taken aback, his expression then becoming peculiar. He had thought Zhu Xian's inquiry about his apprenticeship was for some earnest purpose, yet it turned out to be a mere desire to affiliate himself with Nan Yi's reputation, seeking a fictitious title. Zhu Xian's face flushed slightly, appearing troubled. As he awkwardly stated, "I am aware this request is rather presumptuous. Yet, in my advanced years, I seek nothing more in this life than to grasp the significance of one's name. Even as I teach in the academy, my hope is to cultivate a student of exceptional talent, one whose name can resound throughout Dali, thus reflecting a measure of our master-student relationship. If you are unwilling to grant me this nominal association, there is no need for you to feel burdened. Simply express your refusal. However, should you be amenable to relinquishing a modicum of this fictitious honor, should there arise a need for my assistance, do not hesitate to convey it." Nan Yi suddenly understood. It was a gesture born of admiration. Why did the release of the Ming Bao evoke such a stir among the literati and scholars of Nanshan County? It was not merely due to the strength of the direct painting technique, but rather its novelty and alignment with future trends, capable of establishing its own school of thought. Frankly speaking, disregarding stylistic differences, the county boasted numerous masters of painting. Many surpassed Nan Yi in skill. Yet, being merely superior to Nan Yi held little value. Unless one was a grandmaster of the art, they remained an ordinary painter. A century hence, and they would be forgotten. Conversely, with the direct painting technique, the landscape shifted. By claiming a vantage point and establishing a new trend, they could collaboratively elevate this technique, heralding a new wave and a fresh faction. As the factions of the future expand, those who trace the origins of their development and establish hierarchies will inevitably find their names etched in the annals of history. Thus, it is no surprise that the literati and luminaries of Nanshan County are so deeply invested in the technique of direct representation in painting. It is, after all, a fortuitous opportunity that allows many to glimpse the prospect of immortalizing their names in history. Furthermore, with the contrast between the obscure ordinary painters and the renowned leaders of the new school, the literati naturally cast their votes with their feet, eagerly striving to promote the growth and flourishing of this trend. This is the manifestation of power. Zhu Xian, as a seeker of fame, had originally received an invitation from Xie Beihe to attend the New Year's tea gathering at the Enlightened bookstore. However, upon spotting Nan Yi in the crowd, he was struck by a thought. Could Nan Yi be the illustrious Yiming? In that moment, Zhu Xian's mind was ignited with ambition. Rather than vying for the lofty throne of the new painting school, he resolved to approach the highest seat directly. "I am Zhu Xian, the master of the new painting school, the inaugural leader of this movement, and a maestro of realistic painting, and a half-disciple of Nan Yi." Though Zhu Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, after a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately summoned the courage to call out to Nan Yi, anxiously inquiring. In response to Zhu Xian's apprehensive gaze, Nan Yi contemplated. If he were to claim Zhu Xian as his half-disciple, would it serve to obscure the stark differences in their painting styles? He replied, "Master Zhu, you are already my teacher. How could there be talk of a mere half-disciple? However, I do not wish to speak falsely nor seek the limelight, making it inconvenient for me to voice such matters. Yet, at present, the one who champions my artistic endeavors is Zhou Qing. Perhaps he could articulate this to the public and promote this affair." Zhu Xindao expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." In his eyes, it was understandable that Nan Yi, who cherished his reputation, would refrain from publicly proclaiming his accomplishments. However, with Zhou Qing now bearing the title of Nan Yi's disciple in the art of painting, his endorsement of the matter was already sufficient. Yet, Zhu Xianda found himself perplexed as to how Zhou Qing had mastered your painting skills so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Nan Yi smiled faintly and replied, Zhou Qing once had a friend, a master of ink, gifted with exceptional talent. He could consume ink to grasp the essence of its application and could also impart knowledge to others. With his assistance, Zhou Qing was able to acquire the true teachings of my art. I wonder, does Master Zhu have any intention of indulging in the ink as well? Due to the profound and enigmatic nature of the Dongzhen talent, Nan Yi could not acknowledge Zhu Xianda as his half-master in the art of painting. However, since Zhou Qing was the one in the spotlight, as long as Nan Yi refrained from outright denial, others would naturally assume a mentor-student bond between him and Zhu Xianda. Nan Yi briefly introduced the remarkable reverse applications of the ink consumption technique. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Zhu Xianda spoke in a hushed tone. To borrow your name has already filled me with shame. How can one claim to have stolen your skills while presumptuously calling oneself your master? It is better for me to learn at my own pace. Upon hearing these words, Nan Yi regarded Zhu Xianda with newfound respect, silently acknowledging, I did not expect Master Zhu, despite his obsession with fame, to possess such principles. He casually replied, Master Zhu speaks too gravely, since I offered it willingly. How could it be termed as theft? The pursuit of knowledge is inherently a personal endeavor, and one must engage in diligent practice. Relying on external aid to acquire knowledge through mere reading is no different from theft. Zhu Xianda replied with sincerity, adding, Furthermore, do not hold it against me for my candidness. To borrow such supernatural abilities for learning is far from the righteous path. Whether it be you or Zhou Qing, one must steadfastly uphold integrity and avoid self-deception. What Master Zhu has articulated is profoundly wise. I have previously persuaded Zhou Qing to relinquish such heretical thoughts. However, Nan Yi paused, while he acknowledged Zhu Xian's commitment to the pursuit of the righteous path. He pondered whether Zhu Xian could truly solidify his identity as a half-master of painting without relying on external forces to swiftly grasp the techniques. Zhu Xian discerned the source of Nan Yi's hesitation and suddenly chuckled, You young lad, do you truly believe that without external assistance, I would be incapable of mastering the technique of direct depiction? I am not so inept as to be unable to manage that, he casually declared. Establish the framework of distances and sizes, and depict light and shadow with varying weights and thicknesses. Over the past few days, I have immersed myself in contemplation. Although I have yet to gain profound insights into narrative illustration, I am confident that I have grasped the essence of direct depiction and the portrayal of still life to a satisfactory degree, sufficient to astonish others. Upon hearing this, Nan Yi was immediately reminded of Zhu Xian, who belonged to the most skilled cohort of painters in Nan Mountain. Furthermore, Zhu Xian had discerned several key techniques of direct depiction on the very first day he received the inaugural issue of the Ming Pao, sharing them with the students in the academy. Thus, this evening, I will inform Zhou Qing of this matter. Nan Yi ceased to consider having Zhu Xian consume mere ink. After all, Zhu Xian merely sought to attain the hollow title of half-master of painting, not that of a full master. In terms of painting skills, possessing a general understanding that could lead others to mistakenly believe that Nan Yi's techniques were influenced by Zhu Xian would suffice to qualify as a half-master. Upon observing that Zhu Xian had developed some insights regarding the direct portrayal of life, yet still struggled to grasp the essence of narrating through imagery, Nan Yi presented the most fundamental secret: to illustrate with words and complement images with text, emphasizing the importance of harmonizing the two. Merely portraying scenes through direct depiction is achievable for those with a foundation in painting. With sufficient practice, they can surely find their artistic intuition. However, to narrate a story through images necessitates a comprehensive understanding of the narrative, uncovering the movement within the imagery, and integrating the stillness of composition. Achieving a synthesis of motion and tranquility to evoke the observer's thoughts, allowing them to perceive the scene of the story. Based on my experiences, if one fails to achieve this balance of motion and stillness, even the most exquisite artwork will remain largely disconnected from the narrative. Zhu Xian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, indeed. Our illustrations often focus on depicting landscapes, which could be termed still images. Yet, there are few who venture into the realm of dynamic storytelling, and most lack substantial experience. Even when attempting to emulate and learn, it can feel quite daunting. Nan Yi chuckled, remarking, in truth, in the courtyard of the library, Zhou Qing often shares his insights, touching upon these very matters. Had Master Zhu attended the tea gathering earlier, you would have quickly grasped the essential techniques. Understanding the principles is straightforward. Yet many truths require gradual practice and hands-on experience to truly internalize. Zhu Xian chuckled softly, stating, "There is no need for flattering words. I am well aware of my own capabilities, perhaps even more than you." Nan Yi smiled, omitting further pleasantries, and candidly expressed, at today's tea gathering, I intended to invite the esteemed literati of the county to collaborate on a new endeavor. I had initially considered that Xieshu and Zhou Xiong might not possess sufficient renown to sway the audience. However, if Master Zhu is willing to lend his support, his esteemed reputation and moral integrity will undoubtedly sway the masses. Zhu Xian holds a high regard for Nan Yi and his direct painting technique, desiring to associate himself with the latter's burgeoning fame in the realm of art. Nan Yi, unperturbed by Zhu Xian's intentions, welcomes the association. Yet, once the initial connection is established, Nan Yi is determined to enlist Zhu Xian as an ally in their shared endeavor. After all, Zhu Xian has served as a lecturer for many years, cultivating a plethora of talented students. His endorsement would effectively shield Nan Yi from the subtle machinations of other literary figures within Nashan County. Moreover, leveraging Zhu Xian's influence could compel County Magistrate Bai Xinke to exercise restraint as well. Such a dual approach would create a remarkably favorable environment for the establishment of the Enlightened Academy. Regarding Nan Yi's request, Zhu Xian, eager to embrace the identity of a half-master in the art of painting, finds it difficult to decline. Nevertheless, his curiosity is piqued about the novel concepts that Nan Yi has alluded to. Nan Yi offers a brief introduction. In the courtyard of the academy, Zhou Qing engages in spirited discourse. During today's tea gathering, the young scholar boldly seizes the opportunity to voice his thoughts before the esteemed assembly, initiating a discussion on direct painting techniques. The consensus is that artwork produced through this method aligns with the principles of printing, allowing for harmonious integration of text and illustration, thereby revolutionizing the literary world and setting new trends. I wonder, dear friends, have you contemplated how this literary renaissance should be executed? Zhou Qing, reflecting on the prospects painted by Nan Yi, articulates his points with both generosity and poise, exuding an air of confidence as though victory is assured. The current practice exemplified by the Ming Bao, with its illustrations paired with text, represents merely the most rudimentary application, still predominantly reliant on written content, with illustrations serving only to outline certain scenes. However, in truth, the combination of images and text, designed to educate and entertain, can indeed captivate the common populace. Even those who are illiterate can engage with stories solely through illustrations. What if we were to shift our perspective from a text-centric approach to one that prioritizes imagery, creating sequential art? This could draw in countless individuals who previously shunned books and newspapers, enchanted by the fresh narratives presented in comic form. This represents a lucrative opportunity. Zhou Qing's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, invigorating all in attendance, who were captivated by his words, instinctively envisioning a scenario where the masses were enthralled by comic strips. They could not help but concede that Zhou Qing's assertions held a strong possibility of realization. At that moment, discerning individuals had already recognized that the art of direct depiction would set trends. Yet, scholars tended to focus solely on their own kind and officials, rarely paying heed to the common folk. They only perceived that the literary scene would shift due to the appeal of direct depiction and with a chance to gain fame. They were willing to invest some effort into this technique, eager to secure their place in the limelight. However, Nan Yi felt this was insufficient. In the affairs of the world, it all boiled down to fame and profit. To vie for recognition, most literary figures were eager to contribute some effort, flowing with the current. Yet, Nan Yi believed that if these scholars and poets were made aware that investing energy in direct depiction would not only offer fame but also tangible rewards, it would further ignite their enthusiasm. With aspirations for renown, Nan Yi contemplated, since he had already established a platform, he should strive for excellence, unleashing a powerful movement that would capture the zeitgeist and garner widespread acclaim. Thus, through Zhou Qing's voice, Nan Yi directly guides the literati of Nanshan County, pointing them towards a prosperous path brimming with opportunities. Do you wish to amass wealth? If so, diligently immerse yourself in the art. The key to all riches lies within the mastery of direct depiction. Upon learning of the innovative endeavors Nan Yi was secretly cultivating, Zhu Xian was filled with profound reflections. The realm of picture books undoubtedly holds immense potential, if neither Nan Yi nor Zhou Qing takes the initiative. Whoever first comprehends the techniques of picture book artistry and adapts classic tales into this format will be the first to reap the rewards of the burgeoning market. With such promising prospects, even those literati who profess disinterest in wealth will undoubtedly become genuinely invested in the art of direct depiction, rather than merely experiencing fleeting enthusiasm. Consequently, the prominence of direct depiction and sequential art will be imminent. As the leader of the new school of direct depiction, Nan Yi stands to gain renown as this art form flourishes. This is a calculated strategy. Zhu Xian discerned that Nan Yi was exchanging profit for fame, leveraging his generosity to acquire recognition more swiftly and effectively. Reflecting on Nan Yi's diligent studies during his academic years, where he steadfastly resisted distractions to focus on art and income, Zhu Xian recognized that Nan Yi's actions were characterized by clarity of purpose and lofty aspirations, enabling him to make decisive choices. Perhaps, in the future, Nan Yi's name will transcend the confines of artistic boundaries, Zhu Xian mused. Meanwhile, Nan Yi was reminded of his past life. Growing up in an orphanage, he experienced a scarcity of resources in every aspect. In his childhood, the outdated comic books and picture books, long discarded by the outside world, remained among the few sources of entertainment within the orphanage. Nan Yi had spent several years immersed in the world of comic books, gaining a modicum of understanding about them. In the 1980s, during the initial years of their publication in xianxia, comic books enjoyed an unprecedented frenzy, so much so that it seemed less like printing books and more akin to minting money. The prevalence of these illustrated narratives reached alarming heights, to the extent that one could hardly claim to be a citizen of the nation without having laid eyes on them. In the realm of Dali, although the popularity of comic books might have been slightly inferior to that in xianxia, it was not far behind. After all, the principles of human nature are universally understood. Revitalizing the untapped market equates to opening avenues for profit. Had this world been merely an ordinary alternate reality, Nan Yi would have found himself entangled in a web of intrigue and competition with noble families and government officials, driven by the immense profits of comic books. However, in this realm, where transcendent cultivation exists, Nan Yi was able to forego such Machiavellian pursuits and focus solely on acquiring renown, which proved to be rather effortless. Yet, the very ease of this endeavor underscored the notion that transcendent cultivation is indeed the righteous path in this world. Those who neglect cultivation ultimately resemble mere ants, living and dying in obscurity. Thus, Nan Yi sought to trade profit for fame, hoping that this strategy would afford him some advantage in his future cultivation endeavors. Suddenly, Zhu Xian recalled something and spoke up. Nan Yi, allow me to extend my early congratulations. You have successfully claimed the top spot in this year's imperial examination. It turned out that on the day of the examination, the supervising official had been captivated by Nan Yi's examination paper, an incident that piqued the curiosity of his classmates and sparked Zhu Xian's interest, considering that Nan Yi was already a promising candidate for this year's top honors. Zhu Xian penned a letter to his former student, who was now an official in the prefectural government, inquiring about Nan Yi's results. The established protocol for the examination grading process is anonymous review, allowing for the immediate entry of scores into the database post-evaluation, without any provision for score alterations prior to recording. Consequently, if one possesses the necessary connections, it is feasible to ascertain scores before all papers have been reviewed. Typically, however, knowledge of one's score without understanding one's rank holds little significance. Yet, Should the score be sufficiently high, concerns regarding ranking are rendered moot. For instance, in the third year of the Tianqi era, Nan Yi's examination results were remarkable: 93 in politics, 92 in strategy, 90 in economics, and an impressive 95 in literary composition, culminating in a total of 370 points across 4 subjects. Prior to this, the highest score recorded at Nanshan Academy was 359 points, achieved 2 years earlier by Xie Jinan. With a score of 370, not only would Nan Yi secure the top position in Nanshan County, but he would also likely rank among the top 5 throughout the entire Chu prefecture. The key to this outstanding performance lies in his exceptionally high marks in strategy and literary composition. Typically, strategy assessments often incur deductions based on feasibility and practical applicability, while literary evaluations are susceptible to criticism stemming from the disdain among scholars, making it easy for examiners to impose penalties. Therefore, achieving a score of 85 in either of these subjects is generally considered commendable. However, Nan Yi not only surpassed the 90 mark in both, but also achieved an extraordinary 95 in literary composition. Notably, the student Zhu Xian, in his correspondence, specified the reasons for score deductions. Perhaps due to the rushed circumstances of the examination, the narrative was succinct and resembled an outline, lacking in detailed description and natural flow, which warranted a 5-point reduction. Upon reading this, Zhu Xian found himself perplexed. If not for the time constraints of the exam, would it not be possible to attain a perfect score? In truth, this is a matter open to debate. Due to Nan Yi's examination paper, specifically the tale of Camel Xianxia in the grand narrative of Duel, a considerable stir was caused among the examiners in Chu County. After circulating the paper, it was presented to the local magistrate, Chu Quanxing. However, because this matter involved officials, Zhu Xianxue chose to withhold further details in his correspondence, merely informing Zhu Xian of Nan Yi's remarkable results. Upon receiving the news, Nan Yi, who was already confident in his performance, was not particularly elated. Rather, he expressed astonishment, wondering how the news had arrived so swiftly. Previously, he recalled that when Bai Shunke delivered his address, he mentioned that in 10 days, there would likely be further developments, prompting another address from the magistrate. At that moment, Nan Yi contemplated whether he should reveal his identity on the 11th. Allowing Bai Shunke to once again speak on the matter of Yiming triumphing in the year-end examinations, Nan Yi was a man who understood the nuances of propriety. Although Bai Shunke was inclined to grant him a modicum of favor due to the Dewey decree, he could not repeatedly impose upon Bai Shunke to come forth and deliver addresses, thus diminishing the esteem of Nanshan's county magistrate. Unless there was a compelling reason for Bai Shunke to genuinely express his support, it would be unwise to pursue such a course. Ultimately, before Nan Yi had decided whether to disclose his identity to entice Bai Shunke into delivering a third address, his victory in the examinations was already prematurely announced. This unexpected development slightly disrupted Nan Yi's plans for the new year. He had intended to utilize the festive season to diligently cultivate Dongzhen into an exceptional ghostwriter, aiming for a collaboration where he could merely dictate the narrative while Dongzhen, emulating his literary style, would elegantly refine the text. However, the news of his triumph arrived far too swiftly, altering his intended course of action. Nan Yi surmised that, given the remarkable height of his score, it would not take long for the other prominent families in Nanshan County to receive the news. Upon hearing this, Nan Yi felt discontented and fell into deep contemplation. Zhu Xian, noticing his demeanor, inquired curiously, "Upon hearing of your triumph, why have you suddenly fallen silent?" Nan Yi sighed and replied, "It appears I have caused you some amusement, Zhu sir. I was merely pondering how to decline the proposals that will undoubtedly flood in over the next few days. In the realm of Blue Star, there exists a saying, if one cannot win, one should join forces. The same holds true in the Great Li dynasty. If one cannot prevail, one invites the opposing party to ally with them, as in the case of marriage proposals." Following the new year, several astute families had learned of Nan Yi's achievements in advance. They selected suitable young ladies from their lineage and dispatched matchmakers to approach Nan Yi in hopes of securing a union. Aware of Nan Yi's boundless potential, As he had already begun to garner fame beyond the confines of a mere county scholar, their approach was exceedingly humble. They did not even entertain the notion of marriage, but rather sought to offer him concubines. Yet, Nan Yi secluded himself within his study, shutting the door to visitors. He employed a powerful excuse. With the passing of his parents, he was intent on observing a period of mourning, showing no inclination toward marriage. The recent upheaval in Nanshan village had already been reported in the Nanshan Gazette. However, the account was not entirely truthful. It spoke of a beast disaster, with a horde of long-armed monkeys leading a violent rampage that resulted in the bloodshed of Nanshan village. Such occurrences, while rare, are not entirely unheard of across the vast lands of the Great Li dynasty, and thus the people of Nanshan County paid little heed to the matter. After all, the so-called countryside had always been considered a realm beyond governance. However, when Nan Yi raised this matter and rejected the numerous suitors under the pretense of filial piety, even the eloquent families of the Zhu clan in Nanshan County were rendered speechless. At most, these individuals might harbor a silent resentment towards Nan Yi, deeming him overly proud. Indeed, Nan Yi held no regard for the so-called prominent families of this small county, wishing to distance himself from their affairs. Such is the nature of the world. What one finds appealing may not be reciprocated. This is akin to the advice often heard during his studies in xianxia, warning against associating with underperforming students. Each time Nan Yi heard this, he couldn't help but reflect. Even the exemplary students would not wish to befriend you. After all, to the top students, there is little distinction between an average student and a poor performer. If, in the past, before Nan Yi had traversed into this realm, the prominent families of Nanshan County had not sought to have the original Nan Yi marry into their clan or serve as their subordinate, but had instead approached him with genuine intentions, perhaps he might have yielded to their advances. Yet, with his lofty aspirations, Nan Yi was unwilling to become a son-in-law of lesser status or a mere retainer in Duel. Such positions would require him to forsake his studies to manage their businesses or to devise strategies for them. Now that he had become Nan Yi, his ambitions had only grown. Even as these families shifted their intentions from seeking to marry him into their lineage to offering him concubines, Nan Yi remained utterly indifferent. He preferred to seclude himself within his quarters, immersing in his writings and reflections, unconcerned with the thoughts of others. Thus, it can be said that two flowers bloom, each standing on its own stem, in the final days of the year of the apocalypse. Unlike the residents of small towns who preferred to close their doors and visit friends and relatives, the administrative center of Chujun, Nantai City, was particularly lively. Everywhere, one could witness various New Year performances organized by prominent merchants or grand wedding banquets hosted by the affluent. It was at his nephew's wedding that Mo Ruffin, who had once served as an examination proctor in Nanshan County, encountered his uncle, Mo Xianxia. Uncle, the day before yesterday, while proctoring in the county, I came across a composition by a candidate that piqued my interest. I would like to ask for your assistance, Mo Ruffin said. Mo Xianxia, one of the examiners for this year's Chujun examination, furrowed his brow and replied, Ruffin, you must understand that we are currently grading anonymously, which complicates matters. You misunderstand, uncle. That is not my intention, Mo Ruffin hastily clarified. The composition in question is a narrative. I was unable to finish it during the exam and have been preoccupied with it these past few days. Now that I have encountered you, I dare to request your help in locating this composition so that it can be graded promptly and submitted for scoring, allowing me to inquire about its latter half. A narrative? One that has left such a lasting impression on you? It must possess a particularly compelling hook, Mo Xianxia remarked, intrigued. Not at all. It is merely an examination essay, quite straightforward in its presentation, lacking any significant hooks. However, its approach to the topic is quite novel, telling the story of impoverished villagers living in the county city a century later, thereby depicting the societal landscape of that era. Mo Ruofeng expressed his sentiments, noting that his nephew found the author's insights into the prevailing circumstances and critiques of societal issues remarkably astute, even warranting profound reflection. Moreover, he personally believed that the intent of this literary composition likely resonated with the thoughts of the prefect. The mention of the prefect elicited a frown from Mo Xianxia. The introduction of steam technology and the subsequent innovation across various industries is indeed an inevitable trend. However, the prefect of Chu County, Chu Guangsheng, represents the most conservative faction. It is not that Chu Guangsheng is vehemently opposed to innovation. Rather, he perceives that hasty reforms, while potentially beneficial, also harbor numerous drawbacks and endless repercussions. He advocates for a more cautious and gradual approach, suggesting that one should observe and assess the reformative experiences of other counties to mitigate potential risks. If, as Mo Ruofeng posits, the literary work aligns with the prefect's sentiments, then it stands to reason that its critiques are indeed incisive. Mo Yuangu nodded thoughtfully in acknowledgement. The following day, Mo Yuangu attended the review of the examination papers. He addressed his colleagues directly, stating that his nephew had commissioned him to find a particular literary work for prompt evaluation, so that he might study its content in detail. Thus, he requested their assistance in locating this specific piece. Mo Yuangu briefly recounted the beginning of the story of Camel Xianxia set in the Dili realm. In Dili, although there are numerous regulations, within those confines, a considerable degree of freedom exists. For instance, during the annual examination review, as long as one adheres to the principle of anonymous grading and fair scoring, it is entirely permissible to request an early review of a particular examination paper, emphasizing the notion that there is nothing that cannot be candidly discussed. However, to avoid any semblance of bias, any examination paper that a reviewer wishes to assess ahead of time is typically not graded by the reviewer themselves. The papers are with me. A certain examiner turned to Nan Yi's examination paper and began to scrutinize it carefully. After a considerable amount of time had elapsed, the others noticed that he had fallen silent upon completing his review, and thus, out of curiosity, they inquired, "What is the score?" The examiner pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "I dare not assess it." Puzzled, the others were taken aback. The scoring process typically involved 3 examiners reviewing the papers and averaging their scores. As long as the scores were not excessively disparate, whether higher or lower, it was generally inconsequential. Even if a perfect score was awarded, as long as one could confidently provide ample justification when questioned, there would be no objections. Yet, to express a reluctance to assess? The other examiners, who were engaged in reviewing different papers, were equally astonished, turning their heads to listen. The examiner who had initially reviewed Nan Yi's paper sighed deeply. "It is difficult to articulate. Perhaps it would be better for you all to witness it together and score collectively." With a flourish of his right hand, he deftly levitated the examination paper, unfolding it in midair for the other examiners to scrutinize. All the examiners, including Mo Yuangu, were practitioners of the yellow rank, even from a distance of several feet. Their vision was sufficient to discern the minuscule characters inscribed on the paper. Then, a profound silence enveloped the room. One individual ventured to ask, "Esteemed colleagues, how should we score this?" The group exchanged glances, uncertain. The subject of literature and composition was unbound by format or genre. However, when Nan Yi chose to respond in the style of a novel, the examiners found themselves at an impasse. Realizing that their customary scoring practices did not apply to Nan Yi's paper. "What of 90 points? Someone tentatively suggested. "That is feasible," came the reply. Yet, as this writing aligns with the governor's expectations when submitted for his review, we must note the reasons for any deductions. Although the concept of political correctness does not exist in the context of the Great Departure, the underlying principles remain consistent. In light of the evident alignment of this essay with the desires of the county magistrate, the examining officials present, though some harbored suspicions that Nan Yi was subtly deriding their respective families, refrained from openly expressing their discontent, lest they inadvertently implicate themselves. After all, when enumerating reasons for deductions, they could hardly confess that it was due to Nan Yi touching upon their family's sensitive issues. A perfect score? That would be an exaggeration. Consequently, the panel of examiners fell silent, redirecting their gazes towards Mo Yuangu. Given that this contentious examination paper was instigated by Mo Yuangu, it was only fitting that he should take the lead in scoring. Nan Yi's choice to employ a narrative style in his essay was exceedingly rare. rendering it challenging for the examiners to evaluate it in comparison with other submissions. However, if one were to set aside the magistrate's preferences and assess the essay on its own merits, it could arguably fall within the range of 80 to 90 points, contingent upon whether the examiners acknowledged Nan Yi's innovative approach. Yet, ironically, as the essay resonated with the magistrate's sentiments, it was destined to be presented to him. Consequently, the reasons for deductions cited by the examiners might inadvertently reflect their own level of support for the magistrate's intentions, complicating their grading process. With a sense of frustration, they muttered amongst themselves, "Who is this individual, so cunning and sly? Surely he has deliberately discerned the magistrate's inclinations to craft his essay, devoid of literary virtue." However, under the guise of anonymous grading, the examiners were unaware of the identity of the candidate and could only exchange glances with Mo Yuenga, as if attempting to discern whether his actions were intentional or merely accidental. Yet, in the face of his colleagues' scrutinizing gazes, Mo Yuenga remained unperturbed, displaying an air of composure. Indeed, his actions were deliberate. After listening to Mo Rufing's introduction yesterday, even though Mo Rufing had only reviewed the first half, he had informed Mo Yuenga of the contentious nature of Nan Yi's essay, which was akin to a hot potato. Thus, Mo Yuenga calmly remarked, "This essay critiques current issues and aligns with the governor's sentiments. If I do not express this, it will be challenging for anyone reviewing this paper to assign a score. Rather than engaging in prolonged discussions later, it would be prudent for us to deliberate together and reach a decision swiftly." The examiner who had initially reviewed Nan Yi's paper nodded in agreement, expressing his support. Had it not been for Mo Yuenga's intervention, he would have been left to assign a score alone, which would have proven to be quite the dilemma. Others present, upon hearing his words, found themselves at a loss for further comment. Mo Yuenga continued, "As for this paper, in my view, a score of 95 would be appropriate. Although the essay's premise is commendable and addresses the core issue, the hurried nature of the examination may have resulted in a somewhat skeletal narrative that lacks detailed elaboration, rendering the storytelling less natural and vivid. Therefore, a deduction of 5 points seems reasonable." The other examiners nodded in agreement, voicing no objections, nor did they wish to express dissent. A perfect score was out of the question. However, assigning a score of 90 posed the challenge of justifying the deduction. Thus, a compromise was reached, with some vague and innocuous reasons for the score reduction, settling on a score of 95 as just right. The esteemed colleagues, reluctant to engage in the evaluation of Nan Yi's examination paper, were presented by Mo Yuenga with a score and deduction points that would allow them to conveniently sidestep their responsibilities. However, Mo Yuenga's willingness to award a score of 95 stemmed from a desire for the examinee, namely Nan Yi, to achieve a commendable overall score and secure the top position in the local academy. It is conceivable that the myriad issues raised by Nan Yi within his essay subtly resonate with the perspectives of numerous influential families and officials. Yet, the Mo family has consistently held positions within the Ministry of Personnel, steering clear of such sordid matters. Predominantly, the officials of the ministry are drawn from the esteemed Zhuang Academy, where the teachings of the Zhuang Immortals sect instill a code of integrity, ensuring they do not indulge in corruption. As the saying goes, to examine the text is to examine the individual, in Mo Yuenga's eyes. Nan Yi's eloquent prose attests to a character that, while perhaps not entirely virtuous, remains commendably upright. Mo Yuenga was unaware of Nan Yi's scores in other subjects. His favorable opinion of Nan Yi led him to seek a way to discreetly augment Nan Yi's score, providing a safety net. However, the scoring process required the signatures of 3 examiners on the paper, as the papers had been pre-selected for review, without being formally assigned for re-evaluation. The final examiners were reluctant to sign as the additional evaluators. After much evasion, it ultimately resulted in all present examiners collectively signing and scoring the paper. By the afternoon's conclusion, the graded papers were dispatched for score recording. During this process, the conspicuous array of signatures emblazoned upon Nan Yi's paper undoubtedly drew attention. The examiners responsible for other subjects, intrigued, took a glance at it and quickly passed it along, as if it were a hot potato. Thus, Nan Yi's examination paper became a subject of eager circulation among the group of examiners. At last, a high-ranking official presiding over the examination declared, "This essay shall be submitted to the county magistrate for further review." Having concluded the grading of Nan Yi's examination paper, it was promptly dispatched to the office of the county magistrate. After classes, Mo Ruo Feng hurried to the educational supervision office, eager to glimpse the latter half of Nan Yi's literary composition. Upon inquiry, he discovered that while the scores had been released, the paper itself was nowhere to be found. He then sought out his uncle, Mo Yuangu, to ascertain what Nan Yi had written thereafter. Mo Yuangu, reluctant to divulge details, replied, "Do not concern yourself with it now. Wait until the magistrate has reviewed it. In a few days, you may peruse the paper yourself." The content of Nan Yi's work was exceedingly incisive, resonating with the sentiments of the county magistrate and appealing to Mo Yuanji's discerning eye. Yet he preferred to refrain from further discussion of the essay. Mo Ruo Feng, sensing his uncle's reticence, felt a stirring curiosity but ultimately suppressed his desire for further inquiry. The county magistrate, Chu Guangsheng, did not frequent the office daily. It was only on the 30th, the final day of the third year of Tianqi, that he made his appearance at the county office. There, he encountered Nan Yi's literary examination. Chu Guangsheng, with a subtle deployment of his abilities, calculated the implications. Intriguing indeed. At least 70% of the content aligned with the prevailing circumstances, the remainder fragmented and lacking coherence. It was surprising to find such a discerning individual among mere mortals, evoking a sense of astonishment in Chu Guangsheng. However, upon inquiring further, he learned that Nan Yi had achieved scores in all 4 subjects, totaling 370, and was assuredly on track to secure the top position in the county's annual examination. After which he refrained from further questioning. As long as Nan Yi successfully claims victory, the choice of the Wuxiang Academy is a certainty, requiring no additional attention from the esteemed county magistrate Chu Guangxing. In comparison to his identity as an outer disciple of the Wuxiang immortal sect, Chu Guangxing places greater importance on his role as the county magistrate of Chu. The strength of his foundation, after ascending to the profound tier, largely depends on the accomplishments he can achieve during his tenure. For instance, by transforming his family or enterprises into a personal dojo, he can cultivate and expand them effectively. As the county magistrate, Chu Guangxing naturally regards the entire Chu County as his personal domain. Within Chu County, he embodies authority akin to a benevolent deity. His power is paramount, yet he remains deeply concerned for the welfare of the populace. The fluctuations in the livelihoods of the people in Chu County directly influence his path, foundational strength, and future achievements. He certainly does not wish to leave any potential hazards along his journey. Conversely, for other cultivators beneath his station, the situation differs. These individuals focus solely on their narrow self-interests, indifferent to the broader context of Chu County, often engaging in actions that benefit themselves at the expense of the public good. Of course, Chu Guangxing is not preoccupied with the overall situation of Dali. His primary concern lies with the well-being of the people of Chu County. However, this does not hinder him from closely observing the actions of other cultivators in Chu County. The affairs of the world resemble a game of chess, with all beings as mere pieces. The mutual checks and balances between Chu Guangxing and other cultivators mirror this contest. Presently, Nan Yi's answers align with Chu Guangxing's expectations, even prompting him to conceive fresh rhetoric for admonishing several prominent families within Nantan City. Naturally, Chu Guangxing is thoroughly pleased with Nan Yi's responses and has not altered the scores. In his heart, he muses, "Although reform is commendable, it cannot obstruct my path to enlightenment." Nan Yi, residing in a small county town, remains unaware of the intricate dynamics between the officialdom and the realm of cultivation in this world. He adheres to the simple principle of proactive preparation, making early arrangements and strategizing for his future renown. In the short term, he intends to focus on the creation of illustrated narratives closely tied to his artistic skills, rallying the literary figures of Nanshan County to embark on this collective endeavor. As for his long-term plans, Nan Yi has not yet contemplated them in depth. It is certain that after entering the academy, he will reassess the midterm objectives and devise a long-term strategy based on the academy's specific circumstances. However, he has entrusted the work on illustrated narratives to Zhou Qing and Zhu Xian, allowing him to take a hands-off approach. The novel segment will be overseen by Xia Beihe, who will manage its distribution and promotion through Mingbao. Furthermore, Nan Yi wishes to delegate content creation to Dian, who will act as his ghostwriter. After the new year, during the days of the Spring Festival, Nan Yi, under the guise of mourning, closed his doors to visitors, denying any suitors within Nanshan County the chance to approach him. Secluded in his study, he diligently guided Dian, who ultimately mastered his writing style and was deemed capable of assuming the ghostwriting responsibility. Dian, while munching on copper coins, observed as Nan Yi illustrated. Nan Yi explained that this was preparation for the future. Currently, the legend of the twin dragons of Dali lacks sufficient fame, with few urging for updates and slow sales, allowing for a gradual release schedule of one issue every 10 days. However, once it gains popularity, and if readers express their willingness to support and request faster updates, the frequency could shift from a 10-day interval to a bi-weekly or even daily publication. Therefore, accumulating manuscripts is of the utmost importance. A daily publication? That would be exceedingly swift, Dian exclaimed, feeling a slight jolt of surprise at this notion. 8 million words? That seems excessively lengthy. Dian continued to experience a sense of astonishment at the sheer volume of text. Not much. The dual protagonists, Yang Kong and Guojing, advanced the plot, belonging to an extensive narrative. The entirety, once completed, should amount to such a word count. The original texts of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes encompass approximately 1.2 million words each. Nan Yi intertwines the plots of both volumes, omitting certain trivial subplots, resulting in roughly 1.8 million words. However, no one has previously crafted a novel of such length, nor updated it at such a rapid pace, mused Dian. It had not been done before, simply because I was not present. Now I am here, Nan Yi remarked with a subtle smile. For reasons unknown, as she gazed upon Nan Yi's countenance adorned with a smile, Dian felt an inexplicable shiver, as if her very being were about to be enveloped. Meanwhile, Song Zhong's father, Song Yushu, has recently sought a transfer to the county seat of Nantian City, expressing his willingness to accept a reduction in salary. Bai Shunke was reluctant to let him go, stating, I recall that your son, Yushu, ranked second in this year's county examination at Nanshan Academy. Why not allow him to repeat a year and strive for the top position next year? Wasn't he your initial transfer to Nanshan County intended to avoid competitive peaks for your child's examination triumph? Why, then, have you changed your mind? Song Yushu, though merely a minor official with limited rank, often proved to be the true worker within the county government. Bai Shunke was well aware of this and contemplated encouraging Song Yushu to remain for another year. Yet, Song Yushu was resolute in his decision, although he was unaware of the Academy's connection to the celestial realm. The existence of supernatural phenomena had led him to form new hypotheses regarding many matters that once seemed ordinary. For instance, on New Year's Day, Bai Shunke delivered a speech at the inauguration of the Beihe residence, now renamed the Kai Ming Academy. In ordinary circumstances, Song Yushu would have believed that Bai Shunke genuinely supported the Enlightenment Bookstore's initiative of enlightened education, free learning. However, at present, Song Yushu suspects that Bai Shunke is aware of Nan Yi's exceptional status and is merely giving face to him by endorsing the Enlightenment Bookstore. Given that even the county magistrate is backing Nan Yi, it is evident that Nan Yi is indeed a person of significant standing, with a promising future ahead. As Song Zhong currently maintains a decent relationship with Nan Yi, Song Yushu is resolutely determined to accompany Nan Yi to the prefectural city, ensuring that Song Zhong does not become estranged from Nan Yi in the future. Seeing Song Yushu's unwavering intention, Bai Shunke could only helplessly remark that while transfers of the same rank are relatively easy to apply for, wanting to be reassigned to the prefectural city rather than an ordinary county would likely take some time, requiring one to wait in line. During this interval, he advised Song Yushu to remain diligent in his duties at the county office. Bai Shunke hoped that Song Yushu could make the most of his remaining time in Nanshan County before his transfer. However, Song Yushu nodded and then spoke. There is one more matter I wish to bring to your attention, Master Bai. At the end of last year, my mother passed away. However, as the year-end examinations approached, I did not wish to disturb my son's studies. Hence, after the funeral, we have yet to enter her remains. Today, Song Yushu approached Bai Shunke, simply hoping that he would not unduly delay the processing of his application for a transfer to the prefectural office. He does not expect to receive a position in the prefectural city anytime soon. Even if Song Yushu were willing to accept a reduction in salary, it would be impossible for him to be reassigned immediately after the new year. Nevertheless, as long as Bai Shunke does not hinder the process of his application for a transfer of the same rank, Song Yushu is confident that he will not linger in Nanshan County after the new year and will depart promptly, because he could still observe the mourning period for his unfortunate mother, who had perished at the hands of the water-splashing woman. Although the court of the Great Li dynasty did not advocate for the bereaved to immediately resign and observe mourning when the bereaved chose to do so, others had no grounds to object. Song Yushu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Bai, for your understanding. Bai Shunke nodded silently and took a sip of tea. Song Yushu promptly took his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, Bai Shunke suppressed his discontent and recognized a possibility, inquiring casually, by the way, how is your relationship with this year's top candidate in the imperial examination? Song Yushu replied, my son and the southern nephew have a decent rapport. Bai Shunke nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Song Yushu bowed again and formally exited the Bai residence. Once he had left, Bai Shunke sighed softly. No wonder. Upon learning that Nan Yi possessed the Duel order and was destined for greatness, Bai Shunke refrained from delving into Nan Yi's past, deeming it unnecessary. Having emerged from the academy, yet lacking the innate talent to pursue cultivation, Bai Shunke existed in a realm distinct from Nan Yi, who was fated to become a practitioner. Regardless of how prosperous Nan Yi might become in the future, it bore no relevance to Bai Shunke, nor did it affect his position as the county magistrate of Nanshan. Even if Nan Yi were to enter the realm of governance, he would commence his career in the provincial capital, never to be assigned to an ordinary county. While Bai Shunke was willing to extend a favor to Nan Yi, he had never contemplated flattering or ingratiating himself to him, nor did he care about Nan Yi's past. Nevertheless, Song Yushu's resolute demeanor, showing no desire to linger even a day longer in Nanshan County, not only vexed Bai Shunke, but also led him to speculate that perhaps Song Yushu had forged a connection with Nan Yi. Bai Shunke murmured, it all depends on whether your son possesses that innate talent. Without such a gift, he remains merely a mortal, no matter how strong the friendship. It cannot transcend the chasm between the celestial and the earthly. He reminisced about the past when he had a close-knit friend at the county academy, a person of extraordinary talent who embarked on the path of cultivation. However, after receiving his friend's assistance and becoming the county magistrate of Nanshan, Bai Shunke had not seen his dear friend again. Reflecting upon it now, it had been over a decade since their last encounter. On January 11th, the results of the imperial examination were officially announced, revealing the scores and rankings of students from various academies. Yet, before the news could reach Nanshan County through official channels, Nan Yi had already departed with the Song family's caravan. Ultimately, he refrained from revealing his identity as Yi Ming and did not tease Bai Shunke into delivering a third address for the Mingbao. His thoughts had already drifted towards Nantai City, the county seat. Had it not been for the fact that the Swiftwind escort agency ceased operations during the new year, coupled with the embarrassment of having previously caused the deaths of several escort masters, Nan Yi might have departed several days earlier. Nevertheless, setting out on the morning of the 11th was not too late, considering that the 9 major academies in the county would not officially commence classes until February 1st. Accompanying the Song family's caravan, Nan Yi embarked on his journey. Although Song Zhong did not perform exceptionally well in this examination, he still managed to secure second place at the Nanshan Academy, finishing just 2 points ahead of the third place. His father, Song Yushu, advised him against attempting to retake the examination for the first position and instead to consider enrolling in other academies. the entire Song family decided to sell the Song residence, which had been haunted by the mysterious water-dispensing matron at the pawn shop. They then transported the coffin of the late matriarch, along with 5 full carriages of belongings, leaving Nanshan County. Song Yushu's ancestral home was in Nan's County, even farther than Nantian City. With a slight detour, the caravan could first pass through Nantian City before continuing on to Nan's County for the matriarch's burial. To ensure a safe journey, Song Yushu hired all the idle bodyguards from the Shunfeng escort agency, alongside the long-serving male and female servants of the Song household, and some local villagers who sought to accompany the escort for protection. The entire caravan swelled to over 100 people. Fortunately, Nanshan County was not too distant from Nantian City, and they could reach it in just 2 days. The caravan's members needed only to rest outside for 1 night and prepare ample provisions. Nan Yi rode up to Song Yushu and inquired, "Uncle Song, I have observed that the populace is quite fearful of distant travels, reluctant to venture alone. Is there a reason for this?" Without hesitation, Song Yushu replied, "The wilderness is rife with beasts. Without the protection of a warrior, the dangers are unpredictable, thus they are disinclined to travel far." Nan Yi continued, "Apart from ferocious beasts, could there be supernatural entities causing harm?" Song Yushu smiled wryly. He was merely a minor official, having ascended through the ranks as a clerk, not a scholar from an academy. His understanding of supernatural occurrences had always been limited, until the Song residents encountered the mischief of the water-dispensing matron, which revealed to him that such phenomena indeed existed in the world. Generally, one would not provoke them, yet it seemed that once engaged, they were not to be trifled with. Nan Yi murmured softly, as if to himself. However, upon hearing this, Song Yushu remarked, "During this festive season, dear nephew, there is no need to be so suspicious of the supernatural. Yet I understand your sentiment. It is wise to remain vigilant and not to underestimate the situation." After finishing his words, Song Yushu instructed a nearby servant to convey a message to the escorting bodyguards. Meanwhile, Nan Yi resumed his conversation with Song Zhong. "Brother Song, do you have a preferred academy among the prominent ones?" Song Zhong scratched his head and replied, "Brother Nan, you may not be aware, but aside from the Wuxiang Academy, the other academies first assess whether we are suitable for their repositories of knowledge before making any allocations. Unless multiple academies express interest simultaneously, we possess no discretion in our selections." Nan Yi understood, akin to the great voice of Tianxia in the Dali Academy. It is essential for instructors to select students before students can choose their academies. Is there a possibility that some may not be favored by the academy's instructors? He inquired. "Not at all," Song Zhong sighed. "The Lumo Academy accepts all applicants. It corresponds with the Ministry of Justice, and upon completion of studies, one can serve within the systems of the law enforcement and crime investigation departments, roles that are often contentious, hence they never turn away students." However, as Nan Yi comprehended the academy as a sect, he pondered further. The Lumo sect perhaps prioritizes martial prowess, operating on the front lines of the battle against malevolence. As the saying goes, those who stand by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. Among the various sects, the Lumo sect may indeed be the most perilous. Among the 10 great sects and academies, aside from the Royal Exclusive Yuanshare Academy, the remaining academies corresponding to the 9 departments of Dali are as follows: the Ministry of Rights, Duel Academy; the Ministry of Agriculture, Chongqing Academy; the Ministry of People, Inyang Academy; the Ministry of Personnel, Zhuowang Academy; the Ministry of Commerce, Xiaoyao Academy; the Ministry of Justice, Lumo Academy; the Ministry of Culture, Wuxiang Academy; the Ministry of War, Shuiwei Academy; and the Ministry of Industry, Zhaohua Academy. In the realm of martial and civil affairs, farmers, and law enforcers, the Great Li is divided into 9 departments, coexisting with the imperial family to govern the world. Song Zhong harbored a yearning for the path of knowledge. If one were to speak solely of personal aspirations, his utmost desire was to enroll in the Xianxia Academy, from whence he might later serve in the Department of Financial Affairs. His second choice would be the Inyang Academy, rumored to be the institution with the highest number of female scholars. Here, I extend my heartfelt wishes for Song's aspirations to come to fruition. Nan Yi, steering the conversation, engaged in various casual dialogues with Song Zhong, simultaneously inquiring about aspects of common knowledge that the villagers were not privy to. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, the caravan came to a halt at the ruins of a village, preparing to kindle a fire for water. Observing the desolation, Nan Yi curiously inquired, "What place is this? Why does it appear as ruins?" Yun Qing, the head of the Shunfeng escort agency, approached Song Yushu to report on the situation. Upon hearing Nan Yi's question, he replied in an indifferent tone, "This place is known as Nanrua Village. A few years ago, it was not in ruins. However, approximately 3 to 4 years prior, it may have suffered from a beast calamity, or the villagers might have relocated elsewhere, leading to its gradual desolation." Nanrua Village? Turning his gaze to the side, Nan Yi spotted a large locust tree, requiring 2 people to encircle it. Must they truly spend the night here? In this desolate village, a sense of unease lingered. While Nan Yi, under the influence of Dongzhen, confirmed the tree's normalcy, the village name and the locust tree evoked thoughts of Lanrua Temple, leaving him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Oh, and this head of the escort agency bears the surname Yin. Yin, observing Nan Yi, after a moment, spoke again. "Indeed, my lord, your observation holds true. A remote and abandoned village is certainly not auspicious and may not be particularly safe. Merely a small contingent. Perhaps they could find a cave or a humble cabin in the woods for the night. However, with 100 individuals and their horses, aside from this village, suitable resting places are indeed scarce." Upon hearing this, Nan Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although Yin Xingyun's tone was calm and devoid of sarcasm, Nan Yi instantly realized that he was already aware of the unfortunate incident in which 7 escort guards lost their lives due to Nan Yi's previous commission. In this perilous wilderness, fraught with lurking beasts, the life of an escort is invariably a gamble with death. Yin Xingyun, adhering to his professional ethics, would harbor no ill will towards Nan Yi, even if he emerged unscathed while the 7 guards perished. Nonetheless, in the presence of Nan Yi, Yin Xingyun's demeanor inevitably seemed somewhat aloof. Nan Yi felt a pang of awkwardness, his confidence waning by a third. Yet, he understood Yin Xingyun's concerns. The rapid urbanization of Dali City signifies that beyond its borders lies an expanse of wilderness, akin to the desolate remnants of a post-apocalyptic world. Once they left the county's jurisdiction and had no intention of establishing a camp, they could only take refuge in the dilapidated remains of abandoned villages to allow their 100-strong caravan a place to rest. However, as Nan Yi surveyed the scene, he noted that the entire group consisted of 30 to 40 servants of the Song family and escort guards from the escort agency, all remaining still in the absence of directives from Song Yushu. Meanwhile, the remaining county folk accompanying the caravan, unbound by any summons from Song Yushu, had already begun to occupy vacant houses within the village. Head escort Yan addressed the group. "Rest assured, my esteemed companions, we have safeguarded our charges for many years. Tonight, we shall remain vigilant during our watch, ensuring that no beasts encroach upon our ranks." Nan Yi cast another glance at the large locust tree. Confirming its ordinary nature, merely a common locust tree, devoid of any misinterpretation, he inhaled deeply and nodded, saying, "Let us spend the night here. I have no objections. However, I kindly request that head escort Yin personally stand guard tonight, remaining particularly vigilant." Upon hearing this, Yin, the head escort, smirked slightly, feeling a touch of disdain. Perceiving Nan Yi's caution as overly dramatic and timid, yet he recognized that Nan Yi was the top scholar of the Nan Mountain Academy's examinations this year. With a promising future ahead, and his close ties with the wealthy Song family granted him the authority to voice such concerns. Thus, he could only respond nonchalantly, "Rest assured. I shall personally oversee the night watch." As night descended, the solitary moon accompanied the sun. In this realm, a singular sun reigns supreme in the sky, regardless of day or night, while 12 moons scattered across the heavens, emerging only at night to illuminate the darkness, gradually giving rise to a misty haze. However, these 12 moons, orbiting the sun, would not simultaneously draw near the mortal realm, remaining unseen by ordinary eyes. For instance, during the middle of each lunar month, One could typically observe only a single moon, whereas at the beginning and end of the month, two distinct moons, waxing and waning, would be visible. Among them, the moon of January was referred to as the ghost moon, corresponding to the ruler of the ninth underworld, known as the one-month god of fate. The so-called moon ruler was the sovereign of the moon, revered as the supreme deity in the beliefs of the common folk. However, the Dali dynasty treated the supernatural with indifference. Even the moon ruler was only reflected in various folklore, receiving little official promotion. Nan Yi gazed at the ghost moon, yet refrained from employing his true insight, fearing he might follow the path of his original self and succumb to ignorance. Nevertheless, from the perspective of mere mortal perception, the January ghost moon indeed appeared to be the dimmest and least radiant among the 12 moons. Since his arrival in this realm, Nan Yi had grown accustomed to the relatively bright nights. However, on the midnight of January 11th, as the 12th moon completely vanished, leaving only a faint glow, he found the night to be unexpectedly dim. He stepped out of his dwelling and approached the great locust tree, where a bonfire was piled high. Yin Xingyun, the chief escort of the Shunfeng escort agency, was tending to the fire while keeping watch through the night. Upon noticing Nan Yi, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, questioning why the young gentleman was awake at such an hour. With no inclination for sleep, Yin suggested that it might be better for them to keep watch together. Nan Yi smiled and took a seat beside him. Yin Xingyun was taken aback by the gesture, finding Nan Yi's demeanor to be somewhat more amiable. As for Nan Yi's insistence on having him personally keep watch, Yin felt a mix of disdain, believing Nan Yi to be overly timid, and a hint of irritation that he, as the chief escort, was called to such duties when he had capable escorts at his disposal. Yet, since Nan Yi had chosen to join the watch, Yin refrained from voicing his objections, feeling instead that at least Nan Yi was demonstrating a commitment to action rather than mere command. Meanwhile, Nan Yi silently unfolded the Dongzhen scroll, which detailed: Name, Yin Xingyun. Type, living being. Rank, low yellow tier. Description, a native of Nanshan County, Chujun, in the Great Li Dynasty, chief escort of the Shunfeng escort agency. Age, 30. Lifespan, approximately 88 years. Ability, sword intent. Though Yin Xingyun was immortal, he had attained the yellow tier, evidently having entered the path of martial arts and cultivated his sword intent. This was precisely why Nan Yi had requested Yin Xingyun to keep watch personally. Among the assembly of martial artists, only Yin Xingyun possessed a profound sword intent, exhibiting combat prowess that could rival that of lower-tier Huang-level cultivators, thus affording Nan Yi a modicum of security. Simultaneously, Nan Yi found himself somewhat intrigued by the martial arts of this world. He took the initiative to inquire, Master Yin, if I may be so bold, I notice you are in the prime of your life, rather than traversing the rivers and lakes. What led you to establish a security agency? As it turns out, it was a family legacy. So, Master Yin, you have previously roamed the world to hone your martial skills? Nan Yi ventured further. Indeed, I have trained in martial arts. Though I cannot claim to have traversed the vastness of the world, I merely ventured into the wilderness to hunt and select beasts for others. Curiosity piqued, Nan Yi asked, might I inquire which school or sect you studied under? He sought merely to gather information regarding the martial artists of this realm. However, Yin Xingyun furrowed his brow at the mention of sect. Fortunately, he had recently heard whispers of the legend of the twin dragons of Dali, and, after a moment's reflection, he realized, are you referring to the so-called sects akin to the Qianxia sect that are depicted in recent novels from the Mingbao? This book is rather intriguing, yet it is evidently penned by scholars who lack an understanding of the martial world. We martial artists typically learn our craft in martial halls under the guidance of masters, duly registered with the authorities. It is hardly plausible to seek out so-called sects in remote mountains and forests. Nevertheless, considering the context presented in the book, it is conceivable that if there existed a substantial martial hall in Yin Prefecture during its near collapse, it could indeed form its own sect. Yin Xingyun casually remarked on this notion. At these words, Nan Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. The system of sects within the martial world seemed rather impractical in the heavily bureaucratic Dali. However, upon careful contemplation, Nan Yi realized that, in essence. The legend of the Condor Heroes and the return of the Condor Heroes are more closely aligned with the ethos of wandering knights rather than sectarian martial arts. In the narrative, apart from the Xianxia sect and the Beggaress sect, there are, in fact, no strictly defined sections. The White Camel Mountain of the western Poison Ouyang Feng and the Peach Blossom Island of the eastern Heretic Huang Yaoshi can also be viewed as akin to martial arts academies. Thus, the martial sects depicted in the tale of the twin dragons of Dali do not appear overly incongruous in this world. In truth, within the realm of Blue Star, the fantastical works of various nations have evolved alongside the times, with extraordinary martial prowess naturally intertwining with power. The rulers themselves are often among the most formidable warriors. This paradigm, in the context of martial arts novels, is termed as court martial arts, predominantly revolving around the Kaifeng prefecture and the Jinyui. To draw an analogy with the Japanese manga Naruto, one could assert that the ninja villages represent nations, clans represent sects, and the leaders of each village embody the martial arts overlords of their respective countries. However, due to the sensitive nature of discussing the court in xianxia, a unique form of sectarian martial arts eventually emerged, focusing on the intricate narratives of the relationships among martial sects, even leading to the concept of a martial arts leader. As the epitome of the new genre of martial arts literature, the esteemed Jin Yong did not formally venture into sectarian martial arts until the era of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, where he ingeniously synthesized the Wudong and Shaolin systems articulated by Liang Yushin and Wulong Sheng, respectively, culminating in the iconic siege of Guangming Peak by the six major sects. Aware of these intricacies, Nan Yi felt a silent admonition: in future literary endeavors, one must consider the disparities in social structures and make substantial alterations to the backdrop. Consequently, Nan Yi resolved to gather further insights into the martial practitioners of this world, preparing for future adaptations of martial arts novels. Yet, as he began to speak, he suddenly sensed an unusual and strange fluctuation emanating from the large locust tree behind him. Nan Yi desired to leap forward, but just as the thought crossed his mind, the peculiar wave behind him surged forth violently, engulfing both him and Yin Qingyun. This wave was, astonishingly, a spatial distortion. Nan Yi's true insight passively activated, granting him a moment of clarity within his mind. However, it was already too late. He felt as if the world was spinning around him, nearly succumbing to dizziness. Fortunately, his recent improvement in diet had fortified him, unlike his former self, and ultimately he did not lose consciousness. Supporting his forehead with his right hand, he stifled the rising nausea and opened his eyes. He remained in front of the large locust tree, still in Nan Ruo village. However, it was no longer the deep of night, nor was it the 11th day of the first month in the 4th year of the apocalypse. For, upon opening his eyes, Nan Yi was astonished to see numerous villagers in Nan Ruo village leading their normal lives, some even casting curious glances in his direction, seemingly perplexed by his presence. Turning his head, he met Yin Qingyun's eyes, which sparkled with a mixture of astonishment and barely contained excitement. A spiritual realm. This place truly was a spiritual realm. Such a phenomenon indeed existed. Yin Qingyun spoke with enthusiasm, but he was not addressing Nan Yi. Rather, he was lost in his own jubilant thoughts. Nan Yi felt compelled to interrupt and inquired, "Master Yin, what is this spiritual realm?" Yin Qingyun's smile remained undiminished as he replied, "It is said in the martial world that there are spiritual realms, where one may enter without fear of death and gain divine powers. I once doubted such tales. But who would have thought that today I would encounter it and truly awaken my innate abilities?" Nan Yi blinked, and with true insight, he perceived that Yin Qingyun's abilities had transformed from sword intent to spirit. Moreover, a crimson light dot had appeared upon Yin Qingyun's form. Considering his situation, Nan Yi discerned that the myriad colors of light represented distinct attributes of supernatural abilities. Aspiration, zeal. Type, talent. Rank, low yellow grade. Description, a spirited disposition. One cannot control the ardor that empowers them. All things may serve as a sword, and all may be severed. Evasion is futile. Calamity, a gentleman's aspirations thwarted. Both name and body obliterated. Once the heart and mind waver, confidence wanes, rendering one incapable of offense or defense. Who among the spirit realm travelers can assist? Of course, I possess innate supernatural abilities, yet my foremost desire now is to ascertain how to depart. Nan Yi averted his gaze and suddenly countered, by the way. From whom did you hear the rumors of the spirit realm? Trials? No sooner had Nan Yi's words concluded than a gust of wind arose, dislodging numerous leaves and forming several lines of script upon the ground. On the night of April 4th, year of the revelation, the entirety of Nan Ruo village was slaughtered by foreign intruders. At present, you seem to have inadvertently wandered into this fateful noon. Please endeavor to identify and eliminate the foreign intruders mingling within the village before the encroaching mists engulf all. Otherwise, the villagers who perished at the hands of these outsiders vow to exact vengeance upon all foreign entities, such as you who have strayed here. Caution, should you mistakenly slay a villager, time will revert, and all will begin anew. However, your arrival in this realm will be delayed by 1 hour compared to the last incursion. The script was brief, consisting of merely 5 lines. Yet, upon finishing the reading, Nan Yi's gaze turned abruptly icy. This place was indeed no sanctuary. Yan Xingyun restrained his excitement and furrowed his brow, saying, "The gray mist envelopes the sky. It is precisely the hour of the dog in the evening, yet now it is high noon. This implies that we have at most 3 opportunities for misjudgment." Nan Yi remained silent, as he was engaged in deciphering the essence of the spiritual realm through his innate talent. In this world, there exists a dichotomy between the realms of yin and yang. The yin realm is dominated by malevolent spirits. Occasionally, when these realms inadvertently converge, if a malevolent spirit seeks to enter the mortal realm, a spirit realm is generated. This spirit realm will gradually erode the mortal world, ultimately allowing the malevolent spirit to successfully manifest. However, during this interval, cultivators may also enter the spirit realm in advance. In ancient times, cultivators would confront malevolent spirits directly within the spirit realm. Yet, following the enlightenment of May's illusion, wherein the adept achieved realization through the cessation of thoughts under the moon's radiance, the rules governing the spirit realm were transformed, shifting the conflict from one of martial prowess to one of wits. Malevolent spirits could no longer directly harm individuals. Instead, they could issue malevolent trials. Should cultivators complete these trials, they could conquer the spirit realm, expel the malevolent spirits, and receive spiritual feedback, potentially leading to the acquisition of spiritual artifacts and the awakening of divine powers. Of course, failure in these trials could result in death within the spirit realm, thereby exacerbating the erosion of the mortal world by the malevolent spirits. Furthermore, after the ascetic June's celestial navigator achieved enlightenment under the moonlit sky, the rules were further refined, transforming the spirit realm from an outright invasion of vast areas to the generation of a spirit realm portal, allowing entry solely through this portal. Subsequently, August's pastoral guardian, who, through the auspices of celestial authority, disseminated prohibitions to safeguard the realm and its inhabitants, further delineated the boundaries between the divine and the mundane, rendering the spirit realm increasingly elusive and giving rise to a tapestry of strange tales in the mortal world, where truth and fiction became indistinguishable. The vendor of newspapers proclaimed, "From ancient times to the present, this mountain has languished in desolation, an ethereal realm shrouded in solitude, seldom trodden by mortal feet. The essence of this realm is ineffable, and the craftsmanship of phantoms is indeed elusive. However, as mortals have gained protection, no longer easily ensnared by divine misfortunes, a considerable number have begun to actively pursue this ethereal domain. After all, should one inadvertently wander into this mystical realm, those without spiritual roots may perish instantly, while those endowed with such roots may awaken latent talents and embark upon the fabled path of immortality. Some individuals, driven by a genuine passion for cultivation, are willing to risk their lives for a chance. Others, believing themselves to be the chosen ones, blessed with profound fortunes and exceptional spiritual roots, often venture into the wilderness, yearning to discover the ethereal realm and alter their destinies. Yet, as the saying goes, Those who earnestly plant flowers may find them wilted, while those who carelessly insert willows may find them flourishing. Qingyun and Nan Yi had never intended to actively seek the ethereal realm. However, the ancient locust tree at the ruins of Nan Ruo village fortuitously manifested a new portal to this mystical domain, engulfing both Nan Yi and Qingyun. As the summer heat surged and the dry winds blew, scattering the leaves that formed inscriptions upon the ground, Nan Yi, dressed in attire suited for a cooler climate, felt a slight discomfort from the rising warmth. Observing the dispersing leaves, Qingyun furrowed his brow in contemplation and cautiously inquired, "Do you think it feasible to directly interrogate the villagers about the presence of outsiders? If only it were as simple as that. Yet, in my view, it has been stated that these outsiders have mingled among the villagers, and it is unlikely we could extract such information directly." Nan Yi tugged at his collar and approached the villagers, suggesting that they might first inquire about the situation. Noticing Nan Yi's composed demeanor, Qingyun reflected on his own lack of intellectual acuity and resolved to follow Nan Yi's lead. "Auntie, may I ask, is the meat stew ready?" Nan Yi approached the nearest household, where a matron had previously cast a curious glance in their direction, seemingly puzzled by their presence. The matron, somewhat uncomfortable speaking with strangers, averted her gaze and appeared rather constrained, yet she still replied, "I am simmering dog meat." Upon surveying the village, it was evident that nearly every household was engaged in a similar culinary endeavor. He inquired, "Is everyone preparing dog meat?" "Indeed," the matron responded, a hint of longing in her expression as she gazed at her pot. "It is rare to have a large dog for slaughter, and everyone wishes to share in the feast." Nan Yi also glanced at the pot, noting that it contained but a single piece of meat, still tinged with a hint of rawness, and he pondered how long it might take to become tender. Nevertheless, the aroma was already enticing. Compelling him to inhale deeply several times, his appetite stirred. "Matron, this meat," Nan Yi began, but she quickly interjected, her demeanor shifting abruptly. "What do you want? I have but this one piece, and do not even think about taking it. I assure you, I have no intention of stealing your meat," he reassured her. "Nor will I sell it, not for anything." Very well, Nan Yi chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. He shifted his line of questioning. "May I ask, do you know the name of your neighbor next door?" "I recall Dongzhen and Li Si," she replied, providing two names. "And what about the two households further out?" "I've forgotten. My age has dulled my memory." Seeing that Nan Yi was intent on further inquiries, the matron, growing impatient, stated firmly, "Enough questions. Aside from the two homes on either side, I cannot even recall their surnames." Nan Yi frowned slightly. Yet he realized that the matter was indeed not as straightforward as inquiring about the names of every villager directly. He proceeded to another household, only to find that they too were only familiar with the names of their immediate neighbors. Consequently, Nan Yi instructed Qingyun to split up and inquire from house to house in different directions. After completing a circuit, the two reconvened and discovered that in terms of names, every villager could be accounted for. There were no individuals who could not be named. Qingyun spat on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "In my opinion, there is no need to waste time asking for names door to door. These individuals are clearly not real. They only remember their immediate neighbors, and the conversation circles back to the same few phrases, yielding no substantial answers." After uttering this, Qingyun ground his shoe against the phlegm he had just spat, inwardly contemplating. Let us observe what further arrangements Nan Yi has before proceeding. While questioning the villagers, Qingyun had not strictly adhered to Nan Yi's instructions, only inquiring about the names of each household's immediate neighbors. When positioned at opposite ends of Nan Ruo village, he could not suppress his curiosity and attempted to directly ask a villager, "Which household in the village do you think resembles an outsider the most?" The villager, taken aback by the inquiry, looked at Qingyun with surprise and replied, "Aren't you both outsiders?" As Qingyun ground the phlegm under his shoe, his left hand instinctively rested on the scabbard of his sword at his side. Although he did not grasp the hilt, his fingers merely rested upon the scabbard. Yet, given Qingyun's exceptional swordsmanship, he could swiftly draw his blade, at any moment. Meanwhile, Nan Yi, standing to Yin Qingyun's right, could not clearly discern the subtle movements of Yin Qingyun's left hand. However, upon hearing Yin Qingyun's grievances, Nan Yi let out a sigh and gently inquired, "Head Yin, do you not feel that your temper is somewhat excessive?" Yin Qingyun was initially taken aback, but his expression soon darkened. "Damn it, for some inexplicable reason, an uncontainable rage has been surging within me, utterly unbeknownst to myself." He inhaled deeply several times, turning his gaze towards Nan Yi, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your awakening." Nan Yi, possessing the ability of which allowed for self-reflection, had long been aware that both he and Yin Qingyun were afflicted by a heightened state of irritability. He called upon to effortlessly dispel this anomaly, maintaining a state of tranquil clarity. However, due to the sensitive nature of his innate abilities, Nan Yi refrained from informing Yin Qingyun prematurely. It was only when Yin Qingyun, influenced by this irritability, unwittingly began to exhibit signs of volatility that Nan Yi felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Nevertheless, this restlessness had deeply embedded itself within him, emanating from the core of his being, rendering it difficult to quell by mere willpower. Although Yin Qingyun endeavored to suppress his emotions, he still muttered curses under his breath. "It's early April, and yet this wretched weather persists." And these villagers, one and all, cast strange glances, furtively observing from behind. The audacity! Do they not realize that I am a man of martial prowess? Peering from behind is scarcely different from scrutinizing me openly. With a spitting gesture, Yin Qingyun expressed his frustration. Meanwhile, Nan Yi's mind stirred slightly. Furtive glances? This was an aspect he had previously overlooked. Observing that Yin Qingyun remained entrenched in a martial mindset and was unaware of how to utilize his newly awakened talent to dispel his aberrant state, Nan Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. Nevertheless, my next endeavor involves engaging with these villagers to inquire about their today experiences, piecing together the final moments of their lives. Yin Qingyun paused, initially displaying confusion, believing that even without the need for deep thought, he should at least follow behind Nan Yi as a semblance of support. However, he soon realized that his innate talent, spirit of the blade, allowed him to sever all things. Moreover, it was not merely the capability to cut through. By continually vanquishing ephemeral entities, he could amass momentum, transforming those severed into sustenance for his own spirit, growing ever bolder in battle. Yin Qingyun had not considered that his extraordinary abilities had already been discerned by Nan Yi. He merely felt that Nan Yi's words had serendipitously reminded him. With a slight cough, he awkwardly stated, "Then I shall trouble you, my lord, to endeavor to locate the foreigner hidden within the village, while I, Yin, will take this time to cultivate my strength and peace. Rest assured, should the villagers rise in revolt and swarm us, I will undoubtedly ensure your safety." Nan Yi nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall rely on the esteemed Yin to vanquish demons and dispel deceit when the time comes." Yin Qingyun settled into a lotus position, beginning to nurture his sword intent and momentum. Meanwhile, Nan Yi continued his approach toward the villagers. He had already employed to examine these villagers, revealing them as manifestations of malevolent spirits. Initially, he sought to discover if any true entities of these spirits were present, attempting to stealthily navigate through their ranks. But upon inspection, he found only the phantoms, devoid of any true forms. Nan Yi surmised the origins of these malevolent spirits likely stemmed from the villagers who had been slaughtered in years past. Now, these villagers had transformed into vengeful spirits, yearning to re-enter the mortal realm and exact retribution upon the living. Nan Yi did not feel pity for these villagers. He now solely desires to eliminate the malevolent spirit and depart from the realm of spirits. The villagers within this domain, seemingly capable of communication and dialogue, appear no different from ordinary folk. Yet, in truth, they merely serve as conduits of information, bound by the rules of this ethereal realm. As time progresses, the expressions of the villagers grow increasingly sinister, evolving from furtive glances to brazenly ogling Nan Yi with unrestrained desire. The atmosphere within the village seems to intensify, becoming palpably charged. Were it not for Nan Yi's composure maintained through his complete recovery, he might have succumbed to the urge to confront the villagers. "Are there any outsiders in the village?" Nan Yi once inquired of an elderly villager. Of course. The old man laughed heartily, saliva dribbling down as he greedily gazed at Nan Yi's smooth, fair neck, licking his lips and exclaiming, "Outsider? Why, that would be you, ha ha ha." With a disdainful snort, Nan Yi ceased his questioning on that topic. Instead, he pressed each villager for details about their activities on the day preceding his arrival with Yin Qingyun during their lifetimes. Although he recognized that this approach might yield little fruit, the presence of 3 opportunities for error and the luxury of time prompted him to interrogate all the villagers thoroughly. According to their accounts, a robust and well-fed dog had wandered into Nan Ruo village earlier that morning, seemingly a lost pet. Yet, the villagers, known for their simplicity and warmth, had taken the initiative to clean the dog and share it among themselves for a hearty stew. Then, Nan Yi and Yin Qingyun made their appearance in the village. Clearly, the villagers' memories were fragmented, offering no clarity on the circumstances of their demise. However, in light of the circumstances, it appears that the owner's wrath over the slaughter of his large dog may have incited a massacre of the village. Yet, is this truly the case? Nan Yi squinted his eyes, refraining from reaching a hasty conclusion. By this time, after a thorough inquiry, dusk had descended. The villagers continued to simmer their broth and stew their meat. Yet, while their left hands stirred the cauldron, their right hands had already grasped an array of weapons: cleavers, butcher knives, sickles, axes, and even pitchforks, among others. Clearly, as the hour of the dog approaches, precisely at 8 o'clock in the evening, these villagers would transform into fervent and bloodthirsty mobs, intent on attacking Nan Yi. With an impassive demeanor, Nan Yi retreated beside Yin Qingyun and quietly inquired, "Master Yin, should these villagers become fearless to the point of being impervious to blades, do you possess the certainty to eliminate them with a single strike?" Yin Qingyun remained seated on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, and did not respond. However, the air around them began to pulsate. "Rest assured, my lord, I have entered the spirit realm and possess divine abilities. Under my sword, all things can be severed." At that moment, Yin Qingyun's sword intent soared into the heavens, having accumulated power over several hours, enveloping the entirety of Nan Ruo village. Nan Yi feigned ignorance and merely stated, "Very well, then. I ask Master Yin to follow my lead. I will designate whom to slay. It may not succeed on the first attempt, but I wish to observe whether any among these villagers display behavior that deviates from the rest after the hour strikes." Understood. Yin Qingyun's sword intent grew even more piercing. Thus, Nan Yi patiently awaited the passage of time, having already exhausted all inquiries regarding the villagers. Although each villager could only provide partial information, the corroboration from neighboring households ensured that any inconsistencies would not escape Nan Yi's notice. Yet, he found no such discrepancies. The accounts of all the villagers seamlessly intertwined, offering a collective testimony, devoid of any outsiders acting in isolation. In other words, among the villagers, there were no foreigners. If one were to designate anyone as an outsider, it would be Nan Yi and Yin Qingyun, who were indeed the so-called strangers. Undoubtedly, had it not been for one being fully healed and the other possessing spirited resolve, both maintaining clarity of mind amidst the volatile and irritable atmosphere of this spiritual realm, it would have been exceedingly difficult to avert mutual destruction. However, since this spiritual domain seemed intent on inciting the two to turn against one another, such self-destruction could not possibly lead to the elimination of the true outsider. Even if one were to succeed in slaying the other, it would merely be a futile endeavor. Only by eliminating the genuine interloper within the village could they hope to escape the spiritual realm. Thus, Nan Yi developed a profound understanding of the malicious trials set forth by the deceptive spirits. Nevertheless, regardless of the malevolence embedded in the spirit schemes, there must, by the constraints of the rules, be a resolution. Nan Yi patiently awaited the arrival of 8 o'clock in the evening. As the hour approached, a dense fog enveloped the village, and the oppressive heat seemed to ignite an invisible inferno within Nan Ruo village. The villagers, once confined to their small courtyards, erupted like wild beasts, howling as they surged forth, brandishing an array of weapons towards Nan Yi and his companion. Ah, slay that outsider. Kill, eliminate them all. That belongs to me. Do not snatch it away. The villagers, either howling or bellowing, bore expressions of sheer ferocity, their eyes reddened, resembling demons from the netherworld. Without exception, they all exhibited such madness. However, upon a cursory glance, Nan Yi discerned that they were merely manifestations of the spectral beings, with no sign of their true forms. A twinge of regret washed over him as he sighed. Yin Biao, is it within your power to eliminate all the villagers in a single instant? If so, then do so without hesitation. Yin Qingyun remained silent. Yet in the next moment, all the villagers advancing toward Nan Yi and his companion were abruptly cleaved in two, their bodies splitting asunder. However, before the decimated corpses could even collapse to the ground, Nan Yi and his companion found themselves transported once more to the vicinity of the grand locust tree in Nanrua village. The villagers appeared unaffected, continuing their mundane activities of stewing meat in their courtyards while casting curious glances at the two outsiders. Yin Qingyan whispered softly, "It has failed." At this juncture, Nan Yi could easily surmise Yin Qingyun's thoughts. Either the rules of this spiritual realm forbade the instant annihilation of all villagers, with the outsiders still concealed among them, or the so-called outsiders referred to none other than themselves. Nan Yi was even bold enough to assert that the straightforward-minded Yin Qingyun, faced with the seemingly convoluted predicament, would instinctively contemplate the simplest solution, considering whether to turn against him. Of course, Nan Yi firmly believed that while Yin Qingyun might ponder such thoughts, he would undoubtedly refrain from taking action at this moment. After all, Yin Qingyun was not so foolish. Moreover, they had only squandered one opportunity, and they had not yet reached the point of desperation where they would be compelled to wager their lives on a reckless gamble. Nan Yi turned to gaze at Yin Qingyun. Feeling a surge of emotions, Yin Qingyun turned his gaze to meet Nan Yi's eyes. In response to Yin Qingyun's unwavering stare, Nan Yi maintained his composure and calmly inquired, "Master Yin, do you trust me?" At that moment, Yin Qingyun's breath quickened slightly. Upon hearing Nan Yi's question, he swallowed hard and replied, "I shall act solely upon your command." With that, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position, signifying his intent to focus solely on wielding his sword without concern for anything else. Nan Yi smiled softly, then shifted his attention back to the gathered villagers. "In truth, I have already surmised the whereabouts of the foreigner. However, as the law permits all that is not expressly forbidden, I am inclined to test the nature of these villagers within the spiritual realm to ascertain whether they are capable of being vanquished. Regrettably, my attempts to do so were unsuccessful." Nan Yi's tone carried a wistful undertone, betraying his disappointment. He lamented the absence of offensive divine abilities, which rendered him dependent on Yin Qingyun to resolve the situation. Consequently, he felt compelled to consider Yin Qingyun's sentiments, articulating his insights at this juncture to reassure him. Had Nan Yi been able to independently navigate the predicament, his inclination would have been to conduct further experiments, delving into the intricate mechanisms linking the spiritual realm and the spectral entities. Upon hearing Nan Yi assert that he had discerned the foreigner's location, Yin Qingyun, somewhat bewildered, directly inquired, "Pray tell, Master, where exactly is the foreigner?" It was evident that Yin Qingyun was singularly preoccupied with the foreigner's whereabouts. Eager to strike decisively and escape the spiritual realm, devoid of the leisurely contemplation that occupied Nan Yi's thoughts. Yet, buoyed by the engaging discourse, Nan Yi responded, "Master Yin, I implore you to continue gathering your sword's momentum and, shortly, to strike as I instruct." So then, where lies the foreigner? The introduction to the spiritual realm states that on the night of April 4th in the year of Revelation, the villagers of the entire settlement were slaughtered by outsiders. Yet, what could possibly motivate these outsiders to commit such an atrocity? According to the villagers, on that fateful day, they had killed a large dog that had mistakenly wandered into Nanrua village. By this reasoning, it is conceivable that the dog's owner, upon discovering his pet's fate, returned that night in a fit of rage and retaliated against the village. But can we truly accept this narrative? Nan Yi's voice resonated softly, while the sword intent emanating from Yin Qingyun surged forth, soaring toward the heavens. The introduction also mentions that the villagers swore to eradicate all outsiders. However, why did their gazes towards us appear more covetous than murderous? Moreover, in the vast wilderness, how could a plump and robust dog inadvertently stray into Nanrua village? It is even more perplexing that the villagers were so easily slaughtered by the outsiders, suggesting that these outsiders were far from ordinary beings. Even if the dog's owner did indeed possess a large dog, it is unlikely it would have strayed so far as to end up in Nanrua village. The crux of the matter lies in the villagers' claim that they had slain a dog. But was it truly a dog they had killed? Was the meat simmering in the pot indeed dog meat? Nan Yi had suspected from the very beginning that the meat was dubious. Through his insight, he was unable to swiftly analyze the nature of the meat and sensed that it corresponded to a profound essence. However, Nan Yi could not definitively ascertain what the dog meat truly represented and proceeded methodically to gather information from the villagers to unravel the mysteries of the spiritual realm. In doing so, he also sought to delve into the mechanisms of this realm, especially considering that he had previously implicated 7 guards from the Shunfeng escort agency. I pondered the possibility that the so-called outsiders might very well refer to the large dog. In other words, from the very beginning, the villagers had butchered the foreigner for meat. Hence, the introduction stated that the foreigner had long since blended into the village. However, the villagers of Nanrua, driven by their craving for flesh, may have never considered that some among them possessed extraordinary abilities, which, upon being slain, could transport them from the realm of the living to the eerie domain of the dead. Now, they yearn to return to the world of the living, to manifest their spiritual realm, and have inadvertently crossed paths with us. Perhaps they even harbored the intention of inciting us to turn against one another. Yet, I must confess that, at this moment, rather than slaying the foreigner, I am far more inclined to eliminate these villagers, ensuring that the deceased among them remain utterly beyond resurrection. Alas, I regret that I could not fulfill this desire. With a sigh, Nan Yi expressed his sentiments, his tone tinged with melancholy. Nevertheless, he was not one to readily concede defeat. Having disclosed his intentions to Yin Qingyun, Nan Yi continued directly, "Alas, who could blame them for granting me 3 ample opportunities? Were it merely one chance, I might have hesitated to act recklessly. Yet, with 3 opportunities as a safety net, I feel compelled to try at least twice. Otherwise, it seems a waste. Thus, head courier Yin, I beseech you to permit me one more indulgence. This time, in addition to striking down every morsel of meat in the pot until not a trace remains, I must also ensure that the villagers are obliterated in a single stroke, reduced to mere ashes in an instant." In Nan Yi's eyes, under the true cave spell, the villagers consistently manifested as spectral entities. Therefore, although dog meat possessed a nature surpassing that of low-grade profound tier, Nan Yi firmly believed that attacking the villagers could indeed inflict harm upon the spectral beings. Yin Qingyun sat on the ground, eyes closed and silent. Yet, his sword intent surged forth, enveloping the entirety of Nanrua village, suddenly resonating. "Everything, as per your command, my lord." In response, Nan Yi raised his voice, echoing like thunder, "Please, Yin Jun, unsheath your sword." With a resounding roar, Yin Qingyun's sword intent erupted, a tidal wave of power cascading outward, causing the air around him to tremble violently, as if the very heavens were shifting. Channeling his utmost strength and a resolute spirit to eradicate the vile, he transformed one sword into a myriad, conjuring hundreds of translucent blades that danced like stars in the firmament. In an instant, he decisively struck downwards, resembling a celestial shower of stars plummeting from the sky. The brilliance of his sword plunging 3,000 feet, sweeping through the mortal realm, purging the tainted world. As the sword energy fell like rain, cleansing the impurities of existence. Under Yin Qingyun's control, all villagers and pieces of meat in the pot were unexpectedly reduced to ashes in a heartbeat. Time seemed to freeze. All the dog meat was obliterated, the task accomplished, and this spiritual realm was conquered. However, Nan Yi, perhaps due to the truth of the cave, sensed, in a vague and unthinking manner, a sigh and a few indistinct murmurs. Look, that person resembles a dog. Where are the people? There has always been but a great dog. Dogs are wonderful. Indeed, dog meat is quite delicious. As time and space shifted, he felt disoriented. He tucked away the extraneous items into his pocket and glanced around. This place was not a spiritual realm, but the tangible world. According to the design of Jun Sikong, departing from the realm of spirits does not lead one to the corresponding location of the spirit portal, but instead results in a random appearance in the nearby desolate area. At this moment, Nan Yi was not far from the ruins of Nan Ruo village. However, observing the brightness of the sky, it was already morning, indicating that time in the real world continued to flow as usual while Nan Yi and his companion were ensnared in the spirit realm. A slight frown creased Nan Yi's brow as he envisioned the panic that would ensue among others upon waking, discovering the disappearance of both him and Yin Xingyun. He hastened his way to Nan Ruo village. Initially, Nan Yi was troubled by the thought of what would happen if the caravan had not paused at Nan Ruo village, or how he would explain their absence should he encounter the other members of the caravan. However, upon his arrival at Nan Ruo village, he found not only the caravan members awaiting him, but also 5 martial officials. Unlike ordinary soldiers, these were practitioners adorned in official robes, belonging to the Huang rank. A jolt of realization coursed through Nan Yi, for he recognized that these individuals were disciples of the Shuiyue immortal sect, serving as martial officials in the martial supervision of Nantian City, truly embodying the essence of martial officials. This small squad of 5 had evidently sensed the fluctuations of the spirit realm in Nan Ruo village, and had come prepared to seize the opportunity to conquer the realm. Unexpectedly, upon their arrival, they discovered that Nan Yi and his companion had inadvertently fallen into the spirit realm. They thus remained in the village, stabilizing the caravan members while awaiting the outcome of the spirit realm incident. Standing beside the 5 practitioners was none other than Yin Xingyun. Upon seeing Nan Yi return, Yin Xingyun promptly announced, "Esteemed sirs, this is Lord Nan Yi. My success in navigating this spirit realm today is entirely thanks to Lord Nan Yi's adept command of the situation, unraveling the deceptions of the malevolent spirits and revealing the path to salvation within the spirit realm." Yin Xingyun, a martial man of the rivers and lakes, was swift of foot, surpassing Nan Yi in speed. Upon inquiring about Yin Xingyun's specific experiences within the spiritual realm, the several warriors of Wuan were quite astonished. It was remarkable that 2 mere mortals had not only survived their inadvertent plunge into the ethereal realm, but had also managed to vanquish the sinister spirit lurking therein. While it was true that Yin Xingyun possessed a mastery of sword intent and was a martial arts grandmaster, allowing him to awaken his innate abilities akin to a half-step practitioner, the crux of the matter lay in Nan Yi's discernment of the trap set by the malevolent spirit. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to maintain a calm demeanor amidst the irritable state, and not only did they avoid mutual slaughter, but they also devised a way to eliminate the spirit while accomplishing their task. This piqued the curiosity of the Wuan warriors regarding Nan Yi. Under the scrutiny of 5 mounted practitioners, any common person would be trembling with fear or at least feel considerable apprehension. However, Nan Yi remained remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the situation. He was well aware that he had committed no wrongdoing and thus had no reason to fear that the practitioners of the Shuiyue immortal sect would conspire against him, a future comrade of the Wuxiang immortal sect. Moreover, even if an unforeseen incident were to occur and he were to be targeted, Nan Yi remained unfazed. Although he had yet to formally commence his cultivation and could not contend with any of the 5 practitioners, he was fortified by the complete recovery ability, akin to being at full health. These 5, all of the yellow tier and lacking extraordinary power, were equally incapable of besting him. Nevertheless, Nan Yi maintained the necessary decorum and, upon approaching the 5, greeted them with respect. Nan Yi pays his respects to the 5 esteemed individuals. Observing Nan Yi's demeanor, neither submissive nor arrogant, the Wuan warriors exchanged glances, contemplating that Nan Yi must have been aware of the existence of cultivators all along, rather than being a naive mortal. The leader among the 5, with a slight bow and a smile, remarked, "My young friend, you are too courteous. I believe that in due course, We shall address each other as comrades. For the time being, if it does not offend, you may simply refer to me as elder brother." After speaking, Wu De gestured for Nan Yi to mount his horse and ride alongside him, then signaled the caravan to commence their journey towards Nantian City. Nan Yi mounted the black horse he had ridden the previous day and walked at the forefront of the group with Yan Qingyun and the other three, engaging in hushed conversation. Upon my arrival, I noticed that someone had inadvertently entered the spiritual realm, and I feared a calamity would ensue. However, to my astonishment, the realm and its malevolent spirits were effortlessly dispelled by you. Truly a remarkable feat for one so young. Wu De humbly replied, "You flatter me, my young friend. Had it been you or your companions who entered this spiritual realm, I am certain you would have easily overcome it as well." Nan Yi's words were not mere flattery. After employing the technique to observe Wu De and his companions, he discerned that they practiced either the Water Moon Minor technique or the Water Moon Major technique, and all possessed a remarkable ability known as Water Moon Spiritual Perception. This technique not only maintained the clarity of the spiritual platform, but also provided an acute sense of awareness for identifying vulnerabilities, akin to an innate combat intuition. In essence, Wu De and his companions maintained a firm grasp over the spiritual realm of Nanrua village and were unlikely to fall prey to internal strife induced by easily irritable, and they would likely sense any anomalies related to the dog meat. However, upon hearing this, Wu De earnestly replied, "My young friend, you have yet to embark on the path, hence your lack of understanding. While it may not be overly challenging for us to breach the spiritual realm, vanquishing the malevolent spirits is indeed a formidable task." He then cast a glance at Yan Qingyun and continued, "I wonder if you too noticed that the portal to the spiritual realm of Nanrua village still resides beside the locust tree?" Nan Yi was momentarily taken aback. He observed that Wu De and the others had not paid much attention earlier, and he initially thought that the disappearance of the spiritual realm portal required time to process. However, was there more to the story? Wu De, ever the educator, began to elucidate. It turned out that under normal circumstances, successfully navigating the spiritual realm equated to breaking the machinations of the eerie spirits, thereby allowing for their expulsion. Once these spectral entities were banished, the spiritual realm would naturally collapse. In contrast to the eerie spirit realms, these unclaimed spiritual realms were referred to as primordial spiritual realms. They were further categorized by size into micro, small, medium, large, and gigantic. Among them, a micro-spiritual realm is roughly the size of a room to several small courtyards, sustaining itself for a duration ranging from a few days to about 10 days. A small spiritual realm encompasses an area akin to several streets or a village, lasting for months. Within these realms, the source energy is less chaotic than in the present world, making it easier to refine and thus more conducive to cultivation. If one were to enter a micro-spiritual realm, the time would be rather brief, likely only allowing practitioners to rest and cultivate for a few days. Yin Biao, you are no longer young. Although you have awakened your talent, it is unlikely that you will gain entry into an academy to receive teachings of the Tao. At best, you may only become a wandering practitioner. Without access to cultivation methods, you would not even qualify as a wandering practitioner, merely being regarded as a folk sorcerer. However, you are fortunate. After a few days in Nanrua village, it will transform into a marketplace. At that time, if you're diligent, you should still have the prospect of acquiring common cultivation methods for wandering practitioners to embark on your journey of cultivation. Nan Yi understood. In this world of cultivation, there appeared to be no fixed marketplaces. They formed spontaneously based on chance encounters with preserved small primordial spiritual realms, facilitating trade among wandering practitioners. Yan Qingyun understood, yet seemed hesitant to fully grasp the implications. Cautiously, he inquired, "Master Wu, are there any particular considerations regarding loose cultivators? The court wouldn't make things difficult for them, would it?" Wu De dismissively waved his hand. "There are no significant concerns. Countless loose cultivators exist in the Great Li. As long as your practices do not delve into demonic arts, the court will certainly remain indifferent. In truth, as long as one does not contravene the laws, Whether you engage in cultivation or not is of little consequence to the court. However, certain demonic cultivators and malevolent beings particularly seek out those like you, who awaken innate abilities without formally entering the path of cultivation. Should you fall into their grasp, the least fate you may encounter is the loss of your innate talents. Thus, it is advisable to procure a proper cultivation method while you have the chance in the marketplace. Of course, one must also be wary of deceitful individuals peddling false methods. Yan Qingyun furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the bizarre tales circulating in the martial world about sorcerers meeting untimely ends. Intent on probing further, he hesitated, mindful of his status. Despite Wuda's apparent geniality and openness, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Just then, he noticed Nan Yi casting him a knowing glance, prompting him to fall silent. A realization dawned upon him. Lord Nan Yi was a man who cherished past bonds, perhaps willing to lend assistance due to their shared experiences in battle. With that, Yan Qingyun relinquished his efforts to ponder the matter further. Meanwhile, Nan Yi's thoughts were quite straightforward. The authorities looked down upon ordinary loose cultivators not out of disdain, but rather from a position of indifference, as they had no need to concern themselves. Yet he was different at this moment. He was eager to unite all possible forces for a greater purpose. It is not merely a matter of effortless assistance, rather. From the panels of Wu Da and the others, Nan Yi suddenly discerned that the cultivation techniques and magical arts of this world appeared to diverge significantly from his expectations, as they did not inherently include any lethal methods. Even Su Luo, whom he had encountered earlier, seemed to lack direct harm-inducing spells. In light of this, Yan Qingyun's innate talent for spirit appeared to be quite commendable. Thus, Nan Yi exchanged a reassuring glance with Yan Qingyun, indicating that he would take care of everything moving forward. Wu Da, having faith in Nan Yi, believed that he would undoubtedly carve out a remarkable path in the future, and generously stated, "As for how to embark on the path of cultivation, once you select an academy and are bestowed with the techniques, you will naturally come to know." Regarding the notion that innate divine abilities may catch the attention of demonic cultivators, it is intimately connected to the essence of what constitutes such abilities. What do you believe innate divine abilities are? Wu Da posed this question to Nan Yi, who, taken aback, responded uncertainly. Innate divine abilities are simply the powers one awakens within oneself, are they not? Wu Da chuckled softly, affirming, "Indeed, they are powers awakened from within." "But do you consider these abilities to rightfully belong to you?" "Of course they do," Nan Yi instinctively began to reply. But then he immediately recognized a crucial point. Why are they referred to as innate divine abilities rather than innate powers? Noticing that Nan Yi seemed to grasp this realization, Wu Da nodded and elaborated. Innate divine abilities, as the name suggests, are indeed bestowed by the heavens. The principles corresponding to such abilities already exist within the cosmos, and when they harmonize perfectly with your essence, they are awakened and mastered by you through fortunate circumstances. One might liken the principles of law to a towering tree, bearing fruit that may unexpectedly strike you. Without the practice of the path, such fruits of wisdom merely linger upon you, easily appropriated by others. However, through diligent cultivation, one can forge a unique essence of the path, transforming these fruits into a genuine inheritance that cannot be so readily seized. Wu Da did not divulge many secrets, but vividly elucidated the most fundamental knowledge. At this point, Nan Yi finally comprehended why he had garnered Su Luo's attention. Yet, after processing this revelation, Nan Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly recognized an important consideration. He inquired once more, "Brother Wu, if what you say is true, does this not imply that demonic cultivators can usurp others' fruits of wisdom, potentially acquiring various innate abilities?" Wu Da nodded, responding casually, "Indeed, it is so. The incomplete transmission of demonic cultivation techniques necessitates the act of appropriation to attain multiple powers. Moreover, innate abilities require serendipitous occurrences to awaken. The most common opportunity arises when those endowed with spiritual roots encounter an abundance of spiritual energy for the first time, or when innate abilities are triggered. The most expedient chance occurs when demonic cultivators abduct mortals with spiritual roots into the realm of spirit. As long as the mortal survives within the spirit realm, they successfully awaken their innate abilities. Of course, the spirit realm is fraught with peril, especially when its intricacies remain unknown. Furthermore, the awakening of a mortal's innate abilities poses a significant threat. Thus, typical demonic cultivators exercise caution and restraint in such endeavors. Listening to Wu Da's casual remarks, Nan Yi gained clarity on many matters. He initially believed that awakening two extraordinary talents signified the activation of the coveted golden finger typical of a time traveler. However, it has become evident that this golden finger, while noteworthy, is not an exclusive boon reserved solely for traversers. In other words, his experience of crossing over does not mirror the common narratives of his previous life, where one would instantly become the destined protagonist upon arrival. Thus, the path of cultivation ahead must be forged through his own diligence. Although Nan Yi appears to be self-mocking, he actually feels a sense of security after encountering Wu Da and others, which lightens his heart, prompting him to jest at his own expense. Nonetheless, within him lingers a sense of confusion that yearns for clarity. Some inquiries, while they should be regarded as fundamental knowledge of cultivation, remain esoteric to the ordinary person. With xianxia by his side, Wu Da's explanations are rather superficial, failing to satiate Nan Yi's thirst for understanding and curiosity. Nevertheless, he must temporarily suppress his questions, preparing to seek enlightenment once he enters the academy. As they continued their leisurely conversation, the afternoon approached, and the group was nearing Nantian City. Meanwhile, the Songzhong father and son, who had been trailing behind, finally caught up with Nan Yi after the departure of the military official. Aware of what should remain unasked, they refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of Nan Yi and Yin Qingyun, as well as the purpose of Wu Da and his companion's appearance. Song Yushu remarked, "Nan Lang, the convoy will proceed to Nanzhe County, so I shall not accompany you into the city. However, I have instructed Zhao Lao to follow along with Zhong, and he will handle any trivial matters that arise. Zhao Lao, the esteemed steward of the Song family, is deeply trusted by Song Yushu." Nan Yi noticed that Song Zhong and his son had already made arrangements and nodded in response, saying, "Uncle Song, please do as you see fit." However, there was a slight change concerning Yin Qingyun. The Song family's caravan was to continue its journey to Nan's County, with Yin Qingyun serving as a guard. Yet, Yin Qingyun now intended to accompany Nan Yi, who would later visit the Lingjing market in Nanrua village, making it inconvenient for him to continue his role as a guard. Thus, Yin Qingyun instructed the caravan members to rest at the inn outside the city for the night. Upon entering the city, he would seek out a former friend who was also a martial arts master to complete the latter half of the escort. Song Yushu naturally had no objections. Consequently, the caravan split into two routes. One would continue towards Nan's County, stopping at the nearest inn to rest briefly. The other would head straight for Tian City along the official road, aiming to enter the city before nightfall. However, Nan Yi paid no heed to these matters. Once Wu Da and the others departed and the dust settled, he finally found leisure to ponder the item he had obtained from the Lingjing. It was a ring. Lowering his gaze, he peered through his garments to glimpse the Dongzhen 0063 deceptive and unfathomable ring. Name: Unfathomable ring. Type: enigmatic artifact. Rank: low-grade mysterious. Description: a peculiar ring born from the Lingjing of Nanrua village, made of bone, with 4 faintly engraved characters on the inner surface, gifted by a stranger. Rule: deceptive and unfathomable. Ability 1. After using deceptive and unfathomable, it confounds the heavenly secrets and disrupts divination methods. Ability 2. When used in actions aimed at gaining fame in the world, it deepens others' impressions. Note: abilities cannot be used independently. The interval must not exceed 1 hour. Nan Yi blinked in surprise, his heart filled with a sense of astonishment. Although he was aware that conquering the spirit realm could potentially yield rewards in the form of enigmatic artifacts, the fact that he had reaped such benefits on his very first attempt left him astounded. Moreover, the ring's rank surprisingly reached the low grade of the Shin tier. Obtaining this artifact could be interpreted as a testament to his exceptional prowess in vanquishing the spirit with remarkable ease, thus allowing him to claim a reward. However, the emergence of a low-grade xianxia artifact from a relatively uncomplicated spirit realm only suggested that this particular realm was far from ordinary. Recalling the inexplicable nature within the spirit realm, which seemed to harbor the essence of a xianxia creature disguised as dog meat, Nan Yi pondered thoughtfully. The malevolent spirits plaguing Nan Ruo village, or rather the orchestrator behind them, could be none other than a singular entity. On the surface, it appeared to be the vengeful spirits of villagers who had perished, yet it was highly plausible that they were merely the remnants of foreign individuals consumed by the villagers. On the 4th day of the 4th month in the 1st year of the apocalypse, an injured xianxia cultivator was discovered by the villagers of Nan Ruo village, barely clinging to life. Although the cultivator was ultimately devoured by the villagers, he inadvertently led them into the realm of shadows. Subsequently, the spirits of the villagers coalesced into a singular entity, transforming into a xianxia malevolent spirit. However, the cultivator's true essence lay dormant deep within the spirit's form, imparting an obscure xianxia nature to the xianxia spirit. Perhaps the day the malevolent spirit manifested in the mortal realm would coincide with the cultivator's return to the world of the living. Yet, Nan Yi, accompanied by Yin Qingyun, executed the task of vanquishing the dog meat while simultaneously slaying the malevolent spirit with a single stroke of his sword. Thus, as he departed the spirit realm, he vaguely perceived a sigh echoing in the air. Reflecting on this moment, it seemed as though a voice was whispering to him, admonishing him for his meddling. Nan Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had inadvertently extinguished yet another opportunity for a cultivator's resurrection. Moreover, this monk appears to possess a certain charm, however. When transforming into a mysterious artifact, he intentionally left behind four seemingly ambiguous words: a gift from a stranger and a gift to a stranger. Nan Yi narrowed his eyes, finding this nameless monk to be truly intriguing. Of course, the most remarkable aspect is that the nameless monk is, quite likely, utterly deceased. Then he shifted his thoughts to the rules governing the enigmatic ring. This ring has a rather peculiar design. In the vernacular of Blue Star, it resembles AM bias strip. Its rules are deceitful and deceptive, corresponding to two abilities that can be succinctly described as obscuring celestial secrets and manifesting divine presence before others. He can obscure celestial secrets, completely concealing his own origins. Yet, the price for this ability is that he must showcase his divine presence publicly, making quite a spectacle in the process. It can be said that the essence of cultivation in this world embodies duality. All external matters are akin to a double-edged sword. To seek the great path, one must maintain equilibrium and adhere to righteousness. Those with impure intentions will inevitably violate prohibitions and transform into malevolent beings. Due to the delays in the morning, they entered the city rather late, and the group directly sought refuge in an inn. After receiving several pointers from Wu De during the day, Yin Qingyun found himself in a state of apprehension. He was elated to awaken his innate divine abilities, taking a significant step onto the path. Yet, he lamented the passage of time, realizing he was fated to be an errant cultivator with no chance of entering the orthodox way. Fortunately, Nan Ruo village would soon evolve into a marketplace, providing him with the opportunity to acquire techniques as a wandering cultivator, ensuring he would not be left empty-handed. Yin was not overly ambitious. He merely wished to embark on the path of cultivation. What he feared most was being unable to discern genuine teachings and losing everything to counterfeit methods. Yin Qingyun bowed deeply, expressing his hope that, when the time comes, his esteemed companion would assist him in discerning the truth. Nan Yi calmly accepted the bow. Rest assured, Master Yin, having fought side by side, we shall consider ourselves comrades. In a few days, once I formally embark on my path, I shall make time to accompany you to the spiritual realm of Nan Ruo village. Thank you, my lord. Should there be any matters requiring Yan's assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me, Yin Qingyun expressed, attempting to bow once more. However, Nan Yi promptly raised a hand to halt him, wishing to avoid further formalities. You were too gracious, Master Yin. As fellow cultivators, it is only natural that we support one another. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yin Qingyun took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Song Zhong, who had been waiting outside, entered Nan Yi's guest room. Unlike Yin Qingyun, Song Zhong was less inclined towards formality. Brother Nan, regarding the matter of renting a residence, shall I ask old Jia to assist you with it? As a scholar studying in the county town, Song Zhong understood the necessity of securing a long-term dwelling, as he could not remain in an inn indefinitely. Even if he could not afford to purchase a house in the county town immediately, he intended to rent one. Logically, he should wait until he determined which academy he would join before making a decision. Yet, Song Zhong had no qualms about renting a place adjacent to Nan Yi. Hence his suggestion to entrust the rental process to old Zhao, ensuring that regardless of where Nan Yi chose to reside, they would be neighbors. Perceiving Song Zhong's subtle intentions, Nan Yi waved his hand. Brother Song, there is no need to concern yourself with my choice of residence. Once you enter the academy, it would be prudent for you to secure a home in proximity to the institution you select. Song Zhong's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean by that, Brother Nan? At this moment, Song Zhong remained unaware that upon entering the academy, he might very well embark on a path of cultivation. He only knew that Nan Yi was an extraordinary individual, unlike ordinary folk. If he were to grasp Nan Yi's thigh tightly, then Nan Yi would truly be a noble figure, capable of elevating him to great heights. Rather than immediately addressing Song Zhong's confusion, Nan Yi chose to jest, Brother Song, at this juncture, you must have surmised that I have embarked upon an extraordinary path, deemed a remarkable individual. As a mortal, you encounter me without a trace of trepidation? Song Zhong chuckled. My father, however, is quite reserved. Yet, I believe that Brother Nan does not possess an arrogant disposition and would not treat us with disdain, but rather with the usual cordiality. Conversely, if Brother Nan were truly one to disregard past affections, then no matter how earnest my family's hospitality, it would be in vain. Nan Yi nodded with a smile, gradually articulating, as for the so-called extraordinary individuals, many reside within the court, often holding official titles. Since you intend to enter the academy, although success is not guaranteed, it remains a possibility. Though Nan Yi's words were not explicit, they conveyed a significant message. Upon hearing this, Song Zhong's smile faltered, swiftly transforming into astonishment as he gazed at Nan Yi. Nan Yi gently nodded. Song Zhong blinked. He comprehended. He truly understood. Yet, at that moment, what surfaced in his heart was not joy, but bewilderment. Extraordinary individuals, transcendent beings, those who attain immortality and enlightenment, these were not merely the fabrications of novelists or mythic tales. Simply by enrolling in the academy, one could aspire to the path of cultivation. In other words, it seemed that among the officials and scholars emerging from the academy, perhaps half were extraordinary beings. Yet, the common folk, including the likes of Song Zhong, remained blissfully ignorant of this truth. Originally, they were not merely officials, but also celestial beings. On February 1st, the new students at the Nine Palaces Academy will commence their training in the art of cultivation. Regardless of whether they ranked first in the county's annual examination, aspiring to enter the Wuxiang Academy, or whether they placed within the top 10, necessitating selection and allocation by other academies. All that is required is to complete registration by January. Students at Wuxiang Academy are to report directly, while other academies appoint instructors to the Educational Supervision Bureau, awaiting the arrival of students from various counties for registration and subsequent selection. Today is merely January 13th, so there is still ample time. Song Zhong, therefore, does not rush to report to the county's Educational Supervision Bureau, but instead accompanies Nan Yi to Wuxiang Academy. Nan Yi has yet to fully ascertain whether he wishes to enroll in Wuxiang Academy. He carries with him the recommendation letter for ranking first in the annual examination, as well as the Duel order gifted by Su Xian. He intends to observe the unique characteristics of the cultivation methods at Wuxiang Academy before venturing near the Duel Academy for comparison. Fortuitously, as Nan Yi approaches Wuxiang Academy, he encounters several adept students of Wuxiang. With a single glance, he perceives their cultivation techniques. Name: Minor Wuxiang Formula. Type: Cultivation Method. Rank, yellow rank. Description: the introductory cultivation method of the Wuxiang sect. Practicing it allows one to sense the Wuxiang source qi and visualize the Tao body, enabling the practice of Wuxiang minor resolution. Name: Minor Wuxiang Sublime Method. Type: Cultivation Method. Rank: Yellow rank. Description: the foundational cultivation method of the Wuxiang sect. Practicing it allows one to refine Wuxiang source qi into magical power, facilitating the practice of Wuxiang true resolution. Wuxiang is form, and Wuxiang sublime method. As Nan Yi's pace slowed, he began to contemplate what he had just experienced. In this realm, martial arts are categorized into 4 types: classics, texts, techniques, and formulas. Aside from the differences in the efficiency of refining source energy and converting magical power, the primary distinction lies in the number of intrinsic techniques embedded within each martial art. Formulas contain a single technique, while techniques encompass 3. These form a self-contained system, albeit with limited compatibility with other spells or divine powers. Texts contain 6 techniques, offering a balance of primary and auxiliary methods, allowing for flexible practice based on individual circumstances. Classics, on the other hand, incorporate 9 techniques, representing a comprehensive system that is highly versatile and adaptable. Furthermore, after observing the martial arts and techniques of others multiple times, Nan Yi discerned an intriguing fact. In this world, there exists the notion of the 9 palaces within the human body, wherein all divine powers must establish their laws. The existence of these 9 palaces implies that, under normal circumstances, a practitioner can cultivate a maximum of 9 divine powers. According to Nan Yi's understanding, this translates to having only 9 skill slots. Nevertheless, whether divine techniques or innate powers, they can evolve into myriad forms through personal cultivation or insights, advancing and perfecting until they merge into one. For instance, the entry-level technique of the Wuxiang Immortal sect, known as Wuxiang Minor Resolution, can further evolve into Wuxiang True Resolution. Moreover, if an individual possesses 2 divine powers that are similar in effect and share a common principle, they can merge their laws, gradually enhancing their divine abilities. Most significantly, Nan Yi discovered that the characteristics of the Wuxiang Immortal sect's martial arts bear a remarkable resemblance to the minor Wuxiang technique of the Xiaoao sect from the demigods and semi-devils. The 3 foundational techniques correspond to the effects of observation and analysis, replication and synchronization, and evolution and simulation. Among the various techniques of observation and analysis, the method known as Wuxiang xianxia can seamlessly integrate with the innate talent of Dongzhen in accordance with the laws of this world. In other words, Nan Yi and the Wuxiang Immortal sect are indeed a perfect match. Just as Nan Yi contemplated whether it was necessary to visit the Duel Academy once more, a powerful shout suddenly echoed from the street behind him. "Young friend, please hold on." Nan Yi did not expect the call to be directed at him. However, the voice was exceptionally resonant, and as its owner rushed towards him, it carried an increasingly approaching quality that was hard to ignore. Soon, he beheld the speaker, a middle-aged man with white eyebrows, who, despite appearing to move slowly, covered the ground with swift strides, halting abruptly before him. The white-browed man, with an unwavering expression and steady breath, stated, "Young friend, please pause. I am Du Yuanfu from the Duel Academy, and I sincerely invite you to converse at our esteemed institution." Nan Yi feigned confusion, momentarily speechless, and gazed curiously at his visitor, blinking in surprise. Name: Duel Boer Method. Description: Martial arts. Rank: Yellow rank. Description: the foundational technique of the Duel sect, practice of which enables the rapid refinement of Duel Yuanxi and cultivates Duel as treasure, purity, and Du Jia as sword. If one were to characterize the techniques of the Wuxiang Immortal sect as emphasizing replication and imitation, then the methods of the Duel sect could be described as employing cunning to outwit and utilizing Duel for personal benefit. Nan Yi, possessing the all-healing talent, finds a remarkable resemblance with the purity techniques of the Duel sect, sharing an affinity of approximately 80%. Although this compatibility may not rival the connection between Dongzhen and Wuxiang xianxia, it is certainly noteworthy in its own right. It is no wonder that Su Xian, aware of Nan Yi's extraordinary talent for complete healing, did not hesitate to bestow upon him a decree of mitigation. The only concern lay in Su Xian's assumption that Nan Yi, hailing from a rural background, despite being a scholar, would not achieve remarkable results. He never considered that Nan Yi could secure the top spot in the year's imperial examination. By passing on the decree, Su Xian sought to resolve the karmic ties between them and chose not to interfere further, allowing Nan Yi to make his way to Nantian City unimpeded. After all, Su Xian was not originally from Chu County, providing a means of connection sufficed to settle any outstanding matters. However, Su Xian's lack of foresight left Du Yuanfu responsible for admitting new students at the Mitigation Academy in Nantian City in a rather awkward predicament. The decree of mitigation, granted by a practitioner of the profound realm, contained an essence of mitigating power, akin to a temporary magical artifact. As soon as Nan Yi entered Nantian City yesterday afternoon, Du Yuanfu and several other practitioners from the Mitigation Academy sensed the presence of the decree, realizing that someone had entered the city bearing it. Though they were unaware of which senior brother within the academy had issued the decree to recruit newcomers, they understood one thing. The bearer of the decree must be a promising candidate suitable for the academy's teachings. Having arrived late in the day, Nan Yi took refuge in an inn for the night. The practitioners of the mitigation sect, perceiving the location of the decree, paid little heed to it, as it was unlikely they would need to report to the education office at such an hour. However, this morning, as Nan Yi set out, the practitioners initially dismissed him. Yet, as he made his way towards the location of the Wuxiang Academy, those practitioners who paid attention began to feel astonished. This individual, possessing a decree of mitigation, was not heading to the Mitigation Academy? Could it be that he was indeed this year's top scholar from another academy, eligible to enter the Wuxiang Academy? In response to the astonishment, the monks of the Duel Academy largely dismissed the matter, except for Du Yuanfu, who found himself unable to ignore it. After all, this year, Duel Academy had been assigned to the County Education Supervision Office, and it was Du Yuanfu who was responsible for welcoming the new students. Those not in their positions could feign ignorance of the Duel decree, but Du Yuanfu had no such luxury. Observing that Nan Yi truly seemed intent on heading to the Wuxiang Academy, Du Yuanfu could no longer remain idle. He hurriedly made his way from the county office, managing to catch up with Nan Yi just as he reached the entrance of the Wuxiang Academy. "Young friend, please hold on. I am Du Yuanfu from Duel Academy, and I earnestly invite you to visit us for a discussion." Without further ado, he sought to take Nan Yi away. Du Yuanfu's intentions were quite straightforward. However, in his haste, and with his booming voice, he inadvertently piqued the curiosity of several monks within the Wuxiang Academy, who began to extend their consciousness toward the entrance. Subsequently, a monk from Wuxiang Academy emerged to confront him. What audacity! To dare come to Wuxiang Academy and seize someone. This monk, known as Li Taiwa, possessed sharp features and an elegant demeanor. Familiar with Du Yuanfu, he spoke with a playful yet commanding tone, directly admonishing him. Then, turning to Nan Yi, he inquired, "Young sir, do you possess a letter of recommendation? Are you one of this year's new students reporting to Wuxiang Academy?" As the two spoke, they both turned their attention to Nan Yi, eager to ascertain whether he was indeed the top scorer of the recent examination. Nan Yi was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the instructor responsible for the new student orientation at Duel Academy to personally seek him out. It soon dawned on him that the Duel order bestowed upon him by Su Xian was far more unique and significant than a mere letter of introduction. He reached into his garment, intending to retrieve the recommendation letter reserved for the top scholar of the annual examination. At that moment, his hand brushed against the unfathomable ring. After acquiring the ring, Nan Yi had not ostentatiously worn it on his finger. Instead, he had threaded it onto a fine cord, wearing it around his neck like a pendant. A thought struck him, and he activated the ring's ability to seek renown in the world. This power, in layman's terms, should be utilized when one aims to manifest one's talents before others, thereby deepening their impression. Currently, as Li and Du vied for supremacy, albeit unexpectedly and against his intentions, It still counted as a display of prowess before an audience, satisfying the conditions for activating to seek renown in the world. Logically, this ability was meant to restrain Nan Yi, preventing him from misusing heavenly deception. However, with his agile mind, he quickly realized that he could utilize this opportunity to showcase his abilities while being compelled to do so, thus seizing a chance to obscure the truth. Uncertain of the inherent benefits of this obscuration, yet feeling it unlikely to lead to any adverse consequences, he adopted a straightforward approach, seizing the moment regardless of its potential outcomes. Consequently, he activated to seek renown in the world, securing his first opportunity to benefit from heavenly deception. With that, Nan Yi retrieved the recommendation letter from his collar, presented it with both hands to Li Taihua, and respectfully addressed the two gentlemen, saying, "I am Nan Yi, the student, and it is an honor to meet you both." After Li Taihua accepted the letter of recommendation, Nan Yi continued, "The student is a pupil of Nanshan Academy and has fortuitously achieved the top rank in last year's provincial examination. Here is the recommendation letter issued by the Academy. I kindly ask you to review it." Upon seeing Nan Yi's impressive total score of 370 in the examination, Li Taihua's resolve to not yield strengthened further. He then turned to Du Yuanfu and remarked with a smile, "This young man is remarkably intelligent. He certainly deserves a place in our Wuxiang Academy." Du Yuanfu, maintaining his composure, replied, "I did not expect that such a young friend would possess such extraordinary knowledge, being the top scholar of an entire county's academy. However, attaining the top rank in the provincial examination merely grants him a recommendation letter from the academy, allowing him the opportunity to enroll in Wuxiang Academy. Ultimately, the decision to matriculate rests solely upon the student's will. It is not obligatory. Since you hold the Dui order, should you wish to join Dui Academy, you may forego the recommendation letter and gain admission solely based on the Dui order." His words were not without merit. The provincial examination was akin to a standardized admission process, while the Dui order represented a special admission pathway. Should Nan Yi choose to relinquish his standardized examination results and pursue the special admission route to Dui Academy, it would indeed be feasible. In response, Li Taihua feigned sarcasm, saying, "Such eloquence. You should truly consider a position in the Ministry of Rights. It would be a shame to waste your talents here." Du Yuanfu replied earnestly, "I merely stated the facts. Ultimately, the choice lies with the young friend himself. However, since you possess the Dewey order, I wonder if the person who bestowed it upon you mentioned that you would be suitable for our academy?" His words carried an implicit meaning. Nan Yi understood that Du Yuanfu was alluding to the compatibility of innate talents and cultivation methods, yet he refrained from stating it explicitly in the public setting. Without further ado, he took his leave. After Song Zhong departed, Nan Yi turned to Li Taihua and Du Yuanfu, bowing slightly and inquiring, "Gentlemen, might I have a moment of your time?" Upon hearing this, Li Taihua and Du Yuanfu exchanged glances. Li Taihua suggested, "Shall we retire to my courtyard for a brief respite?" Du Yuanfu shook his head. Although they stood at the entrance of the Wuxiang Academy, he was reluctant to propose a visit to the Dui Academy for a more in-depth discussion. Nor did he wish to allow Nan Yi to enter the Wuxiang Academy at this moment. Li Taihua then proposed, "Let us proceed to Baiyu Jing, where I would be delighted to treat you to a bottle of the treasured Immortals wine that I have preserved for many years." Du Yuanfu remained adamant, replying, "That wine is far too potent, quite inappropriate. I believe it would be better to procure the Junzi brew that I have stored at Baiyu Jing." Observing their spirited debate over the choice of libation, Nan Yi interjected, "Esteemed gentlemen, as a young scholar, I fear I may not possess the capacity for such strong spirits. Perhaps we might simply partake in some tea instead?" Thus, he acquiesced to the gentleman's wishes, ordering a few light snacks and tea. After exchanging a few more glances, Li and Du wisely decided to cease their contention, redirecting their steps towards the nearby tavern, Baiyu Jing. Nan Yi followed suit, lagging slightly behind the two. He cast his gaze around the vicinity. Due to Du Yuanfu's earlier loud exclamation and Li Taihua's hasty emergence from the Wuxiang Academy for a confrontation, a crowd had gathered, filled with curious onlookers. These included students from the academy as well as local merchants and passers-by, who were whispering and speculating about which academy Nan Yi would ultimately choose. given the rivalry between the Wuxiang and Duel academies. After experiencing a second awakening of his innate abilities, Nan Yi, with keen senses, was able to catch fragments of their hushed conversations. To attain the pinnacle of scholarly achievement at the Wuxiang Academy, one must emerge as the foremost candidate in the examinations, signifying the Academy's paramount status. Ultimately, this individual will likely choose Wuxiang. However, the earnest invitation from the esteemed mentors of the Duel Academy, coupled with the potential offer of financial assistance, renders the situation less hopeless. The competition among academies for promising students inevitably brings certain advantages. The young gentleman's reluctance to make an immediate decision suggests he is biding his time for a more advantageous offer. It remains uncertain which academy he will ultimately select. Indeed, it is truly difficult to predict. Nan Yi discreetly listened to the discussions of passers-by regarding the merits and demerits of Wuxiang and Duel academies, maintaining a composed demeanor as he accompanied Li Taihua and Du Yuanfu toward the Baiyu Jing Tavern. Baiyu Jing, a tavern steeped in 3 centuries of history, was established by a renowned brewer named Baiyu Jing. In the present day, the establishment is managed by violates. As Nan Yi followed Li and Du into Baiyu Jing, he seized the opportunity to observe the proprietor, violates, as he approached. Name, violates. Category, mortal being. Rank, lower yellow tier. Description, a resident of Nanjing City in the Chu prefecture of the Dali dynasty, proprietor of Baiyu Jing. Age, 38 years and 3 months. Lifespan, approximately 79 years. Skill, brewing imbued with spirit. Violates is an ordinary mortal, yet he is no commonplace individual. He has come to realize that aside from cultivators, there exists a unique class of mortals who thrive through the inheritance of their bloodlines. These individuals, often referred to as strange beings, represent the artisan families of this world, possessing exceptional skills in specific crafts. Consequently, in the county seat, the gathering of these master craftsmen results in a significantly higher level of technical expertise compared to that found in smaller towns. For instance, in the realm of printing technology, a small county can only replicate from existing molds. However, the intricate molds capable of capturing detailed illustrations can only be crafted in larger cities. Nan Yi, deep in thought, pondered that if a winemaker possessed bloodline secret techniques, the wine served in this establishment was likely not ordinary. Observing that Li and Du had merely ordered a few small dishes and prepared to sip tea, Nan Yi could not help but feel curious about the previously mentioned immortals' drunkenness and gentleman's brew, wondering what extraordinary effects they might possess. At that moment, Du Yuanfu spoke first. Young friend, having acquired the decrees of adversity, you must have already awakened your innate talents. Pray tell, how much do you understand about the path of cultivation? I have a general understanding that upon entering the path, one cultivates different techniques to draw and refine various source energies, channeling them into the body to transform into magical power. Nan Yi replied candidly. As for innate abilities, they seem to share similarities with the arts of sorcery and Taoism, though beyond that, I am not particularly knowledgeable. Li Taihua did not allow Du Yuanfu to monopolize the conversation, adding, yet, the path to greatness is fraught with challenges and requires methods of protection to confront the supernatural, avert calamities, and dispel misfortunes. Therefore, our practice also emphasizes cultivation, cultivating the heart, walking the grand path, and mastering magical techniques. None of these can be neglected. The law connects to the celestial way above and resonates with the human heart below. It is certainly not a commonplace matter. Du Yuanfu interjected once more. The law must not be taken lightly, nor can it be trifled with. Only the human body's 9 palaces can bear the seeds of law and give rise to the fruits of the path. Thus, how to utilize the 9 palaces of the human body in conjunction with the fruits of the path is indeed the essence of cultivation. To be frank with you, esteemed friend, the great academies of Dali each possess their own profound systems, making it difficult to determine which is superior to the other. However, since the young friend has been bestowed with the gift of divine powers, it clearly indicates that your innate abilities align perfectly with the doctrines of our Duel Academy. In simpler terms, each individual possesses only 9 skill slots. and it is imperative to judiciously combine these skills to form a cohesive system in order to thrive in the realm of cultivation. Therefore, should one awaken their innate abilities, it is advisable to select a divine gift that seamlessly integrates within the philosophical framework of another's academy. At this juncture, Du Yunfu refrained from showcasing his own capabilities, and his persuasive eloquence paled in comparison to the previously amiable Su Xian. Nevertheless, he spoke candidly, employing rational analysis and emphasizing sincerity and virtue in his approach. Throughout this discourse, Li Taihua exhibited commendable gentlemanly conduct, refraining from any interruptions. However, once Du Yunfu had concluded his objective exposition, Li Taihua suddenly inquired, "May I ask, which talent has the young gentleman awakened?" Nan Yi contemplated briefly before responding, "To be candid with you both, I have awakened a divine ability known as complete restoration, which possesses the efficacy to eliminate anomalies and restore one's original state." He succinctly elaborated on the effects of complete restoration. Upon hearing this, Du Yunfu was elated, stating, "Young friend, your talent aligns perfectly with the art of purity, suggesting a profound connection with our Dewey Academy." Nan Yi pondered silently, lamenting that his true insight gift was far more aligned with the Wuxiang Academy. However, given the complexities surrounding the talent and the fact that he had kept it concealed, Nan Yi was not inclined to divulge it at this moment. Just as he was deliberating on how to continue the conversation with Du Yunfu, Li Taihua burst into hearty laughter. "How splendid! Were it any other talent, I might have inadvertently misdirected your path, and I would not dare to hinder your cultivation. Perhaps then, I would not contest it. Yet, with the complete restoration ability, it is of no consequence. It is not imperative to attend the Dewey Academy for the best outcome." Upon hearing this, Du Yunfu was immediately infuriated, his beard bristling as he began to extol the myriad advantages of integrating the full recovery talent with the purity techniques. Li Taihua, in turn, began to unveil the shortcomings of the Dewey Academy while boasting about the remarkable qualities of the Wuxiang Academy. Given their familiarity with one another, their conversation swiftly devolved into a mutual critique of each other's sects and their respective martial arts. Nan Yi, listening nearby, found the exchange both amusing and perplexing, yet quickly grasped the crux of their dispute. Li Taihua asserted that the full recovery talent was a highly versatile supportive ability, suggesting that it need not adhere strictly to the methodologies of the Dewey Academy. He argued that even if one were to eventually attain the pristine, eternal state of the purity body, which appeared formidable, frequent encounters with the river would inevitably lead to wet shoes. It would be far more beneficial to join the Wuxiang Academy, broadening one's horizons and gradually mastering the art of transforming the formless into myriad forms, thereby ensuring that one would possess viable strategies to confront any challenges that may arise. Du Yunfu countered this by dismissing the Wuxiang Academy's concept of myriad forms and myriad techniques, claiming that it required a protracted accumulation of experience, which was essentially a deceptive mirage. He contended that the disciples of Wuxiang were often eclectic yet lacked depth, unable to unleash their full potential when faced with formidable foes, instead preying on the weak. Conversely, he argued that joining the Dewey Academy would enable one to become invulnerable to various techniques, adept at both offense and defense, thus maintaining composure in the face of diverse and bizarre challenges. Frankly speaking, if Nan Yi did not possess and merely considered the full recovery talent without a more comprehensive understanding of the cultivation world, he would indeed find it difficult to make a choice. On one side stood the master of the path, impervious to all techniques. On the other, the omnipotent sovereign with no weaknesses. Both options appeared exceedingly enticing. Nan Yi tentatively inquired, "What if one were to pursue both?" The notion of pursuing both would entail simultaneously enrolling in the two academies. This inquiry rendered Du Yunfu speechless. It is prudent for a young friend to specialize in a singular discipline rather than to pursue an abundance of titles. Li Taihua then laughed heartily. "Although it is impossible for you to enroll in multiple academies, joining my Wuxiang Academy presents boundless possibilities." Nan Yi sighed deeply. Ultimately, the essence of these academies is that they serve as gateways to the immortal realms, rather than mere educational institutions, Thus, dual degrees are not supported. In light of this, Nan Yi acknowledged that Li Taiwa was correct. While there is a likelihood of being a jack of all trades yet master of none, a polymath is more likely to harmonize with the path of the master of Godao. Conversely, a master of Godao, constrained by the limitations of the human body's 9 palaces, cannot attain the status of an omnipotent Godao emperor. With this thought in mind, Nan Yi had already made his choice. After all, while others may be oblivious, Nan Yi himself could not forget that he possessed the transcendent abilities of Dongzhen and Kuan Yu, both of which require simultaneous attention and comprehensive development. Wishing to pay homage at the Immortal Gate's heart-seeking platform, Nan Yi raised his teacup in salute to Du Yuanfu, saying, "I am grateful for your kindness, Mr. Du. Yet after much contemplation, I find myself more inclined towards the Wuxiang Academy. Therefore, I offer this tea in place of wine, and I hope you do not take offense." The smile on Du Yuanfu's face remained undiminished, as if he were unperturbed by Nan Yi's refusal to join him, and he raised his cup to drink, saying, "Though I cannot accompany you in your endeavors at Duel, I wish you success in your cultivation and a swift entry into the Tao. However, since you have chosen Wuxiang, the Duel order must be entrusted to me." Nan Yi nodded and promptly retrieved the Duel order, presenting it to Du Yuanfu with both hands. Du Yuanfu accepted it, exchanged a few more polite words, and then took his leave. Li Taiwa did not attempt to retain him. Once Du Yuanfu had departed, Li Taiwa suddenly remarked, "Du Yuanfu is a man of inconsistent words and actions. Today, Nan Lang has resolutely declined the opportunity to join the Du Yi Academy and has chosen the path of Wuxiang. However, do not be misled into thinking that he will not take this matter to heart." Upon hearing this, Nan Yi displayed a hint of hesitation. He was certainly aware that his refusal of the Du Yi Academy was, in essence, a slight to Du Yuanfu. Yet, he believed this matter to be trivial enough not to warrant any lingering resentment from Du Yuanfu. Li Taiwa, discerning Nan Yi's deliberately unmasked hesitation, remarked nonchalantly, "You bear the Du Yi decree, yet have spurned the Du Yi Academy. Though your rejection stems from the glory of excelling in the imperial examinations and entering Wuxiang, it nonetheless signifies a dereliction of duty, failing to fulfill the obligation of a proper welcome. While he may not harbor resentment, it is certain that he will hold some displeasure in his heart. Should you encounter him again in the future, do not be deceived by his seemingly amiable demeanor." Nan Yi nodded earnestly, acknowledging the wisdom imparted. Li Taiwa then began to elaborate on the advantages of being accepted into Wuxiang. The pursuit of enlightenment and cultivation is not a mere fleeting thought. Transcending the mundane and establishing a foundation is not the work of mere days. For us cultivators to achieve success, it is often necessary to navigate the corridors of power. However, official positions within the court are limited, and one cannot simply acquire a title at will. In contrast, students of Wuxiang, upon excelling in the examinations, may be appointed to various positions across all departments. Unlike students from other academies, who must vie for appointments within their respective divisions, Wuxiang students have a broader scope. The 9 departments of the Dali dynasty, comprising both civil and military officials, are governed by a structured hierarchy. Wuxiang Academy corresponds to the civil departments. Thus, the Department of Education and the Department of Civil Affairs can be considered the foundational platforms for Wuxiang students. Due to the nature of their techniques, Wuxiang students are capable of emulating the spells and arts of other academies. In the selection and appointment of mid to lower level officials, as long as they belong to the civil servant category, Wuxiang students may seamlessly integrate into any department. For instance, the Duel Academy corresponds to the Ministry of Rights, and the evaluation and selection process for its grassroots positions allows not only Duel disciples, but also those from the Wuxiang sect to apply. This implies that, comparatively speaking, Wuxiang disciples find it easier to successfully attain official status. Thus, each year, only the top students from each academy can gain entry into the Wuxiang Academy. However, at this moment, Nan Yi is solely curious about how one might embark on the path of cultivation. He gazes intently at Li Taiwa, who, understanding Nan Yi's thoughts, responds with a smile. Traditionally, Students entering the academy spend their first year engaged in regular studies under the guidance of esteemed instructors, who observe their character and disposition. The following year, based on this assessment of temperament and individual aptitude, a decision will be made regarding their initiation into the Tao and entry into the celestial gates. However, since you have already awakened your innate abilities, you have effectively taken a step onto the path, and there is no need to wait a full year. If you wish to enter the celestial gates prematurely, you must visit the Heart Inquiry platform to undergo an evaluation of your character, after which you may receive the teachings of the Tao. Li Taihua succinctly outlines the process for Wuxiang disciples to formally receive the teachings of the Tao upon entering the celestial gates. Ordinarily, the first year for students at the academy is dedicated to standard studies, during which the academy's practitioners discreetly assess the character of all students. Yet, for those who are aware that the academy is indeed a celestial gate and have already awakened their innate abilities, the year-long observation process can be bypassed. Instead, they must undergo an evaluation at the Heart Inquiry platform, which serves to assess their character. If they pass this evaluation, they may enter the celestial gates ahead of schedule and receive the teachings of the Tao. Yet, at the same time, employing cunning to assess one's character is undoubtedly more rigorous than gradually observing over the course of a year. Thus, Li Taihua advised Nan Yi to wait until he comprehended his lifelong aspirations and solidified his resolve before approaching the Heart Inquiry platform. This is the wisdom of experience. After all, the thoughts of an ordinary youth are often capricious, and many ideas are mere impulses that may not withstand thorough examination. However, Nan Yi, with a mere shift in thought, resolutely declared that today was indeed the day to seek his heart's truth. As a traveler from another realm, even though he had grown accustomed to this world and felt less estranged, there remained an element of unfamiliarity within him. Furthermore, the entertainment and living conditions of Duel were far inferior to those of his previous life in xianxia. Apart from his unwavering dedication to cultivation, Nan Yi harbored no other desires. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose to follow his heart and complete the process at the Heart Inquiry platform today, aspiring to receive the teachings as soon as possible. With an unwavering tone, he asserted, "There is no need." Observing Nan Yi's firm determination, Li Taihua refrained from further words. He led Nan Yi away from Baiyu Jing and into the academy, traversing to a secluded courtyard. Within the courtyard stood a modest dwelling, devoid of windows, with only a door remaining. At that moment, Li Taihua turned to Nan Yi and said, "This is the Heart Inquiry platform. Once you enter and take a seat, I shall close the door. Inside, it will be enveloped in darkness, and someone will engage you in conversation. Regardless of the topic, simply convey your thoughts and feelings truthfully. Once the inquiry is complete, I will open the door to bring you out." Nan Yi perceived Li Taihua's words as merely a diversionary tactic and remained unfazed, nodding gently to indicate his understanding. Consequently, Li Taihua approached the Heart Inquiry platform, opened the door, and gestured for Nan Yi to enter. The room was devoid of windows, shrouded in an oppressive darkness. Yet, guided by the light that seeped through the slightly ajar door, one could discern a square stool situated just 3 paces beyond the threshold. Without hesitation, Nan Yi entered the chamber and took a seat upon the stool. As soon as he settled, the door quietly closed behind him. The already dim light vanished in an instant, and the once audible chirps of insects and the songs of birds outside fell abruptly silent. In that moment, the room was plunged into complete darkness, devoid of both light and wind, enveloped in an eerie stillness. An intangible sense of dread seemed to emerge, hovering around Nan Yi. However, he remained unfazed. For those accustomed to the world, where even the night was illuminated by the faintest glimmers of twilight, such utter darkness could be stifling, provoking restless thoughts. Yet, having once dwelled on Blue Star, Nan Yi was both familiar with darkness and resigned to despair. Moreover, endowed with the innate talent of, he understood that the current darkened atmosphere was a result of a low-tier yellow-grade artifact known as the Black Sound Box, which served to isolate external light and sound, rendering him indifferent to it. He quietly pondered the inquiries that might be posed by the heart-questioning platform mentioned by Li Taihua. Yet, the profound silence, almost deathlike, rendered time seemingly meaningless. Sitting on the stool, Nan Yi lost track of how long he had been there until a flicker of ethereal light appeared before him. However, to the naked eye, influenced by the black sound box, the room remained dark and devoid of visibility. Only under the inside of his could he perceive the spiritual luminescence, revealing that a mirror and a female cultivator had quietly materialized not far ahead of him. Title: The Mirror of Sincerity. Category: Mysterious Artifact. Rank: Low grade of profound level. Description: A peculiar mirror birthed from the Mirror Lake of Su County. Currently owned by Tao Jiming and temporarily housed at the South Sky Academy of the Wuxiang Academy. Rule: Engage with utmost sincerity. Ability: With the purity of spirit, one may behold their true self in the mirror, generating an avatar indistinguishable from reality. Utilizing this avatar to wield the artifact or perform forbidden techniques allows one to transcend prohibitions and evade calamities. Calamity: When one who bears the mirror approaches with genuine intent, their heart must remain unmasked. Others who gaze upon it shall perceive their innermost thoughts. Note: While holding the mirror, one can discern the veracity of others' words and actions. Nan Yi gazed at the mirror of sincerity, and beneath the influence of true perception, an odd sensation arose within him. He never anticipated that the rules governing the mirror of sincerity would conflict with those of true perception. Ordinarily, the owner of the mirror of sincerity could ascertain the truthfulness of Nan Yi's words. However, this trait was merely an ancillary effect of the mirror's calamity, not its fundamental power. Furthermore, since the mirror's owner was Tao Jiming, the current holder was merely a temporary custodian, not the true master. When the mirror of sincerity encountered Nan Yi's equally low-grade true perception talent, the two forces clashed in a silent confrontation. In an instant, the intrinsic ability of the mirror of sincerity to discern truth was redefined by the true perception talent. As long as Nan Yi spoke without falsehood or error, his words would be regarded as wholly genuine. In simple terms, it was originally possible to discern the veracity of Nan Yi's words, determining their truthfulness or deceit. However, at present, everything must be accepted as truth without a shred of doubt. Despite the enveloping darkness rendering it invisible to the naked eye, Nan Yi, utilizing the unique perspective granted by, was able to perceive that the current holder of the was a young woman, presumably his future senior, named Nan Yi. According to the disastrous effects of the, as long as Nan Yi is seen while holding the mirror, she will be subject to mind reading. For instance, at this moment, Nan Yi was musing to herself, "This eerie mirror is indeed repugnant. Fortunately, it is merely for introspection and does not require me to gaze upon my own reflection." However, this individual does not wait for classes to commence, arriving to inquire into his heart upon registration. Is he from a prominent family? Or has he already awakened his innate talents? His heartbeat has quickened slightly, indicating a keen intuition, perhaps sensing the invocation of the eerie mirror. Thus, it appears he is undoubtedly a fortunate one endowed with a complete innate spiritual root and awakened talents. Nan Yi observed Nan Yi for a moment, deep in thought. Then, she composed herself and gently spoke. "Hello, there is no need to be nervous. Let us engage in a casual conversation for a while." Nan Yi slightly inclined his ear. Although he was not startled by Nan Yi's sudden address, he paused momentarily before responding. "All right." Nan Yi proceeded to speak as if indulging in a casual chat. "My name is Nan Yi. I entered the academy 2 years prior to you. Thus I am your senior. May I inquire about your name and the path that led you to join the Wuxiang Academy?" Nan Yi had already changed his household registration name and confidently declared, "Let it be known to the senior, I am Nan Yi, a native of Nanshan County. Last year, I triumphed in the provincial examination and received a recommendation letter from the Nanshan Academy. Thus I have come to pay my respects at the Wuxiang Academy. Tell me, dear junior, are you aware of what one seeks after introspection? Indeed, after self-reflection, and if all goes well, one may receive the method of cultivation and thereby embark on the path of spiritual practice." As he spoke, Nan Yi perceived the inner thoughts of Nan Yi and continued without hesitation, "I possess innate talents and abilities, and Mr. Li has made a special introduction regarding this. Though his words seemed to serve as an explanation for how he knew about receiving the cultivation methods after introspection. Nan Yi had intended to inquire whether Nan Yi was aware of the specific techniques that would be imparted to him. This was information Nan Yi should not have known. However, through means or insight into the truth, Nan Yi was already aware that the entry-level technique of the Wuxiang Immortal Gate was called Little Wuxiang Formula. He sensed that discussing this matter was precarious for Nan Yi, so he preemptively added that Mr. Li had indeed provided a special introduction. This statement effectively stifled any inquiries Nan Yi had yet to voice. After all, they were merely engaged in casual conversation, and it would be impolite for her to press for specifics on what Mr. Li had disclosed to Nan Yi. Moreover, with Nan Yi's mention of his innate abilities, Nan Yi shifted her thoughts and replied, "It seems you possess extraordinary talents, having awakened your gifts even before entering the path. May I ask when your abilities first manifested?" I, too, narrowly escaped the clutches of misfortune, yet an unexpected turn of events occurred. Not only did the fiend perish, but I also unexpectedly awakened my innate abilities. Nan Yi spoke calmly, without any deliberate attempt to evoke sympathy. Yet, he rendered Nan Yi momentarily speechless. "Never mind, my duty lies in introspection, not in interrogating one's origins. It is best not to unearth old wounds." Reflecting on this, Nan Yi awkwardly confessed, "I was remiss to mention the heartache of my junior." Nan Yi remained silent. He found it difficult to engage with this topic. After all, he could hardly admit that he felt no sorrow, only frustration at his own lack of foresight and feeble strength. However, in his silence, Nan Yi interpreted it as Nan Yi's reluctance to elaborate. "Of course," he pondered. "Why then do you seek enlightenment? Is it merely for vengeance?" After a brief contemplation, Nan Yi replied, "All my kin are gone, and I alone remain. I look around, utterly alone. Aside from the pursuit of the path, I possess little desire for worldly matters. As for vengeance, it is a sentiment I harbor in my heart. Yet, vengeance and the pursuit of enlightenment are distinct in my mind. I do not conflate the two." Nan Yi squinted slightly, having lost the ties of kinship. "You do not seek cultivation for the sake of revenge. Does such a disposition truly exist? If one were to pursue strength solely for vengeance, it would be all too easy to stray from the righteous path, often without awareness." Naturally, Nan Yi did not wish for Nan Yi to fall into such a trap. Yet, under normal circumstances, even if not blinded by the desire for revenge, one would still harbor some lingering thoughts regarding it. However, now, with the mirror of truth discerning authenticity redefined by the innate talent, Nan Yi listened to Nan Yi's response and felt assured that there was no trace of vengeful thought in his pursuit of enlightenment. His inherently cool and indifferent nature astonished Nan Yi, for, in the realm of cultivators, such a disposition is not regarded with disdain. Those who remain unaffected by desires or even emotional bonds possess a resolute heart towards the Tao, and may be regarded as naturally ordained disciples of the Tao. Nan Yi felt a flicker of surprise, pondering whether Nan Yi might indeed embody the essence of such a naturally ordained disciple. As her thoughts whirled, she inquired, "May I ask, Junior, should you one day face a choice, one path leading to inner turmoil yet yielding great rewards, and the other to a clear conscience but scarce returns, which would you choose?" "I would choose the path of a clear conscience." This response revealed his insight into her innermost thoughts. Even before Nan Yi finished speaking, he had contemplated the matter thoroughly. Furthermore, Nan Yi was already aware that in this realm, the cultivation of one's character is of utmost importance, with various prohibitions and taboos in place. A slight misstep could lead one to a state of irretrievable despair, naturally steering him away from the option of a guilty conscience and the accompanying torment. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "What prompts such a choice?" "It is merely a matter of knowing what to pursue and what to forego," Nan Yi replied with a calm, yet resolute tone. A clear conscience allows one to look towards the future, even amidst temporary hardships. However, a guilty conscience, despite fleeting pleasures, ultimately undermines one's future. What if one maintains a clear conscience throughout life, yet achieves little? Nan Yi furrowed her brow. It was not that she doubted Nan Yi's character. Rather, she found it perplexing that he exhibited no trace of the hesitation that would be expected from an ordinary person. His unwavering confidence, akin to that of a naturally ordained disciple, instinctively aroused her skepticism. In the words of Nan Yi's former life, it felt strikingly unscientific. Moreover, the path of cultivation can often be interpreted as an earnest pursuit of truth. Due to the misunderstanding caused by the talent reaching the profound level, Nan Yi was astonished by Nan Yi's seemingly innate disposition as a natural Tao child, which was quite unreasonable. In her earnest contemplation, she felt a slight ripple in her Tao heart. With just a brief moment of imagination, she foresaw the scene where her own cultivation realm would be effortlessly surpassed by Nan Yi. She murmured to herself, with a perfect innate spiritual root in the heart of a natural Tao child, could such a thing truly exist? Nan Yi, however, found himself in a predicament. He and his talent were both of the lower grade in the profound tier. Due to the nature of the talent, it could not be spoken of lightly, which consequently led to the being unable to assess the truthfulness of Nan Yi's words. Under the conflict of rules, it could only deem his statements as entirely true. However, when evaluating his disposition, being entirely true seemed somewhat excessive, causing Nan Yi to mistakenly believe he was a natural Tao child. Yet, with matters having reached this point, Nan Yi had no choice but to adopt the demeanor of a natural Tao child. He spoke languidly. If one achieves nothing for a moment, it may be due to luck or circumstance, and such possibilities abound. However, to accomplish nothing throughout one's life, upon reflection, can only be attributed to limited talent. My actions throughout my life have always sought the peace of my conscience. Regarding talent, while I do not dare to claim exceptional strength, I assure you I am far from being utterly inept. Nan Yi maintained her composure, yet her mind was racing. This young man exhibits no hint of doubt. His confidence borders on arrogance. If I continue to inquire, I fear I shall uncover no enlightening revelations. After pondering for a few moments, she shifted the topic. Since you have already joined the Wuxiang sect, in the future, should your cultivation yield success, will you safeguard the interests of the academy? That is a given. If the interests of the academy conflict with your personal interests, what then? Nan Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling both amused and exasperated. Yet, he maintained his composure and spoke aloud. Nan Yi met Nan Yi's gaze directly, stating, the academy would never act thus. However, if there were a day when pulling a single hair could benefit the academy, would you do it? Nan Yi chuckled lightly, responding, this matter entirely depends on one's intentions. If I were inclined to act, there would be no need for others to inquire. I would proceed of my own accord. Conversely, if I lack such inclination, not to mention pulling a single hair for the benefit of the academy, even for the good of the world, I would not yield, regardless of the multitude. This young man possesses unwavering resolve and extraordinary spirit, truly embodying the essence of a naturally ordained sage, Nan Yi thought, her eyes glimmering as she pressed on. If you would not pull a hair for the world's benefit, then would you do so to harm it? After a moment's contemplation, Nan Yi replied, in a narrow conflict. Those who gain must inevitably cause loss to others. If loss befalls me, what then? If others engage in competition with me, how can I not contest? Nan Yi listened intently, perceiving no trace of insincerity in his words. It was evident that Nan Yi's confidence in himself was unshakable. For a time, she fell silent, even unsure of what further inquiries to make. To speak with such confidence, even in contention with the world, his words exude an air of nonchalance, devoid of hesitation. She mused, this young man is indeed formidable. In the enveloping darkness, Nan Yi, relying on her keen eyesight, gazed deeply at Nan Yi. Is this what it means to be a naturally ordained sage? A hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Then, for my final question, how would you respond? Nan Yi gently parted her crimson lips, ceasing to ponder the queries herself. Instead, adhering to the customary practice of inquiry, she began to elucidate. In matters of cultivation, the world is often rife with hearsay, lacking true understanding. Many are aware of the existence of divine powers and the prospect of immortality. Yet the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A single misstep may lead one into an abyss from which there is no return. You possess a spiritual root, and by fortunate circumstances, your innate talents have awakened, which is indeed fortunate. Conversely, for others who lack a complete spiritual foundation, the initial step into the path of cultivation, inviting the source qi into the body, may carry a significant risk of sudden demise. Under normal circumstances, had an ordinary individual approached for guidance, I would have inquired further after discussing the likelihood of fatality. However, since Nan Yi has awakened innate divine powers, it is akin to having one foot already on the path. Thus, the risk of death is no longer pertinent, and I shall forego that line of questioning. Moreover, the journey of cultivation may not unfold as splendidly as one might envision. Every art and technique of practice is governed by strict precepts and prohibitions, which must not be transgressed lightly. Such restrictions are often termed tribulations and calamities, indicating that defiance incurs severe consequences. Additionally, malevolent thoughts and demonic obstacles may assail the heart and mind. A moment of negligence or insufficient introspection could lead one to be ensnared by these dark influences, resulting in a fall into the demonic path. There are also supernatural beings and malevolent entities that pose threats to humanity, necessitating that practitioners like us combat these evils with both skill and intellect. Should a single miscalculation occur, it could very well culminate in one's demise and the extinguishing of their path. In essence, the pursuit of immortality through cultivation may paradoxically lead to an untimely demise, one that could occur even sooner than that of an ordinary mortal. Nan Yi, having grasped these truths, do you still wish to persist in your path of cultivation? He inquired about matters that pertain to the knowledge of the Tao. Ordinarily, such discussions would take place only after formally entering the Tao. However, Nan Yi currently regarded Nan Yi as a natural-born disciple of the Tao, already with one foot immersed in its path. Noticing Nan Yi's curiosity, she withheld some information and introduced the concepts of the evil thoughts and demonic obstacles, collectively referred to as the 7 demons and 10 calamities. The 7 demons encompass greed, anger, ignorance, jealousy, arrogance, malice, and lust, all of which belong to the realm of the heart's demons, inciting wicked thoughts. The 10 calamities include physical ailments, misfortunes, and taboos concerning fortune, longevity, and prosperity. These 10 calamities represent various forms of tribulation, akin to the extraordinary cost of cultivation in this world. After Nan Yi's explanation, Nan Yi reevaluated the information based on his understanding. Deficiency, a cost associated with physical impairments or dysfunctional abilities. Lack, a cost involving the loss of the soul or the obliteration of concepts. Anomaly, a cost that manifests as psychological alienation or cognitive distortion. Illness, a cost represented by physiological aberrations or the torment of ailments. Sacrifice, a cost akin to forsaking wisdom or sacrificing causation. Prohibition, a cost tied to present restrictions where transgressions lead to harm. Taboo, a cost associated with current critical weaknesses or vital vulnerabilities. Fortune, a cost involving the depletion of blessings or unforeseen calamities. Wealth, a sacrificial cost, akin to losing wealth to avert disaster or offering external objects. Longevity, a cost represented by the depletion of lifespan or the decline of vitality. With a resolute heart directed towards the Tao, Nan Yi committed the teachings of the 7 demons and 10 calamities to memory and then reflected upon his own calamities of insight into truth and complete healing. With a slight daze, Nan Yi turned his gaze towards the direction from which Nan Yi had spoken, his voice resonant and composed, as my senior sister has articulated. The path of cultivation is indeed fraught with diversions. Yet, what in this world is devoid of hardship? I, merely a villager by birth, have narrowly escaped the massacre by malevolent beings, now left with no support and wandering alone. Even if I do not enter the immortal sect for cultivation, the tumultuous world we inhabit is, to me, equally arduous and rife with obstacles. Thus, regardless of the myriad paths of cultivation, I shall tread my own path with unwavering resolve, unafraid of what lies ahead. As for how far I may ultimately traverse, the journey unfolds beneath my feet. I shall simply continue onward. Nan Yi spoke with a calm and gentle demeanor, as though he were merely uttering commonplace remarks. Yet, Nan Yi discerned within his words a profound sincerity devoid of any pretense, feeling an undeniable confidence emanating from him. For it is only through deep contemplation, even amidst contention with the world, that one can maintain equanimity and regard all difficulties and dangers as stepping stones, thus responding with such tranquility. Moreover, Nan Yi's confidence was not born of arrogance or self-importance, but rather arose from a grounded perspective, imbued with a sense of inevitability. If the trials of the world remain daunting regardless of one's path of cultivation, then what distinction exists between those who cultivate and those who do not? To Nan Yi's ears, Nan Yi spoke with unwavering conviction. Such steadfast belief, if held by an ordinary individual, might be mistaken for the naive bravado of the unknowing. However, when it came to Nan Yi, who had long been acquainted with demonic cultivators, Nan Yi felt that Nan Yi's equanimity was indeed a state of transcendence, unperturbed by worldly affairs. Possessing such a disposition, he was a natural seed of cultivation, endowed with a pristine heart of Tao, unwavering will, and a clear mind, rendering him almost impervious to the temptations of malevolent thoughts. This was the first time Nan Yi had encountered a natural Taoist who should not exist under ordinary circumstances. Although doubts had crossed her mind, all her skepticism ultimately resulted in her own Tao heart wavering in comparison, leading her to sigh in resignation. She fell into deep contemplation. With a silent lament, Nan Yi stowed away the mirror of sincerity and the black sound box, then conveyed a message to Li Taiwa, summoning him to enter and escort Nan Yi away. As Li Taiwa pushed open the door to the heart of inquiry, he inquired through thought transmission, "Junior sister, what is this young man's disposition?" Disposition? Nan Yi sighed and replied, "Exemplary, truly deserving of the title of a natural Taoist." A natural Taoist? Li Taiwa expressed his astonishment. Nan Yi continued in a hushed tone, with a singular focus on the Tao, he transcends the mundane. To call him a natural Taoist is not an exaggeration. If my estimations are accurate, he will likely find the refinement of essence into an inconsequential hurdle. Perhaps he could surpass you in swiftly achieving transcendence and foundational establishment, subsequently advancing into the inner sect, where we would respectfully refer to him as Uncle Master. In the realm of cultivation, merit takes precedence, unless there is a clear master-disciple relationship. Individuals of the same grand realm refer to each other as senior brothers or junior brothers based on their order of entry. However, if one ascends to a higher grand realm, from yellow rank to xian rank, it is customary for Nan Yi and Li Taiwa to address Nan Yi as Uncle Master. Li Taiwa, upon hearing Nan Yi's words, couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Nan Yi, at the intermediate level of the yellow rank, is still in the phase of cultivating his energy and has yet to approach the threshold of entering the formless inner sect. In contrast, Li Taiwa, having reached the superior level of the yellow rank, has attained a minor transformation from the mundane realm and is theoretically on the verge of achieving complete transformation, thereby allowing him to attempt foundation establishment and the refinement of energy into spirit, elevating him to the profound rank. However, in Nan Yi's perspective, Li Taiwa may not necessarily surpass Nan Yi in the speed of establishing his foundation. This implies that Nan Yi's cultivation will be characterized by relentless diligence, largely unimpeded by obstacles and devoid of any bottlenecks. In this world, such a scenario is not entirely implausible. The cultivation here allows for the relatively easy accumulation of Taoist progress, theoretically enabling anyone to advance vigorously and ascend without hindrance. Therefore, the realm of cultivation does not heavily depend on the duration of practice. For instance, Su Xian, who bestowed upon Nan Yi the Duel order, achieved the superior level of the profound rank at the tender age of 39. While young profound rank cultivators are relatively rare in this world, they cannot be deemed extraordinary. The caveat, however, is that the cultivator must be exceptionally diligent. These four characters, while simple in expression, are challenging to embody. Each advancement and breakthrough carries not only the risk of death, but also the potential for unwittingly straying from the path. One may mistakenly believe they are advancing vigorously. Yet at any moment, they could succumb to malevolent thoughts and fall into the demonic path, ultimately becoming a monster. Consequently, most cultivators in this world prioritize their temperament and accumulation, favoring a methodical approach that allows for gradual progress. However, if someone truly manages to break through the three barriers of concealing essence, cultivating energy, and transforming from the mundane realm within a few years, would they not fear missteps? Li Taiwa could not help but inquire further, seeking to ascertain the truth. From the response, it appeared that there was no fear present. Nan sighed, "Brother, my heart is somewhat unsettled, so I shall take my leave." With that, he departed from another exit of the heart inquiry platform. Li Taiwa was taken aback. He never anticipated that Nan Yi would approach Nan Yi for guidance, only to leave with his heart shaken. A sense of inexplicable pressure enveloped him. However, after a moment of contemplation, Li Taiwa couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, if that surname Du were to learn that Nan Yi is a naturally gifted Taoist, yet still sought refuge under the Wuxiang sect despite receiving the Dui decree, it would surely deepen his vexation. With this thought, Li Taihua's surprise morphed into amusement. Upon hearing Nan Yi's words after the inquiry, he was indeed somewhat astonished. Yet, his mindset remained steady. He felt no envy towards Nan Yi. For cultivation is a personal affair, solely dependent on one's own chosen path. Li Taiwa saw nothing wrong with the path he had charted for himself, and thus felt no jealousy towards Nan Yi, who remained an ordinary mortal. After all, despite countless discussions, Nan Yi was merely an ordinary person at present, and it was uncertain whether he truly possessed the innate qualities of a Taoist, as Nan Yi suggested. He would not be swayed by baseless possibilities. As Li Taiwa communicated with Nan Yi through their spiritual connection, the exchange occurred in an instant. At that moment, Nan Yi had just exited the heart inquiry platform. Emerging from the dark, lightless chamber into the bright daylight, a flicker of joy danced within his heart. He turned to Li Taihua and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed brother, what did the results of the heart inquiry reveal? You possess a steadfast heart towards the Tao, making you a promising candidate for cultivation." Li Taiwa replied with a hearty laugh. "In the future, when there are no ordinary students present, you need not call me esteemed brother. Simply refer to me as senior brother. We, as practitioners who share the same realm, may refer to one another as brothers." Nan Yi blinked and inquired, "Pray tell, what does sharing the same realm signify?" "There is no rush. Follow me to the scripture repository. Once I impart to you the book of the formless treasure, you shall understand in due course." Before long, Li Taiwa led Nan Yi to the scripture repository within the Formless Academy, a three-story pavilion. On the first floor of the repository, an elderly man was sweeping the floor. Li Taiwa greeted him, "Brother Wei, this is our new junior, Nan Yi." Nan Yi promptly returned the greeting to Brother Wei. With his insight of true understanding, Nan Yi perceived a radiant spiritual aura emanating from the elderly sweeper, indicative of a profound artifact of the mysterious tier. Although their acquaintance was still brief, he could not yet discern the specific nature of this mysterious artifact. Nevertheless, in his heart, he had already marked the sweeper, Wei Wuyo, as a notable figure, akin to the sweeping monk in demigods and semi-devils. However, the elderly man was rather taciturn, merely acknowledging Li Taiwa and Nan Yi's greetings with a slight nod, continuing his task of sweeping without further engagement. Li Taiwa seemed to have anticipated this demeanor. He pressed on, leading Nan Yi directly to the second floor of the repository. As Nan Yi followed closely behind, he cast a glance at the bookshelves lining the way. The shelves housed numerous texts, yet all appeared to be ordinary volumes, devoid of any spiritual luminescence. It was evident that the scripture repository was accessible to the ordinary students of the Formless Academy as well. If a student from an ordinary family cultivates an interest in the myriad classics amidst their studies, they may venture to the scripture repository to peruse these ancient texts at their leisure. However, upon reaching the second floor, the expansive hall filled with numerous bookshelves gives way to a series of rooms, each serving a distinct purpose. Li Taiwa guided Nan Yi along the corridor. As they progressed deeper, it seemed they had reached the end of the corridor, obstructed by the exterior wall of the scripture repository. Yet, without a gesture from Li Taiwa, a faint white light flickered, and the wall that appeared to be at the corridor's terminus seemed to recede 2 paces, revealing a new corridor that turned at a right angle. Li Taiwa continued onward, offering no further explanation. Nan Yi, who had anticipated that the end of the corridor held hidden wonders, displayed a flicker of surprise, but continued to follow closely behind Li Taiwa. Eventually, Li Taiwa halted before the door of a quiet chamber. This was the transmission chamber, attended by the September Secret, a jade statue representing the moon ruler of the Western Spirit Repository. We, the disciples of the formless sect, are recipients of the teachings imparted by the moon ruler. As the saying goes, the law is not to be transmitted to 6 ears. Once the moon ruler bestows the teachings, the doctrine resides within the heart, known only to oneself. Li Taiwa provided a brief introduction, conveying that the legacy of the formless sect would manifest directly within Nan Yi's consciousness, without any tangible form of the teachings. Listening intently, Nan Yi understood. While ordinary cultivators might vie for the tangible vessels of power, the sect's legacy was intrinsically bound to the individual, ensuring that no leakage could occur, whether actively or passively. After concluding his introduction, Li Taiwa respectfully performed a hand gesture for a moment and then opened the door to the transmission chamber. Inside stood a jade statue and several meditation cushions. Li Taiwa entered the tranquil chamber and, without uttering a word, knelt upon the meditation cushion. Nan Yi followed closely behind, pausing momentarily before finding a cushion to kneel upon as well. He lifted his gaze towards the jade statue. It held a scroll, adorned in a flowing robe, with long hair cascading to its waist. However, its face bore no features, rendering it a faceless jade figure, leaving Nan Yi uncertain whether it represented a male or female. Perhaps this sacred presence transcended the concepts of gender, deserving only the honorific title of it. Despite Nan Yi's deliberate restraint of his true insight, he discerned no divine radiance emanating from the statue, nor had Li Taiwa ever cautioned against direct gazes. It was as if the jade statue were merely an ordinary object, devoid of any mystical qualities, stirring a faint, instinctive curiosity within Nan Yi. At that moment, he noticed Li Taiwa pause slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Subsequently, Li Taiwa produced a silver coin from his possession, delicately pinching it between his fingers. Nan Yi blinked, suspecting that Li Taiwa was contemplating who should offer the coin. His assumption proved accurate: to seek the Moon Sovereign's teachings and establish the ceremonial rites. A silver coin was required as a medium to communicate with the essence of the Moon Sovereign. Ordinarily, the coin would be provided by the recipient of the teachings, namely Nan Yi. However, in leading Nan Yi to receive the teachings and bypassing several steps, Li Taiwa had forgotten to inform him of the need for the coin until now, as they prepared for the ritual. Nevertheless, Li Taiwa exhibited little hesitation, retrieving a silver coin on his own, treating it as a minor token of Nan Yi's rejection of Du Yuanfu and his choice to embrace the formless. He grasped the coin between his fingers and gently placed it upon the wooden floor before him, silently reciting within his heart. As the mystical energy surged, the silver coin transformed into a radiant stream, elegantly outlining a magical array before the jade statue. The transmission of the sacred teachings was about to commence. Nan Yi was eager to observe closely, yet Li Taiwa softly commanded, "Close your eyes and concentrate your mind." Obediently, Nan Yi complied, shutting his eyes. In his ears, the clear voice of Li Taiwa resonated. To the Moon Sovereign, the source of the West's spirit's knowledge. On the 13th day of the first month in the 4th year of the heavenly enlightenment, I, Li Taiwa, present the new disciple, Nan Yi, to enter our Wuxiang immortal sect. I humbly request the Moon Sovereign to manifest and bestow teachings upon Nan Yi. As Li Taiwa recited, the scroll in the jade statue's hand began to accumulate a brilliant white light. Upon the completion of Li Taiwa's chant, the white light surged forth from the scroll, cascading directly into Nan Yi's mind. With his eyes still closed and focused, Nan Yi felt a refreshing sensation flood his consciousness, penetrating his heart and nourishing his entire being. This experience, In stark contrast to the harsh imposition he had previously endured under the teachings of the eternal bright fire's illuminated sovereign, was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Revitalized, Nan Yi felt his spirit awaken. Instinctively, he pursued this sensation, yet it appeared elusive, revealing itself as both all-encompassing and a pure white, perfectly embodying the essence of the Wuxiang name. Among the teachings were the Little Wuxiang Formula and the Wuxiang Treasure Book. The Little Wuxiang Formula served as the introductory practice of the Wuxiang Immortal sect and required no further elaboration. The Wuxiang Treasure Book, on the other hand, functioned as an encyclopedia of worldly cultivation knowledge. Nan Yi merely brushed against these insights, akin to glancing at a table of contents. Yet within him arose an overwhelming sense of inclusivity. With the transmission of teachings successfully accomplished, Li Taihua smiled and nodded. He first paid homage to the Moon Sovereign, expressing his gratitude for the imparted wisdom. Conclusively, Li Taihua joined his hands in reverence and bowed 3 times before the jade statue. Nan Yi, too, bowed 3 times, expressing his gratitude. The two exited the quiet chamber of teachings and strolled once more along the corridor of the scripture repository, engaging in hushed conversation. Although his apprenticeship had been formally acknowledged, he must not neglect his worldly studies. Our cultivation is not solely about the pursuit of the Tao, but also about embodying it. The path is ever-changing, influenced by the currents of time and circumstance. It is essential to remain attuned to the present, for one must never confine oneself to insular endeavors. When classes commence in February, make every effort not to fall behind in any subject. Furthermore, with your formal initiation, the Academy will arrange for a senior disciple in Nantian City to guide you. At that time, you may work alongside your fellow disciples, earning a modest wage while also having the opportunity to seek answers to any questions you may have. However, the specific individual who will guide you is yet to be determined, as it requires discussion among your peers to ascertain their willingness. There is no rush. Wait 3 days, and then return to me for your placement. Nan Yi glanced at the elderly man, still silently sweeping the floor, and said nothing. Once they had left the scripture repository and walked a bit further, Nan Yi finally inquired, "Senior Brotherly, does this mean I have been initiated? Is it unnecessary for me to meet the other senior brothers? Do you believe I should accompany you to meet each one of them? Would that not turn the tables, with the senior brothers coming to seek you instead?" Li Taihua chuckled at this notion. "It is still January. Having brought you in a bit early is nothing significant. When February arrives and your cohort begins classes, you will gradually become acquainted with them." Nan Yi smiled sheepishly. "I just feel it seems somewhat hasty, as if I have merely entered and exited and suddenly acquired the legacy of the Tao. Such is the essence of cultivation. Outside, those who yearn to enter find the door difficult to breach. Yet, once admitted, they become commonplace." Li Taihua chuckled softly, for after all, a so-called cultivator remains fundamentally human. It cannot be said that upon embarking on the path of cultivation, one ceases to be a child of humanity. Thus, consider yourself merely as someone who has arrived at the Academy for an early registration today. Nan Yi nodded repeatedly. However, with Li Taihua having expressed himself thus, he naturally refrained from further comment and swiftly departed from the Wuxiang Academy, assuming the identity of a Wuxiang disciple. Yet, while Li Taihua appeared composed, he was, in truth, fervently communicating through his spiritual sense, summoning all the teachers and lecturers within the Academy who were not currently in seclusion. Aside from the students, the Academy comprised 6 categories of individuals, the first being the master, the head of the Academy, who had journeyed to Nanhai Angzhou Island and had not yet returned. The second being the professors, who occasionally delivered guest lectures. The third being the teachers, full-time educators who, in their teachings, drew from a vast array of references without a fixed curriculum. The fourth being the lecturers, who specialized in a single subject. The fifth being the teaching assistants, exceptional students like Nan Yi, who also held this position, and the sixth being the supervisors, responsible for mundane affairs such as attendance and coursework. Typically graduated students who had yet to secure official positions, remaining at the Academy. After calling upon the teachers and lecturers who were not in secluded meditation, Li Taihua engaged them in a spiritual communication. Fellow colleagues, today a new student has reported, named Nan Yi. I have already guided him through the entrance. Yet it is necessary to arrange for him a guide. Some were perplexed. Is it not customary to arrange this? Or does this student possess some peculiarities? As per the usual arrangements, the teaching assistants are designated as guides to assist the newly initiated apprentices. Each year, the process of introducing newcomers is conducted discreetly, following an evaluation and assessment rather than a standardized approach, thus allowing the teaching assistants to manage effectively. Li Taihua chuckled wryly, acknowledging that if it were an ordinary newcomer, there would be no issue. However, this particular individual had traversed the Heart's Reflection platform, and according to Sister Qin Nani, he was deemed a natural prodigy destined for greatness in cultivation. Should a teaching assistant take on the role of guide, it is feared that they would be unable to contain Nan Yi, potentially jeopardizing his resolve in the path. In this realm, the celestial and the mundane are distinctly separated. The so-called Wuxiang Academy serves merely as the external gate of the Wuxiang immortal sect. Moreover, the Nantin branch of Wuxiang Academy is akin to the branch of the immortal sect located in Shujun. Here, all are disciples of the yellow rank, addressing one another as senior brothers and junior brothers, without the formalities of a master-disciple relationship. Yet, the concept is not entirely absent. Regardless of the emphasis on personal cultivation, the presence of a guide is essential for leading one onto the path. For certain cultivators desiring to extend favors to newcomers or even to consolidate influence, the role of teaching assistant becomes a coveted position, requiring competition. Generally, teaching assistants exhibit remarkable prowess, far surpassing their peers, having entered the realm of energy cultivation even before graduation, thus being well equipped to fulfill the responsibilities of guiding newcomers. However, Nan Yi is no ordinary case. For any cultivator, accepting a disciple is a matter of considerable significance. While a talented apprentice sounds appealing, if the gap in cultivation between master and disciple is negligible, or if the apprentice surpasses the master with ease, the situation becomes uncomfortable for the latter, even if they hold merely a semi-master's guiding position. After all, if the guide is still lagging behind others in their own journey, how can they be expected to lead? The assembly of instructors and lecturers now furrowed their brows in concern. In circumstances where the age difference is minimal, should Nan Yi be a natural-born Dao child? Not only would assistant teacher Qin Nani hesitate, but even the instructors and lecturers affiliated with the academy would refrain from acting as Nan Yi's guide. Considering their own Dao aspirations, someone suggested, in that case, we must seek a guide among the senior brothers in the city for Nan Yi. I shared this sentiment as well. Li Taihua concurred, yet pondered which senior brother would be the most suitable for this task. The group fell into contemplation. Becoming a guide for a natural-born Dao child is no trivial matter. Not only must one possess the cultivation level to command respect from Nan Yi, but they must also possess the charisma and talent to prevent Nan Yi from overshadowing them. After a brief moment of reflection, someone proposed, how about arranging a visit to the Qingyu bookstore? Others readily agreed. In Nantian City, the most acknowledged master of the Wuxiang realm is not a teacher from the Nantian branch, but rather Tao Jiming from the Qingyu bookstore. Li Taiwan mused. The Qingyu bookstore is indeed a splendid destination. However, I wonder if Brother Tao would be willing. I shall inquire as Nan Yi departed from the Wuxiang Academy. He strolled along the path, not hastily delving into the newly acquired inheritance within his mind, but instead glanced at the unfathomable ring hanging around his neck. Previously, amidst the conflict between the two great academies of Wuxiang and Duel, whether through fortuitous inspiration or a whimsical impulse, Nan Yi had activated the ring's effect of inviting fame from the world, thus seizing an opportunity to obfuscate the heavenly mechanism. However, while following Li Taihua, he feared that invoking the ring's power to deceive the heavens might provoke an unexpected anomaly within himself, consequently drawing additional attention from Li Taihua. And thus he had refrained from utilizing the ring's heavenly deception effect. As the end drew near, it became evident that the powers of the unforeseeable ring could not be wielded independently. They required consecutive activation within the span of an hour. Only then did Nan Yi resort to his cunning device to obfuscate the celestial mechanisms. He did not dwell excessively on this matter. Yet during the execution of deceiving heaven and unforeseeable, he did not neglect to employ perceiving truth for self-examination. Curious whether the obfuscation would result in any direct alteration within himself. This served as a means of testing and documenting the efficacy of the unforeseeable ring. Under the influence of perceiving truth, it appeared that its divine power did not interfere with the celestial mechanisms, and Nan Yi discerned no changes within himself. However, at the very moment deceiving heaven and unforeseeable took effect, a middle-aged Taoist beyond Chu County, in a place even beyond the Greatly, experienced a sudden explosion of the compass in his grasp. Was the celestial mechanism concealed? The middle-aged Taoist furrowed his brow in contemplation. No. It was not merely that. He had also deliberately brought along a means to dispel such sorcery. Had he been discovered? The Taoist pondered, slowly shaking his head. He was the leader of the Eternal Bright Fire sect, and had received a decree from the illuminated sovereign half a month prior. However, the divine edict was enigmatic, leaving the Taoist to decipher its meaning slowly, interpreting it as a summons to procure a new ember of the eternal bright fire to present as an offering to the illuminated sovereign. Lacking proficiency in divination, he relied on a cunning compass to gradually ascertain the location of the ember indicated by the edict. Yet, as he calculated, the compass unexpectedly shattered today. After a moment of reflection, he sensed it was unlikely he had been discovered. After all, had he truly been detected, he would not maintain such tranquility. Thus, he concluded that the new ember of the eternal bright fire had likely been routinely contained by someone else. However, it appeared that the containment had come too late. Although the exact location of the fire seed has yet to be determined, after half a month of calculations, the Taoist has generally ascertained its position to be at the southernmost tip of the southern continent, specifically near the Chaochu County. To avoid alarming the cultivators who harbor the fire seed, the Taoist refrains from seeking further divination tools, instead opting to convey a message through the method of spiritual resonance. Once the decree was issued, the disciples of the Eternal Bright Fire sect, especially those of the second tier, were initially taken aback, suddenly able to ascend directly into the realm of spirit refinement, leaping to the earth tier, which then ignited their exuberance and ignited their covetous desires. However, the higher echelons of the sect, already cultivators of the earth tier in the realm of spirit refinement, remained largely indifferent. At their level, what they sought was to break free from the constraints of the illuminated sovereign, rather than to follow in its footsteps. Furthermore, being already earth tier cultivators, they had little interest in the forced elevation to the earth tier bestowed by the illuminated sovereign. Even the distinguished members of the mystic tier did not feel particularly moved. Only the lower tier mystic cultivators, those with flaws in their paths, and the upper tier yellow cultivators who had recently transcended, set out southward in search of the fire seed. Dongzhen, understanding that the academy is indeed a celestial gate, found it inappropriate to discuss matters in detail in a public setting and promptly agreed without hesitation. As they walked a short distance from a bookstore, Dongzhen suddenly recalled the Nantian Journal and turned into the store to purchase recent editions of the publication. The Nantian Journal is a newspaper officially published in Nantian City, issued daily. During the examination of the annual assessments, although the examiners would assign scores, these scores would not be disclosed. Rather, only the rankings of students from various county academies would be made public. Subsequently, the top scholar from each academy may be admitted to the branch of the Wuxiang Academy in Nantian City, known as Nantian College. This raises a pertinent question among the esteemed scholars, who truly holds the title of first among equals. Over the years, candidates have been unaware of their total scores in the annual examinations, thus resorting to the order of publication in the Nantian Journal to establish their rankings. Dongzhen purchased the latest 3 issues of the Nantian Journal. As he casually flipped through them, he discovered that the first article published this year was indeed a composition by Nan Yi. He knocked on the door of Dongzhen's guest room and said apologetically, "I beg your pardon, Brother Song. I have been delayed today and shall have to accompany you to the Education Bureau tomorrow." "No matter, it is merely a report," came the reply. A day early or late makes little difference. However, Brother Nan, your performance today has certainly garnered considerable attention at the Academy. Song Zhong was quite affected by the appeal of inviting fame to the world and held a profound impression of the Academy's competition for talent. He casually mentioned it while gesturing for Nan Yi to come in and look at the journal. Spread across the table were the latest 3 issues of the Nantian Journal. Nan Yi approached with a hint of skepticism and, upon closer inspection, noticed that one of the issues featured his composition, telling the story of Camel Xianxia in the Great Li. Upon further examination, he realized that his work was published on January 11th, marking it as the first piece of the year. However, Nan Yi's expression remained calm. He did not place any significance on such accolades. Compared to the opportunity to enter the immortal sect and receive its teachings, these trifling honors held little weight in his eyes. "Who is Chu Tianqing?" Nan Yi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Song Zhong. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Could it be that this individual was quite renowned? Song Zhong spread his hands and remarked, "He is the son of the county governor, Chu Guangxing, known as Chu Tianqing." Upon hearing this, Nan Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Chu Guangxing would rank his own son second. With newfound seriousness, Nan Yi scrutinized the essay composed by Chu Tianqing. Unlike Nan Yi, who had penned a novel that subtly addressed the topic through the struggles of impoverished villagers in the county, Chu Tianqing approached it directly. He extrapolated on how the introduction of steam technology would transform the myriad of trades. In the Dali Kingdom, the existing trades primarily operated in a handicraft manner. Yet due to the bloodline secrets passed down through generations of artisan families, they had achieved a form of industrialization through sheer manual effort, granting Dali a primitive level of industrial advancement. However, with economic growth and population increase, the advent of steam technology and the realization of true industrialization became an inevitable trend. Traditional trades would undoubtedly face upheaval, but the artisans were not oblivious. They would swiftly embrace the new era and opt to collaborate with wealthy merchants to establish factories. This emerging force of artisans and merchants, as Chu Tianqing termed it, was known as industrial capitalists, a topic he extensively theorized upon. After reading, Nan Yi found Chu Tianqing's reasoning commendable and astute. If only he could further refine his terminology for industrial capitalists, it would resonate even more. However, the common folk seemed to disagree. In the second issue, reader letters predominantly discussed Camel Xianxia, the alter ego of the protagonist, Luo Xiang, as revised by Nan Yi. It was not that there was an absence of commentary. Rather, after perusing the first issue, I felt a surge of anger and fear, yet struggled to articulate the reasons behind these emotions. However, upon concluding the second issue, clarity finally dawned upon me. It is truly lamentable that Luo Xiang has descended to such a dismal state, primarily due to the chaotic expansion of merchants, rendering him a mere human resource, tirelessly consuming his life without leaving even a trace of warmth for himself. Upon investigating Nan Yi's background, I discovered he is merely a villager. It suddenly dawned on me that as the son of the county magistrate turns his gaze towards merchants who may potentially shake the foundations of governmental power, only Nan Yi, hailing from humble origins, possesses the insight to see beyond the merchants and perceive the pitiable common folk beneath them. After reading this, Nan Yi fell into silence. He finally comprehended why Song Zhong had specifically urged him to read the newspaper. Had it merely been that he attained the top position, overshadowing Chu Tianqing, it might not have incited the latter's animosity. After all, being the son of the county magistrate, Nan Yi believed that Chu Tianqing's temperament would not be so lacking as to resent a mere title, especially one sanctioned by his father. Instead of harboring hostility towards Nan Yi, Chu Tianqing might as well voice his grievances to his own father. However, the feedback from readers effectively placed Chu Tianqing at Nan Yi's feet, turning him into a stepping stone for Nan Yi. Consequently, no matter how composed Chu Tianqing might be, it is certain that he would not regard Nan Yi with any favor, should his character possess even a hint of arrogance. Resenting Nan Yi and finding various faults with him would be entirely understandable. It appears that Nan Yi's achievement of the top spot in the Nantian Journal has merely resulted in some friction with Chu Tianqing, the son of the county magistrate. Yet, he contemplated more profoundly the underlying motives behind the explicit actions of the monitoring committee. The correspondence from readers is indeed published after careful selection by Mingwen Jian. In the third issue's reader letter section, although the majority of readers fervently discussed Luo Xiang, Mingwen Jian could have meticulously chosen to praise Chu Tianxing instead. However, Mingwen Jian did not do so. This suggests that Mingwen Jian has no intention of sparing Chu Tianxing's dignity. Is it because the officials at Mingwen Jian do not regard Chu Tianxing highly and thus choose not to grant him any favor? Or perhaps they are deliberately intent on causing Chu Tianxing discomfort. Alternatively, could it be that their target is not Chu Tianxing, but rather Nan Yi? After a moment of silence, Nan Yi sighed softly, contemplating that perhaps it is a combination of both. The families of these officials might be implicated in the narrative of Camel Xiangxi. In such circumstances, it is conceivable that the officials, harboring discontent towards him, would actively engage in undermining him, deliberately instigating discord between him and Chu Tianxing for their amusement. Nevertheless, Nan Yi remained untroubled by this matter. Even without mentioning his recent initiation into the immortal sect, he had already prepared himself for the disdain of the county officials when he chose an unconventional approach to align with the county magistrate's preferences during the examination essay. After all, as a native from humble origins, devoid of power, influence, or connections, it is exceedingly difficult to carve out a name for himself in the county without resorting to such tactics. However, these were merely earlier strategies. Upon understanding that the academy represented an immortal gateway and the officialdom a pastoral domain, Nan Yi's thoughts began to shift. He turned to the steward of the Song family who stood nearby. "Old Zhao, could you kindly assist me in locating a residence for rent, preferably away from the main street and not too noisy?" Steward Zhao nodded in agreement. Nan Yi sought rental accommodations to secure a relatively tranquil abode, conducive to the cultivation of his spiritual practices. Upon departing from the academy, he intended to embark on the practice of the Shao Wuxiangju. However, the raucous atmosphere of the inn compelled him to defer this endeavor temporarily, setting aside the Shao Wuxiangju in favor of perusing the Wuxiang Baos, a compendium of various aspects of cultivation knowledge stored within his consciousness. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Nan Yi leafed through the pages, captivated by the profound insights encapsulated within. The opening sections provided a foundational summary of cultivation in this world, encompassing concepts such as the one God, 2 realms, 3 origins, 4 aspects, 5 domains, 6 levels, 7 demons, 10 disasters, 9 palaces, and 8 trigrams. Firstly, the one signifies a great sun suspended high in the sky, the Yang God who creates the world. Secondly, the existence of the Yin and Yang realms, which coexist, with enchantments governing their interactions. Thirdly, the continuum of past, present, and future, with the other shore ever within reach. Fourthly, the transformation of spirit, qi, and heart, promising the possibility of immortality. Fifthly, the 5 levels of cultivation realms, an exploration of the great path. Sixthly, the hierarchy of 6 grades of spiritual anomalies, establishing the principles of myriad phenomena. Seventhly, the 7 malevolent thoughts and obstacles to cultivation, prompting introspection. Eighthly, the 10 varieties of calamities and tribulations, the costs of transcendence. Ninthly, the 9 transformations leading to mystical portals, the seeds of divine abilities. And lastly, the 8 methods of pathways and hexagrams, representing the root of all energies. Among these, the one God and 2 realms encapsulate the fundamental conditions of this world. The Yang God, akin to Pangu from Nan Yi's previous life mythology, initiated the creation of the world yet remains apart from it, existing solely as a grand sun, eternally poised in the celestial expanse. The Yin and Yang realms exist in parallel, occasionally converging to form spiritual realms, a fact Nan Yi was already aware of. The 3 origins and 4 aspects pertain to the cultivation of refining the void and harmonizing with the Tao. Nan Yi briefly glanced over these concepts, noting that the 3 origins correspond to the upper, middle, and lower realms, aligning with the 9 palaces of the human body. 3 palaces can anchor one origin, solidifying the past, present, and future selves. The essence of the gaseous soul and the 4 phases and gates represent the 4 directions of cultivation in this world. Within the Book of Formless Treasures, the most recommended path of practice is to select 3 from the gaseous soul, each paired with corresponding divine abilities. Each is firmly established in a singular essence, akin to the spells and divine powers sown in the upper 3 palaces, all of which pertain to the cultivation of the heart or the gaseous essence. Thus, by establishing the 3 essences, breaking through the 3 gates, and merging the 3 bodies into one can harness the momentum of the primordial chaos to shatter the 4th gate. This method of cultivation is common knowledge within the righteous sects, yet it is regarded as an esoteric secret among the incomplete lineages of scattered cultivators. If scattered practitioners are unaware and haphazardly combine abilities, mixing the 3 essences and 4 phases, even if they possess extraordinary talent and inadvertently achieve a semblance of spiritual refinement, they will ultimately find themselves devoid of hope for unification with the Tao in this lifetime. The path of the scattered cultivator is indeed arduous. With a sense of contemplation, Nan Yi continued to peruse the Book of Formless Treasures. The 5 realms and 6 tiers, encompassing 5 distinct realms and 6 ranks of hierarchy, reveal that the first 4 realms within the 5 correspond to the processes of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into the void, and merging the void with the Tao, which align with the 4 central ranks of the hierarchy: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The term hierarchy denotes the distinctions of rank and status. Essentially, as long as one's realm meets the standards, one naturally possesses the corresponding rank and status. As for the 7 demons and 10 disasters, Nan Yi had previously introduced them, so Nan Yi chose to bypass that for now. His focus turned to the most crucial aspects of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The 9 palaces represent the 9 transformative and mysterious portals, corresponding to 9 skill slots. Whether spells or divine powers, the skills of this world are, in essence, manifestations of the power of rules. This power of rules is not something that the human body can command. However, the 9 palaces within the human body, based on the laws of heaven and earth, can bear a trace of this power of rules. Thus, when the power of rules manifests, transforming into spells or divine abilities and entering the 9 palaces, it becomes the seeds of the law. The cultivation undertaken by practitioners, as well as the evolution and eventual completion of their supernatural abilities, can be perceived as a process of nurturing the seeds of the Dharma into the fruition of the Tao. The 3 upper palaces, namely the Naiwen Palace, the Zifu Palace, and the Xianin Palace, correspond generally to the Bai Wei, Yin Yang, and Fengfu acupuncture points from Nan Yi's past life. The 3 middle palaces, known as the Xianxia Palace, Huaning Palace, and Rui Palace, correspond roughly to the Shanzhong, Zhongding, and Lingai acupuncture points, while the 3 lower palaces, identified as the Henan Palace, Zhaohua Palace, and Shi Palace, correspond predominantly to the area between the Xinke and Mingmen acupuncture points, as well as the Qihai and Guanyuan points. As for the 8 trigrams, the 8 methodical channels signify the characteristics of various abilities pertaining to magical arts. The Qian trigram, associated with heaven, embodies the lunar transmission of magical techniques. Represented in Nan Yi's perception as a dark luminescence, the Kuan trigram, tied to earth, embodies the supernatural connection between heaven and earth, closely aligned with the Tao. Manifested as a golden glow, the Zhun trigram, linked to thunder, symbolizes martial prowess and combat abilities, surging forth with the might of thunder, depicted as a violet radiance. The Sun trigram, associated with wind, signifies the capability of motion and attraction, penetrating all barriers, illustrated as a cerulean light. The Qin trigram, representing water, embodies the abilities of curses and magical interactions predominantly associated with malevolent sorcery, symbolized by a blue luminescence. The Li trigram, linked to fire, signifies radiant and dazzling capabilities, shining with a resplendent red glow. The Jin trigram, associated with mountains, embodies protective and defensive abilities, steadfast as a mountain, represented by a brownish hue, and the Dui trigram. Connected to marshes, signifies nurturing and generative abilities, bestowing blessings upon myriad beings, depicted as a white light. Nan Yi had long been aware of the contrasting colors of his two innate luminous points. Now, he comprehends that the varying colors of these points correspond to distinct trigram attributes of magical abilities. Thus, even if he encounters a mystical ability in the future that cannot be readily deciphered, he will, through the hexagrams, possess a basic understanding of its inherent capabilities, facilitating his response. The two innate talents of Nan Yi, belonging to the Kuan hexagram and associated with the Dui hexagram, are noteworthy. However, as Nan Yi has yet to formally embark on his cultivation journey, he remains in a mortal state, and his innate abilities have yet to be firmly established within the 9 palaces. This does not impede his ability to utilize these talents, yet it renders them vulnerable to being easily seized by demonic cultivators. Nevertheless, to practice his cultivation methods, he requires not only a tranquil room, but at the very least, a relatively serene environment conducive to contemplation and meditation. Therefore, Nan Yi requested butler Zhao to assist him in finding suitable accommodation. The following day, Nan Yi accompanied Song Zhong to the county's education supervision office. The academy's instructors, holding official titles, are indeed part of the bureaucratic structure, although they typically teach within the academy and do not operate directly from the county office. Each January, other academies dispatch an instructor to the Education Supervision Office to oversee the registration of students from various counties, ensuring an efficient selection and allocation process. This arrangement exists because traveling between counties is not particularly convenient in this world. Ordinary families cannot simply depart at will, but must wait until a sufficient number of travelers gather to form a caravan. For counties located at a considerable distance from the county city, the journey may take several days to reach their destination. To accommodate students from these remote areas, the academy does not impose a specific registration date, allowing students to arrive throughout the entire month of January. Subsequently, unlike the small county government consisting merely of a modest courtyard and a few buildings, the Chu County government is situated at the heart of the county town, sprawling across a vast area, with nearly every influential department housed in its own separate pavilion. Nan Yi accompanied Song Zhong to the exterior of the Education Supervisory Pavilion. Upon entering, Song Zhong reported his identity and was led to the second floor, where he was interviewed by 8 esteemed scholars from the academy. Meanwhile, Nan Yi waited outside, casually observing the grandeur of the county government courtyard. As he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, his vision was limited, rendering him incapable of perceiving the specific details of others through the barriers of architecture. However, thanks to the unique insight granted by, he could discern the ethereal glow emanating from extraordinary beings, albeit not with clarity. Nan Yi sought to gauge the number of cultivators within the county government through the feedback of this luminous aura. In Nanshan County, he had scarcely encountered any traces of the supernatural or transcendent cultivators. Yet within the county government, he sensed that nearly every official possessed some degree of cultivation. Just as Nan Yi took a few steps, he was called out to, "Are you Nan Yi?" Turning toward the voice, he saw a slender-faced man with a short beard emerging from the adjacent pavilion of pastoral affairs. Under the influence of, this individual was identified as Mo Yuenga, a disciple from the outer circle of the Zhuang Immortal sect. Indeed, Nan Yi blinked in surprise, uncertain of the man's identity. "I am responsible for the examination papers and have just graded your literary composition," Mo Yuenga remarked. "Oh, what a coincidence." Nan Yi feigned realization, though he remained puzzled as to why Mo Yuenga had called out to him. Fortunately, Mo Yuenga was not one to beat around the bush. "Nan Lang, have you already reported to the Wuxiang Academy?" Mo Yuenga scrutinized Nan Yi for a moment. "Have you formally entered the sect?" Due to the clamor of the inn, which lacked tranquility, Nan Yi had yet to immerse himself in the profound practice of cultivation and thus possessed no significant skills. However, Mo Yuenga had heard whispers regarding Du Yuanfu's hurried departure from the Education Supervision Bureau yesterday, where he competed for new students outside the Wuxiang Academy. Upon encountering Nan Yi, Mo Yuenga's curiosity was piqued, leading him to suspect that Nan Yi must have awakened some innate talents. Nan Yi nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief contemplation, Mo Yuenga remarked, "It seems that in just a few days, I shall be addressing you as Taoist friend." "Your Excellency, I cannot accept such a title," Nan Yi replied modestly. "As I am merely a novice in cultivation, I would not dare to compare myself to someone of your stature." Mo Yuenga chuckled lightly, dismissing the formalities, and continued, "The reason I have detained you today is twofold. Firstly, it is a matter of fate that we meet here. Secondly, I wish to inform you that when you complete your studies and seek an official position in the future, you might consider applying to the Department of Officialdom under the Ministry of Personnel. In the Great Li, the 9 divisions and 18 offices allow Wuxiang students to apply for any office, and the Zhuohuang Academy, where I am affiliated, corresponds to both the Department of Pastoral Administration and the Department of Examination and Appraisal. The Department of Pastoral Administration is somewhat akin to the Organization Department in Nan Yi's previous life, while the Department of Examination and Appraisal bears resemblance to the Discipline Inspection Commission of xianxia. Upon hearing Mo Yuenga's words, Nan Yi's expression revealed his confusion. Mo Yuenga refrained from elaborating directly, but suddenly inquired, "May I ask, have you perused the recent issues of the Nanshan Academic Journal?" "I glanced through it yesterday," Nan Yi replied, his tone slightly heavy. Although Mo Yuenga had not explicitly stated it, Nan Yi had already grasped the underlying implication. He realized that the Mingwen Bureau harbored some discontent towards him following his reading of the Nanshan Academic Journal the previous day. Now, upon receiving the invitation from Mo Yuenga to join the examination office in the future, Nan Yi has come to realize that he has indeed offended quite a number of officials. However, with loss comes gain. Those who are disliked by many are precisely the ones suited to join the examination office and oversee the officials. Thus, the student comprehended the situation. Nan Yi appeared thoughtful. Mo Yuenga had been observing him closely and, upon noticing Nan Yi's realization, maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic, which prompted Mo Yuenga to secretly commend him. With such intentions, Nan Yi is bound to earn the favor of the prefect. Mo Yuenga's eyes flickered as he remarked, "In my opinion, the examination office requires talents like you." From Mo Yuenga's tone, Nan Yi discerned a hint of regret. He speculated that perhaps Mo Yuenga also harbored aspirations of joining the examination office. Yet, considering his family's circumstances, Mo Yuenga ultimately chose to preserve his own safety by opting for the relatively less contentious position in the pastoral administration. In light of this, Nan Yi found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned about the disdain of numerous officials. After all, he was still a student, destined to remain at Wuxiang Academy for 3 years before stepping into the officialdom. Even if he were to enter the political arena, Nan Yi would not be daunted. In Chu County, the prefect reigned supreme. Initially, when Nan Yi was unaware of the workings of the cultivation world, he devised a plan to take an unconventional route, clinging to the prefect's coattails, aiming to establish a name for himself. After all, in his past life, Nan Yi had been part of the xianxia system. He knew the essentials of ascending the ranks within the bureaucracy. While he would not claim to be as comfortable as a fish in water, he at least possessed a measure of understanding. However, upon realizing that the academy represented a portal to the divine and the political realm was akin to a pastoral domain, Nan Yi's mindset began to shift. In this realm of officialdom, those in power govern and shepherd the populace, essentially serving as practitioners of the Huang class who harness the fortune of the dynasty to accumulate their cultivation foundation. In other words, cultivation is the fundamental matter of utmost importance. According to the Wuxiang Baos, the practice of nurturing one's energy at the Huang level, apart from the daily tasks that accumulate over time, can also be validated through the establishment of sacred grounds and the management of influence, thereby enhancing one's path. If one can secure fame through alternative means, the distinction of holding office becomes inconsequential. Fortuitously, Nan Yi, as a time traveler, possesses a broadened perspective and unique insights, rendering it unnecessary for him to adhere to conventional practices. For him, should he truly incur the ire of the officials, it would amount to this: the position of an official is of little consequence.